your strength. It's evolving.
He doesn't just train, he levels up.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Got Ninja-style solo leveling system movie. Before we start, please go support Oz A 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. This is the story of a young shinobi in training who received a gift from a mysterious deity. He discovers along with Naruto new abilities, unlocking along his way and fighting against dungeons and enemy ninjas, so at the same time he discovers more secrets about himself and his new Kake Genkai. Prologue. 6 years ago a nine-tailed fox demon attacked. Konoha, which was once prosperous, is now on fire. The village was on its last legs until the fourth Hokage appeared, who faced the fox and defeated it, costing his life. Now the defeat of the fox is celebrated, but a child of no more than 6 years old does not celebrate. Why will that be? Because the young man carries a dark secret that he himself does not know. The cause of all the hatred falls on him. This child came out of the alley wounded. You can ask why he is hurt. Due to the mob that forms every celebration of the defeat of the Kyuubi no Yoko. But at the same time his birthday. This boy wore a white t-shirt torn and stained with blood. His pants torn and dirtied by dirt and blood. His golden hair pointing in all directions. His sapphire blue eyes staring into space and his fox whisker birthmarks giving him a wild shape. This child is known as Naruto Uzumaki, the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. NNN. After being attacked, the boy limped towards his apartment. It took him an hour to get there, the cold running down his skin and the smell of blood coming from his wounds. When he got home, the door was smashed, the wall scratched with the words "Die Demon." This boy went to the shower, taking a wash with his clothes on, cleaning himself of any dirt and blood he had. Once cleaned, he went to his bedroom. It was a mess. The blankets were in tatters, the pillow was destroyed, and the mattress had springs sticking out. The boy changed his clothes into clean rags. Once dressed, he lay down on what he calls bed with the rags that were blankets covering himself to fall asleep with a single thought: why do they hate me? NNN. The next day, Naruto woke up with the sun illuminating his face through the window. In his blurred vision he watched with confusion, an orange box floating in front of him. What is this? Naruto asked, touching the box with curiosity, which caused an orange window to appear. Welcome gamer Naruto Uzumaki. Are you ready for the play? Yes, no. Naruto looked with curiosity, touched the yes button which brought up another window. Welcome to the world player. This is a gift that not everyone has from different worlds or dimensions. Here we prepare you for the adventure and to grow to be a powerful player. Once again Naruto looked with more curiosity, thinking the pros and cons, shrugging his shoulders. He continued reading. This mode will show you how it works. HP is your amount of life, CP is your amount of chakra, the rest you will see in the future. You just have to say it or think about it to open more information, such as skills, status, reputation, statistics, etc. That is all the information we give you, the rest will be on your own. Post data. This gift is given to you by Tarok. Once again Naruto was curious, he thought it would be his status, just as he thought another window opened status. It is the player's information, where it shows his HP, CP and other statistics. Player state. Name. Naruto Uzumaki. Class. Gamer. Title. Academy student. 25% gain up to level 10. Level. 4. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 5000 5000s. CP. 5000 5000s. STR. 10. Year. 2010. X. 6. Int. 2010. Not. 4. Luck. Status. 10 vid in 10%, experience for skill, 500 HP and 500 CP for each level, Joker gain, minus 5% reputation, 5% to experience, trap skill, 5% to experience, stealth skill. Uzumaki Naruto is a student at the Konoha Academy, his past is shrouded in mysteries for him to discover. Points. 20. Brio, 3500. Naruto read his status, remaining in his thoughts until he was interrupted by another window. Congratulations, you have unlocked the maximum level of the gamer's mind skill. This skill allows you to think calmly and logically in any type of situation. The boy stared in surprise at the new ability, but had little to think about as another window appeared. Mission alert. Mission. Run like the wind, get to the academy in record time, you have 10 minutes to get there. Reward. 300 experience, basic Taijutsu scroll, basic Shuriken Jutsu. The boy reacted quickly, went to the shower, dressed quickly, he marked 7 minutes to arrive. Naruto ignored the timer and left his house running as fast as he could. On the street people looked at him, which gave him chills down his back, and another window opened. Congratulations, you have unlocked Killer Instinct Detection level 1, you can now detect Killer Instinct and also use it against it. Naruto ignored that and continued running as he slowed down to a trot, this time running faster and adding chakra to his legs. He ran faster, the academy came into view, another window opened. Congratulations, you have unlocked chakra speed level 1, adding chakra to your legs gives you more speed in your sprint. Naruto ignored the comment until he reached the academy, in 3 minutes counting, once he saw the door he entered and headed to his classroom, arriving in 1 minute with 30 seconds to spare, then another window appeared. Mission. Run like the wind, reach the academy in record time, completed. Reward. Received 300 experience, 300x bonus for record time, received basic Taijutsu scroll, basic Shuriken Jutsu, completed. Naruto saw that he was the only one who arrived first, 2 scrolls appeared in his position, Naruto looked around to see if there was no one watching him, and he hurried and took the scrolls. Another window appeared. Do you want to learn basic Taijutsu? Yes, no, Naruto pressed the button, and the scroll broke into particles of light and entered the young man's body. Congratulations, you have learned basic Taijutsu level 1, ignoring the sensation he grabbed the other scroll, and the window appeared. Do you want to learn basic Shuriken Jutsu? Yes, no, Naruto excitedly accepted, and the same with the others, the scroll dissolved into particles of light and entered Naruto. Congratulations, you have learned basic Shuriken Jutsu level 1. Naruto smiled as he remembered everything, the feeling running through his being, it felt strange, but good. Then they rang the bell and the companions began to enter, no doubt Naruto swore to keep it a secret to be a great ninja. NNN. After the academy, Naruto went to a training field, he looked around to see if there was anyone or not, after not receiving the presence of anyone he prepared himself in front of a wooden post that was in the field and took out his kunais and weapons and began to practice shooting, he got 4 out of 10, he continued practicing until he got 8 out of 10, Naruto smiled when suddenly another window appeared. Congratulations, Shuriken Jutsu raised by 4, now you hit more kunais and shuriken, you also gain shooting speed and accuracy. Skills. Shuriken Jutsu level 5. Basic Taijutsu level 4. Gamer's mind at maximum level. Killer Instinct Detector level 7. Chakra speed level 1. Once seeing his skills, Naruto smiled at his results, since the practice of Taijutsu against his classmates leveled him by 3, and on the way to the training camp through the street with the people giving him more killer instinct, leveled him by 6 giving him 7, he would be ready to be the strongest shinobi ever seen. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Leveling up. It's been 2 years since Naruto has obtained his powers, young Naruto has improved a lot since he obtained his new gamer ability. Now we see an 8-year-old boy running after the academy, he has golden blonde hair that is messy, giving him a wild hairstyle, his sapphire blue eyes looked with loneliness, his birthmarks like fox whiskers, giving him a wilder look. Young Naruto is now running with a mob chasing him, but instead of being scared, he's smiling, you may wonder why, because he's leveling up his killing instinct non-stop. Once he escaped to training camp 44, losing the crowd of civilians, as today was the celebration of the defeat of the Kyuubi and his birthday, he went deeper into the jungle. Several minutes passed until he found a cave, and the familiar window appeared. Congratulations, your killer instinct detector is now level 45, you can now withstand more powerful scent killer instinct, and can activate your more powerful killer instinct against. Naruto smiled. Player status. The boy sighed in relief as he looked at his potential. Player state. Name. Naruto Uzumaki. Class. Gamer. Title. Student Academy. Level. 18. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 12,000. CP. 12,000. STR. 35. Year. 55. 10. Dex. 45. Int. 30. 10. Not. 25. Luck. Status. Uzumaki clan 10 vid, 10 int, 10% experience skill Fuinjutsu, 500 HP and 500 CP for each level, Joker gain, -5% reputation, 5% to experience cheat skill, 5% to experience stealth skill. Uzumaki Naruto is a student at the Konoha Academy, his past is shrouded in mysteries for him to discover. Points. 35. Number, 14,500. Naruto was pleased to see his player status, so he went to sleep in the cave after lighting a fire and placing a trap at the entrance of the cave and around the cave in case of an unwanted intruder. Tomorrow I'll go to the zombie dungeon to level up, I'll see what I can do tomorrow, one said that he went to sleep. NNN. The next day we see Naruto walking quietly after leaving training camp 44, the young man went home, which was an apartment that was attended by a hostile old man who was the tenant. Today was his chance to leave the academy early, but decided to fail the test leaving him in last place, and with a damn Bushin no Jutsu that he could not, since he needed CO for chakra control, and because his chakra is so high he cannot do a Bushin, once he arrived at his apartment and entered his house. It was as usual to see the cracked floor, the broken window, the bathroom that is about to break, and his bed that is destroyed by the mob that broke into his house yesterday. Ignoring his habitat in poor condition, he dedicated himself to practicing his Kawarimi and Henge, being level 18 more advanced than other students, since they were level 12, 14, and 10. He was the one called last dead by his classmates, his orange jumpsuit with the spiral of his clan on his back. The young man began to remember when he discovered that he belonged to an extinct clan, the Uzumaki clan, but only that he discovered when entering as Iruka's henge he could enter and read books. He also remembered when he found an old worn book, he decided to search in the book and found the Uzumaki history. He also remembered that his status was updated when he learned that he was from the Uzumaki clan and his history. But he also noticed that they were masters of seals, which Naruto decided to continue with his legacy, so he took scrolls of basic Fuinjutsu, but he could not learn it since he needed calligraphy at the maximum level. But he also found a calligraphy book, decided Naruto in the henge of Iruka, asked for 2 copies of calligraphy and Fuinjutsu. Naruto stopped remembering when he was 7 years old that he knew his heritage was presented to the present, now was not the time to remember the past. So he approached a destroyed bed and checked underneath where there was a carpet. He ran the cloth to the floor and saw his Fuinjutsu scroll hidden under the carpet and seeing better. He wants to learn basic Fuinjutsu. Yes, no, Naruto Miro, of course I accept. With this I will be a great databao ninja, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, you have learned basic Fuinjutsu. You have learned sealed Fuinjutsu art, explosive Fuinjutsu art, gravity Fuinjutsu art. Naruto saw how his basic Fuinjutsu scroll broke into particles of light and entered his body. Of course, the same happened with his calligraphy book, dictionary and synonyms and antonyms, which brought his calligraphy to level 8, and when taking notes in class, he raised his wis int and finished the calligraphy to the maximum level, which allowed him to learn basic Fuinjutsu. Naruto smiled, but looked at his apartment in bad condition. I should buy a maintenance book and replace what's broken. Of course, after the academy, with that said, he got ready and left his destroyed apartment to go to the academy. And so today we are going to divide the group, finished Iruka, while looking at his students. Naruto, who managed to stay awake and work on his already mastered calligraphy, looked at his teacher, which has a neutral reputation. Naruto remembered when he was changed rooms last year and met Iruka sensei. Leaving that aside, he dedicated himself to putting away his things and watching as Iruka gave a guide to every 4 students. Well, the groups will be divided into Shikamaru Nara, Taugi Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto got up from his seat and walked towards his sensei along with those named. Have this guide, it is the preparation of trap and ambush tactics, so I want a report on what they are for. You can go to the library or ask your parents. I want it next week. With which Iruka finished speaking to his last students, the bell rang, indicating the exit of the academy. Once outside, Naruto looked at his coworkers trying to see what else they had, which opened a familiar window. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Observe level 1, now you can observe information and statistics of the person. A very useful skill, Naruto muttered, so he decided to try it on the pineapple-haired boy. Name? Shikamaru Nara. Class? Academy student. Title? Lazy genius. Level? 12. Affiliation? Konoha. HP? 4000. CP? 2500. STR? 12. Year? 25. X. 15 minus 10. Int. 55, 20. Not. 65, 20. Luke. 10. Status. Nara clan heir, 20 int, 20 wis, lazy, minus 10 dex. Shikamaru Nara is the son of Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Nara clan. His clan is known for freezing opponents through their shadow, thus immobilizing them. Apart from being a strategist, his laziness leaves much to be desired, seeing clouds and taking naps. Naruto looked puzzled by his lazy state and muttered in annoyance, it seems I won't be able to kill zombies in the dungeon. Naruto began to remember when he had level 10 and unlocked the first dungeon, which was the zombie dungeon. After thinking about it, he started observing the others, which didn't surprise him. Chaugi was level 11 and Kiba was level 15 with high dex. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 3, now your observe skill can see more details of the person. Naruto smiled to himself, today was not such a bad day. After meeting his classmates personally and agreed to group together for tomorrow's activity, Naruto went to a furniture store in Iruka's henge and went to a hardware store to buy materials and tools. After arriving at his apartment, he undid the henge and left the materials on the nightstand and then took the henge from Iruka again and went to the bookstore and asked for books on maintenance of beds, windows, toilets, floors, ceilings, walls, tables and chairs. After getting the books he used his first sealing fuinjutsu, which was a scroll with the kanji seal. He put the books on top of the unfolded scroll and supported his hand with a small amount of chakra, and then the copies of books disappeared in smoke and the scroll changed from seal to books. Once done he took the scroll and took it to his apartment and then undo the hinge and began with the displacement and take out the books. Do you want to learn home restoration? Yes, no, of course yes, I need to fix my house, Naruto moaned as the books dissolved into particles of light and entered his body which made him feel dizzy from the information given from the books. Congratulations, you've learned home restoration, level 10. It's amazing what a nail and a hammer can do. Congratulations, now your hinge is at the maximum level, it is no longer an illusion, but rather it actually transforms you into the desired person. Yada, now to start my labor. Naruto spent the remaining time replacing the door, assembling a new bed, fixing the toilet, repairing the chairs, walls, floors and ceiling. It took him all day. Once finished he looked at his work and accepted with satisfaction his work done. He looked at what could not be saved and threw them into a plastic garbage bag and threw it in the dumpster, cleaned the floor, collected the leftover material such as nails, bolts and others and put them in his toolbox. Phew, I'm done, at least I'm missing the mattress and the armchair. So Naruto fell asleep in a corner, of course before locking the door. Congratulations, your home restoration skill is now at level 12. Not now, he complained and fell asleep. NNN. It's been 2 weeks after the activity, his reputation with his group rose to friend except for Kiba who rose a little but is still neutral. Chogi and Shikamaru became friends. They spent their breaks watching clouds or eating snacks together. Naruto enjoyed his time with them, but he felt bad about hiding his power from them, since he didn't know how to show it to them, so he decided to leave it in the dark for the moment. Naruto has been busy in his weeks after buying his mattress and repairing the armchair, although of course the tenant noticed so he called him to fix his house downstairs, although he growled at Naruto every time he fixed things and takes that as payment for the month he owed yesterday. But now we see the young man entering an alley of his apartment and a window appeared. Welcome to the zombie dungeon, do you want to enter? Yes, no, of course. With that Naruto saw how everything around him changed, the sky turned red with black clouds, the buildings were in ruins. With that and looked around, Naruto saw a tube. Knowing that, Naruto took the pipe out of its place and gave it a few twists and turns, settling in and nodding in confirmation. He noticed zombies approaching him. Well, I'm back to finish them zombies, Naruto shouted smiling. He remembered how at first it terrified him, but then he got used to it and held on with confidence and began to tear zombies from side to side, leaving the past. He looked as the zombies approached. Observe, Naruto muttered, seeing if he could use them on his enemies. Zombies. Civilian. Level. 10. HP. 500. CP. 0. STR. 20. Beer. 10. Dex. 0. Int. 0. Not. 0. Luke. 0. Naruto smiled and charged the zombies, hitting him with the pipe of conduit in the head, killing the zombie of conduit in one blow. With that Naruto saw 5 zombies more and without waiting more, he launched the attack with his pipe of conduit, killing the zombies, tearing the heads, hitting his legs, making him fall to the ground and finishing him off in the head. He continued the killing until he saw a zombie with a vest and a headband in white leading a group of civilian zombies. Observe. Zombie. Ninja. Level. 15. HP. 2500. CP. 1500. STR. 40. Beer. 30. Dex. 10. Int. 5. Not. 0. Luke. 5. Shitty watched as the zombie ninja rushed towards him. Naruto tried to hit him in the head, but the zombie dodged. Naruto kicked him in the chest, propelling him, but only pushing him 5 feet. He noticed that the damn thing was occupying chakra. Die, die, Naruto chanted as he hit the zombie, finally hitting him and knocking him off balance, and began to pound the pipe into the zombie ninja until it split into particles of light and he saw money and a wooden bow staff left behind by the particles of light. The weapon. Naruto picked up the weapon and gave it a few twists and turns, getting used to its weight. Are you ready? I'm going to need money and weapons. Here I come, zombies, he shouted and launched an attack. Naruto defeated every civilian zombie and it cost him to kill ninja zombies, but the profits like kunes, shuriken, money are worth having. Congratulations, you've leveled up by 1, you're now level 19. I don't have time, he complained, interrupting his level up as he charged at 3 ninja zombies, 4 civilian zombies. After the kill and collecting his reward, the ground shook and a wall fell down, revealing a giant zombie with 3 big eyes and tentacles. What the hell? Naruto dodged the tentacles and jumped towards a building to watch the giant monster watch, but he didn't like what he saw. Zombie Legion, boss. Level. 25. HP. 10,000. CP. 5000. STR. 110. Beer. 50. Dex. 15. Int. 10. Not. 5. Luke. 10. Oh shit, Naruto jumped away and took out some kunais and explosive paper created by him, joining them with some metal threads and throwing it towards the monster's eye. But he didn't expect to see that from the eye. A laser was fired that was going towards him. Naruto narrowly dodged the attack. He moved away and hid inside a ruined building. He took out his arsenal of kunais and explosive papers and joined them together as quickly as possible. He felt a strong tremor and took his created arsenal. Congratulations, you have created a skill. Now you can combine weapons to make it more deadly and damaging. The explosive kunais now exposed level 1. That's new, he muttered, but was interrupted as tentacles emerged from the walls. Naruto, gathering his things, went up the stairs as the building cracked shut to the top. Let's see what you think of this, he growled as he climbed up to the roof, patioed the open door, and took out his explosive kunais and threw them at his head. Oi, ugly, here I am, Naruto yelled, gaining the monster's attention as it looked at its victim. Just as it raised its head, the kunais buried themselves in its eyes, and boom, boom, tree, 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 tree. The explosions were heard. Naruto saw how his art destroyed his eyes, leaving him blind, and his health dropped from 10,000 to 2,500 and 2,500. Weak point, the other is missing. But which is it? Naruto looked frantically until he found the monster's mouth open, roaring in pain and wails. That's it, having an idea. Naruto took out the remaining explosive papers and placed it on a medium rock, all the paper, thus covering the rock in explosive papers and tying it in ropes that he received from killing civilian zombies. He tied it to the stone covered in explosive papers. Once ready, he grabbed the rope with all his strength. He lifted it off the ground and turned with it 3 times until he released it in the direction of the monster with its mouth open. Naruto saw how the monster stopped roaring and its mouth closed little by little. He saw how the rock was able to enter its mouth. Smiling Katsu, he shouted with all his strength, putting his hands together in a ram hand position. Boom. The explosion was heard loudly, bursting the monster from the inside and ending its life to 0, and how it broke into particles of light, leaving a golden chest. Naruto approached and the chest opened, revealing a durable iron bow staff, coins and gems. Naruto smiled as the money and gems entered his body, and the bow staff was sealed into a scroll. Congratulations, you went up 2 levels. You are now level 21. You have unlocked the zombie dungeon hero mode. Now you can choose the difficulty from easy to hero mode. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. Now you can see more details in the information, including clothes. Well, it's time to go. I deserve the rest. With that said, his world turned around and returned to normal, finding himself in the alley. But he was surprised to see the sun still up. What the hell? If they spent hours in the dungeons, it must be getting dark, but it's impossible for it to be noon. Naruto looked around after leaving the alley. He headed to his apartment. Upon entering, he was thinking, how can he have spent so much time in the dungeon and not in real life? It will be a gamer type of thing, although I don't think it will hurt anyone, right? With that thought, he decided to go take a nap to make up for his chakra restoration. It's been 4 years since the zombie dungeon. Naruto has perfected all his techniques to a decent level. Now we see a 12-year-old boy with untamed blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes, and birthmarks on his face, giving him a fox mustache kinship, but the young Naruto looked bored in class. Just this week, damn Bushin no Jutsu, my worst technique, were Naruto's thoughts, looking bored at his sensei. Iruka approached him when he escaped from class and made jokes to the Hokage monument and the residents, causing everyone to lose reputation by 5% and level up trap to level 25 and stealth to level 24. His chakra speed is at level 50, his advanced to jutsu at maximum level, the Shuriken Jutsu at level 35, and his Killer Instinct level 50 since it costs to gain experience, and his Observe is at level 45, advanced Fuinjutsu maximum level, and having a lot of arsenal. Naruto came a long way. Now he was friends with Iruka sensei, with his reputation as friends, like Shikamaru Nara and Choudi Akimichi. With Hinata Hyuga he was neutral, Shino Aburame neutral, Sasuke Uchiha unfriendly, Sakura Haruno unfriendly, Ino Yamanaka was neutral, Kiba Inuzuka was unfriendly. And the accompanying sensei Mizuki was war, which surprised him, and he reviewed his reputation, which kept him on guard every time he approached him. Well, get ready. Next week will be the test to see if you are capable of being a genin, said Iruka. With that, the bells rang, indicating the exit. Naruto packed his things and was preparing to leave, but he saw Master Iruka coming towards him. Naruto, I hope this time I can pass the graduation exam. You've already repeated the exam twice. Why can't you do a simple Bushin? Iruka scolded Naruto, which left the boy impassive. The reason I repeated it wasn't because I didn't do it, but because I have too much chakra to do a pathetic Bushin, Naruto said with a stick face, looking at Iruka. Naruto, it's impossible for him to have a lot of chakra, said Iruka, looking at his student, although he wondered how he knew. I've tried to make a Bushin even with chakra control, it doesn't work for me, Naruto complained. Obviously he was hiding his abilities, part of being a ninja is through deception, but Bushin needs control, and Naruto is far from obtaining adequate chakra control. Well, I'll see what I can do. Have a good rest, Iruka said, walking with a thought, I'll have to talk to the Hokage about it. NNN. Naruto was walking towards his apartment calmly when he noticed something strange. He looked towards where his apartment owner was standing outside the entrance. He remembered that he had to pay for yesterday's and today's month. There you are, I was looking for you, you owe me 2 months of rent, Gaki, so you better pay me or fix my floor, you decide, the landlord growled in disgust. Naruto already knew, so he took out his Gama-chan wallet, paid the landlord what he owed and went home without saying a word. Once inside, Naruto took out his backpack, leaving it on his chair, and sat down and began to think about what he should do today from now on. I should confirm my status, Naruto said to himself, looking thoughtfully to nod to himself. Status. Player state. Name. Naruto Uzumaki. Class. Gamer. Title. Academic student. Level. 25. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 15,500. CP. 15,500. STR. 70. Year. 90, 10. Dex. 80. Int. 65, 10. Not. 60. Luke. Status. Uzumaki clan 10 vid, 10 int, 10% experience to skill, Fuinjutsu, 500 HP and 500 CP for each level, Joker gain, -5% reputation, 5% to experience to, trap skill, 5% to experience to, stealth skill. Uzumaki Naruto is the last dead, having repeated his graduation twice. He is a student at the academy. He is also part of the well-known extinct Uzumaki clan. His past is shrouded in mysteries for him to discover. Points. 70. Number. 140,500. Naruto looked at his stat points, so he raised his CO, taking up all of his points. Status. He repeated to see his newly updated stats again. Player state. Name. Naruto Uzumaki. Class. Gamer. Title. Academic student. Level. 25. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 15,500. CP. 15,500. STR. 70. Year. 90, 10. Dex. 80. Int. 65, 10. Not. 130. Luke. Status. Uzumaki clan 10 vid, 10 int, 10% experience to skill, Fuinjutsu, 500 HP and 500 CP for each level, Joker gain, -5% reputation, 5% to experience to, trap skill, 5% to experience to, stealth skill. Uzumaki Naruto is the last dead, having repeated his graduation twice. He is a student at the academy. His past is shrouded in mysteries for him to discover. Points. 0. Number. 140,500. Seeing satisfied, he decided to go to sleep in his bed and then rest and practice his worst bushin anyway for the next day. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Discovering my Kake Genkai, passing the test, discovering where the hatred comes from. We see our young Naruto in his orange jumpsuit practicing his shuriken jutsu, seeing how the shuriken and kunes are stuck in the wood of the tree in a straight line. Seeing his progress, he decided to practice his worst jutsu, the Bushin no Jutsu. Now there must be a difference, Naruto muttered, positioning his hands in a ram sign and gathered chakra. Seeing how his chakra rotated around him, Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted until 3 sickly looking Bushin appeared. What the hell? Damn it, Naruto stopped working his chakra, disappearing his sickly Bushin. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to perform this stupid jutsu anyway. Besides, it's a mockery because they will know who the real one is. Because of the only one who has a shadow, he complained, until he remembered that today Iruka-sensei had something for him. He remembered to meet at the academy. I have no other choice, he muttered, leaving the training field and going towards Konoha. Naruto knew that the training field's training is outside Konoha and has a secret entrance and emergency exit for mobs. NNN. And that's what Naruto can't do, a Bushin Hokage-sama, he has too much chakra, and because of what his interior does too, Haruka informed, looking at an old man with a hat with a kanji for fire on it. He wore a white robe. This man is known as the shinobi god, due to his arsenal of all the elements that he possesses, and also known as the professor, for his wisdom and knowledge of all jutsu. I see, so your guess is that Naruto has too much chakra that he can't do a basic technique, but the Kawarimi and the Henge don't have a problem. Well, I'll see that we have a problem with the Bushin, but his chakra fused with that of his tenant, giving him a large amount of chakra. Let's try with advanced Bushin. I have an Earth Clone Scroll, which is a C rank, Shadow Clones, which is a B rank Kinjutsu, that I would give him. But we'll have to see if it's his earth affinity, and if not I'm giving you authorization to occupy the Kenjutsu. It's clear, Iruka dictated the Hokage, looking at the Chunin, who nods his head. Good, take this, it's a chakra paper, join him and check what affinity it is. He can well leave, ordered the Hokage, giving the Chunin 2 scrolls and the chakra paper. Hi, with which Iruka vanished into sushi to join Naruto. Naruto, I hope it helps you, and that he is an excellent ninja, was the thought of the Hokage returning to his paperwork. Naruto arrived at the academy early. He checked if there was anyone, so since there was no one he set out to do basic exercises like push-ups, sit-ups, stretching, etc. to pass the time and earn his stat points. 2 hours passed until Naruto saw Iruka arriving. Iruka-sensei, Naruto called, raising his hand, signaling that he is here. Oh, hello Naruto, how nice to see you, I have something to show you, Iruka called, arriving where his student is. What is it? Naruto asked curiously, watching as his sensei took out a piece of paper, which confused him. A piece of paper? Naruto asked him. Not just any paper, this is a chakra leaf. It is made from the bark of a special tree that shows the nature that ninjas possess. This is how we discover our elemental affinity and the basis of our elemental jutsu. For example, if you are fire affinity, the paper will burn. If you are wind affinity, it will cut. If you are lightning affinity, it will wrinkle. If you are earth affinity, it will crumble. And if you are water affinity, it will get wet. You just have to pass chakra through the leaf, explained Iruka, watching as Naruto absorbs the words before nodding. Okay, here, and you already know what to do. Naruto took the chakra leaf in his hands and concentrated on passing chakra to the leaf. The paper split in two, and one side slowly got wet and the other turned wet red. Hey Iruka-sensei, what happened to the other half? It turned red and smells like blood, said Naruto, confused by his strange affinity. Honestly Naruto, I don't know, this has never happened before, better we see that later. Your strong affinity is wind, followed by a weak affinity water and blood. I think you have a Kake Genkai, said Iruka, looking thoughtful. The Kake what thing? Asked Naruto, hearing something new in his life. The Kake Genkai, a bloodline, just like the Sharingan, which is a bloodline, explained Iruka, thinking that they showed that in a class, but he remembered that class was rated. Do you think my special affinity is blood? There is no jutsu for that? Naruto asked, hoping for something that would help him with that. No, sorry, but this is the first bloodline I've heard of where you have the blood affinity, said Iruka. Plus I have to report to the Hokage about this. Good, and the other thing, I found a solution to your Bushin problem, said Iruka, taking out the scroll from his Chunin vest and checking it before nodding and passing it to him. Here is another type of Bushin that will be useful to you, Naruto. It's called Shadow Clone Jutsu. And have this, said Iruka, taking out a notebook and passing it to Naruto. This will be your guide to your jutsu and what it's for. The scroll only has a little information about the jutsu. In this notebook I wrote to you what it's good for and some advice. Don't dispel all the shadow clones at once, maximum 5. Okay, well that was all, I'll see you on the day of the test, with which Iruka and Sushin said, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto looked at the jutsu and then at the notebook. Well, it's time to try it at home. With it he said he went to his apartment where he lives. As I reached the shot I looked at its movement and window after window appeared. Congratulations, you have discovered your wind affinity. Congratulations, you have discovered your water affinity. Congratulations, you have discovered a new type of Kake Genkai. Do you want to learn Shadow Clone Jutsu? Yes, no, of course, with which Naruto accepted. The scroll broke into particles of light and entered his body. After receiving the information he looked at the notebook and a window appeared. Knowledge is power, I want to inform you of the technique. Yes, no, obviously, said Naruto, and then another window appeared. Congratulations, you have learned Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 1, knowledge is power, your Kage Bushin leveled up to level 5, yada, let's go there. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted, making a family seal, and a cloud of smoke filled his apartment. 15 solid clones appeared. "Me boss," exclaimed a shadow clone, looking at the original Naruto with a hand raised in greeting. Naruto looked at the clone and smiled like a maniac, realizing that clones can learn, and when they dissipate the original learns, meaning the original receives the experience with each clone that dissipates. Naruto had an idea that ran through him and gave him shivers of excitement. Very well soldiers, I want 5 to transform into anyone and go to the library, read history and water jutsu scrolls, look for information about the Uzumaki clan. The other 5 will transform into random civilians and get me some edible product and a recipe book, and the last 5 of us go to the training camp. Well, let's get to work, Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. Hi boss, they all said at once and went out the window and doors in different people, while Naruto and his 5 clones went to the training camp. NNN. In the Hokage Tower, Iruka was walking in the hallway with his mind on Naruto, his favorite student and troublemaker. Hello, how can I help you? A voice was heard. Iruka looked to see whose voice it was and found the Hokage's secretary. Hello, I need to speak with the Hokage. It's something urgent that needs to be reported, Iruka said seriously. He needs explanations and answers, and the only one who has them is the one called the professor. Okay, I'm going to inform him with it, the woman said and entered the room where the Hokage was with his paperwork. A few minutes later the secretary returned. He said to come inside, said the woman, and then went to her desk. Thank you. With that said, Iruka entered and found the Hokage looking at him seriously. Hokage-sama. Tell me what happened to Naruto. According to what you said it was urgent. What happened? Interrupted the Hokage, looking at him seriously. Hi, I was explaining to Naruto about the concept of chakra without any problem. Then I showed him the chakra leaf and asked him to channel his chakra on the paper. Everything was going without any problem. He is a strong wind and a weak water. But, here comes what I didn't expect. The other half of the leaf turned red and gives off a smell of blood, said Iruka, but is interrupted by the Hokage. You say that Naruto has an unknown Kage Genkai that is blood, right? He asked curiously, a blood technique, something like that has never been heard of before, nor all the information or knowledge that he has in his possession. Hi, I also thought that, but I'm worried, what if it's not a normal Kage Genkai, and if it has to do with its tenant? That worries me, Hokage-sama, Iruka finished, as the old man analyzed the possible interference with the Kyuubi. I understand your concern, but there is no possibility that his tenant has anything to do with that. For now we wait for it to be and see his growth. Thanks for the information. I will keep it in mind when I meet him. You can leave with what the old Kage said. Iruka nodded. Hi, with it he left the door, leaving the Hokage in his thoughts about Naruto and his possible new powers. I'll have to check my old Chakra Novice workbook. With that the Hokage continued with his paperwork. NNN. It's been 2 days and today is graduation day. Naruto wears a huge smile on his face. You can tell why. It had to do with his new jutsu and sure of passing the test and by reading all kinds of water jutsu scrolls, and his water affinity is level 5 and with the help of shadow clones he got his wisp by 2 and int by 5. Now comes the moment of truth. Today he prepared, studied well, ready for the tests. Okay student, today is the day. We will start first with the shuriken jutsu of your shooting test. Let's go to the courtyard, Iruka commanded, guiding the excited students. Naruto on the other hand saw Mizuki smiling at him, which kept his guard up. NNN. Upon reaching the shooting range he saw moving and stationary targets. Naruto noticed that they were seeing his ability to deal with moving objects. Well, as you can see there are moving and immobile objects. What I want you to do is throw your weapons and have them hit the target. The minimum to pass is 5 kunes and shuriken. Whoever fails will have the next opportunity in the next test to compensate. Well, let Sakura Haruno begin, with which Iruka began to give the tests. Sakura gave 6 kunes and 5 shuriken in immovable, 5 kunes in mobile, and 4 mobile shuriken. Naruto began to observe, gaining another level in observing. Congratulations, your observing is level 19. Now you have more aim to throw objects with average speed and receive more information from people or objects. Then a mission appeared that has not happened since 2 years, the same mission he received to graduate the other times. Mission alert. Passing the graduation test, the last dead can be better than a prodigy. Total reward. 35,000 XP. Mysterious Jutsu, Konoha Genin, unlock level 25 dungeon, unlock level 30 dungeon. Submission. Pass the Shuriken Jutsu test. Reward. 5,000 XP achieved, better than Prodigy. 5,000 XP, updated weapons, faster and deadlier. Submission. Pass the Taijutsu test. Reward. 5,000 XP, defeat the Prodigy, defeat Mizuki. 5,000 XP, combat glove with metallic protectors. Submission. Pass the written test. Reward. 5 CO, 10 int, 20 vit, 5,000 EXP, mysterious jutsu. Submission. Henge, Kawarimi, Bushin. Reward. 10,000 XP, Konoha Genin title. Accept, yes no. That's weird, I have no choice, well, Naruto muttered, accepting the mission. Naruto Uzumaki Iruka called, which Naruto stepped forward and took out his weapons and prepared to throw him. You know, at least 5 points to pass, well start. Naruto nodded and began to observe, which showed a cross inside a circle. He assumed it was to aim the targets. With that in mind, he then threw the kunes and shuriken, sticking the 10 and 5 immobile objects. Then he took out another pair of kunes and shuriken and observed the mobile ones. He counted the times they give from one side to the other and forward and back. Once calculated, he threw them, hitting the designated point, throat, heart and eye, which surprised the students and teachers. Very well, I see that you practice. Naruto 10 points, surpassing Sasuke Uchiha's 9.5. Iruka congratulated the young blonde. Naruto smiled and listened to the complaints of Sasuke's fans, saying that he cheated, and Iruka gave a lecture that taking notes is not cheating, but practice makes perfect. Naruto silently congratulated himself in his mind, watching as Iruka handed him a new bag with new weapons. Okay, now let's go to Taijutsu, get ready, one against an opponent and then against Mizuki. Let's start. Sakura Haruno against Mighty Crutch, called Iruka. The named ones entered the circle and began to fight. Naruto, instead of watching the fight, dedicated himself to warming up his limbs. Nobody knew that he had gravity seals on his limbs. His orange jumpsuit weighs 90 kilos, his orange jacket 45 kilos, and his orange pants 45 kilos, giving him 90 kilos in total. Kai, Naruto whispered, making the ram sign, undoing the weight of his clothes, leaving him lighter and stronger than before. He began to warm up a little. To get warm, once ready, he waited to be called. Okay, Sasuke Uchiha vs Naruto Uzumaki. Enter the circle and make the confrontation sign. Iruka said, and the named ones entered the circle and made the confrontation sign. Ready, begin. This time Naruto didn't attack as expected, he got into a defensive position and focused his observation on the Uchiha prodigy. This time I see something different in Naruto, was Sasuke Uchiha's thought. He is in a defensive position, that means I will attack. Sasuke launched himself into the attack. Naruto saw it coming and blocked the fist with his palm, the kicks with knees, his forearm blocked a kick that was headed towards his head. Naruto saw everything in slow motion and saw an opening. Taking advantage of that, Naruto counterattacked with a fist, hitting him out of his lungs, leaving him breathless. Naruto did a leg dive at the Uchiha, causing him to lose his posture and balance, and Naruto lashed out with a reverse kick, hitting the Uchiha's heel in the face and managing to knock him out of the ring. A skill has been created, level 1 whirlwind, Taijutsu, unpredictable, combined Taijutsu achieving a street fight that is impromptu, which makes it difficult for the enemy to read the pattern of the movements. Naruto smiled at his result, he finally got revenge for the humiliation he had inflicted on him for years and for hiding his abilities that hadn't allowed him to measure his full potential. Very good, now the winner against Mizuki. Iruka congratulated the fangirls, they didn't see it the way he indicated that he cheated and his Sasuke-kun lost because Naruto cheated. Naruto, ignoring that, stiffened when Naruto saw Mizuki's evil smile and felt the killing intent of his other sensei. Ready, begin, indicated Iruka as Mizuki did not wait and launched an attack with dizzying speed, but Naruto saw him coming and quickly blocked. Once they met, there were several exchanges of kicks, blocks, and punches. Naruto used his chakra speed and gathered chakra in his arms to his fists and from his legs to his feet. He spent a good time exchanging kicks and punches. Naruto risked a diving lunge which Mizuki jumped. Naruto grabbed some dirt on the ground and threw it at his eyes, leaving him vulnerable. Naruto kicked the Chunin hard in the stomach and an elbow to his face, then finished with a front kick to his chest, moving away and throwing Mizuki out of the ring. Well, although that was unexpected, Earth, Iruka asked, a little annoyed at how Earth wasn't in his combat manual. We are ninja, we take advantage of the enemy's disadvantages in our favor. The eyes are the key to leaving an opponent vulnerable in a few seconds, enough to defeat them with a time of 5 seconds before they regain their sight, Naruto explained calmly with a smile, leaving Iruka without defending his friends. That's correct, good example Naruto, it's too much, said Iruka, to which Naruto smiled victoriously and walked away, leaving his companion speechless with a single thought in common. When did this strong become? All except Shikamaru, who analyzed the fight calculatingly and noticed that Naruto was not giving his full potential, which concluded to a solution. He must have hidden his abilities. I didn't expect the last dead to be intelligent, but why didn't he tell us? That he is hiding something else that we don't know. NNN. After the Taijutsu test, we now look at the classroom, where each student is receiving some sheets per Mizuki. Okay, now let's move on to the written part. Start filling out the sheet. You have 40 minutes. With that, Iruka began the test. Naruto received his blade and noticed the blade looked a little strange, as if it were camouflaged in something. A window appeared. Congratulations, you have now unlocked Genjutsu Detector level 1, you can now break out of any type of basic Genjutsu. Naruto silently dispelled the Genjutsu and saw the letters returning to normal, then continued writing the answers. This is easy, Naruto muttered, finishing the written test, then the timer rang. Okay, put down your pencils and hand in your papers, leaving them in front of me. Then, continue with the last part of the test. We're going to see your ninjutsu, Kawarimi, Henge, and Bushin, Iruka commanded, causing the students to leave their papers neatly in a pile on the desk and return to their positions. Okay, now you can leave while I check your answers. You'll be called one by one to see if you qualify to be a Konoha ninja. With that, Iruka said, the bell rang, indicating it was time for break. NNN. Naruto walked away from most of the kids and headed to the gym in silence. Once inside, the window appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have received a mysterious scroll. Do you want to learn it? Yes, no, of course, with which Naruto pressed the yes button. Red light particles surrounded him, which raised him a few inches off the ground and gave off a red glow. Whoa, what the hell is going on? He said to himself, and then felt pressure on his body, which Naruto struggled to free himself until the particles entered him and Naruto screamed, freeing himself, stretching his arms out to the sides and legs apart, causing the glow to disappear, and he fell to the ground a little unbalanced, but fine. Okay, that was weird. Then a window appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have learned Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu level 1, now your blood will come out of your body pores, making a semi-defense in your body like a kind of shield. Your blood is with chakra that will defend you and resist any attack. Whoa, my first jutsu, this will be sweet, let's try it, said Naruto making some unknown hand seals until he finished it Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, with the word said he threw his hands forward and felt a little pain in his hands and saw how the blood formed a kind of mini bloody shield. Whoa, if I continue like this I will improve, but he was interrupted by the ringing of the bell, but after passing the Genin exam. Well, as you know today, but was interrupted by seeing Naruto entering with blood on his hands. What happened to you, Naruto, said Iruka, seeing how his students' hands were stained with blood, drawing the attention of all the students who were horrified to see a large amount of blood. I was climbing a tree with my hands and I slipped, so I was able to stop the bleeding, Naruto said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. But that's a lot of blood, said Mizuki, watching his hands bleed non-stop. Let's see how your hands heal, said Iruka, taking Naruto. Mizuki, wait for me until I get back, don't start, commanded Iruka, taking Naruto to the infirmary. After taking him to the infirmary, examining him, cleaning him, and disinfecting the wound once the bleeding stopped, he returned to class. Okay, now I want you to do the 3 basic jutsu, Kawarimi, Hanjin Bushin. I'll be calling the roll, said Iruka and began to call, while Naruto remained thoughtful, ignoring the calls and planning his victory, until they called him, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto woke up from his daydream and went to the front of his teachers and mentally preparing for the test. Once in front of his teachers, Iruka gave the go-ahead to begin the test. The young man put his mane in the ram sign and transformed into Iruka, to which the Chunin nodded in approval. Then Naruto did the Kawarimi, changed to Mizuki where she was standing, to which the Chunin fell, and Naruto was in his seat sitting next to Iruka, then changed back to his original position, to which Iruka nodded in approval. The Kawarimi. Well done, Naruto, switching with a person requires a lot of chakra and concentration. Now the Bushin no Jutsu, said Iruka, knowing that Naruto was going to pass this time. Naruto nodded and placed a seal different from the other students, which in a puff of smoke, 10 identical Narutos appeared, all in good health. Okay, you pass, Genin. Naruto Uzumaki, choose your headband, said Iruka, handing him 2 headbands, one was black and the other was light blue. Naruto occupied his observation on the headbands, and the black one benefited him, since it gives 5% caution in exp. The young man took the black headband and placed it on his forehead with pride. You can leave now, Naruto. Tomorrow you go to the Hokage monument for the photograph, and the next day come to the academy for the team naming. With that said Iruka, Naruto left with a smile on his face. Once outside, he saw all the parents congratulating him for passing the test. He silently went to his apartment, ignoring the stares of the people, but he was interrupted by a window that appeared. Pass the graduation test. The last dead person can be better than a prodigy. Achieved. Total reward. 35,000 XP. Mysterious Jutsu, Konoha Genin, unlock level 25 dungeon, unlock level 30 dungeon. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1, you are now level 26, you can access the level 25 dungeon, you have unlocked the level 30 dungeon. Mission alert. I am innocent, I am not the traitor, accept the mission, yes. Mission failure. Torture, imprisonment, death. Quest achievement. Mysterious Jutsu, 1000 reputation with Konoha, 20,000 XP, Jutsu learned from Forbidden Scroll. Naruto was scared about this mission. Torture, imprisonment and death did not sound attractive, and the worst thing is that you can't refuse shit. What does this mean? He muttered, trembling, and shakily accepted the mission since he can't refuse. Once accepted, Mizuki appeared with a smile, which gave Naruto a bad feeling, and he pretended not to be worried. Hello Naruto, I see you've graduated, congratulations, but there's one more test you didn't take into account, come see me this afternoon in the plaza. With that, Mizuki disappeared. Naruto already knew what was going to happen, and Mizuki had something to do with this. His gamer ability helped him think clearly and logically about the matter. I have no choice, Naruto muttered and silently asked any deity to help him in his mission. At night, we see a shadow entering the Hokage's office. Once inside, the shadow searched in a hidden library that was the Hokage tower. Once inside, he saw a bunch of scrolls. The person looked closely and saw a large scroll. The shadow grabbed the scroll and hung it on his back, but suddenly the light turned on, and the shadow is revealed as Naruto Uzumaki. Shit, he muttered, turning around and saw his Jiji in front of him. Naruto said the Hokage, which the boy thought quickly to get out of this mess, and an idea came to him. The Hokage's weakness is in that dirty orange book that Naruto once caught him reading. Exi no Jutsu, Naruto called, making a different sign, and in a cloud of smoke appeared an attractive young woman with golden pigtails. Hokage saw Makud, the new young woman, which her body is covered by a vapor hiding her parts of the chest and the lower part, making her look half naked, which the poor old Kage was shot out in a nosebleed and was unconscious with a silly smile. Once done, Naruto returned to normal and a window appeared. Congratulations, you have created Hexi no Jutsu max level, pervert, a jutsu that leaves a pervert unconscious and can escape. Reputation with Hokage increased to 5,000. Okay, that was stupid, besides my original jutsu was too much for Jiji, with which Naruto muttered. He left the Hokage tower with the forbidden scroll on his back towards the training grounds, and a window with a timer appeared in the corner of his eye. Time. 20 min. 45 sec to arrive. Shit, he has time. Naruto activated his chakra speed and went faster to the training camp. NNN. Once Naruto arrived at the training camp with a record time of 15 minutes to spare, he set out to open the forbidden scroll and saw a bunch of jutsu, but he took one out of interest, Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clones. Naruto began to read what it is for, and he liked what he read. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, this is a B rank Kinjutsu, it multiplies the shuriken and makes a deadly rain of shuriken, the same applies to kunes, it uses more chakra, depending on how many numbers you want. He wants to learn Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, yes no, Naruto accepted, and suddenly he is surrounded by blue lights and emitted a blue glow that comes from his body, his arms felt pressured by an unknown force, the same thing happened when he learned his first bloody jutsu, after the pressure Naruto tried to free himself until the particles of light entered his body, and with a scream Naruto freed himself from the pressure and received the knowledge of the jutsu. Congratulations, you have learned Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 1, now you can multiply the damage of your shuriken jutsu. He wants to learn mysterious jutsu, yes no, Naruto accepted and the same particles of light, but red and a glow that his body gave off red, and the same pressure he felt, once the scream and the release, he felt the knowledge of the jutsu in him. Congratulations, you have learned Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu level 1, your hands transform into claws, with the blood surrounding the hands they evolve into sharp claws like a double-edged sword, and stronger that is capable of cutting bone like a hot butter blade. Yada, double impressive jutsu. Then he checked the time, and he had 10 minutes left, better practice them. Shadow Clone Jutsu, with which Naruto made the familiar sign, a bunch of clones appeared, about 50 clones. Okay soldiers, let's practice this impressive jutsu, the Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, all of you go, Naruto ordered, which the clones responded, hi boss, and they dispersed to practice them, and while Naruto began to practice his mysterious jutsu. 5 minutes passed and a clone appeared on time, boss, there are 5 minutes left until Mizuki arrives, said the clone looking at the original. Okay, tell them to disperse in 5 to 10 seconds and send the message, said the original Naruto, to which the clone nodded and dispersed, sending the message. And so the clones dispersed, receiving the jutsu progress and experiences, and received the window of their achievements. Congratulations, you have raised Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu to level 25, now you can create more shuriken and kunes by multiplying it on a large scale, transforming it into a rain of death. Congratulations, you have leveled up your Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu to level 5, now your claws can cut through the steel of a sword. Yada, that's better. Naruto felt proud of himself for achieving something important. Once he waited for the time to end, he saw 2 windows, one of Iruka and the other of Mizuki up close. Iruka arrived and saw Naruto sitting with the scroll on his lap. Naruto looked up and saw Iruka. Yo Iruka, Naruto greeted proudly. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Iruka growled, to which Naruto looked confused. The test that Mizuki-sensei said, I thought it was another test. Naruto stated the facts and looked at Iruka in confusion. But Mizuki? Iruka asked himself, confused, then everything fell into place. Naruto on the ground. Naruto took cover on the ground just in time before some kunes stuck into the tree. What's going on, said Naruto, seeing the arrival of Mizuki and Iruka, taking out some kunes ready to protect his student. Naruto, don't let Mizuki get his hands on the scroll, said Iruka, preparing for any attempted assault from Mizuki. Naruto, do you want to know why everyone hates you? Why do all the people look at you with contempt? What everyone knows except you. A secret that has been hidden from you for years, said Mizuki, smiling evilly. What secret? Why does everyone know it and not me? What's going on? Naruto said to himself, looking impatient and nervous. Although his gamer mind can control him and think logically, it is also affecting him a little. No Mizuki, it's forbidden, Iruka shouted, which fell on deaf ears. Mizuki did not listen to Iruka's warning, which continued, listen Naruto, remember why the abuses, why hatred falls on you. Let me tell you that 12 years ago, a 9-tailed demon fox attacked Konoha, achieving a massacre of ninja and civilians alike, filling the fear of the residents of Konoha. The 4th Hokage fought against the beast and sealed it, thus losing his life at the same time that he sealed the beast. The 4th sealed it in a small child. But the fox was so powerful that it killed the child's soul, and you want to know who the child is, are you Naruto, or should I say Kyuubi no Yoko, declared Mizuki, leaving Naruto blank with fear and confusion, not being able to believe what he heard from the traitor. Now I will do the village a favor, die, shouted Mizuki, throwing a large Fuma shuriken towards Naruto. "Naruto, get down," yelled Iruka, to which Naruto did what Iruka asked as a reaction and closed his eyes waiting for the blow, but it never came. He opened his eyes and saw Iruka, who protected him. Naruto was scared to see that he was defending him. He began to understand why the looks of hatred, why the abuse and the suffering, because with that Naruto took the scroll and fled the area. Naruto yelled Iruka, watching as his student runs away with the scroll. "Haha, now don't worry Iruka, I'll take good care of Naruto." With that, Mizuki went in pursuit, leaving a wounded Iruka. NNN. Why? Why me? Damn it, why did he choose me and not someone else? Why? Were Naruto's thoughts as he ran while he hid behind a tree. Naruto heard a crash and remained silent as he heard Naruto. "How did you know it wasn't Iruka?" Mizuki's voice was heard. "Because I'm Iruka." I heard his voice, but it changed to Iruka's, and he realized that it was Hinge from himself. "Don't you see that the demon took the scroll for his own power, for his own revenge against the people? The demon is just like me, seeking absolute power," said Mizuki, which Naruto heard. "You're right, demons are like that." Naruto hit him hard for hearing that, but Naruto isn't like that. He's a student at the academy, a Konoha ninja. "Sometimes he drives me crazy, but I know that Naruto strives to be a better ninja. He's Naruto Uzumaki, a Konoha ninja," Iruka declared, as if challenging Mizuki, knowing that Naruto is close enough to hear him. Naruto sobbed with joy, knowing that someone recognized him, but he heard something and gathered his courage. "What a pity, I was planning to kill Naruto, and after getting rid of you, but I see that I will have to kill you first, then it will be Naruto's turn." Naruto had had enough and lunged and hit Mizuki, pushing him away from Iruka. "If you touch me, sensei, I'll kill you," Naruto growled, the scroll resting on the ground, and handed it to Iruka without taking his eyes off his opponent. "And what do you plan to do about it, nine-tailed fox boy?" "Hey, I'll hit you," Mizuki said with a malicious smile. "Go ahead, give me your best hit, and I'll return it multiplied by 1,000. Kage Bushin no Jutsu," said Naruto, which in a puff of smoke, appeared a lot of Naruto surrounding Mizuki, which scared him. "Kage Shuriken Bushin no Jutsu," shouted the clones, and Naruto throwing shuriken and kunes alike. Mizuki's scream was heard until his screams faded into silence. Mizuki's body is seen on the ground with his body full of kunes and shuriken all over his dead body. Once done, he dissipated the clones and looked at Iruka until he felt tired of using chakra. "I think I overdid it." "Naruto, said Iruka, weakly, still wounded. "Congratulations, you became an excellent shinobi. I'm proud of you," said Iruka, breathing hard. "Iruka-sensei, it's true, I'm the Kyuubi," said Naruto, still shocked by the news. "I'm a monster," said Naruto, weak from hearing that. "No Naruto, you are not a monster, much less a Kyuubi, you are a Jinchuriki, a scroll that keeps the beast," Iruka explained tiredly. "But mate, doesn't that make me a monster?" Naruto asked, still trembling from killing a living human being. "Zombies don't count." "No, in ninja life killing is an obligation to survive in the ninja world. Also, if you feel bad, that's good because it shows humanity. If you didn't feel anything, remorse in killing, then you would be what we call monsters, people who enjoy killing and the suffering of others. You are different, you feel remorse, and that is normal for a shinobi on his first kill," advised Iruka. "Thanks, I feel better now, let's go, I'll help you Iruka-sensei to the hospital," said Naruto, creating two shadow clones that helped Iruka as support, while the real one took the forbidden scroll, and they went back to Konoha. Mission alert. "I am innocent, I am not the traitor." Consummated. Reward. Bloody style. Bloody Claws Jutsu, 1000 reputation with Konoha, 20,000 exp, Jutsu learned from the forbidden scroll. Naruto ignored that as he walked, then another window appeared. "Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1, you are now level 26. Naruto smiled at his accomplishments as he walked back to Konoha, thinking of checking his status tonight. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Team 7. 2 days passed since the robbery and we can see in the academy those who became genin, and at the entrance we can see our protagonist entering. Naruto entered quietly and silently with the idea 8 tied on his forehead, showing the leaf sign with pride like a Konoha ninja. With that, Naruto sat in his seat without bothering anyone. Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise, since he would be flattering and bothering Sasuke Uchiha. Kiba was the first to appear in front of Naruto. Naruto looked ahead, observing Kiba. "What's wrong, Mutt?" Naruto growled, annoyed with Kiba since he was once blamed because of the Mutt. "How did you manage to pass the exam?" Kiba growled with Akamaru on his head at Naruto, which the young Naruto ignored and changed places, which Naruto remained calm looking out the window. Naruto ignored that and felt the gazes of his classmates on him. Then they heard sounds of howler monkeys. Naruto saw who entered. It was Sakura and Ino, the fangirls of the melancholic emo. Ignoring that, Naruto began his observation of potential classmates. Notice. Name. Shikamaru Nara. Class. Genin. Title. Lazy Genius. Level. 18. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 8000. CP. 5500. STR. 22. Year. 25. X. 35. Int. 95. Not. 85. Luke. 10. Status. Nara clan heir, 20 int, 20 co, lazy, -10 dex. Shikamaru Nara is the son of Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Nara clan. His clan is known for freezing opponents through his shadow, thus immobilizing them. Apart from being a strategist, his laziness leaves much to be desired, seeing clouds and taking naps. He is also the best strategist. In addition, his Nara clan technique is well known for trapping opponents with their shadows. Notice. Name. Ino Yamanaka. Class. Genin. Title. Gossip. Level. 14. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 5500. CP. 3500. STR. 15. Year. 20. X. 20. Int. 25. Not. 25. Luke. 8. Status. Fangirl, -10 dex, -10 exp, Hope's daughter, -5 STR, -5% exp, Yamanaka clan heiress, 10 CO, 10 int, 5% exp. Ino Yamanaka is a fangirl with a rival, Sakura Haruno, for the love of Sasuke Uchiha. Her technique is famous for trapping people, destroying their minds and taking possessions. Notice. Name. Chaugi Akimichi. Class. Genin. Title. Great friend. Level. 17. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 5000. CP. 3000. STR. 36. Year. 25. X. 15. Int. 20. Not. 25. Luke. 10. Status. Akimichi clan heir, 10 STR, 10% EXP. Chaugi Akimichi is part of the Akimichi clan. His clan is known as a war tank since they can enlarge their limbs and the amount they eat allows their body to enlarge their body to become giants with their famous techniques of enlarging limbs and being giants in tank-type battle. After Naruto observed the Ino Shikacho trio, he focused on others to see what potential the next group is, but is interrupted by the arrival of Iruka. Well, I'll tell you the teams. Team 1 Naruto ignored the teams and was about to, but the following caught his attention. Team 7 is composed of Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Their sensei is Kakashi Haddock. Team 8 is composed of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburam. Their sensei is Kuruna Yuhi. Team 9 is in rotation. Team 10 is composed of Shikamaru Nara, Chaugi Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka. Their sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Well, have a good day, and it is better to be proud of your Konoha Genin title. Once that was said, the teachers began to arrive and take their respective teams. Naruto ignored the other teams since they hadn't leveled up, while he focused on how to get stronger. After the Jounin arrived and the classroom emptied, only Sakura, Sasuke and him remained. They waited for 3 hours and their sensei hasn't arrived. Naruto was impatient and because of the awkward silence, troublesome Naruto muttered, being heard by Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. HMP Sasuke grunted in agreement as he waited for his sensei. Naruto got up from his seat and sat next to Sasuke in silence. Sasuke earned a curious look as to why Naruto sat next to him. Are you bored? Don't worry, Naruto began calmly, being heard by Sasuke. HMP, Dobe, Sasuke muttered in confirmation. Naruto stayed silent and looked at Sakura, who was looking at Sasuke with hearts in her eyes. After this, you want to train, said Naruto, earning a raised eyebrow from Sasuke in curiosity. Of course, if you want to. Sasuke thought about it for a moment. He could put his skills to use against Naruto, or it could be a waste of training. HMP agreed, Sasuke in agreement, to which Naruto nodded. Then footsteps were heard and the group paid attention to the entrance of the classroom. They saw how a Jounin entered with his hairstyle defying gravity, his left eye covered with a Konoha headband and a mask that covers his mouth and nose. He was wearing a green Jounin bulletproof vest. Naruto didn't have time to occupy his observation. You're late. Sakura shouted with Sasuke looking impatiently, which the Jounin pointed out, Naruto calmly evaluating him, which made the man a little curious because of the way he evaluated him. My first impressions are, some are noisy, except for the blonde-haired one and the emo one, she said, earning a twitch on Sakura's forehead for calling her noisy. I'll wait for you on the roof for the introductions. With that said, in a puff of smoke she dispersed, which Naruto knew was a shadow clone. Let's go, said Naruto, getting up and walking towards the exit, but a soul in pain almost gave Naruto and Sasuke, who followed him, an ear bleed. You don't send me, baka. Sakura shouted, causing the poor kids to clean their ears in pain with their fingers. Just shut up, because of you we're already noisy because of your screams, Naruto said calmly and wondering, what did I see in her? I should be drugged or have a genjutsu if I saw something in her. Ignoring his thoughts, he headed for the exit calmly, followed by Sasuke and the reluctant Sakura. NNN. After reaching the roof, Naruto sat down quietly, followed by Sasuke at his side and Sakura at Sasuke's side, and they waited another 5 minutes until they saw the man walking along the wires of the light pole. I greeted casually and Sushin in front of the group. "I see you've arrived," the Jounin began. "Well, it's time to meet and introduce ourselves," the man said, starting off, but Sakura started with the worst question of all. "But how will we do it? You can show us," said Sakura, earning drops of sweat from the three males with similar thoughts. "And this is the Kunoichi of the year. I wouldn't be surprised if she dies in a D-rank mission, and I think again what I saw in her." "Well, since you don't know how to introduce yourself, I'll begin. My name is Kakashi Haddock. My likes are your business, and I have many dislikes. My hobbies are too young to know, and my dreams I haven't thought about them." The now identified Kakashi introduced himself, earning drops of sweat from his students with the same thought. "We only knew his name." "Well, it's your turn, Pinky," Kakashi said, pointing at Sakura. "Well, my name is Sakura Haruno. My taste is," she looked at Sasuke with a squeal. "My hobby is," she looked back at Sasuke with a slightly louder squeal. "And my dreams are," she looked back at Sasuke, which her squeal was louder, earning drops of sweat from the boys, and especially Sasuke, who was moving away from the girl and getting closer to Naruto. "And your displeasures?" Kakashi asked, knowing what he was getting at. "Naruto no baka and he no pig." He shouted so loudly that it caused the males to clean their ears with their fingers in pain. "Great, a fangirl who thinks about nothing but getting into someone's pants, and without realizing that the Uchiha heiress is Sasuke Uchiha in a high-level genjutsu. Okay, the one with the blonde hair." I point to the next student. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are training, eating ramen, taking care of my plants and learning amazing jutsu. My dislikes are waiting 3 minutes to cook ramen, people who can't differentiate between a ceiling scroll and a kunais, and who look for stupid excuses on the subject. My hobbies are training, learning new jutsu, going to certain places to test my new jutsu and inventions, watering my plants and studying fuinjutsu, and lastly my dream is to be the best shinobi of all life. A shinobi that surpasses all areas and be recognized as one of the best in history," declared Naruto with a smile on his face. "Okay," said Kakashi with his typical smile, although he expected something else. "Okay, now the quiet one," he said, pointing at Sasuke. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have neither dislike nor like, I have no hobbies or dreams, but I have one ambition, it is to revive my clan and kill a specific man," Sasuke declared in a monotonous voice. Kakashi let a drop of sweat slip off his face. "Great, I have a fan and a vengeful guy, at least a blonde is normal. Well, since we've introduced ourselves, we can continue with the test," said Kakashi, but he is interrupted. "The test, but we already passed the academy test," Sakura shouted, causing another earache for the boys. "Well, as you said, an academy test, but not my test." Each jounin checks the students that were assigned, and they are given a survival test, but, of all the teams only 9 will be genin or 3 teams, so you are warned. We will meet at training camp 7 at 6 in the morning, and I suggest you skip breakfast. Well, we'll see each other tomorrow, and I hope you are ready with that, said the jounin left in a leaf Sushin. Once he left, the 3 genin were left alone. Only Sakura broke the silence. "Sasuke-kun, do you want to go on a date with me to celebrate that we are genin?" Sakura declared in a dreamy voice. "No," said Sasuke angrily, ignoring Sakura's tantrums for his answer. With that, Sasuke Uchiha walked away, followed by Naruto. Observed Naruto muttered to see Sasuke Uchiha's condition and was a little surprised by what he saw. His condition is close to his in level, chakra, life and vital. While reading his statistics, Sasuke felt his gaze on his back, which made him a little uncomfortable. Naruto, while reading, continued walking behind Sasuke without speaking or bothering him, which caught the last Uchiha's attention. Notice. Name. Sasuke Uchiha. Class. Genin. Title. Rookie of the Year, Avenger. Level. 24. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 15,000. CP. 15,000. STR. 40. Year. 45. Dex. 65, 15. Int. 90. Not. 85, 5. Luke. 30. Status. Heir to the Uchiha clan, 15 dex, 10 wis, Avenger, -5 wis, 5% dormant mode, -15% teamwork. Sasuke Uchiha is the last loyalist of the almost extinct Uchiha clan. His past is dark, as his clan was massacred at the hands of his older brother Itachi Uchiha. His only purpose is to avenge his clan by killing his older brother. There are more secrets about himself that he doesn't want to share. After reading his stats, he followed his teammate and looking away in his thoughts until he is interrupted by Sasuke. "So dope, you discovered something about our sensei," said Sasuke, starting the conversation, something that took Naruto by surprise, but he hid it. Yes, about the survival test. According to what I heard from others, it is to evaluate if we are prepared to be ninja or not, if we are competent in something to enter active service. Not that I am complaining or anything about the test. Surely your words of not eating our breakfast must be part of the evaluation. I suppose eating early and not arriving at the selected time early, like 30 minutes before the time, so we can set a cheat and stuff and evaluate the environment, said Naruto calmly. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in curiosity at Naruto's strange behavior. HMP Sasuke agreed, there's logic in that, I just hope the weak one would know about this, I hope Naruto doesn't disappoint me, were Sasuke's thoughts as he continued on his way. About training, we must be coordinated for our techniques, Naruto said, taking Uchiha by surprise, who was suggesting lowering himself to his level. No, I don't need help, said the Uchiha bluntly, leaving Naruto silent for a few moments until he sighed in defeat. Fine, but don't complain later if we go back to the academy. With that said, Naruto went straight home, leaving Sasuke perplexed in his thoughts for agreeing how Naruto accepted that and didn't complain like he did at the academy. What did that mean, was the thought of Sasuke walking towards the Uchiha district in his thoughts. NNN. The next day, we see Naruto walking quietly at 5:30 in the morning. The young man got up very early and had instant ramen for breakfast. The young man is quietly arriving at the Uchiha district where Sasuke lives. He remembers when he once wanted to prepare a joke as revenge and saw Sasuke Uchiha arriving at his house, but did not expect to see the entire Uchiha clan dead. He remembered when he found Sasuke unconscious and ran as fast as possible to ask the Hokage for help. Leaving that in the past, he was curious about that mystery that Sasuke has. His curiosity got the better of him. Arriving at Sasuke's house, he knocked on the door slowly, but at the slight touch the door opened, showing that it was unlocked and half open. Leaving that aside, he prepared to enter and see if his partner was awake. The shower could be heard, so he thought he was in the bathroom. Ignoring, he prepared to enter his room, but he did not expect to see a black thong over his usual clothes. The thought came to mind, Sasuke is a pervert, he thought, a little indignant. He expected anything but that. He took the black thong, but a voice he didn't recognize appeared. What are you doing here, dope? A very annoying voice was heard, scaring Naruto and leaving the thong where it was. Then he turned around and saw a girl with long black hair and black eyes. She was wearing a towel covering from her chest to above her knees. She has thin, pale cream-colored legs, but he was interrupted by the girl. Well, dope, answer, what are you doing here in my house? Said the girl, already annoyed about how nosy Naruto is. I'm sorry, but wait, dope. Is that you, Sasuke? Naruto asked, bewildered. He expected to see a boy looking smug, but not a girl. HMP, well, I'm waiting for an answer from you, Takashi, said the girl, losing her patience with her arms crossed in annoyance. Well, duh, and what do you care what I'm doing here? I came to talk about the survival test, Naruto declared, annoyed, turning around angrily at his now partner Uchiha. Of course I care, it's my house, pervert. Shouted the already annoyed Uchiha, her patience running out because of how stupid her teammate is. I'm not a pervert, I saw the door half open, so I just walked in. Naruto shouted, already getting annoyed with his partner. Takashi. She shouted, launching herself at Naruto to hit him, but said ninja dodged, narrowly saving himself. Come here and face this like a man. She shouted, already ready with kunais in her hand. Never, I'd rather live, thank you. Naruto shouted, leaving the room and being chased throughout the house by the furious Uchiha. The two continued chasing each other inside the house, leaving the floor soaked with Uchiha's wet hair. It didn't take more than 2 minutes for them to slip. Naruto fell on his back looking at the ceiling, and the Uchiha fell on top of him at the same time. Her towel that was covering her modesty as a girl fell. Both fell in a very compromising position, Naruto lying on his back, with the Uchiha lying on top of him. Naruto's hand was touching his chest and the other on his watch waist, and the Uchiha in her hand resting on Naruto's chest and the other passing beyond Naruto's head with her arms stretched out. And that's not the worst, their lips came together in an accidental kiss, leaving both very blushed, savoring each other's mouths. It took about 30 seconds for their minds to reboot and jump out, separating from each other, very blushing with embarrassment and at the same time tasting the taste of each other's mouths. Of course they both won't say it out loud because of their pride. They were silent for a few moments while trying to process their first kiss. Naruto was the first to recover from a reputation that appeared in front of him. His reputation with the Uchiha rose to neutral, Naruto ignoring that came out of his stupor. That was all he was missing. Shame multiplied. He decided to stop this awkward silence. I'm sorry, I should have knocked first and waited outside, said Naruto humbly, still blushing and looking away in shame. His reputation with the Uchiha rose to 100 as friendly, ignoring that he got up, took the towel, and gave it to her without looking at her naked body. The Uchiha looked at Naruto with shame and took the towel that he returned to her and covered her private parts of a girl. Thank you, she whispered loud enough to hear it. Still blushing, she was helped by Naruto to get up, taking his hand as support. You're welcome, I'll wait for you in the dining room, Naruto whispered, giving Uchiha space to get dressed. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he heard footsteps approaching him. Naruto looked to see the girl with her hair tied up as usual. Sasuke but was interrupted by the girl looking at the boy. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha, the name Sasuke is to cover myself up," explained Sasuke, knowing why he should trust Naruto. "Hide from what?" Sasuke asked Naruto, confused as to why he hides his gender from everyone. "By the craw, I suppose you know about that, right?" asked Sasuke, knowing if he knows, he won't have to explain. Naruto thought about it, occupying his gamer mind mode until he realized what he meant, but they can't force you to do something like that, Naruto said seriously, he is rarely serious. "They can't, that's why I pretend to be a boy, so as not to be an incubator, which anyone has the right to be," I whispered, holding back tears for that fate. "I won't let them do that to you, it's a lifelong promise, don't worry, your secret is safe with me," Naruto declared with a half smile. "Come on, we have to get there before it's too late," Naruto declared calmly, but not before giving Sasuke a tomato which surprised her. "I saw you eating tomatoes, so I took out tomatoes and other vegetables that I have at my house grown in case you don't have breakfast," Naruto declared, knowing about Sasuke's favorite food. HMP. With that said, they walked out of the house quietly towards training ground 7 in comfortable silence. NNN. After arriving, they saw Sakura sitting leaning against a tree. Naruto and Sasuke in child form came to sit in silence and wait for their sensei. Sakura immediately asked Sasuke about a date, to which he replied no. Mission alert. Pass the test as a team. Reward. Mysterious Jutsu, 50,000 EXP, title. Konoha Genin, official, dungeon unlocks. Accept the mission, yes. Naruto saw that and smiled like a madman, escaping a half laugh which caught the attention of his companions. Ignoring his surroundings, he pressed yes, since it cannot be denied. They waited 3 hours until Kakashi appeared with his typical greeting, to which Sakura shouted, "You're late," leaving the boys and Sasuke with an earache. After cleaning his ear with his pinky finger, Kakashi continued. "Well, since we're gathered, the test is to take the bells for me to pass," said Kakashi, showing 2 bells. "These bells will give the person who has them a pass as a genin." But he is interrupted by Sakura again. "But sensei, there are only 2 bells," Sakura declared, earning beads of sweat from her classmates and sensei. HMP, if Sakura is correct, there are 2 bells, so whoever doesn't have one goes to the academy, you understand, Kakashi declared with a smile, earning fears from the genin, "and if you don't get the bells before time runs out, all 3 of you go to the academy," said Kakashi, placing a clock on a mini post and setting it as an alarm clock. "You have until noon to take it from me." As he finished saying that, Naruto launched himself into the attack with kunai in his hand, but in an instant, Kakashi grabbed him by the arm that had the kunai pointing at the back of Naruto's neck while he stood behind the boy. "I haven't said start yet, but it's a good example." With the intention of killing. With that said, she released Naruto and stood in front of her team, but Sakura began. "But Kakashi-sensei, what if we hurt him?" Sakura said worriedly, earning beads of sweat from her teammates. "Don't worry, they won't be able to touch me, okay, be ready," said Kakashi, which the genin got ready and positions ready. "Begin." With that said, Sakura and Sasuke jumped, hiding in the trees and bushes, not bad in hiding, but stopped to see Naruto in front of him. "Well, you are different," said Kakashi, noticing Naruto in attack position. Naruto watched as Kakashi put his hand in his kunai holder, making Naruto tense up. What will he take out? Shuriken, kunai, a book? Was Naruto's thought as he watched Kakashi take out the now familiar orange book. "He's underestimating me," Naruto declared mentally. "What are you doing? Why are you reading instead of facing me?" "Because I want to know what happens next." Haha, Kakashi laughed in a perverted way, ignoring Naruto, which made the young shinobi in training twitch in annoyance, but smiled evilly. "Well, I'm hopeless," said Naruto, taking some shuriken out of his bag. Naruto looked at him with an evil smile when he made the joke to the Hyugas. He remembered that their faces were priceless. With that in mind, he threw his shuriken with the planning in motion, and as it was predictable, Kakashi caught them with his fingers. He began to laugh madly, earning drops of sweat from his teammates, who were looking as if he had gone crazy. Kakashi called his attention as to why he laughs if his throw missed. He looked up from his book and saw how Naruto put a hand seal that he immediately recognized. With fear in his voice as it sent shivers down his spine, a bad feeling was approaching. "What are you laughing at?" Kakashi asked doubtfully, looking at the shuriken in his hands. "This, Katsu," Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, which made Kakashi struggle to react. The shurikens in his hands glowed and boom, 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 boom. But that done, Naruto took up his observation and saw Kakashi in the bushes in a tree. He smiled and threw more shuriken in that direction, then made signs with his hands and shouted, "Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu." He shouted his jutsu, causing his shuriken to multiply into thousands in a rain of death. Once closed, Naruto formed a seal, scaring Kakashi, who was hiding in a tree. "I wouldn't do it," was Kakashi's thought, but he had to get out of there immediately. He heard Naruto scream and all hell broke loose. Boom, boom, tree, 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 tree. The explosions were not long in coming, uprooting trees, earth and destroying the place, surprising his teammates with the destruction Naruto was causing. The maniac laughter of a teammate could be heard. Wahahahaja. Have this Kakashi-sensei, that's what happens to you for underestimating Naruto Uzumaki, the king of jokes. Hahahaha. With that said, ending with his crazy villain laugh, the explosions continued to be heard. Naruto pointed to where Kakashi was moving, and the explosions still continued. Then the explosion stopped, and with the chaos in progress, Naruto took advantage of that to hide and create shadow clones and go to where the now male Sasuke was. Sakura saw the chaos her companion had caused. Once the dust cleared, the trees destroyed, fire on some trunks, and burn damage on the ground that was visibly charred. Sasuke also saw the chaos in the tree until he heard someone call his name Sasuke. He heard his partner whisper in his ear. The kai almost came out of his mouth. It's your turn now. With that said, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke, indicating that he is a shadow clone. Everything happened quickly. The fight between Sasuke and Kakashi and Taijutsu, the humiliating genjutsu placed on Sakura, but one thing they didn't know is that Naruto had both bells. The question is how he got it, with his shadow clones hinge on the bells, and they were replaced, and through the confusion and destruction Kakashi didn't notice. Now the genin are gathered with Sakura tied to the wooden post. "Get me out of here," Sakura shouted, tied to the wooden post. "Well, as you can see, your partner is tied up because a simple genjutsu fell, and why aren't you sharing the treatment? You see, this is because you are better at taijutsu and strategy. Sasuke, your taijutsu is competent and it impressed me, just like you Naruto, your strategy can make several enemies fall unprepared and it almost cost me an arm," was Kakashi's thought, "and therefore you earned your lunch to continue later. So if I surprise you feeding Sakura you will fail," Kakashi said seriously. "I'm going to get some things while you have lunch for the next time." With that said, Kakashi left in a sushi. Naruto used that time to eat a little of his food, so he looked at Sakura out of the corner of his eye and heard a growl from Sakura's stomach. "I can't believe it," so she followed the letter. "Great, now she will be the weakest of the group in the next test. I have no choice." With that in mind, Naruto stopped eating and stood up where he was sitting with the plate of food in his hand and walked over to Sakura, which the girl was surprised. "Here, eat," said Naruto, seriously handing the food to Sakura. "No, it doesn't matter, I'm on a diet anyway," but he was interrupted by Naruto forcing food into his mouth for him to eat, while Naruto began. "I don't care if you're on a diet or not, if you don't eat you'll be even weaker, and it will be a total failure for the team. Besides, Kakashi isn't here, so shut up and eat." With that said, Naruto continued feeding Sakura very reluctantly. A few seconds passed and Sasuke stood up and followed Naruto's example, not knowing why he was doing it, but he went along with it. Then the sky turned dark and lightning appeared. In a sushi, Kakashi appeared with a death glare. "I'm leaving, and I catch you breaking my rule of not feeding Sakura. You disobeyed me. Do you have anything to say about it?" Kakashi commanded, making the genin tense up with their killer instinct. But Naruto let out his killer instinct against Kakashi, surprising Kakashi a little, but he didn't show it. "If I have something to say, shove your stupid rules up your ass. This is my team and we will pass together no matter what. If that means we will pass together as a team or lose as a team, but we will still be together," declared Naruto, throwing his killer instinct towards Kakashi, relieving his team and giving him more courage than before. "If that's your answer, do you agree with your teammate?" Kakashi asked, sending more killer instinct. Naruto sent more killer instinct, managing to level it so that his companions would have the courage to respond. "If I agree with the dope, we all pass or no one passes," Sasuke declared with a half smile, giving Naruto a thought of gratitude. "If what they said is true, I'm in too," Sakura declared with the courage to find her words. "Well, I have no choice but to pass it," declared Kakashi with a smile, leaving the genin a little confused, but Naruto already saw it coming. "What? Shall we pass?" asked Sakura, to which Sasuke responded with his typical HMP in agreement. "If you see, this test is old. I was evaluating them on how they are in teamwork, so it didn't work the first time. So I tried the following strategy of how they are in camaraderie, and I was surprised that Naruto knew the meaning of the test." With that, Kakashi said that. Naruto smiled, showing that he already knew the answers. "Yes, the test is about teamwork, and because of the two bells," said Naruto, showing the bells he is holding in his hand, surprising his teammates when he got it. Even Kakashi was surprised. The two bells were to separate us and fight each other to see who passes and who stays behind, so Naruto gave one to Sasuke and another to Sakura after cutting the ropes with a kunai. "So I give the bells to my teammates, they deserve more than me, I can continue next year," but he was interrupted. "No," Sasuke declared. "You will also pass," Sasuke said, breaking his bell in two and giving one half to Naruto, who was surprised. "Like you said, we are a team. We pass together or neither of us passes," he declared with a smile. Well, from what I see, tomorrow will be our first mission as Team 7, rest, you deserve it. With that said, Kakashi left in a sushi. Mission alert accomplished. Bane. 50,000 exp, title. Konoha Genin, Journeyman, Mysterious Jutsu, you have unlocked dungeons in Training Camp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. You have leveled up by 1 now you are level 27, your killer instinct has leveled up to level 47, you have created a new technique. Ninja art. Explosive Rain of Death, a combination of Shuriken Cage Bushin no Jutsu and Explosive Fuin Jutsu written on the shuriken with invisible ink, now your mysterious jutsu will be added automatically. After reading that, Naruto only had one thought, oh no, my cover went out the window, his companions were going to leave until he saw a red glow behind them. Sakura and Sasuke looked with curiosity and were surprised to see Naruto emitting a red glow. They also saw how around them particles of red lights came out of the ground and formed a hoop trapping Naruto in it. They worried as Naruto began to scream and thrash with effort to free himself from the hoop. They saw how the red light particles entered Naruto until a last scream emitted a great red glow lifting Naruto from the ground and the hoop became more intense until Naruto screamed with effort, freeing his limbs from the hoop and splitting into particles of light entering Naruto until he returned to normal, which Naruto fell with labored breathing. They ran to his aid shit. This time it was more intense than before. Naruto sighed in relief, unable to get used to the strange phenomenon of receiving new jutsu from your Kage Genkai. Naruto, what was that? You fired a red light, Sakura declared, seeing Naruto well, but not knowing what happened to him. Sasuke looked with a calculating look since he heard what he said, so he began. Dope. Do you have something to tell us about it? He asked, looking at Naruto with a calculating look to see if he is lying or not. Naruto ignored his teammates' questions and stood up while having a lost look as if he was in a trance as reading this. Congratulations, you have unlocked Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu. A C-rank jutsu, your fingers shoot out drops of blood at high speed like a bullet, but made of blood, level 1. Once he finished reading his jutsu he began, yo, hug, you are not ready to know yet. With that said, Naruto walked away from his companions who were looking at his back, Naruto feeling the gaze, but knowing that Sasuke will ask him later. I will use Sasuke's name and thoughts or when they are alone, and the word Sasuke when they are in the team or in a group of ninjas to hide their true identity. With it he left Naruto's sight. Sasuke, not accepting a no for an answer, gave a look to Sakura who was also looking at him. I don't know about you, but I'm going to find out her secret. With that said, Sasuke walked leaving Sakura. Wait, I have doubts too, Sakura shouted, following Sasuke to join her teammate to find out about her, but without knowing what they will discover more of her secret. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Naruto's secret. After Naruto walked away without knowing that he was being followed by his companions until he had the feeling that someone was following him, so he turned around to see who was following him, but nothing. He waited a while until a new window appeared. Congratulations, you have unlocked Chakra Sensor, tap a little of your chakra to send someone nearby, level 1. Naruto stopped occupying his chakra to expand his new ability and continued walking towards his new dungeon, Training Camp 1. Sasuke and Sakura came out from a corner and saw Naruto walking away from the place. Sasuke continued walking, willing to discover more about Naruto. A few minutes passed until they reached their destination. Naruto observed the perimeter. Training Camp 1 was rocky and isolated from Konoha. He began to look for the entrance to the dungeon. Mountain Dungeon, wants to enter, yes no, Naruto accepted, and his body in the area began to shine with brown lights, without knowing that Sasuke and Sakura were trapped by the lights. Then a blinding flash, the three genin were no longer in Training Camp 1. With Naruto his vision cleared and he noticed that he was on a mountain, then the rocks moved and took humanoid form. Naruto stood on guard without knowing that his teammates were in a similar situation. Once the rock humanoid is on his feet, Naruto takes a look at him. Observe, Naruto muttered to see what kind of creature it is. Type. Training Golem. Level. 20. HP. 35,000. CP. 25,000. STR. 500. Ear. 60. Dex. 25. Int. 35. Not. 45. Luke. 30. This is a training golem. Golems are creatures made of rock and stone. Their attacks are strong, they have earth affinity, and can control the earth at will. These creatures are known as guardians of ancient temples that were lost over the years. Naruto prepared himself until he didn't expect to be interrupted to see Sakura and Sasuke flying away with bruises on their bodies and falling in front of their opponents. Shit, what are you doing here? Naruto shouted, watching as two other training golems began to gather around him. Sasuke got up, still hurt. We ask you the same question, you Sarantakashi, declared Sasuke, returning to his feet and looking around he saw three training golems. Naruto, what the hell is going on? Sakura shouted, getting back to her feet, but in pain. Naruto ignored her teammates and focused on the golems. The golem launched an attack, ready to crush its opponent. Naruto stepped under the golem and made a sequence of hands, and his hands exploded in blood forming monstrous claws, and he prepared to damage the golem. While Sakura and Sasuke watched as Naruto handled the golems without breaking a sweat, avoiding ground throws or spikes that formed on the ground to impale him, Naruto came up with an idea but didn't know if it was going to work. He made seals with his monstrous claws and pointed his fingers at the golem's bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu he called with his technique, and from the tips of his claws, bullets made of blood flew in sequence, damaging their knees. If his idea worked, it could damage the movement circulations, and the unexpected happened. The golems came together and formed into a much larger creature that had a bad thorn in his side. Observe. Type. Large training golem. Level. 28. HP. 105,000. CP. 75,000. STR. 1500. Ear. 180. X. 75. Int. 105. Not. 135. Arch, 90. This is a great training golem fused with the training golems, its stats merge, giving it more power and warning. Do not let it reach its final fusion or you will end up like an omelet. Shit, I hope I get out of this, Naruto muttered, then he saw Sasuke make hand signals and call out his technique. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, shouted Sasuke, spitting out a large ball of fire. Naruto got out of the way and positioned himself next to Sasuke and took out his special explosive shuriken. Ninja art. Explosive rain of death, Naruto shouted, throwing the shuriken and making signs with his monstrous claws, multiplying his shuriken in a shower of explosions. Boom, boom, tree, 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 tree. After the explosions stopped, they saw the golem on its knees and falling to pieces from the explosions, but the golem reformed again, but increased in size, and a roar of fury came from the golem. Then the earth shook and some training golems came out and merged with the great training golem, becoming the size of a titan, with spikes on its rocky back. Its arms have small sharp stones, a tail made of stones appeared, stone spikes formed in its mouth forming sharp teeth. Sharp rock claws, and its eyes turned bright red. Shit, we're done for, Naruto shouted, taking out his special shuriken and throwing it, multiplying it, then causing a shower of explosions. Naruto didn't want to risk what level it was, but he knew one thing, that he had become a stone monster that was too dangerous to let pass. Oh, if we get out of this, I hope you tell me the whole truth, and I mean everything, Sasuke shouted, looking at his strongest opponent who was looking at them maliciously. If Naruto is not Baka, we want an answer, shouted the pink-haired soul in pain, looking fearfully at the creature in front of them. Well, I'll tell you, observe, Naruto said seriously, leaving the discussions behind and focusing on the fight. Type. Golem Titan, Boss. Level. 35. HP. 145,000. CP. 135,000. STR. 2500. Ear. 200. X. 100. Not. 150. Luke. 140. This is the final evolution of a golem. When it is enraged, it becomes a much stronger creature and takes the form of an animal. This creature absorbs blows and returns them twice as strong. It is also fast. It is capable of making earthquakes and filling a field full of earth spikes to pierce its opponents. Shit, if I continue like this we will die. How can I leave the place? Were Naruto's thoughts while looking for a solution to his problem. He looked further and saw a cannon. If he can take it there and make it fall, maybe. Sasuke towards the legs. With that said, Naruto threw shuriken embedding themselves in the knee. Katsu, he shouted, and the shuriken exploded from the golem's leg, causing it to stagger a little. Sasuke didn't know what Naruto intended, but he found out when the golem was approaching the edge of the canyon. So he followed his example, spitting fireballs and Naruto throwing explosive shuriken. The golem got closer to the shore, but a roar of rage spat a ball of earth towards the two. Naruto and Sasuke managed to dodge, but was hit by a tail whip, sending Naruto far away, which crashed into a rock, creating a crater from the force of the blow. Sasuke was also hit by the titan's tail, sending him crashing into Sakura, who didn't come out of the trance. Don't get in the way, Sasuke growled, pushing Sakura and then jumping towards the creature. Age Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto called, creating clones, and with their current claws, they shot a blood bullet towards the titan, managing to retreat. Naruto saw the creature's life at 35,000, he created more clones and sent everything they had. Others approached and hit with their claws, others threw kunes tied to explosive paper, also explosive shuriken. Sasuke spat out fireball after fireball. He was running out. The creature was tough and very powerful. Sakura did nothing for fear of being hurt, while her companions fought with everything they had. Then an earthquake and the ground popped out spikes of earth, impaling some shadow clones or being hit by the tail or by a stone bullet. Naruto was running out, he was close, and the creature knew the plan. That's why he counterattacked them. Naruto ran towards the creature and added more chakra to his feet and jumped to the height of the creature's chest. He prepared to kick it with overfed chakra in his right leg, but he didn't expect to be impaled by the shoulder from the creature's chest, ignoring the unbearable pain. He kicked it with all his gathered chakra and in an explosion sent Naruto flying backwards, hitting his back, and a crunch was heard, indicating that he broke a rib. Due to Naruto's kick, the creature lost its balance and fell down the canyon, disappearing from sight. Naruto was barely conscious. You have created a new skill, Chakra Kick Level 1. Gather a lot of chakra at your feet when hitting the target, managing to break a rib and send it flying, but at the same time you will fracture your leg. The more you practice, the stronger and more controlled the kick will be and avoid permanent damage. Congratulations, you have gone up by 2 levels. You are now level 29. Now you are able to decide whether to continue fighting or leave a dungeon. You have unlocked Gamer Decision. If the opponents are too strong or higher than your level, you will not be able to leave the dungeon. Naruto snorted in annoyance, then looked at his team who were heading towards him with questioning looks. Then he looked at Sasuke who was looking at him with concern. Naruto tried to get up, but the pain was so much he couldn't move. Shit, get out, Naruto complained. Then the area shone, and in a flash the three returned to training camp 1. Naruto got up staggering, but was caught by Sasuke. Let's go to the hospital so he can take care of that wound of yours, said Sasuke, holding Naruto to avoid more damage than he already has. No, not the hospital, Naruto muttered in a dark voice. From his memories of the hospital, he remembered the needles with a purple substance, which was poison according to what he read in the library about how poison can be identified. Take me anywhere, but not that, Naruto said as his wounds dried. Sasuke nodded and looked at Sakura. Don't tell anyone about this, threatened Sasuke, taking Naruto to the Uchiha district. But she tried to speak, but with a look from Sasuke and Naruto, he silenced her. You're not ready yet, Sakura. With that said, Naruto left with Sasuke as support. Sakura became depressed and decided to go home. While she went home, Naruto and Sasuke were arriving at the Uchiha district in an awkward silence. Once entering the Uchiha district, Sasuke had enough of the awkward silence. He looked at Naruto out of the corner of his eye, seeing that Naruto was in a trance. Oh, tell me, what was that back there? Sasuke began. Now they are alone looking at his teammate. Your answers will be answered, said Naruto, ending the conversation. Once they arrived at Uchiha's house, Sasuke went to get a towel and a water source and began to clean the wound of any infection. Of course Naruto hurt, but at the same time it relaxed him. After cleaning the wounds he put disinfectant which stung Naruto a little, then his shoulder was bandaged. That's all I can do for you, dope, Sasuke said, looking emotionless, to which Naruto thanked him. Now tell me what happened there, Sasuke demanded, looking impatient. Naruto sighed at that question. It's hard to explain, but I have a Kage Genkai. I don't know how it happened. At first I thought I was in a Genjutsu, but it's not like that. I don't know how to prove it, Naruto spoke honestly. Then he came up with an idea that might work. He should try it, invite Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto spoke, hoping if he can share the power with someone else and explain the system better. At first nothing happened, but after a while, Sasuke looked at a box floating in front of her. What is this, asked Sasuke. Accept the invitation and I can explain to you better how it works, Naruto said, watching as Sasuke squeezed the blue box in front of her. She was surprised to touch something solid and not take her hand off the box. You have accepted Naruto Uzumaki's invitation. Do you want to read the instructions? Yes, no. Sasuke was surprised to read that, then he looked at Naruto, to which the young Uzumaki nodded in confirmation. So Sasuke decided to read the instructions. It didn't take him more than 5 minutes to read the instructions completely. Well, as you can see, it all started when I was 6 years old, so it's a type that happened, to say the least. It took me a while to get used to it after being 8 years old, so I gained skills and unlocked new ones. You just have to say status to see your profile that has the level, affiliation and statistics, such as life and chakra and more others. Also I hid it from everyone so you're the first to know. So don't give away my Kage Genkai. Naruto finished summarizing his story, watching as Sasuke sighed, touching his head with his hand, as if he had a headache. Okay, just like you kept my secret, I'll keep yours, just so I know how it works, Sasuke asked curiously. As you progress, you unlock dungeons where you fell with me. The dungeons are full of monsters, treasures and scrolls. The scrolls are held by the bosses, so you can test your skills without quarter, such as the zombie dungeon, golem dungeon and more, depending on how things go, Naruto declared with a smile. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He could go with Naruto to dungeons and level up his skills and experience to kill Itachi. Although I am interested in going to the so-called dungeon with you to test my skills and dexterity, but you will have to wait a month for that wound of yours to close, said Sasuke, looking sideways at Naruto where the bandage is covering his wound. Don't worry, I heal quickly. Tomorrow I'll be at my best. Besides, I've had worse injuries than that, Naruto said as if he were talking about the weather. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and unconsciously clenched his fists to find out what happened to Naruto, as if to say his wounds were the most normal in the world. Sasuke decided to let him rest here in his house. Dope, you are going to sleep in my house to recover to the maximum. If you go out bandaged like that, they are going to ask where you got that wound, and they will follow you like I did. Sasuke spoke, looking at Naruto seriously, indicating no excuse that he should take the offer. Naruto sighed in defeat, agreeing with the Uchiha. Okay, spoke Naruto, to which Sasuke gave a small smile as Naruto nodded in defeat. Naruto thought about it for a bit, so he tried that invite as an ally, spoke Naruto, to which Sasuke raised an eyebrow and looked at a window that appeared in front of her. Accept the alliance with Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, no, Sasuke accepted and read the following rules to know how it works and nodded in logic. After that, the two at Sasuke's house went to sleep for their first D-rank mission tomorrow. Ninja skills. Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 27. Chakra Speed Max LVL. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 27. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 1. Chakra Kick LVL 1. Killer Instinct LVL 47. Ninja Art, Explosive Rain of Death level 3. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu LVL 15. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 14. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 4. Yuin Jutsu, level 52. Exi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Mente del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 29. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 4. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 27. Hang, LVL Max. Awarimi, LVL 27. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL 50. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 1. Water Affinity, LVL 1. Blood Affinity, LVL 27. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, level 50. Those are their skills at the moment, anything you tell me. Next chapter. Mission of the Waves Part 1. Until the next chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Mission of the Waves Part 1. It's been 2 months since Naruto invited Sasuke to join the dungeon. Since how Naruto explained it, Sasuke demanded to take her to any dungeon that Naruto has gone to test her skills. Since after joining Team 7 and their so-called important missions that were nothing more than cleaning for lazy civilians and retired ninjas, such as taking the Inyazuka dogs for a walk, being babysitters, painting the fence, mowing the lawn and going shopping, even cleaning an old man's feet, which upset Team 7. Of course, to get their frustrations out, Naruto and Sasuke sacrificed many zombies in the Apocalypse dungeon, thus gaining little experience, which they went to the golems to slaughter them, although they came out with scratches and bruises, but he did not care. Sasuke is opening up more to Naruto, that now they have a reasonable conversation about the D-rank missions, which the two they agree that they were a waste of their skills. So after the missions they went to the zombie dungeon in hero and elite mode to take out their frustrations, and from time to time sparring between the two to improve to jutsu. Of course, both felt very comfortable with each other, that obviously they would not admit it out loud because of their pride. Now we see Naruto holding a cat, which Naruto nicknamed the Demon Cat, since its capture was more than a challenge, which bothered him and ended up with his face scratched by the possessed cat. Naruto takes the cat tied by the legs, while the feline meowed with fury. Naruto sent a killer instinct to the cat, managing to calm down stupid feline, stupid missions. When are they not going to underestimate? Naruto muttered to himself, which Sasuke nodded in agreement with Naruto's complaints. Naruto no baka, look how you're carrying the poor animal, Sakura shouted, causing irate to the team, especially the cat tied up with ninja thread, so it wouldn't escape. Shut up, Sakura, if you want to repeat the capture I'll release it, and this time I won't help you, you'll be on your own, Naruto growled, frustrated from hearing Sakura's complaints about the poor cat or innocent feline. Naruto gave him a reason to kill the cat, but he is restricted about killing innocent animals, according to the Jounin. HMP, you're annoying, Sakura, Sasuke said without looking at the pink-haired girl, following Naruto closely. Sakura fell into a depressed state because of her crush's words. If she knew that Sasuke was a girl, she would undergo mental therapy or become a lesbian fangirls. After arriving at the Hokage Tower and delivering the cat named Tora to the old cage, Naruto sat with his legs crossed, waiting to leave these stupid missions, while the cage untied the cat and handed it to the feudal lord, who began a strong bear hug that squeezes the cat's lungs out. While the cat is under torture, Naruto chanted in his mind, die, 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 while looking at the cat with a malicious smile. Well done, Team 7, now we'll see what other missions you'll have. Walk the Inyazuka clan's dogs, take care of children, cut down trees. Then a shout was heard, and Tora is back, to which the cage sighed and continued, capture Tora again. That was the last straw for Naruto. Old man, I don't want to continue these stupid missions anymore, it's a waste of ninja skills, I want a real mission, where I can test my skills, Naruto commanded angrily. An angry Naruto is a dangerous Naruto. Iruka interrupted Naruto. How dare he order the Hokage like that, Iruka shouted, looking angrily at Naruto. The old man sighed and saw that coming. Naruto, you will have to know that the D-rank missions are only for genin just out of the academy, they are also a requirement in this subject. After having a considerable amount of the D-rank missions you will be able to do C-rank missions. As you will see, there are a number of 5 ranks. There are the D-rank and C-rank, which is for the genin, C-rank and B-rank for chunin. Then come B rank and A rank for Jounin, and finally A rank and S rank for Elite Jounin, Anbu and Anbu Elite. Those are the classifications. You understand now, Naruto said the Cage, looking at the group, which earned them a drop going down behind his head to see Naruto telling one of his jokes to Team 7 and being ignored at the same time, which the old man sighed. And that's how I died, the Hyuga Pink, who was very angry about their change of look. Haha, Naruto laughed. Well, Team 7 and even Kakashi were more attentive to Naruto than their Cage. Iruka saw this, so he decided to intervene. I heard, did you hear something that Lord Hokage said? Shouted Iruka, looking at Team 7, which the team looked at the Hokage, who was looking at them with a drop of sweat on his head, and sighed again. Kakashi was the first to speak, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment for ignoring the Hokage. Sorry, what was I saying? He scratched the back of his neck with his typical smile. The Cage sighed, so he let it go this time. I was saying if you are okay with your team receiving a C rank, and how is your teamwork going? I want to know if you are ready to receive your first C rank. The Hokage changed the subject to avoid a headache. Kakashi looked at his team, who continued talking. Kakashi knew the risks of C rank missions, since he would have to kill bandits, and from there they have to be mentally evaluated if they are stable or not. He sighed since he knew beforehand that Naruto already killed, if his reports are correct, he killed a Chunin without any effort with his technique learned in the Forbidden Scroll. But the final assessment, he spoke, if you are ready for your first C rank, then you will be able to have your real experience of how to be a ninja, Kakashi spoke, to which the Cage nodded. What? You can't be serious, they just left the academy, Iruka demanded, looking at Naruto, worried since he had the experience of killing again, but on a real battlefield. This caught the attention of the genin. Well, Kakashi spoke, as you said, they left the academy, now they are my soldiers. Kakashi spoke neutrally, then looked at the Hokage. We accept the mission. What other mission? Naruto asked, then he looked at Iruka, who looked at him worriedly. Yes, another mission, but this one is C rank, declared Kakashi, earning a bright smile from Naruto, also earning a half smile from Sasuke. Well, the mission will be to escort a builder from the land of waves. Tazuna, you can come in, said the Cage as he looked at the door where a half-drunk old man appeared. I ask for ninjas and they give me children. She looks weak, he said, pointing at Sakura. He is an emo, he spoke again, pointing at Sasuke, earning a glare from the Uchiha's eye. And this is a dwarf with a stupid face. This time it was Naruto's turn to look with an evil eye, and he smiled darkly while sending killer intent to the old man, which the man saw his own death and trembled a little while looking at Naruto. The young man with blonde hair spoke with a very innocent voice. Don't worry, Mr. Tazuna, I promise that nothing bad will happen on this mission. The only thing we will face are bandits, so be very careful. Naruto spoke with a very innocent voice while sending more killer instinct to the old man. The old man nodded cautiously, not wanting to risk his life as it already was. Kakashi felt the instinct and saw Naruto sending him to the client. Then he spoke. Naruto, you should know that threatening the client gives us a bad impression on Konoha. Besides, Mr. Tazuna, it is not convenient for you to insult your escorts who guard your lives. Besides, I am a Jounin, so anything that happens I will be intervening. Kakashi spoke casually. But with that said, the client named Tazuna, Naruto and Sasuke remained in a trance looking into nothingness as both genin looked at the window that appeared in front of them. Mission alert. Escort the builder to the land of waves safe and sound. Submission. Reward. Mysterious Jutsu, 180,000 exp, Mysterious Scroll, Mysterious Scroll, Mysterious Scroll, Mysterious Scroll, Mysterious Unlock, Mysterious Unlock. This caught Sasuke's attention and he looked at Naruto for an answer, but with a simple glance he indicated that he knew nothing about this reward and mysterious scrolls. Okay, now we'll meet at the north entrance of Konoha at 3 in the afternoon, don't be late, this is your first C rank, so bring what you need. With that said, Kakashi left in a sushi, Tazuna left through the door, and the genin were left alone. Sasuke-kun, are we going on a date? Sakura asked, looking at the black-haired boy, to which he responded with a blunt no. We have to get our things for our first mission, we have 2 hours to spare. With that said, Naruto walked out the door followed by Sasuke and a depressed Sakura. NNN. After Naruto bought kunais, shuriken, and paper with a brush and black ink, he went home. Once he jumped across the rooftops and entered his apartment, he found his backpack and started packing a sleeping bag, blank scrolls, blank paper, a shuriken, and Gama-chan's wallet. Once he was ready, he left for the meeting point. After jumping from roof to roof, he arrived at the meeting point with an hour to spare, so he opened his backpack and took out the white scroll and began to write down his Kake Genkai Jutsu obtained in case he has an heir with his bloodline in the future. Minutes passed and Naruto wrote the necessary hand signs for his jutsu. He didn't notice Sasuke arrived. The Uchiha looked at the Uzumaki with curiosity and looked over his shoulder to see what he was doing. He watched with fascination the hand signs for the jutsu indicated as the bloody style. Bloody claw jutsu and how it works, the other bloody style. Bloody shield jutsu and finally what he was finishing as bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu and its function. Sasuke looked at the hand signs and read what each jutsu did. After finishing writing his jutsu he put them in his backpack and took out a piece of paper and started to draw some kanji on the paper. Sasuke spent a long time watching what Naruto was doing. He recognized it as explosive paper, but he saw how Naruto drew each kanji precisely until he finished. He saw how the Uzumaki gave him a little more chakra and repeated the process. Naruto already knew that Sasuke was watching what he was doing. He didn't care if he was silent, since a mistake could bring chaos and blow up in his face. The two genin were in a comfortable silence, enjoying each other's company. Of course they won't admit it because of their pride. 20 minutes passed, and he finished writing about 30 explosive papers. Then he took out his shuriken and proceeded to draw kanji with invisible ink. Sasuke watched as Naruto drew on his kunais, and how after finishing adding chakra and the kanji disappeared. He continued doing so until Sasuke saw Sakura on the way arriving. Sasuke muttered, looking in the direction where his teammate was coming from, which Naruto finished just in time to feel his teammate's chakra. Naruto muttered, telling Sasuke that he already knew his partner was coming. Naruto put his shuriken in his kunai holder and put his backpack on his back, ready to go on his mission. Ohio Sasuke-kun Sakura greeted with a smile, which Sasuke ignored his teammate and Naruto was silently bored in his mind. Once in a group, they waited for Kakashi to arrive and the client. Once they waited about 30 minutes they saw the client with a camping backpack and Kakashi reading his orange book quietly. Naruto decided to practice his chakra sensor to see if the bandits were nearby or not and thus raise his skill level. Once Kakashi arrived and looked at his team waiting for an order he began, well, as you can see, today is our first C rank, so we will start the diamond formation. Sasuke in front, Sakura on the left side, and Naruto on the right side. I will cover the rear. With that said, the team formed their diamond formation with the client in the center, then the group left Konoha for their mission that began. 30 minutes passed on the way. Naruto was walking with his chakra sensor activated and leveling up when he perceived the animals around him. Kakashi was reading from his book. Sakura was asking Sasuke out on a date. The Uchiha heir was saying a simple no to each of the pink-haired girls' questions, and Tazuna was nervously looking both ways with concern, something that Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke noticed. Don't worry, Mr. Tazuna, with us here they won't be attacked by bandits, Kakashi spoke calmly, keeping his eye out for any suspicions around him if Tazuna is nervous about something. Naruto saw a water source in front of him and looked at the sky, discovering that there were no rain clouds and that today was summertime, and he discovered that there was chakra in the puddle of water which was not normal. Naruto saw a window that appeared in front of him and tensed up, taking out his shuriken, which Kakashi noticed. Then he looked in front of him and noticed a puddle of water. Then he looked at Naruto, who cautiously took out his explosive shuriken. Naruto muttered in his thoughts, reading the window. Your Jinjutsu detector went up by level 5 and is now at level 6. Ambush, muttered Naruto, something that his teammates and the client heard. Naruto immediately threw his shuriken into the puddle. He put his hands together in the ram sign. Katsu, Naruto shouted as the shuriken flashed as they were passing over the puddle of water and dead on the ground. Kakashi ordered just in time to cover himself from the explosion, with Tazuna following the orders. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions were not long in coming, and two ninjas emerged from the puddle with their Idea 8, with a sign of wavy lines and a cut in the center, identifying them as Renegade Ninja of the Mist. The brothers watched as the young blonde man saw them and attacked them, eliminating their cover and miraculously escaping alive with their clothes burned. Damn, he growled, and then in a blink he appeared behind the group after Kakashi got up, but it was too late. The Jounin found himself tied up with spike chains from the clawed gloves of the renegade Chunin pair. Die, with a grunt they threw the chains and then tore Kakashi to pieces. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shouted, afraid of seeing her sensei defeated easily. Sasuke looked nervously with his teeth clenched. Tazuna was trembling with fear and Naruto was making hand signs. Bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu, Naruto shouted, pointing his fingers at the demon brothers and shooting blood bullets at his opponents. The brothers dodged, and in a blink of an eye, Sushin was behind Naruto, ready to kill him with his chain. Sasuke acted on instinct and threw his shuriken at the chain, managing to catch it on a tree and then at the same time throw a kunai, hitting the center of the shuriken, tightening the chain more, managing to stop the attack, and then Naruto jumped away. Sakura protect the client, Sasuke let's go Naruto commanded making signs with his hand, and then his hands exploded with blood and formed the well-known monster's claw which Sakura stood in front of the client with a kunai in her hand with fear. Sasuke took out his kunai in his kunai holder, and they saw how the demon brothers broke free leaving the chain on the tree. With his clawed glove released he prepared to attack. Sasuke went to the left and Naruto to the right at the same time that the demon brothers attacked their opponents. Naruto with his bloody claws activated blocked with the enemy's clawed glove and there was a taijutsu fight at the same time. Naruto occupied his observation on them and saw their level that he did not like at all. Notice. Renegade Ninja. Class. Road Chunin. Idol. The Demon Brothers. Level. 35. HP. 35,000 31,459. CP. 25,000. STR. 130. Ear. 20. X. 145. No. 50. Luke. 10. Once Naruto saw that he calculated Sasuke's opponent as the same level he was fighting. Sasuke also appeared to him the information obtained from Naruto. The Uchiha smiled since this ability would be useful to measure the opponent he is fighting and mentally thanked Naruto for this gamer ability that he has shared with him. Both genin of Konoha faced off against a renegade Chunin. The fight was brutal. Sasuke and Naruto kept up with them. Sasuke dodged and counterattacked seeing openings managing to hurt them. Naruto dodged and tried his whirlwind taijutsu style in counterattack and giving more scratches to the renegade ninja. The demon brothers jumped taking distance from them and looked at Naruto and Sasuke, but they looked more perplexed at Naruto's hands with blood around them, forming a grotesque creepy claw. Both brothers made hand signals, which Naruto noticed well and stood in front of his team once the brothers launched their jutsu. Water style, water ball jutsu. The brothers hurt each other as they spat out a large ball of water that joined together forming a large ball of water in their direction. Naruto made grotesque signs with his claws. Naruto the screams of his companions were heard, but Sasuke recognized the jutsu that Naruto was doing and smiled knowing what Naruto's plan was. Bloody style. Bloody shield jutsu. Naruto shouted throwing his hands forward and a huge shield of his blood was formed blocking the attack. Sasuke Naruto said, to which Sasuke nodded and jumped on top of Naruto, pushing himself higher and making hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu said Sasuke spitting out a large ball made of blazing fire that consumed in its path, surprising the demon brothers stopping their jutsu to dodge what was the plan from the beginning to separate him. Naruto quickly dropped his shield and with the well-known signature jutsu, created two shadow clones that attacked the unsuspecting brothers who with their bloody claws, cut off the arm, where the claw gauntlets were thus embarrassing the arm of the demon brothers at the same time. While the brothers were in agony from their loss of limb, they did not notice that Naruto made signs with his claws made of his blood. Bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu. Naruto shouted his jutsu as he aimed at the brothers in agony, and from the tip of his claws came out blood bullets with sharp tips. The blood bullets were repeated like a machine gun. The brothers could do nothing but scream at the top of their lungs in pure agony. The blood spilled from the bodies of the demon brothers, mixed with Naruto's blood that shot once they stopped screaming and silence fell. Sakura was horrified at how her blonde partner killed the ninja mercilessly with his own blood, as the blood of the bodies formed a pool tinged with red, along with the water from the brothers' jutsu that they launched before. Naruto continued shooting only silence was heard, and the sound of blood hitting the bodies no longer alive anymore. Sasuke for the first time looked at Naruto with fear. Since he did not know that Naruto had already become accustomed to killing, since the betrayal of Mizuki wanted to tell him to stop, but he couldn't find his voice to say it. The client was afraid that if he said something his life would be in danger, since he remembered the threat for underestimating him. At that moment Kakashi decided to appear. Naruto, that's enough. Kakashi commanded, appearing from the forest where he was hidden watching the fight of his genin. What surprised him the most was Naruto with his bloody style in action. According to the Hokage, Naruto unlocked a Kage Genkai which was blood. He thought it was not important since Naruto should create his own style, but he never thought that his Kage Genkai was usable more than blood clones. Since he saw some ninja use it, but he could not copy it. I will have to report this to the Hokage. Naruto already has 3 jutsu from what I saw of his Kage Genkai, were the thoughts as he looked at Naruto, who stopped his attack and looked at his work. The bodies of the ninjas were unrecognizable, the flesh was visible, and the blood flowed non-stop. Their faces were the only thing that identified them as the demon brothers, since the torso was, to say the least, consumed by Naruto's blood bullets. Once Naruto stopped his attack, he approached the bodies without fear or remorse and bent down with his claws still activated. He touched the blood on the ground and watched with fascination as the blood entered his body. But the other thing, he began to see memories of the ninjas and jutsu that they learned from the water style. Naruto smiled darkly, imagining a stronger opponent and have the abilities of the jutsu of his victim. He stopped smiling when he realized that by using his blood he became more sadistic. With his gamer mind, he calculated that his Kake Genkai was a double-edged sword, since if he uses it more often, the more sadistic he becomes and enjoys the killing, since he remembered when he killed for the first time, but did not use his bloody jutsu, making a mental note to use it if they are in serious danger or desperate measures, that it was a wiser decision than he imagined. Then the screen appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have unlocked Bloody Style. Consume. With your Bloody Claw style activated, you are able to consume the victim's blood and receive their memories, be it jutsu, information, etc. It does not change the stats by consuming another opponent's blood. You are also able to clone the DNA of the consumed victim and recreate an exact copy whether the victim has a Kake Genkai or not. Upon reading that, Naruto fell silent. He doesn't know whether to be happy or horrified by the ability. This ability makes him worse than a mindless monster. His rational side says it's wrong, but his other side encourages him to continue with the acquired ability to become stronger. He left his thoughts as he felt a hand resting on his shoulder. Do you want to talk about this, Naruto? His sensei's voice was heard gently comforting him for his double murder. Naruto nodded silently, as that would help his mind and see what is wrong or not. He needed help to guide him on the right path. He stopped consuming and deactivated his bloody claws, returning his hands to normal. Kakashi saw the movement and looked at Tazuna with his eye in a frown, indicating that he was angry with the client. You have to tell us something, Mr. Tazuna. This is supposed to be a C rank, but it rose to a B rank. These bodies that you see there are the Demon Brothers Chunin rank, deserters. Now would you be so kind as to tell us why you lied to us? This could have cost the life of one of my students, Kakashi commanded calmly, which Tazuna sighed in defeat. He has already discovered. Well, as you can see, I had to need help since Gato started ruling my country, Tazuna spoke humbly, as he felt ashamed for lying to them before and wanted to continue, but Kakashi interrupted him. Pat, how about the cat businessman? Kakashi said to confirm if he heard correctly. Yes, that cat, he came to my country since we live on an island, and I could not stop seeing how people suffer, so I decided to build a bridge that connects to the mainland to be more protected from him, since that man is stealing from us and we cannot do anything. A person rose up against him, but was sacrificed in front of everyone. Cat hired bandits, they took women, they killed men, and I could not let things continue like this. That tyrant has us bankrupt, the only hope is the bridge. But Cat knows that, so he hired to assassinate me, bandits, and I do not know what else, but do not expect ninjas. My country gathered all the money we could for this mission, but high-ranking missions were expensive, so I paid for C-rank missions, confessed Azuna, ashamed to hire children who could die because of him. This mission is definitely out of our league. Maybe I'll send a stronger ninja than the ones my genin faced. I'll take that as a vote, declared Kakashi, looking at his team, which Kakashi was willing to listen to the opinion of his genin. I say we continue, Naruto spoke calmly with his eyes covered by his messy golden hair. I'm with the dope, said Sasuke, recovering his composure from killing Naruto. If the dope can kill, then so can he. I'm going too, said Sakura, unsure since she wanted to continue the mission. Kakashi sighed and looked at Tazuna. Well, it's decided we will continue with the mission, but it's likely they will send a jounin, so if so I'll handle it. With that said, they continued with the mission. Of course, Naruto stayed behind while receiving a scroll, as did Sasuke, who stayed with Naruto. Naruto looked at Sasuke and then looked at Kakashi. Of course, he hid the scroll obtained, as did Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, it is better to burn the body and not leave it there, Naruto said, watching as Kakashi sighed and nodded at Naruto's logic, but their reward is worth it. I'll take care of it, you go ahead slowly, then I'll join you, Kakashi once said. That took the bodies and went to the forest. The group continued walking and felt a smell of cooking meat. They ignored that as he walked a few meters away. Kakashi appeared walking in the rear, catching up with his team. Same diamond formation, Kakashi commanded, which Sakura returned to her left place. But Sasuke to the right and Naruto to the front and Tazuna to the center of the formation, while Kakashi protects the rear. NNN. In an abandoned house, you see a small man looking at a large man with a large sword who lights up the room a little. Your pupils failed you, Fog Demon. My contacts couldn't find them and I assume they died, the small man said. So someone is accompanying the old man. Well, then it would be better to wait for him. I will take care of killing the nuisances that accompany him, said the shadow with the sword in his lap, while cleaning the blade of his sword, giving it more shine. I hope you don't disappoint me, Fog Demon, the small man said. Pat, you're threatening me, you're doubting my abilities. A growl was heard from the man, which scared the small man, identified as a cat. Of course not, remember, if you don't kill the old man there's no pay, said Cat, looking at the man. I will fulfill my mission and I expect the money, said the man, getting up from his seat. Let's go, said the man with the sword, identified as a Fog Demon, looking at a corner where a dark silhouette appeared that followed the Fog Demon. NNN. As the team continued on with their mission, unsure of what would happen, a battle broke out between Team 7 and the Mist Demon. Ninja skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu level 29. Chakra speed max LVL. Shuriken Cage Bushin no Jutsu level 27. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 7. Chakra Kick LVL 1. Killer Instinct LVL 49. Ninja Art, Explosive Rain of Death level 10. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu LVL 23. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 19. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 14. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 3. Hyuan Jutsu, level 54. Trap, 37. Caution, 37. Exi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Mente del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 29. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 6. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 29. Hang, LVL Max. Awarimi, LVL 27. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL 50. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 1. Water Affinity, LVL 1. Blood Affinity, LVL 27. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, level 50. Chapter 6. Chapter. Mission of the Waves Part 2. Team 7 continued on their way until they reached the sea. Tazuna looked both ways to find someone and saw a fishing boat coming in their direction. The man raised his hand, and Tazuna raised his hand. Team 7 looked at the man who parked the boat at the dock. Tazuna looked at his ninja back guards. "Okay, let's get on," said Tazuna, getting on the boat while the team followed suit. Once on the boat, they continued across the sea toward the land of waves. The trip was quiet, Naruto quieter than usual, with his kunes and shuriken scattered while drawing kanji with invisible ink, Sakura asking Sasuke out on a date from time to time, Sasuke ignoring her or answering no, Kakashi reading his book, and Tazuna looking bored. Sakura stopped bothering the Uchiha and looked at Naruto who was quieter since he killed the demon brothers, while he continued drawing kanji with invisible ink and adding chakra to his kunes and shuriken. Sakura looked closely at what Naruto was doing, the kanji are visible, but when adding chakra they vanish. "Kakashi-sensei, what is Naruto doing?" Sakura asked, bored out of her mind and not knowing what Naruto was doing with his weapons. She knew they exploded when he hit a target, but she didn't know how he did it. Kakashi stopped reading and looked at Naruto writing kanji and was surprised by how precise and correct the kanji were, but he added more chakra. He knew if adding more chakra would make the explosion stronger, depending on the person doing it. No one had ever thought of making their weapons explosive for fear of them detonating while fighting, but Naruto knew what he was doing. "Sakura, have you heard of Hyuan asked Kakashi looking at his pink-haired student. "Not really, but what does it have to do with Naruto and this Hyuan? I know Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, even Kinjutsu, but I never knew Hyuan. They didn't teach us at the academy," Sakura spoke honestly, calling Sasuke's attention to this Hyuan. He remained silent to listen. "No, well, it's time to talk about Hyuan Ho, as the sealing techniques are called. Naruto, what he does is the art of sealing. Hyuan deals with many ways: explosive paper, storage, gravity, sealing, and more. In fact, the art of Hyuan originated from an extinct or almost extinct clan. The clan was powerful and respected. Their sealing arts were dangerous. It was known that with the Hyuan technique, they wiped out an entire country: lightning, fire, tornado, earthquakes. Hyuan is an art, such as to protect or to destroy. This clan was respected for their arts of Hyuan and Kinjutsu, the sword style. They were true masters of the arts of sealing and sword. They were capable of making a black hole in a country and making it disappear. We in Konoha were allies of that respected clan. Their symbol is the spiral that we wear on the Chunin vests, Jounin, and the clothes that Naruto has. If you look on his back, he has the spiral of English clan. There are ninja who have tried to be better at Hyuan, but true masters recreate the art already learned and evolve it to a new level never seen before. Their skill in Kinjutsu was effective and unpredictable. There was no pattern in any. Unfortunately, this clan was destroyed by the combined forces of Kiri, Iwa, Kumo in the Second Great Ninja War, who managed to destroy the clan but suffered a greater loss never seen before. They were known as paranoid. If the defenses they had was any indication, they were also loyal to their beliefs of family first. Now what remains of that place is ruins and destruction, explained Kakashi looking at his students, but especially at Naruto who was with his Fuma Shuriken, drawing a combination of each blade in explosive and anti-gravity kanji, making it lighter and more precise. "What is the name of that clan if they were so powerful?" was the Uchiha's question, looking interested in the power they obtained. "That clan was called," Kakashi began, but was interrupted by Naruto who didn't want to be discovered yet. "Kakashi-sensei, we are arriving, I see the bridge," Naruto spoke looking at his sensei, while he finished placing chakra on his Fuma Shuriken and putting it in his backpack, while the kunes and shuriken were stored in the kunai carrier. Kakashi noticed why Naruto said that. He assumed that he knows his Uzumaki legacy and hid his clan well. He looked at the view and saw the bridge, but there was fog. He noticed Naruto tense while he looked. He assumed that someone already saw them. After arriving at the dock, the group got off and said goodbye to the owner of the boat that had taken them. Once on land, they continued in the diamond formation with a Tazuna in the center. Naruto tensed. The fog appeared out of nowhere. Naruto used his active chakra sensor to detect if there was anyone nearby. The team continued walking. Naruto heard a sound from the bushes and felt a lot of chakra in that area. He threw the normal kunai, and the chakra disappeared and appeared behind them in a tree. Naruto, careful not to alert the ninja spying on him, approached the bush and saw a dead white rabbit with the kunai stuck through it. Naruto, no baka, why are you going around killing innocent animals? Sakura shouted, looking at the dead rabbit. Kakashi looked at Naruto and the rabbit, a white snow rabbit, on a summer day, captivity, then a sound was heard approaching them to the ground, shouted Kakashi, which the genin and Tazuna threw themselves to the ground, saving themselves from being decapitated by a huge sword that passed over it and stuck into a tree in front of the group. A man stood on top of the sword handle with his back to the genin team. Naruto tensed up when he saw the strange man, a beast with blue military-style ninja pants. He wore forearms and bandages covering his face, and he had no eyebrows. Who are you? Naruto muttered tensely, ready for any battle that arose, with his hand ready to bombard shuriken. Hey, they're just some brats and their sensei, said the man, turning around to face the group while sitting on the handle of his sword, looking at Team 7. I should assume it is Zabuza Momoshiki, known as the demon of the hidden mist, Kakashi said, looking seriously at the man in front of him. That's why the demon brothers fell, Kakashi Haddock, or known as the copy ninja, said the now identified Zabuza Momoshiki. Naruto, this guy is out of this league, I will take care of him, said Kakashi, uncovering his left eye, showing a scar like a cut on the eye and opening it to show the famous red eye with 3 tomos in them. Wow, the famous Sharingan, you flatter me, Kakashi, I'm the first to see the Sharingan in action, said Zabuza, getting off his sword in a small jump and taking the hilt and pulling it out of the tree. And you will be the last. With that said, Kakashi took out his kunai from his kunai holder. If that's so, Zabuza said, placing a hand in a confrontation seal and raising his giant butcher sword high, then there was a thick fog that blinded the group. What's going on? Sakura said, taking out her kunai. Naruto had the kunai in both hands, Sasuke had only one kunai. Squad 7, protect Azuna, Kakashi commanded in attack position, then the fog was so thick that Kakashi disappeared. Heart, kidney, jugular, lung, which of the points should I attack? Zabuza's voice was heard in all directions, the fog made it impossible to see. Naruto had sweat running down his neck, then he felt the killer instinct which forced him to turn around and resist the powerful killer instinct. Naruto located the place where it came from and sent his own killer instinct to the cause. He looked both ways. Sakura was worse than worn out, Tazuna, and incredibly she was resisting it. The effort was only noticeable by the drop of Tran and his clenched teeth. Sasuke had the kunai in his hand and was getting dangerously close to his neck. Sasuke spoke Naruto, indicating that he was not alone in managing to get out of his trance and prevent suicide on the part of his partner. Kakashi felt Naruto's killer instinct against Zabuza. He must have known that he was impressed by the equality. Calm down, I won't let my companions die. Kakashi's voice sounded in the fog and became visible after a small chakra pulse from the Jounin. That's what you think. Zabuza's voice appeared from the center of Team 7, and the builder, Kakashi, propelled himself in a blink before Zabuza left his sword to cut down his team and the client. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi was next to Zabuza, burying a kunai in Zabuza's stomach, which instead of blood was water coming out of the wound. Then Zabuza disintegrated into water, a water clone. Then Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and split him in two with his butcher sword in one thrust. Which instead of blood was a water clone, surprising Zabuza, which a clone, when it has copied me, especially with the fog, was Zabuza's thought, and then he felt someone behind him. He felt cold kunes pressing his throat. Give up, you're cornered, said Kakashi, burying the kunai a little deeper, making a small cut, but instead of blood, water came out, indicating that it was a water clone. Naruto watched the Jounin and rogue ninja fight in surprise, then he felt another presence nearby. Naruto looked towards the trees and felt the chakra of a person watching the fight. Ignoring that since it could put the team in danger whether this ninja is an ally of Zabuza or not. Shit, Kakashi's voice was heard which caught Naruto's attention, and he looked worried when he saw his sensei trapped in a prison made of water in the lake. Kakashi sensei, her teammate's shout was heard and she wanted to go help, but Kakashi's voice stopped her. Don't come, your mission is to protect the bridge builder, continue with the mission, Kakashi ordered, stopping his student while Naruto and Sasuke looked on helplessly, especially Sasuke for not doing anything. That's encouraging Kakashi, but he won't have a chance to escape. With that said, Zabuza with one hand in a sign of confrontation, created a water clone next to the original, since his other hand is holding Kakashi in his water prison, which is a sphere made of water. Get out of here, if your clone has me here he won't be able to go more than 20 meters, Kakashi ordered with concern. Sakura decided to leave, Sasuke was thinking about it, and Naruto already had a decision. No, the blonde spoke loud enough to be heard. Naruto, please, this is not something you can handle, Kakashi commanded worriedly. We won't leave you, Kakashi-sensei, you forgot what you told us when we formed Team 7, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum, Naruto quoted, creating hand seals at high speed until he finished the seal, then his hands exploded in blood and formed the already known spectral claw, made with his own blood. Sakura, protect the client, Sasuke at my signal, Naruto commanded, creating shadow clones with his claws. Which appeared 20 clones around the team, a clone next to Sasuke, whispered the plan, to which Sasuke nodded in agreement. Well, with many clones, Zabuza's clone looked interested. The original spoke to Kakashi. Wow, you have some interesting genin, especially that blonde one of yours with the creepy claws. If I were Chunin I would have problems with him, Zabuza spoke to Kakashi, who is still held prisoner in his jutsu. My student has a Kake Genkai, which is blood, and he is the one who killed the demon brothers with his claws effortlessly, so I would advise you not to underestimate him, spoke Kakashi, since he felt confident in his student since the ambush failed, as did Zabuza's failure to kill them. Zabuza hasn't seen anything yet, Naruto has a talent for surprising people. I still remember the explosion of his shuriken, and what would be more serious about making his Fuma shuriken than Naruto making seals on the weapon? I don't want to know, but I know Zabuza will be surprised, were Kakashi's thoughts. We'll see about that, Haddock, said Zabuza, who was still holding Kakashi in his water prison jutsu. Naruto with a war cry launched himself against Zabuza's water clone with his clones. The water clone felt no threat from them, so he prepared to intercept the blonde genin with his great butcher sword. Then the massacre began. The water clone moved nimbly, dodging claws, kicks, stabs and more. The shadow clones were frustrated for not giving him any damage. Then the water clone counterattacked. With his sword movement he cut 2 shadow clones, a kick moving away another clone, with a handle the face of another clone, and a punch to another clone. Naruto continued creating shadow clones over and over again with his bloody claws. The water clone had more trouble moving than he pulsed his body's chakra to push the clones away, but he positioned himself in defense with his sword raised as 50 clones jumped and fell from the sky with kunai in each clone's claw. Once they arrived where the water clone was forming a genin dome, trapping the water clone, the man expelled chakra, sending the genin's clone's copula flying away along with the original. Naruto acted quickly and Henge himself transformed into a Fuma shuriken, and the clone from under the original caught the Fuma and put it in his backpack and changed to the real Fuma shuriken. Sasuke, shouted the clone, sending the Fuma shuriken to Sasuke, which he caught, and Sasuke smiled. In one movement the blades of the Fuma shuriken separated, forming a large shuriken, and jumped to a considerable height and threw the Fuma shuriken towards the water clone, but as the anti-gravity seal worked its magic, it passed over the water clone, confusing it, and realized that it was for its creator. Zabuza noticed that and grabbed the Fuma shuriken with his free hand and holding it firmly. That's supposed to do something, Zabuza mocked, but another Fuma shuriken was coming his way. Zabuza jumped on top of the Fuma shuriken, passing by without letting go of the water prison and the other Fuma shuriken, and fell to its original position, still without letting go of the prison and the Fuma shuriken. You failed, he mocked, but then at a considerable distance the second Fuma shuriken in a puff of smoke transformed into Naruto with a kunai in his hand. What was all he could say, as Naruto threw his kunai in the direction of his shoulder, where the arm has Kakashi prisoner. Zabuza jumped away to the side to a distance of 20 meters without letting go of the Fuma shuriken in his left hand, thus freeing Kakashi from the prison since Zabuza could no longer hold the jutsu. Once free he fell to the water at the same time as Naruto. Of course, before falling, he was going to give a surprise to Zabuza, who still held his Fuma shuriken. Hatsu, Naruto said just in time, forming the ram seal before diving into the water just as Kakashi dived instinctively. Zabuza was pissed off at being teased by some kids, as he didn't realize that the shuriken smoke was shining, but it was too late. The only thing that came out of Zabuza's mouth was what? Boom. A large explosion that reached about 20 meters in diameter, which the lake was agitated by the explosion caused by the shuriken smoke, surprising the rest of the genin and the bridge builder by the range of the explosion in the lake. A fierce wind reached it by the wave of the explosion, and the water also came close enough to where the rest of the team and the client were, which the water touched their feet. Once he calmed down, Zabuza was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi came out of the water first and saw the wave of fire that Naruto caused with the shuriken and not see Zabuza, but Kakashi didn't want to trust himself, so with his Sharingan, he searched until he saw Naruto's chakra coming out of the water, but a shadow was dangerously approaching the unsuspecting genin, who, with kunai in hand, ran to meet it as quickly as possible. Once Naruto got out of the water he took a deep breath to regain the air in his lungs empty of oxygen. It worked. I can't believe Zabuza is no more, Naruto declared relieved, but he felt a presence behind him, what made him forget that he still had the chakra sensor activated and felt a very powerful killer instinct in his direction. Naruto looked behind him and saw a very pissed off Zabuza. With his left arm with a third-degree burn that reached from his shoulder to his pectorals and had bruises and pieces of the Fuma shuriken embedded in his torso and left arm were seen. Shit, how are you alive? Naruto was scared since he was defenseless in the water. Brat the eyes, Zabuza growled, swinging his sword with his good right arm. Naruto closed his eyes waiting for the final blow to end his life, but it never came. A metallic sound was heard as the sword met something. Naruto opened his eyes and saw his sensei who saved him from certain death. Naruto, well done, said Kakashi holding his two kunes that were holding Zabuza's butcher sword, avoiding the fatal blow. Go back to the shore, I'll take care of him with that, said Kakashi continued with the fight. While Naruto swam to the shore he was helped up by Sasuke, who offered him his hand which Naruto accepted willingly. Once on dry land he heard the words of his sensei. Water style. Vortex jutsu. With that Naruto heard he looked where Kakashi was and saw him pressed a giant water vortex, attacked Zabuza. Naruto and Sasuke jumped away getting away from the crossfire and being with their teammate Antezuna and looked surprised as Zabuza was dragged towards a tree and then they saw in amazement some kunes burying themselves in Zabuza's arms and legs. Then Kakashi was in front of Zabuza with kunai in his hand. Like I said, I see your death. Kakashi spoke, ready to kill him when out of nowhere some senbon buried themselves in Zabuza's neck, managing to kill him and fall with a dull noise. What was Kakashi's question? Everyone saw a ninja with a mask and the symbol of the mist on it. He was wearing a blue kimono. Then said ninja jumped and appeared at the front of the group. Who are you? Sakura spoke, looking cautiously at the ninja who appeared. Kakashi answered for the mysterious ninja. He is a hunter ninja. Hunter ninjas are known to capture rogue ninjas by killing them and taking their heads to prevent information about their village from escaping. Kakashi spoke. Naruto looked suspiciously at the ninja as he felt out of place. He noticed that Kakashi was taking the pulse if Zabuza was really dead and confirmed by hiding his Sharingan eye. Then he saw how the hunter ninja took the body and left in a sushun, leaving only Zabuza's blood as evidence of a battle. Naruto approached with his claws still activated and touched Zabuza's blood. He received Zabuza's memories, and this named cat also the jutsu Zabuza received, and how to practice them like the demon brothers. Naruto smiled darkly at the information of new jutsu, and came up with many ways to use it in a joke, but then received a truth about the hunter ninja. It was the same ninja that collected Zabuza. This is called an accomplice. After consuming the blood he deactivated his bloody claw jutsu, returning his hands to normal. Okay, it's time to go, said Kakashi, but fell with a thud, worrying the team. Naruto ran to his side and took his pulse, which Kakashi did with Zabuza, then he sighed with relief. Don't worry, he's just unconscious, Naruto spoke, then he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, help me, Mr. Tazuna, can we go to his house so our sensei can rest? Naruto asked as he took his sensei by the right arm and Sasuke took his left arm and placed it on his shoulder, dragging Kakashi. Sure, follow me. With that, Tazuna led the group toward the path to his house. NNN. It was dark, then he started to see blurry. Voices were heard until his vision cleared and he saw his student Sakura looking relieved. What happened, asked Kakashi, then he noticed another woman he didn't know. You were unconscious, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said it was due to chakra exhaustion, said Sakura looking at her sensei who sat down looking around, noticing that they are in a room. Where are we? Kakashi asked, looking around. And where are Naruto and Sasuke? Was Kakashi's question. They are in my house. My father spoke about what happened, and I am Tsunami. Thank you for helping bring my father back, said the woman identified as Tazuna's daughter. And the rest of his team is downstairs, said Tsunami. Kakashi looked at Sakura. We could go down and join the rest. Kakashi spoke to Sakura, but the woman beat him to it. I have some crutches here, since I don't know what chakra exhaustion is, it must be hard for you to stay standing, said Tsunami, to which Kakashi nodded. NNN. Once reunited, Kakashi decided to tell her the truth. Zabuza is alive and it will take him a week to recover or less, I estimate 5 days, Kakashi said, which earned him a what if from Sakura. I saw it coming, I felt 2 chakra signatures spying on us, and I confirmed it, the hunter ninja is Zabuza's accomplice, Naruto replied with his arms crossed, while thinking about how they were accomplices. He assumed the death was fake, but how did he do it? Naruto is doing a lot of thinking thanks to the gamer's mind and calculating the pros and cons. Kakashi-sensei, if I confirm that Zabuza is dead, how did he manage to fool us? Naruto spoke, looking at his sensei for an answer. Do you remember where the senbon Naruto pointed? Kakashi asked, looking at Naruto who nodded, and then a look of astonishment was shown by Naruto. I guess you noticed. A similar state of death, it makes sense now, Naruto muttered loud enough for the rest of the team and the client with his daughter to hear. Right, a question Naruto, how did you know he was spying on us? Are you a censor? Kakashi said, looking questioningly at his blonde-haired student. Naruto nodded since he doesn't trust his voice, then he looked at Sasuke, let's train to be stronger, Naruto spoke to Sasuke which the Uchiha nodded. Wait, I'd better teach you something new, Kakashi said, interrupting his two students before they left. Sakura, come on, I have to teach you something, Kakashi ordered, heading for the exit with his crutches. NNN. Once they reached a considerable distance he looked at his students. Okay, I'm going to teach you how to climb trees, said Kakashi, looking at the blank expressions of his students, but without hands, he ended up surprising the group. That's impossible, Sakura said, looking at her sensei as if he were crazy. No, it's possible, Kakashi declared, then climbed the tree, placing his foot on the bark and walking until he stood face down on a tree branch. Maybe it's possible, he declared with a smile in his eye. How do you do that? Sakura shouted, looking surprised about walking in the trees. Simple, add chakra to the soles of your feet and place one foot on the tree, but too little will make you fall, and too much chakra will make you fly, said Kakashi returning to the ground. Naruto and Sasuke did what they asked and placed their feet on the bark. Naruto flew against another tree as the bark exploded, and Sasuke did not stick to the tree, he slipped and fell on his back. Ready Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura already on top of the tree, surprising her companions with how she arrived first. Well done Sakura, now come with me to Tizuna's house, guys, you know what to do, then saying that he continued walking with Sakura following him. Once out of sight Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke. The scrolls, Naruto said, while taking the scroll out of his backpack, and Sasuke also took out his scroll. Once they saw the scroll the window appeared for both of them, but similar jutsu. Do you want to learn air bullet jutsu? Do you want to learn fire bullet jutsu? Yes, no, Naruto had to learn air bullet jutsu, and Sasuke had to learn fire bullet jutsu. Naruto pressed yes as did Sasuke, and the scroll broke into particles of light and entered both of their bodies receiving the jutsu. Congratulations, you have learned wind style. Wind bullet jutsu LVL1. Congratulations, you have learned fire style. Fire bullet jutsu. Naruto read about how the jutsu works just like Sasuke. Naruto read that he should breathe deeply and spit out air bullets just like Sasuke. His text was similar, that he should breathe deeply and spit out fire bullets. Let's practice what sensei told us, Naruto said. That continued with his exercises, just as Sasuke followed Naruto's example, so as not to be left behind. NNN. The genin were doing the process many times until nightfall. Once they saw their skill level of tree walking, both had level 15 in tree walking. After that they decided to practice their acquired jutsu. Once they had a decent level of LVL 10, they went in the direction of Tizuna's house, of course, taking the backpack and leaving with chakra exhaustion that kept him almost out of unconsciousness. Once they arrived they smelled the delicious aroma and both walked faster like hungry ninja zombies. Once they knocked on the door of the house, he was greeted by Sakura who opened the door. Both genin for the wear immediately went to the dining room. I see that you have finished, how did the training go? Kakashi said, receiving a smile from Sasuke and Naruto. I see that you did well, tomorrow you will show me the results. With that said, the genin sat together and waited for the food. Tsunami arrived with a pot of rice and smiled at the genin, who were looking for the ware here. This isn't much, but it's enough to fill your stomach. With that said, the woman served rice to Team 7, her father and herself, and one for a boy who was sitting in front of the genin for the ware and next to Sakura, and left the pot still with rice in the center of the table, in case they want to serve themselves more. Once all seated, they said in unison, thank you for the food, and began to eat. Of course, if they were called genin, worse for the wear and tear, they ate as if there was no tomorrow. Until the sitting boy had enough of the comfortable silence. Why are you helping us? Asked a boy, getting the attention of Team 7. Don't you know you're going to die if you stay? The boy spoke. Naruto was the one to answer. It is part of our mission to protect Mr. Tizuna until the bridge is finished. Besides, I don't like this person called Cat because of how they are handling him, Naruto said honestly as he stopped eating, just like Sasuke, who imitates him, looking at the boy with curiosity. Because you don't understand, you're going to die, just like everyone else is going to die, you don't know anything, the boy burst out, standing up from the table and heading towards the stairs in the direction of his room. Naruto looked at the boy and for a moment imagined himself in the young man. His eyes showed pain, but what he had was different. The woman decided to clear things up. Excuse me for my son Inari, he is not the same since his father died. He was the hero of this country. Since he died at the hands of a cat, he no longer had the shine in his eyes. I hope you understand his behavior, spoke Tsunami, as some tears came out of her eyes, and excused himself to wash the dishes to avoid seeing her so fragile. Sasuke looked lost in his thoughts, remembering when his clan died and his parents were sacrificed by his own brother. Leaving that aside, he looked at Naruto, who also has the thoughts from his childhood. Sasuke is not stupid, he knows when the person has a reminder of his past life, looking at the lost side of the person. What happened to this country? Asked Sakura, looking at Tazuna, to which the man had a distant look and began to tell the story. Naruto wasn't paying attention, he unconsciously squeezed his hands tightly, managing to draw blood, which Sasuke looked worried about his teammate. After facing him, he was sacrificed in front of the village. Inari was there when she saw her father being sacrificed. From that moment on, her hope died. That's why I decided to build this bridge to bring hope to the village. That's what keeps me strong, said Tazuna, finishing his story. Kakashi looked at his students, especially Naruto and Sasuke, both have to live alone, orphaned at an early age. Naruto was alone since birth, and Sasuke lost his entire family at the hands of his brother. Well, it's time to rest. Tomorrow Sakura and I are going to accompany Tazuna to the bridge, and Naruto and Sasuke will practice what I taught them. Sakura better sleep in a separate room. Naruto and Sasuke sleep in another room, and I will guard the house. With that said, his students followed his command. Naruto and Sasuke went to the same room and Sakura to another room. With Naruto and Sasuke, they took out their sleeping bag to rest. Of course, with their clothes on they preferred to sleep, but Naruto was bothered by the words of the boy named Inari. He closed the door with a bolt so that no one would disturb them while they slept, but he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Sasuke looking at him with a look of understanding, which Naruto sighed. Of course he knew about the clan massacre. But he didn't know how it feels to lose someone important. With a sigh he nodded and went to his sleeping bag to rest tonight, followed by Sasuke. NNN. The next day the same thing was repeated, the tree climbing training to level 20, practicing their new jutsu, and Naruto, secretly creating more shadow clones to spread it further into the forest and train their affinities. Water received by consuming from the demon brothers, the basic exercise of the leaf that has to moisten it with its chakra, and the rest of the clones practice their new wind jutsu all day, then sparring with the Uchiha and Taijutsu to improve their Taijutsu. And adding gravity weights to both to make it stronger and faster. Naruto created 2 clones, and the clones put invisible ink on the clothes of the original and the Uchiha to then activate it and feel the change in gravity and return to sparring. The remaining clone was working on a new Fuinjutsu that Naruto had in mind, which is to recover chakra in case it is in chakra exhaustion, and another for health recovery. He thought about the attack he received from Zabuza. It was difficult. He thought more difficult would be against the 2 at the same time, and you have to have a backup just in case. The day ended and Naruto received the memories of each clone and their improvements in new jutsu, such as Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu at LVL 15, and where he consumed the blood of the demon brothers who are like such. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu LVL 5. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu LVL 8. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu LVL 12 and Water Style. Water Bullet Jutsu LVL 15, his wind affinity rose to level 5 and the water element rose to level 10 because he has more water arsenal than wind. Once they returned to Tazuna's house at night, they saw Sakura, Kakashi a little better than before, and Tazuna heard the water running from the kitchen, and they assumed that Tsunami was in the kitchen. They waited seated and saw Inari coming down the stairs towards the dining room where Team 7 was waiting. Once the food was served and lunch, Inari began, because they are still here, they don't know that they will die, don't think they are heroes, because they are not. Inari grunted with annoyance and melancholy. No one is doing the hero boy. Kakashi spoke, bored in his mind as he took out his book and began to read. Of course not, because heroes don't exist, Inari grunted in annoyance. Heroes do exist. In my village there was a hero, he saved and guarded Konoha, that's why I want to be stronger and for people to recognize me as someone important. Naruto spoke calmly, supporting the crying child. You don't know anything, you don't know anything about pain, you think you're strong and powerful, but Gato is stronger and more powerful, no matter how hard you try you'll still die. I bet your life is happy with your family and everything, Inari shouted, managing to break Naruto's limit of patience. Oh no, kid, you shouldn't have said that, especially to Naruto, was Kakashi's thought. Looking worriedly at Naruto, he saw how his blood leaked from his hands from clenching his fists tightly. Sasuke also noticed Naruto's state. Shut up, Naruto growled, getting up from the table, looking at Inari and letting out his killer instinct, scaring the group. This killer instinct was powerful, the whole room felt it. Do you think I don't know the pain, that my life is happy with family? Well, let me tell you that you don't know anything about my pain. You crybaby, you are feeling sorry for yourself for the loss of your father, and you think it's the end. Well, let me make something clear to you, you still have your mother. Your grandfather, you still have your family alive, compared to me who was alone since I can remember, the pain of eating on the street, being kicked out of the orphanage since I was 4 years old, being chased to kill you singing Kill the Demon, since my birthday is the same day of the tragedy, and I have to live in the forest of death to protect myself from them, my house destroyed, without knowing my family or knowing about them, you know why I am a ninja, to make myself stronger. To protect myself from the blows, to be respected. I did not cry when they hit me, I did not cry when I was alone, I did not cry when they made fun of my dream, I did not cry when I almost lost my life on the battlefield, I keep going, neither cat nor another person will get in my way, if this cat is so strong. Naruto shouted and his hands exploded in blood and formed his creepy bloody claws, scaring his companions and Inari's family, and especially the child who caused this commotion. I'm going for him. And I will bring his heart impaled on my claws, he spoke with a deadly calm and showed his claws to the child's face indicating his statement, it is a promise that I am willing to keep, he finished. Then he went to the door and went to the forest, leaving a sepulchral silence. Kakashi could breathe from the killer instinct left. Kakashi-sensei, that's true, Sakura spoke with fear in her voice, the man sighed, but nodded to her question. Yes, it's true, I was Naruto's bodyguard when he was in Anbu, and I saw his life is hard and everything he said is true, Kakashi spoke, surprising the team and Inari's family. Then Sasuke stood up and went to the door, which Kakashi realized. Where are you going? Kakashi asked, looking at his student Uchiha. Let's check that the dope doesn't do anything stupid, said Sasuke, leaving the house and heading towards where Naruto went. Sakura decided to accompany her partner Uchiha, but Kakashi stopped her. Leave it, both understand each other, if you go to where they are, it will only make things worse. Inari should know that her actions could have caused Naruto the pain to return, you think before speaking, you do not know about their pasts from what they are absent. Sasuke Uchiha lost his entire family, and Naruto was always alone, without being loved or anything, he does not know the love of a father or mother. Sasuke does know that, but he lost everything in one night, so I hope you change your attitude. Sakura, go to sleep, and not a comment about this to anyone, Kakashi ordered, seriously, causing Sakura to reluctantly accept. Inari ran to his room with teary eyes and locked himself in his room. Kakashi began to explain Naruto's life to Tazuna and Tsunami. Damn crybaby brat, Naruto shouted, kicking a tree with his chakra kick, managing to destroy the tree and adding more chakra to his leg for the blow. Treat me like I've never known pain, he growled. Then with his claws, he scratched the tree furiously like a chainsaw and knocked down the tree and continued to tear apart the fallen tree. Then he prepared to make hand seals and spat air bullets furiously at all the trees that were in front of Naruto. Sasuke saw the chaos that Naruto caused, he only had to listen to the destruction to know where the idiot was. Hey Naruto, stop or else you want to get hurt, idiot, Sasuke said, introducing himself to Naruto. Said Jinchuk looked frustrated at his teammate Uchiha. I need to get my frustrations out, Naruto said as he punched another tree and tore the bark off and made a horrible wound on his leg. Shit, Naruto growled in pain as he lost his balance and fell on his back holding his sore leg. I told you, Sasuke spoke mockingly, approaching the sore Uzumaki and kneeling down. Let me see that wound, Sasuke said, looking at Naruto. The Uzumaki let the Uchiha girl examine his leg. The last Uchiha watched as Naruto muttered something about fears and their logical reasons. The Uchiha smiled, then looked at her wound. It was an injury, almost a fracture. A large piece of wood was embedded. Naruto stopped maintaining his bloody claw jutsu, returning his hands to normal. After Sasuke removed the piece of wood, he began to gently clean the wound, which caught Naruto's attention because of the form of affection he was receiving from the Uchiha. Sasuke was cleaning the wounds on Naruto's leg and removing the pieces of embedded wood with delicacy and care. After cleaning the wound, he prepared to bandage it. Once done, he looked at his work with satisfaction. Thank you, Naruto murmured, feeling comfortable with Sasuke around. Sasuke heard the Uzumaki's thanks. HMP Sasuke responded as if nothing had happened while he healed the boy's wounds. Naruto was lost in his thoughts. He wondered since when Sasuke became so kind to him, he had no idea. Sasuke once bandaged the other wounds of the Uzumaki, looked at Naruto, which Naruto looked in his direction. Their eyes met, and by strange sensation they felt attracted to each other's eyes. Their heart was racing and they were getting closer, but a sound from the bushes woke him up, and they looked in the direction where the noise, and saw a rabbit with brown fur. Then they moved away with a blush and looking away since their thoughts were similar to each other's. We were about to give each other a second kiss, were the thoughts of the genin. They were in an awkward silence without saying anything. Naruto was the one who broke the silence awkwardly. You know, it would be better to go back, Naruto spoke awkwardly, since he still didn't know about his conflicting feelings. Yes, it would be better, dope, Sasuke spoke awkwardly, still maintaining his blush, just like Naruto. Once Sasuke helped Naruto get up and took an arm and put it over his shoulder so Naruto could lean on it, and in awkward silence they went to Tazuna's house. NNN. After the incident with Inari and the almost kiss between Naruto and Sasuke, it's been 2 days since the tree climbing training. Naruto recovered from his injury and was ready to go his turn to protect Izuna on the bridge tomorrow, but Kakashi said to rest and regain strength for tomorrow. The next day, now the rest of Team 7 were going to the bridge along with Tazuna. Naruto let him rest in the house to regain strength, although Sasuke has been very quiet since he went to look for Naruto in the forest. Everything was dark, a noise and a scream were heard. His vision immediately cleared and he sat up. Naruto looked around for Sasuke, but he wasn't there. Then a broken sink was heard. Naruto got up and took out his kunais and went down the stairs cautiously. He saw out of the corner of his eye Inari running through the exit screaming for his mother. Without waiting, Naruto went up the stairs. His hands burst into blood, forming creepy claws and created 2 shadow clones, and they went out the window to the roof, using his learned tree walk to stick to the roof and without falling. Then he saw the commotion. Tsunami was held hostage by 2 men with swords in hand. He saw Inari screaming about freeing. Naruto had to admit that the boy woke up from his depression and the courage to handle a knife to threaten his mother's captors. Naruto heard the man talking about taking advantage of the tsunami. Before going to where the cat is, Naruto's blood began to burn in flames of fury. Then he saw Inari running towards his mother's captors with a knife in his hand, and one of them went to intercept Inari with his sword ready to kill the boy. Naruto gave the clones a look in a silent conversation. In a blink he disappeared from the roof. Inari Tsunami shouted with teary eyes as she watched helplessly as one of the catmen was about to kill her son. Inari closed his eyes so as not to see his approaching death. After stopping running he felt nothing, not even pain, just a scream. The scream of one of the catmen was heard. The man who was going to kill Inari stopped and turned around because of the scream of pain of his companion and looked horrified as a monstrous claw came out of his stomach. Jets of blood came out of the mortal wound of his companion. The wound was so big that the man released Tsunami, which she turned around to see in horror the claw coming out of the captor's abdomen. Then a second claw came out of the man's chest and in its claws showed the man's heart before crushing it, splashing blood around. Then the claws left the man's body showing pierced an unknown figure. Then the body fell revealing Naruto who was on the back of the now dead captor with his claws instead of hands. He looked angrily towards his next victim. "You bastard, you're going to die." Then he felt a sharp pain from his stomach. He looked down and saw the same claw that Naruto had. Then the man turned around and saw another of the same ninja, but with claws. "You're going to die." Naruto spoke with deadly calm and buried his other claw in his chest, killing his victim. "Consume," he murmured, absorbing the catman's blood and having information about a battle on the bridge and betraying Zabuza when he is weak. Naruto was disgusted by the betrayal and about the places where they keep women and girls prisoners, things that made him angry. Naruto pulled his claws from the body of the now dead man and created 50 clones. "You know where to go. Free the prisoners and finish off the catmen without mercy and take the stolen money and any valuables," Naruto commanded, which his clones responded, "Hi boss," and went to the forest, knowing where the cat kept his prisoners. "Thank you Naruto-kun." Tsunami spoke with fear since how he killed the catman made her afraid of him, but relieved that he was safe along with Inari. "You're welcome, now I must go. I left some clones to watch over you, my companions need me." With that said, Naruto ran off towards the bridge. NNN. The fog was thick, metal meeting metal was heard indicating a battle was taking place. Kakashi was with a Sharingan showing with glow as he faced Zabuza. "I must say that your student will not last long, since my apprentice will kill him," said Zabuza, which made Kakashi frown his eyes with suspicion. "Why are you so sure, Zabuza?" Kakashi said, which he regretted saying. "Because she is from the Yuki clan, her bloodline is ice," said Zabuza, enjoying a surprised Kakashi. But Sasuke, the genin, was being paralyzed in a dome of ice that turned into an ice mirror, and the masked ninja was inside the mirror, but all the mirrors were reflected, making it difficult to tell which one was real and was being attacked by Senbon. "Give up, you have no chance, this is my strongest technique," said the ninja with the mask. "Never." Sasuke growled in pain, which was heard as a sigh from the enemy ninja. But Kakashi, the Konoha ninja, faced off against the missing ninja, unaware that a hidden shadow was watching Zabuza's opening to gain the advantage and damage him until he saw Zabuza talking to Kakashi. The shadow whispered bloody style. "Bloody bullet jutsu," he whispered, to which the shadow pointed in Zabuza's direction and blood bullets shot out of the claws in the direction of the missing ninja. Zabuza felt a hellish pain from his back, like needles were repeatedly embedded in his back. "Hey!" As Zabuza screamed in pain, Kakashi noticed the shadow from afar and smiled in gratitude and took the opportunity to run towards Zabuza. Once Zabuza felt the pain, he was forced to barely dodge Kakashi's lunge. Then he noticed the shadow that disappeared. "I'm going to kill that brat with the claws," Zabuza screamed, looking for Naruto, knowing about the blood technique is him. "What's up, Zabuza? Your opponent is me." Kakashi spoke mockingly, which made Zabuza, blinded by rage, go against Kakashi. "Naruto, help Sasuke!" Kakashi commanded loudly. Naruto listened to his sensei's command and went to where Sasuke was. Once he found the dome, he created shadow clones with their claws in a familiar position, and they jumped to impale each mirror with their claws. Ah, the enemy ninja shouted in pain, which caught Sasuke's attention, and he looked with a smile as familiar claws came out of each mirror. Heh, thanks dope, smiled Sasuke as he prepared to escape from the dome of death as called by the enemy ninja. Naruto, once he went through the mirrors, felt a blow from his back falling into the dome, and Sasuke was also hit and sent back to the center. Brat, you'll pay for this, the masked ninja growled. Naruto noticed that each mirror was repairing itself at a speed and saw a wound on each enemy ninja's side. Then chaos broke out, the Senbon flew towards Naruto and Sasuke's bodies burying themselves in them. While Naruto and Sasuke desperately tried to locate the aggressor, Sasuke could then see a little clearer. Naruto noticed his partner Uchiha, that his eyes changed to a red one with a tomo in each eye, indicating that he awakened the Sharingan, according to what Sasuke said about the Sharingan. Naruto saw more shadow clones with his bloody claws active and they went towards the mirrors, but are destroyed by the Senbon. Naruto, do it again, said Sasuke, to which Naruto nodded and created more clones. Then Sasuke could see the movement of the enemy ninja and launched a fire bullet towards the ninja, hitting the clothes, but the clones are destroyed. This was happening for about 5 minutes and the genin were out of chakra and the enemy ninja, even though wounded, was running out of chakra, but the fatigue on the wound caused by Naruto was noticeable. It's time to end this, muttered the ninja, which launched again and threw Senbon to the genin exhausted. Sasuke felt pain in his body by the needles burying in him, as did Naruto. Naruto was breathing hard and fell on his back trying to catch his breath. Sasuke noticed the enemy ninja looking at Naruto and knew that Naruto was his target. The ninja launched himself at Naruto and Sasuke intercepted the blow before it hit Naruto. Once Naruto was able to regain his cloudy vision and breathe a little better, he noticed in horror his partner who protected him, Sasuke, because Naruto said in disbelief as to why he defended him. I don't know, my body moved on its own. Sasuke spoke with difficulty until he fell on his back. Naruto grabbed his partner's body and noticed all the needles buried in his partner's body. Dope. Promise me you'll get out of here, Sasuke murmured weakly, which Naruto had watery eyes. Promise me to kill Itachi. With that said, Sasuke coughed a glob of blood which fell into Naruto's claws, who was still holding Sasuke, and unconsciously consumed the blood that Sasuke coughed. I promise, Naruto whispered, which made Sasuke stop breathing and close his eyes, feeling the anger coming towards him that consumed him from within. The only person who shared his loneliness, who understood his pain, is gone. The ninja will pay for this. First time you see your partner die, you should know that the life of a ninja is death, said the enemy ninja, which made Naruto's anger jump to a climax. Shut up, you don't understand anything, nothing about my partner, not even my life. You will pay for this, I will kill you. Naruto shouted, raising his face looking into the eyes of his partner's murderer. Naruto's eyes are red with a slit and around the slit there were 2 tomos in each eye. Red chakra swirled around him which scared the enemy ninja and the amount of killing intent he gave off. In the darkness, a pair of red slitted eyes opened in the darkness. Finally, it was time for you to summon my power. Let's see, what are you made of, my jailer, and what are you capable of? Came the voice from beyond the grave. But Kakashi and Zabuza, they felt the instinct. Kakashi recognized the power, this chakra, this killer instinct. What happened, Naruto? I better hurry before it gets worse. Zabuza looked in the direction of his pupil with concern. What is going on there? Because that chakra is similar to Mizuki's. Better finish this quickly, were Zabuza's thoughts, and then launched himself against Kakashi. The Leaf Ninja intercepted the attack, since both were willing to finish this quickly. The red chakra that surrounded Naruto formed a fox head above the genin in rage. The enemy ninja looked worried. What are you? The enemy ninja entered the mirror again to be protected. Naruto got up hurt, but Graya, with a roar of rage, the Senbon left his body, and the shock wave was so strong that it broke the mirrors and sending the masked ninja far away. Naruto, wasting no time with his claws, ran at lightning speed and scratched the ninja by the arm, which howled in pain. The enemy ninja, then a kick to the chin, sent him up, lifting him off the ground, and Naruto with his claws grabbed the masked man's ankle and slammed him into the ground 3 times, making a crater. Then threw him towards a wall of the bridge that crashed. The ninja felt his ribs broken and jaw by the kick, then he looked where Naruto was coming calmly with his bloody claws and the great amount of bloodlust he gave off. The ninja tried to hit Naruto's face, which, the genin caught him easily with his creepy claws and broke his hand just by squeezing it, which a scream of agony came out of the enemy ninja. Naruto clenched his claws and punched him in the enemy ninja's mask, which sent him in a shock wave to fly to the enemy, where Zabuza and Kakashi were fighting, which they were surprised to see the masked ninja all hurt. Then they saw a silhouette walking with his red eyes bloodshot. Then he looked at his fallen enemy and grabbed him by the neck and sent him back where he was fighting before. Zabuza was planning to help his student pupil, but Kakashi stopped him. "This is our fight, Zabuza." Kakashi spoke seriously, to which Zabuza reluctantly fought against Kakashi. But Naruto, the blonde genin, ran at blinding speed and impaled the enemy ninja from his heart. Consumed. Naruto growled and watched with satisfaction as the ninja died and received the memories and jutsu through consumption, which he enjoyed. The face of pure terror of his enemy. Once done, he threw the dead body aside and took a deep breath, calming down, returning to normal. Then, after recording his kill, he received the memories of the clones who already released the prisoners and the money, and also discovered that he had wind jutsu in his possession. A clone reported on the money already sealed, and now they come here. Once he finished seeing the memories, he went to where the dead Uchiha was, but something surprised him. He saw his life flicker red. "Observe," Naruto muttered. "Notice. Name. Sasuke Uchiha. Class. Genin. Idol. Rookie of the Year, Avenger. Level. 29. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 17,500 0,000 tenths. CP. 17,500 0,000 39ths. He discovered that he was still alive. He approached the fallen Uchiha and took out of his kunai holder a paper that he had been working on all days. Naruto placed his worked paper on the Uchiha's chest and gave a small chakra pulse on the paper, which the Uchiha's body was surrounded by an intense green chakra. As it shone, Naruto took out the senbon from his teammate's body. It took a few seconds to remove all the senbon from his partner's body. Once he looked at his seal working, the body stopped shining, which his wounds were healed. Once it stopped shining green chakra, Naruto smiled when he got the reaction of a moan from the Uchiha. Once he saw his partner open her eyes, he felt happy knowing that he was able to save his friend. "What happened?" mumbled Sasuke with blurred vision. Naruto just sat down while he prepared to tell him what happened. But Kakashi, who had finished taking Zabuza, neutralizing him thanks to his contract with the dogs. "As I said, I see your death," with Kakashi saying that his hand was filled with lightning and pierced Zabuza's heart, killing him in an instant. Once Naruto carried his comrade on his back since he still couldn't get up. They went in the direction of where his team was. Naruto. Kakashi's voice was heard. Naruto stopped using chakra in his eyes, unconsciously deactivating the Sharingan and looking at Kakashi with his blue eyes. "Well done," Kakashi spoke, to which Naruto nodded. After Zabuza's death, a voice was heard that Naruto recognized from the memories acquired from the masked ninja. Well, so Zabuza died. "Well, I had no intention of paying him." Naruto felt his anger rising and looked towards where the voice was and saw an army of bandits along with a small man in a business suit standing in front. Then he approached Haku's dead body. According to the memories acquired, they did not fail him. "It's a good thing this bitch died. This is from damaging my wrist," he shouted, kicking the dead masked ninja's face. "Enough!" Naruto exploded in anger and his hands burst into blood, turning into claws. "Kakashi-sensei, cat is mine," Naruto spoke with a calm, deadly voice. Kakashi saw where this was coming from, but he was chakra depleted and had nothing to back it up. Sakura was not on the battlefield and Sasuke was recovering. "Are you sure, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "Yes," Naruto spoke and released killer instinct directed at the cat. "Kill this boy and you will receive your reward," ordered cat, which in a war cry of his men, came out with weapons ready to kill. Naruto with a war cry ran towards his opponents, ready to kill the scum painfully. Although he was low on chakra, he still had to fight. He formed a sign with his claws. He created 5 clones with the same claws, and the original along with his clones, went against the men. Naruto dodged the weapons and stabbed his opponents left and right with his claws, cutting throats, spilling intestines along with his clones. Then he took a few shurikens from his kunai holder and jumped, rising about 3 meters, and threw them towards his targets. "Katsu," he growled, causing a loud explosion. Blood spilled from his victims with the explosion. "Sharingan," Naruto muttered, turning his eyes to the famous Sharingan and seeing the enemy's movement slowly, which allowed him to react sooner and continue killing. Pat got scared and ran after his men. "He's a demon, kill him and don't let him get to me," Cat shouted desperately as he stood at the end of the bridge that was still unfinished. Naruto was killing along with his shadow clones, his claws cutting through the steel of the swords, tridents, maces and his victims that carried him. Then he received the memory of a clone, which informed him that the rest of his clones that went to save the prisoners are nearby. Naruto with more confidence recklessly launched himself through the bandits towards his target. "Cat!" Naruto growled, his chakra. A fox demon formed above the genin. "Die!" Naruto shouted, reaching the man and burying his claws in his stomach. Then the clones arrived and killed the remaining bandits, tearing them apart with their bloody claws. The original ignored the screams of agony of the cat men. Naruto continued scratching him like an uncontrolled wild animal, spilling Cat's blood all over the cement of the bridge. Cat screamed in agony. Once the screams stopped, Naruto grabbed Cat's neck and threw it where he found his team about 20 feet away from them. Naruto ran at speed and stabbed him in the back, piercing the dwarf man's chest, taking out his beating heart. Then he pulled his claws from the cat's chest still with the heart in Naruto's claws, then crushed it with his claws and his hands returned to normal. After the body fell, the clones vanished and the cheers of the free women were heard. Tazuna looked surprised at how the women who were taken far from the villager disappeared returned. The villagers of the Land of Waves came to see the act and cheered for the death of Geto and the rescue of the women that Geto had in his hands. Men who gathered with their daughters, wives, sisters, cousins, aunts and mothers the city was celebrating. A shadow clone that came with the women arrived next to Naruto and informed him. Everyone listen boss, mission accomplished. We have freed the prisoners. We also recovered the money that Geto stole he said. The clone took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to the original, then left in a puff of smoke and Naruto received the clone's memories. And Naruto explained to me how you found the prisoners. Kakashi asked, which caught the attention of the team and all the villagers to know how he found it. Naruto sighed as the truth would come sooner or later. Well, it's my bloodline. When I'm with the claws I have the power to consume the blood and receive the memories of my victim. When they left me at Tazuna's house, 2 cat men came in and took Tsunami hostage. I killed them and consumed their blood through my claws, and I found the location where they came from and sent about 50 clones to retrieve the money and free the prisoners. Not only is my Kake Genkai capable of consuming blood, it is also capable of receiving the memories of the jutsu and copy other Kake Genkai. Naruto spoke surprising the group and was horrified at how to get the information. That's it, very bloody Naruto Kakashi said then he took out a chakra paper and passed it to Naruto. What did you consume today? Naruto Kakashi said seriously. When I killed the masked ninja I consumed his blood on the spot, Naruto replied which surprised Kakashi. Naruto, I want you to write your chakra on the paper to confirm that you consumed a Kake Genkai from the masked ninja, Kakashi spoke carefully. Naruto did what he asked and the chakra paper split into 5, one burned in fire, another got wet, another wrinkled, one froze, and the last one turned red with the scent of blood. Awesome, Kakashi said, then asked if he consumed anything else that acquired fire and lightning. Naruto, what did you consume the most in the fight? I think I also consumed Sasuke's blood when he fell into a state of death thinking he died, since he coughed blood and fell into my clutches, and I could see the ninja in slow motion, Naruto spoke to Kakashi's question. Will it be possible? Naruto sends chakra to your eyes. I want to confirm something Kakashi ordered, to which Naruto nodded and did what he asked, and Kakashi was surprised, not only him, but Sasuke was surprised too. In Naruto's eyes it was no longer sapphire blue, but turned red, and the Sharingan with 2 tomos in each eye is seen. Impossible muttered Sasuke looking surprised at the power of Naruto's Kake Genkai. Naruto, when did you find out about this consumption? Kakashi said dangerously seriously. Since the attack of the demon brothers, Naruto replied to which Kakashi nodded. Stop being hard on the boy, besides Naruto is a hero, now we can finish the bridge, Tazuna interrupted with a smile. Kakashi nodded, then looked at Naruto seriously, we'll talk about this later, Kakashi spoke seriously, to which Naruto nodded in understanding. NNN. A week passed since the battle and the massacre of Naruto. Kakashi interrogated him during what his Kake Genkai did, which Naruto answered about what he learned, of course, without revealing the gamer system he has. After the bridge finished and Naruto returned the money to the citizens which they thanked him, and Tazuna paid him for an A rank mission to the team. Once ready to leave he said goodbye to Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari, and above all the Land of Waves that said goodbye to Team 7. Well, what will we call the bridge? Tazuna spoke, to which Inari responded. What do you think of the great Naruto Bridge of Bloody Claws? Inari called, to which Tazuna looked at him perplexed, which made him smile. Grandson, of course, that name sounds tough, the Great Naruto Bridge of the Bloody Claws, a good title for him, and I suspect that name will be a legend in the future Tazuna spoke, not knowing how right they were. Mission alert accomplished. Escort the builder to the Land of Waves safe and sound. Submission. Avoid the ambush of the demon brothers. Free Kakashi from the water prison. Bring Tazuna home safe and sound. Discover the location of the prisoners. Free the prisoners and recover what was stolen. Defeat the masked enemy ninja. Free the country from the waves of cat tyranny and his minions. Reward. Bloody style consume, 180,000 exp, air bullet jutsu scroll, mysteries found in vault scroll, fire bullet jutsu scroll, mysteries in vault scroll, Kyuubi chakra unlock, Sharingan unlock. Bonus. Unlock ice affinity, unlock lightning affinity, unlock fire affinity, water style water ball jutsu, water style water clones jutsu, water style water whip jutsu, tree walking chakra. Congratulations, you are now level 31. Naruto and Sasuke saw the mission's achievements and smiled silently, although Kakashi noticed the smile of both genin. You have something to tell me, why are you smiling? Kakashi said, looking at his genin. Oh, for the mission we finished which was an A rank. Naruto spoke still halfway through the truth which Sasuke nodded in agreement. And so they headed in the direction of Konoha, not knowing that a greater challenge awaited them upon their return. Ninja skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu level 29. Chakra speed max LVL. Shuriken Cage Bushin no Jutsu level 27. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 7. Chakra Kick LVL 1. Pillar Instinct LVL 49. Ninja Art, Explosive Rain of Death level 10. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu LVL 29. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 19. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 18. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 14. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 15. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 20. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 10. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 9. Yuan Jutsu, level 54. Trap, 37. Caution, 37. Free Walking Chakra, 35. Exi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Mente del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 31. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 6. The Jutsu. Torbellino, LVL 30. Hang, LVL Max. Awarimi, LVL 29. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL 50. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 25. Water Affinity, LVL 25. Blood Affinity, LVL 30. Fire Affinity, LVL 1. Lightning Affinity, LVL 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 1. Chakra Kyubi, LVL 1. Sharingan, LVL 5. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, level 50. Next chapter. The Chunin exams begin. Chapter 7. Chapter. The Chunin exams begin. It's been 2 weeks since the liberation of the Land of Waves. After Team 7 returned and received their well-deserved payment, Kakashi informed him to rest and hang out, to which Sakura immediately asked Sasuke for a date, which the Uchiha refused again. Then the three genin went to their homes. Naruto went home with his mind on his mission. He decided that when he got home, he would review his acquired jutsu and improve his ninja skills. Although he was worried about the Kyubi chakra that he has unlocked since the mission. Now we see Team 7 meeting at Training Camp 7 after not seeing each other in 2 weeks. Naruto changed his outfit to a blood-red jumpsuit with a Uzumaki clan swirl on his back. He wore blood-red fingerless gloves, also his sandals are dark red, and the black headband tied on his forehead showing it with pride. Not only Naruto had a change, his teammate Uchiha also changed his outfit from a blue one to a black one, with the Uchiha clan fan on his back, dark pants and dark sandals. With the Konoha headband on his forehead showing it in its glow, Sakura is the only one who did not change her dress. She wore black shorts under a bright pink dress. Once gathered, they dedicated themselves to waiting for Kakashi, who didn't take long to arrive. I greeted, to which Naruto looked perplexed at his sensei for arriving early. Well, who are you and where is the real sensei? Since he never arrives early, Naruto ordered with a kunai in his hand. Which Kakashi lazily raised his hand over Naruto's threat. Calm down, it's me. Besides, I cannot arrive early to meet with my cute genin, since we have not seen each other since 2 weeks of rest, spoke Kakashi, pretending to have pain in his heart for the cruelty of his students, which the genin looked at with a stick face. HMP, well, as I was saying, we meet because I have something to tell you. We will not continue doing missions. We will dedicate ourselves to teamwork and the development of your ninja skills. With that said, Kakashi created 2 shadow clones which confused the genin. As you will see, we will start with the development of your ninja skills first separately. Sasuke, come with me, spoke the original Kakashi, which the Uchiha followed his sensei. Naruto, come, said Kakashi's clone, which Naruto went with his sensei's clone. Once they got far enough away from the others, they stopped in a wooded area. As you see, I just reported the results to the Lord Hokage. I must tell you that you surprised me and Lord Hokage, so we will talk about your affinities, how you obtained the fire and lightning affinity, said Kakashi, which Naruto thought about it and then looked at Kakashi, indicating that he got the answer. From Sasuke Uchiha, I think he has lightning and fire after consuming his blood, Naruto answered, to which Kakashi nodded and knew something that no one was capable of doing. Well, as you see, your Kage Genkai is unique and rare, but the power to master all Kage Genkai is truly unique and dangerous for you. If someone outside of Konoha knows of your ability, they will try everything possible to get their hands on you and your bloodline. As you will see, it makes us even stronger than your ability, and I hope this does not go to your head. That you could occupy all the Kage Genkai in the world, but your weakness is being overconfident, and it makes you make many mistakes. Because I tell you this, because even the strongest, the one with the most jutsu, is capable of falling due to their arrogance and pride. This is a lesson that will serve you and more, spoke the Kakashi clone, which Naruto took this seriously. Also, I want to see your abilities, learn from each affinity and memories, and see if I can help you, spoke the Jounin. NNNNNN. But Sasuke, the Uchiha, was learning from Kakashi his signature jutsu, the Chidori, and the occupation of his Sharingan, in addition to adding more weight to his speed and strength. Since Naruto's discovery of occupying the Sharingan, Sasuke has put more effort into evolving his Sharingan. Sasuke will be all for today. There is something you want to talk about. Since Naruto occupied the Sharingan you have been quieter than usual, said Kakashi, stopping the hours of training and dedicating himself to evaluating his genin. Sasuke thought about it for a moment and then sighed. Yes, it's bothering me that Naruto and about consuming blood he obtains the memories. I don't know if Naruto obtained the memories from my clan. Sasuke spoke with a defeated voice to make him talk. That's why you avoid him, Kakashi spoke. He noticed a small blush from Uchiha. Are you? Kakashi spoke, but he was interrupted by Sasuke. Don't say it, the Uchiha growled threateningly. The Jounin raised his hand in surrender. It's okay, I won't say anything, Sasuke, Kakashi said mockingly, watching as Uchiha tensed up. How did you know? But was cut off by Kakashi, which showed his smile eye. Simple, as a Jounin I have to watch over my genin at all times, on a mission or on break, and know their secrets. I knew you were feminine since we met, and don't worry, apart from Naruto knowing your secret, I will also keep your secret until he makes you Chunin, which reminds me the exams start in 5 weeks, so we better get back to the group. With that said, Kakashi walked towards the meeting point after seeing the abilities separately. NNNNNN. Once gathered, Kakashi informed, I must admit that her abilities are unique. Sakura may be smarter, but she won't help you in all the missions which Naruto and Sasuke are more ahead of you. That means that I'm going to have only training. Naruto and Sasuke can rest, improve their skills or whatever they have in mind. Sakura tomorrow at 7 and don't be late. See you in about 5 weeks. The two of you, spoke Kakashi, which in a sushun he left. Naruto walked towards the exit with Sasuke following him, but Sakura interrupted the silence. Sasuke-kun, can we go to dinner? Asked the already repeated date. No, Sasuke said, looking at Naruto, who nodded at what Uchiha wanted. With that, they left, leaving a depressed Sakura to her fate. NNNNNN. Bloody style. Bloody shield jutsu, Naruto shouted, calling his defense jutsu as his hands burst into blood and a large blood shield formed protecting him from a fire attack. Not bad, Sasuke, Naruto spoke looking at his opponent. Bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu, Naruto shouted. From the shield he fired a barrage of blood bullets which Sasuke dodged. Fire style. Fire bullet jutsu, shouted Sasuke, shooting a rain of fire bullets towards Naruto and created another blood shield protecting him. Water style. Water ball jutsu, Naruto shouted, spitting a huge ball of water towards Sasuke, to which Uchiha used her Sharingan and narrowly dodged the water. Enough, this is enough, to jutsu, Sasuke commanded, looking with a smile which stopped when he saw Naruto occupying the Sharingan. Done with Naruto saying that, his hands exploded in blood and formed into bloody claws which launched the attack. Sasuke took out his kunais and formed a claw hand with kunais between his fingers and went to intercept Naruto. NNNNNN. Ha, that was impressive sparring we had, or not, Sasuke said. Naruto after the Taijutsu battle. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan while sitting. HMP, he nodded, breathing heavily, deactivating his Sharingan as well while lying on his back. Both have been sparring for 3 hours since they arrived at the Uchiha district. Sasuke is more open to Naruto in training, she considers him as an equal in everything she does. I have to go home, it's getting dark, Naruto said, ready to leave, but Sasuke stopped him. You can stay at my house this time, said Sasuke, to which Naruto looked perplexed. Then he remembered the memories he got from Sasuke about the massacre and his constant nightmare after the massacre. Naruto unconsciously clenched his fist, then relaxed. Okay, I'll stay, Naruto said in a sigh. He was surprised to be hugged by Uchiha. No one had hugged him since he could remember. He awkwardly returned the hug. Sasuke didn't know why he would have hugged him, but it felt good. Then they stopped hugging. Thank you, murmured the Uchiha girl. NNNNNN. It's been 5 weeks since the last meeting. Naruto has gone with Sasuke to more unlocked dungeon, the one at LVL 30, which they faced Viking-type skeleton warriors. They defeated the skeleton boss that reached LVL 45. Naruto was now LVL 37, and Sasuke at LVL 36. Their Sharingan was LVL 27, Naruto 2 tomos. He was LVL 25, Sasuke 2 tomos. Naruto unlocked a mysterious jutsu from the skeleton dungeon that was bloody style. Jutsu blood creatures at LVL 15. This jutsu is capable of creating artificial life from the creator's imagination, be it domestic animals, LVL 1 to LVL 10, be it wild animals, LVL 10 to LVL 40, or mystical animals, LVL 40 to LVL 60, and legendary animals, Biduous, LVL 60 to LVL 100, apart from that is bloody style evolved. Bloody shield jutsu, to an automatic defense called the bloody defense, which was telepathic. You can control your blood at will without hand signals, which became Naruto's favorite defense jutsu. Since his blood automatically protects him in blind spots, his bloody style also evolved. Bloody Claws Jutsu, Naruto can call it without having to make hand seals. Just by thinking about the jutsu his hands explode in blood, and the well-known Bloody Claws is formed creepy, only this time it covers his forearm forming into a sawtooth-type arm that can stop a sword in a thrust and counterattack. Not only has he evolved his bloody jutsu, but he was able to form a sword from his blood, something I look at in Zabuza's memories of basic kinjutsu, since when the Mist Demon was a genin and did katas with a bamboo sword, which Naruto with his reward for killing a Viking skeleton, obtained what he needed, a sword made of bamboo. At night he practiced kinjutsu katas, and also evolved his shadow clones. Now he can create blood clones that are more durable than shadow clones. Secretly Naruto with his Sharingan was able to advance and create Jinjutsu against his clones and dispel them to increase his Jinjutsu detector. He also made progress in his newly acquired Ice-style Kake Genkai, such as Ice Clones, Ice Dragon, Ice Mirror, and unlocking Fire Affinity. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, which has worked very well for him. Now we see Naruto walking down the street of Konoha until he heard a commotion. The young Uzumaki went to see what was happening and saw two unknown ninjas with the sand headband, but it bothered him that one of them took a child. Naruto hated bullies. "Hey, leave that kid downstairs," Naruto commanded, approaching the pair of Suna ninja. The ninja in a black cat-shaped suit wearing makeup. "And if I don't want to, this brat will pay for colliding with me," he spoke, holding the child in trouble and ready to hit him, but he felt a cold steel at his throat. The ninja dressed in black looked and saw claws made of blood, and another Naruto was behind him while the original was in front. The Suna Kunoichi saw her partner in danger and tried to help, but other claws were holding his neck dangerously ready to tear the flesh. She sweated cold since another Naruto was behind her. "I wouldn't help that idiot if I were you," Naruto spoke, letting out a powerful killer instinct towards the Suna ninjas. Now the makeup man he was interrupted by the ninja with his face painted. "It's war paint," the ninja replied, feeling his neck being pressed against his throat. "Whatever, release the boy," Naruto commanded, releasing more killing intent, surpassing the limit of his level 59. "Congratulations, your killing intent is now level 60, Naruto ignored that. The Suna ninja nodded in fear, releasing the child. Said child hid behind the original. "Good, now Sasuke can come out, and so can the ninja above my partner," Naruto commanded, looking at the tree where the sitting Uchiha was shown, and the red-haired Suna ninja, who looked expressionless and dissolved into sand, returning to the side of the ninja with the war paint. "Ara, I can explain," the painting ninja stuttered, which was cut off by the red-haired boy. "Kankuro, you are a disgrace to the Sand Village," said the young Retid, the same age as Naruto. Baryo tried to speak, the boy known as Kankuro, but a look from the Retid. "Shut up or I'll kill you," the boy identified as Gaara spoke monotonously. Sasuke jumped and stood next to Naruto, looking at the trio of Suna ninja, but the red-haired one looked towards the two Konoha genin. "Who are your names?" Gaara asked, looking with curiosity and interest, especially at Naruto. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha," said the black-haired man with his eyes burning in the Sharingan. "Naruto Uzumaki, I look forward to our meeting," Naruto spoke, sending killer instinct towards Gaara. The Retid sent his own. "I hope so too, they're going to prove my existence," Gaara said, and got ready to leave. "Let's go," he commanded his teammates, who followed him in silence. The blood clones returned to the real one, and Naruto with his claws touched his clones and consumed them, making the existence of which they were present disappear, and his hands returned to normal. Then he looked at the boy, who looked at him with stars in his eyes. "Because I have the feeling that I have gotten a headache." NNNNNN. After arriving at the meeting point, Kakashi was waiting for him with his eye smile. Naruto knew that his sensei has something to say if he is in a good mood. Once they were all gathered, Kakashi showed them some papers. "Well, as promised, you have improved a lot in your skills, and Sakura also improved, she just needed a little persuasion. Now I declare Team 7 ready for the Chunin exams," spoke Kakashi with his typical one-eye smile. Sasuke and Naruto showed excited by the news, Sakura showed unsure whether to go or not. Kakashi handed the sheet to each of his genin. "This is the registration paper. You have to put your name on the sheet, and you will see on the sheet the address. You have to go tomorrow, introduce yourself. I will wait for you there with that," said Kakashi, left in a succession of leaves. The genin went off separately with their thoughts on the Chunin exam. NNNNNN. Naruto, after being informed, went to the dungeon of Training Camp 2, which was a lake which faced humanoid fish, such as piranhas LVL-29, saw shark LVL-37, and the boss a humanoid shark of LVL-46. Naruto fought with all his new jutsu, which is ice, managing to defeat each opponent effortlessly and level up their skills, even used bloody style. Blood creature jutsu that created blood foxes. His body is bright red with flesh blood, it was seeing a fox without skin. Naruto found it hard to get used to. It was intimidating and disgusting, but it was a good jutsu. He no longer needs the stupid cats and dogs. He is more satisfied with the foxes and devised to create humanoid foxes and other humanoid animals. The young Uzumaki was working on creating humanoid animals for his whirlwind Taijutsu style and Kinjutsu. I create humanoid foxes and humanoid wolves with their claws bloody. Naruto had to dodge and counterattack. It was until nightfall. Naruto was heading home all bloody and bruised, but well, the training was worth it, although never training with claws and sword at the same time almost cost me an arm, Naruto complained, rubbing his shoulder in pain. The next day we see Naruto heading towards the meeting point, although he looked a little tired but fine. The young Uzumaki was heading towards an academy where the test is taken. On the way he met Sasuke, also walking with his eyes a little tired, indicating that he had been training before going to sleep. Both genin were walking and met Sakura, who was already at the academy, which did not show tiredness, indicating that Sakura did not do anything or prepare, which earned a sigh from Naruto and Sasuke due to Sakura's ignorance in her training. Once gathered, Kakashi appeared with his eye smile. It's good that you accepted the request since it wasn't mandatory, but since I see that you are all, that means that you are ready for the Chunin exams. Continue through room 308 where the exam is taken. Good luck with that, said the team. Continued to the academy. They reached the second floor, but Naruto already discovered that they were in a Jinjutsu, thanks to his Jinjutsu detector, which he easily dispelled. Sakura saw what Naruto did, as did Sasuke, looked at her nodding, and they dispelled the Jinjutsu, which changed the number from 308 to 208. They silently approached and climbed the stairs, but they didn't notice that a team was watching them and followed them. Once Team 7 left the second floor to be on the third, they saw entrance 308, which is on a railing with a staircase. The team was going to continue, but a voice stopped them. Wait, a voice spoke. The team saw a strange subject with green expanse, his leaf headband tied like a belt, a bowl cut like hair and thick eyebrows with big eyes. Once identified, he spoke. Are you Uchiha? Sasuke asked the stranger. Sasuke responded with a HMP. The stranger smiled in the strangest way, with a huge smile with a bright tooth. It is an honor to meet such a prodigy, Uchiha-san, spoke the unidentified stranger. My name is Rock Lee. Young green beast of Konoha, the identified Lee proclaimed himself. Naruto sighed. Every time his partner attracts the unwanted, he already felt a headache. Listen, Lee, we are on our way to our Chunin exam, so if you excuse us, Naruto spoke seriously. Let's go, Naruto ordered, with his companions following him. Wait, I want to fight against Uchiha-san to measure my skills, the green expander commanded, which caused Naruto to sigh, which caught Lee's attention. No, if we fight we will be disqualified, Naruto spoke seriously, which Lee did not like this blonde-haired boy. I must assume you're the last one to die, Lee said mockingly, not knowing who he was really messing with. I don't give a damn about watching stupid, worthless fights. Come on, we've already wasted enough time, Naruto commanded, which led to Lee dropping the bomb. You're not only the last to die, you're also a coward. This had a huge impact on Sasuke and Sakura. No one had called Naruto a coward before, especially since the massacre wasn't a coward. The bloody cat slaughter wasn't cowardice. This boy earned his funeral. Naruto remained in dead silence and looked at Lee. The young man became intimidated under Naruto's gaze. The Uzumaki began to unleash a killer instinct against his victim. If you want to fight, you'll have a fight. Naruto spoke seriously and without fear. Then allow me to face off against Uchiha, Lee commanded, unaware that his teammates had already arrived to see Lee challenging the one they call the last dead and heard everything. I said you will have your fight, but not with my partner, but with me, he spoke seriously while his body gave off the scent of blood, intriguing the green expander. It'll be a waste of time, Lee mocked, unaware that he was being watched by security cameras and the Jounin were watching what was happening. Naruto in a blink of an eye was behind Lee and punched him, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. You dare to underestimate me, that's a mistake of arrogance you have, he spoke with deadly seriousness. Lee felt a hard blow to his rib. He looked at Naruto with anger in his eyes. The young man in green expanse launched an attack against Naruto. The Uzumaki dodged easily and gave him a hook to the jaw, sending him crashing for the second time into the wall. The boy again got up and ran, this time more focused. Swirl of the leaf, shouted Lee, which sent a low kick. Naruto jumped, but Lee supported himself from the ground and sent his second kick. Naruto in the air blocked Lee's kick by crossing his arms and achieving the sending of Naruto towards another wall. Naruto got up and ran at lightning speed with the Sharigan, blinking his eyes to see Lee's defense in seconds, and changed his blow to the pit of the stomach, taking the air out of Lee, which lifted him off the ground, and continued with his attack and a circular kick he sent Lee to send him to the feet of his companions. As I said, your arrogance will make you fall. Even the most prodigious or the strongest of the ninja fall because of their arrogance, Naruto quoted and then went to his teammate. Sakura tried to warn, but it was too late. Lee appeared in front of Naruto and a kick to the chin sending him into the air. The young man in green expanse jumped and released his bandages from his wrists and tied Naruto, who was stunned from the surprise blow. Once tied, Lee held him and began to spin Omnitrix. Naruto once recovered, by instinct his hands exploded in blood staining Lee's bandages and transformed into claws and managed to get away, cutting the bandages and falling on two bloody hands, claws supporting himself on the ground, and a spinning kick he sent Lee to take distance. I must admit that it took me by surprise, but this senseless fight is over in a blink. Naruto was with his team. His teammates looked surprised at how Naruto handled the matter, then his hands returned to normal. Let's go. With that said, they went towards the exam room, ignoring Lee's moans and about the youth that Naruto did not pay attention to. Once they entered, they saw a bunch of ninjas from all the villages, Taki, Suna, Kusa, even some ninjas who have a drawing of a musical sound as a headband. All the ninjas saw the genin entering and sent killer instinct to intimidate them. Sakura seemed nervous, Sasuke seemed a little unsure, Naruto was another story, he looked comfortable. Then he sent killer instinct to the entire room, making some sweat and look at Naruto in fear. Naruto had enough of this shit. What are you looking at? Naruto spoke, sending more killer intent into the room. Some sweated, others sent it against him as if to intimidate him, but Naruto seemed indifferent. If you keep looking, there will be an accident, Naruto spoke, as if his hands exploded into blood and formed bloody claws, intimidating the ninja, who looked away from the horrible scene and disgusted how the claws looked, how creepy they can be. That's okay, Naruto spoke in agreement since his hands returned to normal. Sasuke's shout was heard from Ino Yamanaka, who hugged the Uchiha from behind. Sakura as always began to argue about leaving her Sasuke, something that Naruto sighed with annoyance. He met with Shikamaru and Chogi, and they talked for a bit, then Kiba arrived. Wow, what a meeting of the 9 rookies, spoke a voice that Naruto recognized well as the breath of a dog. Where is Naruto? Don't tell me he died, he spoke mockingly. This was the last straw for Naruto. What am I doing? Dog breath, Naruto spoke seriously. Kiba looked in the direction where the voice came from and was surprised to see Naruto without his orange jumpsuit, but Kiba knew that Naruto smelled like blood, but a different scent of blood. His dog Akamaru also smelled many scents. He got a single point that Naruto has already killed. Yes, all kinds of scents are any indication. Hey, you guys should turn down the volume since you're attracting unwanted attention, said a silver-haired ninja wearing glasses. And who are you? Kiba said, pointing at the newly arrived ninja. My name is Kabuto Yakuzi, you remind me of myself when I first entered the Chunin exam, said the now identified Kabuto. This is your second time in the Chunin exam, asked Sakura looking at the leaf ninja. Actually, it's my 7th time, Kabuto answered honestly, surprising the rest of the 9 rookies except Naruto, who looked calculatingly. But I've gotten information since the Chunin exams. On this card, I have the information of each of the contestants. Kabuto spoke with a smile. Naruto paid attention. Do you have information about Gaara of the Sand, Rock Lee? Sasuke spoke. Kabuto made a murmur about geniuses. You're no fun, you know his name, but is interrupted by Kiba. And Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba commanded. The young ninja nodded. Let's see, said Kabuto, taking out a blank card and placed it on the ground, and a spin showed a puff of smoke. Let's see, Gaara of the Sand. His teammate are Tamari of the Sand and Kankuro of the Sand. Missions completed are 3D rank, 15C rank, and 20B rank, which he completed each mission without a scratch. His stats are mysterious, they do not appear, dictated the silver-haired ninja, then took out another card, and the process was repeated. Let's see the next one. Rock Lee, known as the last dead of last year and self-proclaimed young green beast. His teammates are Niji, Hyuga and Tenten without a last name. His stats are high in Taijutsu, almost known in Jutsu and Jinjutsu. He has completed 30D rank, 45C rank and 20B rank, finished Kabuto, which took out another card. Let's see now with Naruto Uzumaki. He called, which everyone paid attention in the room to find out about the blonde genin with the creepy claws. Naruto Uzumaki, known as the last dead of this year, but completed all the tests, successfully surpassing the prodigy Sasuke Uchiha. Also stopped a rogue ninja, a chunin of the academy known as Mizuki, who stole the forbidden scroll. But Naruto stopped him, killing him on the spot, his first death. Let's see what else he says. He completed 25D rank missions and 1C rank, but that rose to a B rank when the demon brothers appeared, which showed no remorse in killing the 2 demon brothers on the spot. After the assault, the team continued and faced the mist demons Abusa Momochi, which rose to an A rank. It also says that Naruto took the moment as leadership when Kakashi Haddock, known as the copy ninja, was caught by Zabuza's jutsu. Naruto showed prowess in fighting against one of the 7 swordsmen and nuclear ninja, which managed to free Kakashi Haddock. Also showed leadership when they met again with the hunter nin who took Zabuza, and the accomplice faced Naruto. Naruto fought and defeated the hunter nin, killing him instantly. It is said that he is capable of consuming the blood of his victim with his claws, gaining copy of the DNA of the Ice Kake Genkai of the Yuki clan, then created a massacre with his claws towards the men of the cat businessman, and the man himself, massacred and consumed their blood acquiring knowledge. The country of waves created a bridge in honor of his name, the great Naruto Bridge of the Bloody Claws. Wow, do not expect this from a genin just leaving the academy. Let's continue looking at his statistics. Half in Taijutsu Chunin, high in Fuinjutsu Jounin, high in Ninjutsu Chunin, high Jinjutsu Genin and half Kenjutsu Genin. Fascinating, spoke Kabuto. Naruto ignored the looks of astonishment of the hall. Then he took out another card. Let's see, Sasuke Uchiha. His teammates are Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, the same in missions as his blonde partner. His stats are high in Chunin Ninjutsu, medium Chunin Taijutsu, non-existent Fuinjutsu, low Chunin Jinjutsu, non-existent Kenjutsu. He is known as this year's prodigy, informed the white hair. Sasuke ignored his status, since with Naruto, he doesn't need to see his stats. Then Kabuto began to tell the participants and the insult about the sound ninjas. The ninjas took this as an insult to their person and decided to attack Kabuto. The white-haired ninja dodged, but Naruto saw his Sharingan in a blink of an eye. He saw the waves that were expelled from the enemy ninja, damaging Kabuto. Then his eyes returned to normal before anyone realized that he obtained the Sharingan through consumption. Enough, if you continue causing problems I will expel you from this test, ordered a man in a black suit with a black cloth tied around his head, and his face shows the scars in battle. I am Ibiki Marino, and I will be your instructor for this written test, he ordered, which all the ninjas stood firm and orderly, since a mistake in front of the man can cause disqualification. That's how I like it. Now go ahead and draw a sheet in this box. The number that touched you will sit in the position with the number indicated on the sheet, he ordered, which each ninja made their order and sat in their places. Sasuke sat in the third row in the middle next to a mint-haired Taki Kunoichi and a brown-haired Suna ninja. Sakura sat in another position in the first row in the last position, with some Konoha ninja and a Taki ninja, and Naruto sat in the middle row in the middle, along with a Kusa ninja Orochimaru in disguise, and a Konoha ninja. Once seated, the attendees entered, sat at the exit in a row facing the participants, arousing the curiosity of those present. Well, as you will see here will be evaluated in the written test. I will tell you the rules. Number 1. Participants cannot under any circumstances fight among themselves during the exam, unless they receive that order from their examiners. Non-compliance would be to fail. Rule number 2. Participants enter the exam with 10 points, and their test consists of 10 questions. Each question is worth 1 point, and the test is based on the reduction of points if there is a failure. The point will be removed. For example, if all questions are answered correctly, the participant will have 10 points. If one fails in 3, the participant will then have 7 points. The success or failure of the team will be determined by the amount of points the team has. Rule number 3. If one of the examiners realizes that one of the participants cheats, has as a penalty the subtraction of 2 points from your exam for each attempt. And finally, rule number 4. If a team member gets 0, the team will be disqualified, he said, leaving a cold sweat except Naruto and the Kusa ninja at his side. Well, you'll have at least 1 hour to answer all the questions, and I'll ask the last one, so let's begin. With that said, the participants began their task. Mission alert. Pass the written test of the Chunin exams. Submission. Reward. 50,000 exp, mysterious jutsu. Naruto ignored that and looked at the leaf, earning a drop of sweat at the questions. With his active gamer mind he looked around and noticed his partner with the active Sharingan and the active Byakugan of the two Hyuga. Naruto knew it was cheating without them noticing. Naruto activated his Sharingan to see who was the hidden Chunin who will give the tests easily, not knowing that the Kusa ninja at his side looked maliciously at Naruto to see the Sharingan. So it's true, Kuku. Naruto-kun, with your bloodline it will be a perfect body if the reports are true of the ability to consume and acquire the Kake Genkai. I will have immortality, were the thoughts of the Kusa ninja. Naruto strangely felt chills running down his back. He had a bad feeling about this. Ignoring that, Naruto continued to finish the test easily, thanks to copying them without being discovered. Then he stopped using the Sharingan. He began to imagine how his team is doing, especially if Sakura is so smart that his team is not in danger of failing. 45 minutes passed and some were discovered and failed. Ibiki began, well, it's time for the 10th question, put down your pencils with that, said the rest of the team that remained lowered their pencils. First of all, the participants must choose whether to answer the question or not. If the team decides to answer and fails that question, the entire team will never be able to repeat the Chunin exam, he spoke, thus earning complaints from the teams, and Naruto was evaluating the situation. Silence, I have not finished speaking yet, he commanded. The participants remained silent. Well, in summary, that group that is not sure they can answer the question and fails No member of the team will be able to take the Chunin exam next year. This caused many to sweat except Naruto, who looked impassive with the gamer's mind working to the maximum. While evaluating the hidden word, Ibiki continued, if the choice is made and the team decides to answer that last question, you only have two possible options that evaluate the success of the answer. You have 15 minutes, you are free to leave and continue the next year. Ibiki spoke. Several of the ninja raised their hands and withdrew along with their teams. There were 2 grass teams, the 9 rookies, the Sound Ninja, the 3 Rain Ninja and the Suna Ninja, and some from Konoha, and the Rock Team. Lee, are you sure you want to answer the question? Naruto had had enough of waiting. The blonde ninja hit the table, getting everyone's attention. That's enough, obviously we're ready, don't you see the difference? We are ninja, our motto is danger and challenges. We will not back down easily now. I accept the question, Naruto commanded, which Ibiki Marino sent killer instinct towards the room. Are you sure you answered the question, boy? Spoke seriously, deadly, Naruto sent his own killer instinct, surprising Ibiki. Sure, nothing and no one will stand in my way to become the most powerful ninja ever seen. That is my nimbus, my ninja way, believe me, Naruto declared. Ibiki assessed the room, saw the remaining ninjas inspired to follow. HMP, I have nothing else to say, you pass, he spoke, surprising the genin in the room except Naruto. Ibiki smiled, and the blonde boy knew from the beginning of the 10th question, ask the person in charge. Naruto nodded in response. Yes, the objective of problem 10 was to demonstrate our persistence and the trust they had with their teammates, and ninja cannot condemn their entire team for a decision they are not sure of. This implies that the true purpose of that question was to teach us to take risks, but always worry about the safety of their teammates and have a backup plan, quoted Naruto. Ibiki smiled. Boy, you just took the words right out of my mouth, but what he said is true, since on a mission he always has 2 difficult options. Ibiki spoke, but he was interrupted by some kunes that flew out the window, and a web of the second part of the Chunin exam was formed. Well, enough talking, it's time to see your new instructor for the second part of the exam. It's none other than your favorite Anko Mitarashi, she said in a super cool entrance voice, according to her. Anko, you arrived early, Ibiki grunted, his headache already coming. Of course I should make my entrance super cool, let's see, only 27 participants or 9 teams in total. Ibiki, you're going soft, mocked Anko, which the man coughed. We have better genin this year, he said, to which Anko nodded in doubt, which Ibiki already had a headache dealing with Anko. Well, as you can see, I'll take care of the cannonballs, so I'll wait for you at training camp 44. Don't be late or you'll be disqualified. With that, Anko left in a sushi. All the ninjas ran towards the exit. Already at the exit, Naruto jumped out the window onto a roof followed by his team, then particles of red light surrounded him, which made his body give off a red aura and particles which rose. Naruto felt the ring squeezing his body again, which in a scream he released and the particles of light entered him. Naruto sighed in relief. Mission alert accomplished. Pass the written test of the Chunin exams. Submission. Copying without being detected by examiners. Answer the 9 exam questions. Provide motivation in the 10th question. Reward. 50,000 XP completed, Blood Style. Bloody Wings Jutsu. Congratulations, you have unlocked Bloody Style. Bloody Wings Jutsu LVL1, now you can fly with your wings made of blood and flesh tissue. You have the ability to glide and greater evasion in the air. That's useful in a way, Naruto muttered. The young man continued with his team following him, ignoring the look Sakura was giving him. Naruto LVL 37. Ninja Skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu LVL 50. Takra Speed Max LVL. Shuriken Cage Bushin no Jutsu LVL 36. Takra Sensor LVL 20. Takra Kick LVL 19. Pillar Instinct LVL 60. Ninja Art, Explosive Rain of Death level 19. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu, LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 35. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 14. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Bloody Jutsu, LVL 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 25. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 20. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 9. Yuan Jutsu, LVL 60. Trap, 38. Caution, 38. Tree Walking Chakra, 39. Exi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Aimer's Mind, Max LVL. Observe, LVL 45. Ninjutsu Detector, LVL 27. Kijutsu. Whirlwind, LVL 39. Henge, Level Max. Power Emi, LVL Max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL Max. Explosive Kunes, LVL Max. Blind Affinity, LVL 30. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Lightning Affinity, LVL 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 15. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Sharingan, LVL 27. Kyuubi Chakra, LVL 1. Citizen Skills. Home Restorateurs, Level 50. Chapter 8. Chapter. The Second Chunin Exam, The Forest of Death. After arriving at Training Camp 44, or known as the Forest of Death, Naruto and his team were looking at the person in charge of the second exam, Anko, who was talking about the Forest of Death. "What's in the Forest of Death?" asked Ataki Genin, to which Anko smiled sadistically. "What's inside? Well, giant creatures, most of them predators and man-eating plants," he spoke calmly as if he were talking about the weather. From the forest, an unidentified roar was heard, scaring many genin. Naruto wasn't afraid of the creatures, since he escaped from the mobs and stayed in the Forest of Death. The good thing about that is that he knew the forest like the back of his hand. "Well, as I was saying, this will be your second test to become Chunin. You have 5 days to reach the tower that is located in the center of this forest about 10 kilometers from the gates. But if you think it is easy, it is not. First of all, and as a first requirement, the participants must sign a consent form given by the examiners, because if the participants die, the examiners will have no responsibility," said Anko, scaring some genin about the possible death. "This second exam consists of a competition where everything is allowed to obtain these 2 scrolls," said Anko, showing 2 scrolls, one white with the kanji sky and a black one with the kanji earth. "As I was saying, half of the teams will have a scroll of heaven, while the other half will have a scroll of earth. Each team will have one of these 2 scrolls and must fight to obtain the other scroll. The objective is to reach the tower with these 2 scrolls. Also, there is no way to know which scroll the other teams will have, since they are given to them confidentially. Then logically only half of the participants will pass. According to this, or maybe less, this second test has a limited time. It is 120 hours, which translates to 5 days. During these 5 days all participants must remain in the forest. It is important to emphasize that the team does not have the right to leave during the exam. They must spend 5 days in the forest inevitably." After Anko explained began, "Here are the rules. The first. The team must reach the tower with the 2 scrolls. Failure of this will fail the entire group. The next. If a team loses a member of the group, the team fails. The third. Participants will not be able to look at the contents of the scrolls until they reach the tower. Well, with that said, go to where you have to sign the consent, and the examiners will give you the classified scroll." With that finished Anko, the genin teams went to where the instructor informed her. Naruto went with his team to where the examiners were. Naruto signed the consent as well as his team, then they gave him the scroll which Naruto kept before leaving. Once done, they waited for the others to take out the other scrolls. "Sasuke, find out who has the missing scroll," Naruto ordered, which the Uchiha nodded and used his Sharingan to see where the participants go to receive the scroll that is missing on Earth. "There are 4 teams that have the earth, and 1 has nothing," Sasuke informed in a whisper, to which Naruto nodded. "Which ones?" Naruto asked, to which Sasuke blinked his eyes back to normal. A rain ninja with an umbrella on his back, a Kusa ninja with a huge rope tied around his waist like a belt, a mint-haired Taki Kunoichi, and a leaf ninja with brown hair, Sasuke informed, which Naruto looked at the identified ones. Kusa's felt abnormal, discarded. The mint Kunoichi abnormal and similar to his, discarded. The brown-haired leaf ninja, confirmed. And the rain ninja, confirmed, were Naruto's thoughts. Chakra sensor, Naruto muttered, which activated one of his abilities to know what the chakra of his victim and potential enemies is like. Kusa's has an overwhelming amount of chakra. The mint-haired Taki Kunoichi feels 2 chakras, one that is hers, and another that is similar to his, Jinchuriki, Naruto concluded. Then he felt the chakra of his rain victim. His chakra was strong, but not competent for Team 7. Then the leaf ninja, which was very weak and an easy victim. "Well, let's hunt the leaf," Naruto muttered, which Sasuke nodded, since the Uchiha knows about Naruto's abilities and shares his ability with him, which Sasuke is grateful for his ability. Sakura heard that and was going to scream, but with a look from Naruto and Sasuke, he silenced her, since it could ruin her chances of passing the exam. "Okay, each of you will follow some examiners who will guide you to the gate," Anko spoke, which the Chunin examiners guided the genin to their respective gate. Naruto recognized as the pair of Chunin who await the north gate, which they guided him towards gate 7 of the 44 gates. Mission alert. Pass the second exam, survive in the Forest of Death. Submission. Reward. 150,000 exp, mysterious jutsu. Okay, Anko's voice was heard through the megaphones at each entrance. Begin. With that, the doors of each genin opened, allowing each team to enter. Then. They had been jumping from branch to branch in the trees for 20 minutes. Naruto stopped and took the scroll out of the sky. "Naruto, what are you doing?" asked Sakura, which Naruto ignored and took out a rolled up scroll just like the sky scroll. The Uzumaki created a shadow clone and the original lifted the sleeve of his right arm and the clone prepared to draw a seal kanji on the original's arm. Once ready, the clone dissipated and Naruto sealed the sky scroll on his arm and then drew a kanji for sky on the blank scroll that is rolled up and handed it to Sasuke. "This is a distraction. When we will be cornered by an enemy, surrender and give them the false sky scroll and then continue towards the tower." "Understood," Naruto informed, which Sasuke nodded with a HMP and then looked at Sakura, to which the fan Kunoichi nodded unsure. "Let's go, I have found the team we must hunt," she informed, going to the direction of her prey, which her team followed closely. They spent jumping on tree branches looking for their prey, about 15 minutes, then they saw traps, which indicates that they are close. Naruto used this moment to stop and search with his chakra sensor. Once located, Naruto looked at Sasuke, to which the Uchiha looked at the traps and nodded. Sakura wanted to accompany the Uchiha, but Naruto stopped her. "Listen, we have 5 minutes from when the enemy finds us and knows our location. Sasuke is agile at this, you on the other hand are not. You must wait for the right moment and put the enemy in a jinjutsu to make him sleep. We take the scroll and go to the tower, that's simple, and avoid the other participants." "Understood," Naruto ordered, which Sakura nodded silently reluctantly. Naruto waited and then a commotion was heard, which Naruto cut the traps and activated them. An advance, which looked at Sakura, which the girl nodded and sent a jinjutsu to their unsuspecting victims, but it was too late for the other team to do anything. They went unconscious immediately and Naruto restricted the genin and tied them up. He searched for the earth scroll until he found it. Once in his possession, he sealed it in his own arm, which changed from scroll to scrolls. Then done, they left the genin to their fate, which Sakura protested, but Naruto immediately fell for it, sending killer intent into her. They continued jumping, and Naruto felt the Kusa ninja following him with his chakra sensor about 30 meters behind them and approaching quickly, which Naruto muttered a curse. Naruto activated his Sharingan immediately with his 2 tomos, which Sasuke noticed and activated his, because Naruto was paranoid, and he is rarely paranoid. "What's going on, dope?" said Sasuke, which Sakura heard. "The Kusa ninjas are following us at an amazing speed. Don't be alarmed, let's go to the tower immediately to escape from them." His chakra is very powerful. It's like the chakra of Kakashi, Zabuza and Hokage at the same time in a single being. "It intrigues me they are catching up to us. Quickly send chakra to your legs to go faster," Naruto commanded, and Sakura was scared about the chakra of an enemy like that, and Sasuke felt threatened by this Kusa ninja. If it makes Naruto nervous, it must be powerful. Sakura and Sasuke followed Naruto's example and Naruto himself sent chakra to his legs and they jumped from tree to tree at cheetah speed. Sakura was having a hard time catching up with her classmates, which Naruto noticed and muttered a curse about weaknesses and stupid diets for a kunoichi. "Shadow clones," Naruto muttered in a puff of smoke. A clone appeared from existence and picked Sakura up bridal style and continued on his way. "What, Naruto, put me down," Sakura shouted. Naruto muttered about headaches and stupid howler monkeys that won't shut up. "Shut up, we're being chased. If you want to die, ask for it and we'll grant it to you, but don't harm the team because of your weakness and your stupid diet, so shut up or I'll kill you," Naruto commanded, losing his patience. "Another time I saw in it," were Naruto's thoughts. Ignoring that as he felt the Kusa ninja passing him underground and felt the chakra in front of them. "Shit, stop," Naruto shouted. What? The team stopped and Naruto with his Sharingan saw chakra approaching. "Disperse," Naruto commanded, which jumped higher, Sasuke to the right and the clone with Sakura to the left. They saw a huge gust of wind that ripped off the branch they were standing on fire style. "Fireball jutsu," Naruto shouted, spitting out a huge ball of fire towards the direction the wind came from, helped by Sasuke, which spit out the same, and the fireballs mixed creating a wall made of fire, which consumed everything that is in front. "Bloody style. Blood clone jutsu," Naruto muttered, creating clones made of his blood. Naruto took a smoke bomb from his kunai holder and exploded them on the ground and Team 7 were no longer there. "Kukukakuku, Naruto-kun trying to escape, he won't be useful to you," a voice was heard, where the combined attack of Naruto and Sasuke was seen a shadow. "I like this game, cat and mouse, kukuku," with it the Kusa ninja went after Team 7. NNN. With Team 7 he desperately jumped towards the direction of the tower, which the Kusa ninja caught him. "Nice try." "Shit, Sasuke combination," Naruto commanded, to which the Uchiha nodded. "Wind style. Wind bullet jutsu, fire style. Fireball jutsu. Combination jutsu. Flaming rain," Naruto and Sasuke called at the same time, which Naruto's wind bullets mixed with the Uchiha's fireball, which the fireball split into multiple fire particles of fire rain in the direction of the Kusa ninja. "Water style. Water ball jutsu," shouted the Kusa ninja, which spit out a ball of water extinguishing the fire. Naruto activated his creepy claw up to his forearm, which caused his hands to burst into blood, and the already known Naruto Bloody Jutsu, the Sharingan with 2 tomos activated, was formed. Sasuke also had the Sharingan activated, which looked at his opponent, which made the Kusa ninja laugh creepily. Ukikuku, the famous Sharingan in action. He Sasuke-kun, but since Naruto-kun obtained the Sharingan will it be your bloodline, mocked the Kusa ninja. Naruto got angry and spun his Sharingan, which created signals with his claws water style. Water bullet jutsu, Naruto shouted, spitting water bullets at the Kusa ninja. Earth style. Earth wall jutsu, called the Kusa ninja, which made the earth appear from the ground, protecting him from the water bullets. Naruto jumped up onto a tree branch and pulled out 3 shuriken and threw them, then created signs with his claws, ninja art. Explosive rain of death, Naruto shouted, which his shuriken created many, and when they touched the earth wall they detonated in a huge explosion. Sasuke and Sakura managed to get out of the way. The Uchiha created hand signals, fire style. Fire bullet jutsu, with which Sasuke spat fire bullets to where the explosion. The Kusa ninja got up from the ground, and without a scratch, which surprised Team 7, Naruto and Sasuke ran towards the ninja, which the enemy ninja met with the genin, and a taijutsu battle began. Sakura looked in fear. The ninja was avoiding the coordinated attacks of Naruto and Sasuke, the Kusa ninja was blocking effortlessly. I must admit that their teamwork is better, Kukikuku, but it's not on par with mine. With that said, the Kusa ninja counterattacked. He sent Naruto into a tree, and he sent Sasuke to the ground into a rock, which created a crater. Shit, Naruto complained, which made signs with his claws and pointed towards the ninja bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu. With that said, from his claw multiple blood bullets came out in the direction of the enemy. Sasuke followed the example and threw his shuriken towards the difficult opponent, which the ninja dodged like a seasoned pro, without realizing that the shuriken carried ninja thread. Once he dodged everything, Sasuke pulled his threads with his mouth, which the shuriken trapped the ninja to a tree. Naruto took advantage of this and made signs with his claws like Sasuke, and they shouted at the same time, fire style. Fireball jutsu, collaboration jutsu. Blazing hell, called Sasuke and Naruto, which consumed the trapped ninja. The Uzumaki and the Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief, but Naruto tensed up. What then? He saw the ninja appear from the branch, but with his face melted, which disgusted the genin group. Ukikuku, interesting, you are strong, I must give him something special in return, the voice sounded, which the ninja tore his melted face, showing a pale face with yellow eyes, and on the edges of the eyes was a yellow line. Hand over the scroll, and I'll see if I spare his life, he spoke, which Sasuke nodded and looked at Naruto, which the blonde ninja sighed in exhaustion in agreement with the Uchiha. Here, said Sasuke, throwing him the scroll. The ninja caught it easily. Now let's go, commanded Sasuke. He was ready to leave with his tired team, but he is interrupted by how the ninja burned the scroll. Well, we'll see how smart the 2 of them are. They deserve a special gift for both of them. With that said, Sasuke and Naruto turned around, but it was too late. The Kusa ninja stretched his neck as if it were a snake and bit Sasuke's shoulder. Ah, Sasuke shouted. Naruto was ready to help him, but he was kicked against a tree, and the Kusa ninja switched from his shoulder to Naruto's shoulder and bit him while holding Naruto's shoulder in the air. Ah, Naruto screamed in agony. The ninja threw the Uzumaki towards the Uchiha, crashing him. Sasuke could not dodge because of the unbearable pain and was forced to intercept Naruto. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, Sakura shouted, running towards the male genin who were holding their shoulders in hellish pain. What did you do to him? Sakura shouted towards the Kusa ninja. The ninja laughed creepily. Ukikuku, I didn't do anything, I just gave him a gift, soon they will search for power and come to me. Kukuku, the ninja laughed. Sakura was holding back tears. Who are you? Sakura asked in a broken voice, which made the ninja laugh. I am Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sennin, he spoke, and then disappeared, being consumed by the earth. Soon they will come to me asking for power. With it, the Kusa ninja left. Sakura looked at her team in pain and then looked at that mark on her shoulder. Sasuke's had the mark like the Sharingan tomos, and Naruto's had like the 3 spirals. Sakura led her teammates, following Naruto's advice on where to go. NNN. Once they arrived near the tower, Sasuke and Naruto dissolved into blood. Sakura was scared, thinking that her companions died, but there were about 2 kunes which burst into smoke and showed Naruto and Sasuke perfectly well. Are they alive? Asked Sakura. Naruto looked indifferent and his hands burst into blood, forming the already known claws, and consumed his blood and obtained the memories of the blood clones, and his hands returned to normal. I must admit, your idea went brilliantly as planned. Then he looked at Sakura. But leaving Sakura to her fate was stupid but effective. I told you I have an idea, now let's go to the tower before more unwanted surprises come for us, Naruto commanded and looked at Sakura. Sakura, I suppose you saw the marks, I need your help to know what the marks were like. If Orochimaru believes that we are already marked, I must create a similar seal to hide the trap. Naruto spoke. The girl nodded silently. They continued until they reached the tower and opened the scrolls, to which Iruka introduced himself. Congratulations, you successfully completed the second phase. Now you can move on. You were among the first to arrive. I'm surprised you arrived so early, said Iruka. Naruto showed the brightest smile. Of course, believe me, now what do we do? Iruka-sensei asked Naruto. Iruka smiled. Nothing, you just have to wait for the rest to arrive, which would be in 5 days. They have to wait for the other participants to then continue the test, explained Iruka, and then explained the meanings of the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Naruto already knew about the riddle when they opened the scroll. Well, come in to rest and sleep. With that said, Iruka left in a puff of smoke. Naruto's face changed to a serious one. Mission alert accomplished. Ask the second exam, survive in the forest of death. Submission. Ambush a team. Obtain the missing scroll. Prevent Orochimaru from marking them. Reach the tower of the first. Reward. 150,000 XP, bloody style. Bloody armor. Naruto was enveloped by red light particles which lifted him off the ground, and the same red ring appeared around restricting Naruto's arms, which with a scream was released, and the remaining particles entered him. Congratulations, you have learned bloody style. Bloody armor LVL1. Naruto ignored Sakura, who was demanding what was that again, and looked at Sasuke. Come on, we have to replicate the seal that Orochimaru made, Naruto said, which Sakura was enough. Wait, what do you mean about replicating the jutsu? She said. Naruto responded in a monotonous voice. My blood clone had a small amount of Orochimaru's blood, which gave me the knowledge of the jutsu that I use on our replacements, and have the earth affinity and some other jutsu, which will be better to hide, and no word of this, now I need to recreate the cursed seal as called Orochimaru. With that said, Sasuke followed Naruto, leaving Sakura alone. Fine, go away, I don't care, Sasuke's mark is Tomo's, and yours is Happy Spiral. She yelled, annoyed at being the decoy. I swear they're trying to get rid of me, was Sakura's thought. She went to the dining room to eat something, not knowing that Naruto heard her outburst and sighed in annoyance. NNN. With Naruto and Sasuke both were sitting, Naruto was drawing the seals acquired from Orochimaru's few memories on the cursed seal, once done practical on it, and how to remove it. It took about 20 minutes to have the seal ready to place on Sasuke. Ready, this will hurt like a bitch, Naruto said seriously, to which the Uchiha girl only opened the collar of her jacket further, giving Naruto permission to make the seal. Sure, because it will hurt, Naruto asked to see how Sasuke responded. HMP, do it. Naruto nodded and created the necessary seals to then approach her neck, and his fangs lengthened with the Kyuubi chakra unconsciously, and he bit her neck, extracting Sasuke's blood. Sasuke screamed in agony, which Naruto stopped biting and released to see some marks identical to the seal created by Orochimaru of Tomo's. Sasuke moaned in pain, grabbing his shoulder with unbearable pain. Naruto saw how Sasuke sweated and had a fever. Naruto laid her on her bed and put a wet cloth that he kept in his seal, in case of cleaning wounds, and put it on her forehead. Sasuke fell asleep peacefully, while Naruto created his seal to face Orochimaru's and create a cure. If what the second level of the cursed seal was true, turns the person into mindless beasts of the many failed experiment of Orochimaru's memories. Once ready, Naruto wrote the seals necessary to seal it, and thus be able to use it without damaging Sasuke's psyche. Soon the room is full of seals, one seal to acquire power. The second seal to keep it controlled in case of escape and damages the psyche, and the third seal to protect the psyche. His seal was 3 spiritual, the yin control, the yang force, and the chun protection Fuinjutsu art. Seal of the 3 spiritual called Naruto, touching with his hand towards the shoulder of his partner, which he called his newly created art, and was surprised at how the seals worked. Soon he saw the cursed seal enclosed in a circle and the yin symbol in a tomo. The yang symbol in the second tomo and the chun symbol in the last tomo, which creates a kind of drops like the yin-yang, but this time it has 3 drops marking the yin-yang chun in the cursed seal. He saw how Sasuke stopped writhing in pain and was able to rest well. Naruto sat down tired as he used his chakra to make the seal work and created a blood clone. The clone did what he was ordered to do to make his own cursed seal towards the original. The clone followed the instructions and bit him, creating the 3 spiral seal, which made him scream in pain, but fainted, leaving the clone to work with the seals on the original. NNN. But the Jounin, they saw Team 7 arriving early. Kakashi was filled with pride watching his Genin team break the record. Then after about 5 minutes the Suna team appeared without a scratch, just like Team 7. I must admit, Kakashi, I'm impressed, said a Jounin with a cigarette in his mouth. And arrive without a scratch, and among the first agreed a Kunoichi with red eyes. Gosh, your Genin team is so young, said a man with a green expander. HMP, my students have improved and have come a long way, especially Naruto, Kakashi replied. Wait, what's that? Said the man with the cigarette in his mouth. The rest caught his attention. All the Jounin saw how Naruto was surrounded by particles of light, and a red ring was formed that held Naruto and raised him along the ground, and then screamed and was released. When the ring dispersed into red light particles and entered Naruto, something spoke to Sasuke, which caused him to leave the team, leaving Sakura, who shouted something. But Naruto spoke something to Sakura along with Sasuke. She got upset and went to the dining room. "Kakashi, did you know that Naruto did something similar?" asked the red-eyed Kunoichi. Kakashi shook his head. "No, Kurenai, he didn't say anything like that. He also told me about his strange Kake Genkai," Kakashi said, drawing the attention of all the Jounin present. "Naruto, the last dead person who has a Kake Genkai?" asked the man with the cigarette. "Yes, Asuma, Naruto has a Kake Genkai, and I've already created about 3 jutsu based on it," Kakashi replied casually. "Although sometimes I feel like he's hiding something bigger," he answered sincerely. "I can't believe it, Naruto-kun's flames of youth are a mystery," declared the green-streaked man. "Well, believe it, Mido guy, I suspect Naruto has more secrets that he didn't reveal during the wave mission. Not even I know what he's keeping," Kakashi replied with a frown. "NNN." Everything looked dark, but then it became blurry until his vision cleared. Sasuke got out of bed and looked around and found Naruto sleeping peacefully. The Uchiha girl looked at his shoulder and was surprised to see the curse mark there. She assumed she could do it, but he had a seal over his curse mark. The Uchiha girl looked towards her partner and saw a different seal than hers, which was with Tomo's. Naruto's was the one with 3 spirals, which caught her attention. It did not have a seal on it like hers. Naruto was sleeping peacefully. Sasuke approached a little and caressed his face, feeling the structure. He stopped doing that because he had a thought. "What is happening to me? Why did I caress him?" were Sasuke's questions. Naruto woke up. "HMP, what happened?" muttered Naruto in his sleep but with pain in his shoulder. Naruto looked at his shoulder and saw the cursed mark and remembered what his clone did. "Now I remember," complained Naruto, returning to his feet, then looked at Sasuke and looked at the ground with blood. Then his hands exploded in blood, forming claws and consuming the blood on the ground, and knowing that it was the blood clone that dissipated after transferring the cursed seal. "Well, let's go to the dining room," spoke Naruto. Sasuke replied HMP in agreement and followed the Uzumaki towards the dining room. NNN. Upon arriving, they saw the Sound Ninjas, the 6 Konoha rookies, Lee's team, Taki's team, Suna's team, and Kabuto's team, giving a total of 21 participants. Naruto raised an eyebrow, indicating that his team would have 24 participants in total. Ara looked at them, sending killer intent. Lee looked at them along with the Hyuga. Kibo also looked at them. Shikamaru looked at him lazily. The Mint Kunoichi also looked at him, and Kabuto, who looked at him with a smile which Naruto tensed, but did not show it, since Orochimaru has an accomplice who is the one with white hair and glasses. Leaving that aside, he went to where Sakura was sitting in front of Team 10, which consists of Ino, Chougi and Shikamaru. "Seriously, when I arrive it's like they're trying to get rid of me," Sakura finished. Naruto speaks from behind her, scaring her. "What about us? What about Sakura?" Naruto asked, watching how Sakura was scared by Naruto's presence behind them. "Haha, I should see your face," Naruto laughed with a half smile. "Don't scare me like that," Sakura shouted, giving everyone present an earache, especially the sound technicians. "Shut up," were heard from the other teams except Lee's, who cleaned their ears in pain from Sakura's scream. Naruto, after cleaning his ear with his little finger seriously, "Your screams sound like a Kake Genkai, Sakura. You should lower the volume, or it will make us deaf," Naruto answered calmly, ignoring the glare that Sakura gave him. "Besides, we just woke up, so tell us, what happened while we were away?" Naruto asked. Sakura decided to answer the idiot of a companion. After they left, Suna's team arrived, then Weird Lee's team arrived, then Taki's, then Team 10, Team 8, then Sound Team, and finally Kabuto-san. Sakura replied. Naruto nodded. "What day is it today?" Naruto asked. Sakura snorted about idiots who sleep like bears in winter. "It's the 5th day, in an hour we must be in the room for instruction," she replied. Naruto nodded again. "Let's go," Naruto commanded. Sakura reluctantly followed her teammate into the living room, along with the stoic Uchiha. NNN. An hour passed and all the contestants were in 8 rows with their team, and a referee was in front of the Genin aspiring to Chunin. The Hokage was in the back watching the competition along with the advisors, and the Jounin instructors of the respective teams that passed. Even the examiners of the previous tests were present. Once ready, a sickly-looking man stood in front of the group of Genin. "Well, as you can see, today is the last day of the 2nd exam, so we'll move on to the next test. As you can see, there are many members, so this will be resolved with the preliminaries and then the 3rd part of the exam." With that said, the man coughed into his hand. "Those who are not in a condition to fight can withdraw." He spoke, which caused the Genin to cough again, causing a drop of sweat to form on their necks. "And this one gives the example of not having conditions to fight. The guy is sick," was Sakura's thought. "My name is Heiichiko, and I will be your examiner for the preliminaries, and then you will pass the 3rd part of the exam." With that said, the Gecko coughed again into his hand. But each genin kept an eye on each other, raising the tension in the room with a desire to fight against an opponent face to face without limits. Naruto level 37. Ninja skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu level 50. Chakra speed max LVL. Shuriken Cage Bushin no Jutsu level 38. Sensor de Chakra LVL 30. Chakra Kick LVL 19. Killer Instinct LVL 60. Ninja Art Explosive Rain of Death level 21. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor LVL 1. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu LVL 35. Bloody Style. Consume LVL 15. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu LVL 15. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu LVL 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu LVL 25. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu LVL 20. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu LVL 9. Yuan Jutsu level 60. Trap 38. Caution 38. Free Walking Chakra 39. Exi no Jutsu LVL max. Mente del Gamer LVL max. Observer LVL 45. Detector de Genjutsu LVL 29. Dejutsu. Torbellino LVL 39. Pang LVL max. Powerimi LVL max. Shuriken Jutsu LVL max. Explosive Kunai LVL max. Wind Affinity LVL 30. Water Affinity LVL 30. Blood Affinity LVL 40. Fire Affinity LVL 10. Earth Affinity LVL 1. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu LVL 6. Lightning Affinity LVL 1. Ice Affinity LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu LVL 15. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu LVL 16. Sharingan LVL 28. Kyubi Chakra LVL 2. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs level 50. Chapter 9. Chapter. The preliminaries begin. After the second exam ended we see all the teams gathered in front of Gecko. Well, as I was saying, the preliminaries are only held if there are many genin left in the previous exam, which is unusual. With that, the examiner coughed. Participants have the right to withdraw and not take the test before the fight begins. He said, causing some genin to raise their hands to withdraw. The examiner nodded while coughing. Examiner, I cannot continue, said Kabuto, to which the white-haired man had his hand raised. Me neither, I don't have much chakra to continue, said a genin from Taki, which is followed by his teammate. Me neither, I can barely stand, another of Taki's companions spoke, leaving the mint-haired Kunoichi alone. Well, no one else wishes to withdraw, asked Gecko, to which no one raised their hand. Well, what I was saying, in this fight there are no rules, the participants must fight until their opponent dies, or until they admit defeat and decide to withdraw. With that, Gecko coughed into his hand. Since there were 21 participants left, the preliminaries will continue, since there are still too many genin, so a board with the names of the participants will appear and select the 2 ninja who will fight. The choice will be made at random. The examiner coughed again. Once the fight is over the winners will have a month to train, improve and learn new jutsu before starting the last fight, which will take place in Konohagakure, and feudal lords and important people from other places will be invited. With that finished he coughed exaggeratedly. But that said, the large board-shaped screen showed the random names of participants and stopped on 2 names which Sasuke smiled, and the leaf ninja with dark glasses and cloth covering his mouth looked at Sasuke. Well, participants Sasuke, Uchiha and Yoroi Akato stay for the first match, the rest go to the waiting bars, along with their Jounin sensei. With that said, the participants went to the waiting bars, climbing the stairs that are attached to the wall, and to see the fight of the first match. Deleted, Naruto whispered into Sasuke's ear, which he nodded in confirmation. Once the rest of the participants were out of the line of fire, Hayate approached the ninjas from the first encounter. The genin faced each other, and Gecko positioned himself between them with his hand extended, ready, to which the ninjas from the first encounter positioned themselves ready for battle, to which Gecko said, begin with it. He stepped aside and settled next to the other examiners to watch the fight. Sasuke launched an attack, punching, kicking, elbowing, kneeing, and more, while the ninja easily dodged. Sasuke, already tired of the mockery, activated his Sharingan, which could damage the opponent. Before changing position to dodge, Sasuke landed a punch in the stomach which pushed him away. Sasuke made signs with his hands, fire style. Fire bullet jutsu, shouted his jutsu, which shot towards Yoroi. The ninja dodged and approached towards Sasuke, his hands shone with chakra, and he tried to punch him, which Sasuke saw the blow and dodged before it connected. The fighters continued with their assault, which Naruto was evaluating with his Sharingan, surprising the Jounin who saw Naruto's eyes except Kakashi, which he already knew beforehand. Naruto was watching the fight with his Sharingan active. After using it, he saw the opening, which Sasuke took advantage of, and Naruto smiled, since both are synchronized in more than one way. While Sasuke was fighting, Yoroi caught Sasuke's hand and punched him in the stomach and then kicked him, but without letting go of Sasuke's fist, while blue chakra surrounded Yoroi's hand. Sasuke felt tired, and with his Sharingan he saw the cause. Yoroi's hand was absorbing his chakra, to which the Uchiha sent a kick, managing to get away, and got close enough and copied the same movement that Lee attacked Naruto, the kick to the chin, sending Yoroi flying and got behind his back. Then he turned and kicked him with his heel in the face. Lion burst, Sasuke called, which his heel, when in contact with Yoroi's face, sent the ninja to the ground and left him unconscious. Sasuke fell to his feet elegantly, which caused Sakura and Ino to scream, which Sasuke ignored completely as with Naruto. Well, contestant Yoroi can't continue, so Sasuke Uchiha wins, called the winner Hade, who coughed into his hand again. Naruto looked at Yoroi suspiciously. The man had enough chakra to continue. Something is out of line. Naruto's thought stopped when he heard the next match, which the screen again searched for a name. After Sasuke returned to where his team settled next to Naruto to watch the fight. Did you see that, he muttered, which Naruto nodded. The man was holding back. Something is happening that is abnormal. The subject has more chakra like a Jounin, but he let himself lose. That intrigues me, Naruto muttered, to which Sasuke nodded in understanding since the man has experience. The question is, why did he let himself lose so easily? It doesn't make sense. The next combatant will be Zaku Abumi against Shino Aburam. The named participants please come down for their match, Hade informed, which caused the sickly looking man to cough again. The named ones went down and positioned themselves in front of their opponent. The referee repeated the process as he did with the first match. Okay, ready, said Hade, which lowered his hand and jumped away. Begin with that, said Zaku, pointed his hands forward, and air came out against Shino, which Shino dodged, a wind coming out of Zaku's palms, that some tubes were seen. Shino sent the insects from his sleeve towards Zaku. Zaku dodged the insects and from his hand continued launching waves, which Shino protected himself with an insect shield. NNN. The Mido Guy team, the Green Expander Man, explained about the Aburam clan and their insects. Niji looked with his Byakugan and was surprised not to see the Tenketsu points, but pure chakra and insects inside Shino's body, which caused disgust. That's why the Aburam clan is known for their insects that live inside them, just like a human hive, Guy finished explaining to his genin. That's disgusting, said a Kunoichi with her hair tied up like buns. That's true, Tenten, that's why the Aburam are so quiet and serious in their work, but it's more common for them to have insects living inside them, since they feed on the chakras of their victims, Guy finished writing. NNN. Naruto looked with his Sharingan as well as Sasuke, and they watched as the insects approached Zaku from behind. The fight is over, Shino will win, declared Naruto, which he saw as Zaku tried to occupy his sound wave, but was covered by the insects and the over-effort his arms burst, and the sounds came out through Zaku's pores, which made his arms useless, and Shino surrounded all the insects in Zaku's body, defeating him, and leaving him almost dry of chakra. Poor idiot, should see himself retired. Before being surrounded by insects, sighed Naruto, which they saw as the sound ninja is taken far away towards the infirmary. NNN. Winner Shino Aburam declared after Zaku was taken away. Now the next match, Hade coughed, which the screen again changed to the names until it stopped. The third match will be Kankuro of the arena against Naruto Uzumaki. The examiner coughed, which Kankuro smiled, ready to put that blonde-haired bastard in his place. Naruto sighed at the annoyance of the guy with makeup, according to the young Konoha ninja. Once they were gathered in front of the opponent, Hade stood between them with his hand extended. Are you ready? He said, which made Kankuro take position, and Naruto stood with his arms crossed, looking indifferent. Begin. With that, the examining Chunin jumped back before the crossfire. I will make you pay for the humiliation you did to me, declared Kankuro, which Naruto looked at without flinching. Try it if you can, makeup ninja, Naruto mocked, which drove the sand ninja crazy. It's war paint, shouted Kankuro, which launched itself at Naruto with a punch, which Naruto dodged. That's all you can do, Naruto continued mockingly. Kankuro had had enough of that shit. Take this, he shouted, throwing shuriken towards Naruto, which Naruto dodged, but the shuriken came back to him. Naruto continued dodging Kankuro's shuriken. What do you think of this? Kankuro smiled, which Naruto continued dodging the shuriken. This is boring shit. With that said, his hands burst into blood up to his forearms, thus appearing the bloody claws and his forearm, with protection of blood teeth in the shape of a saw. But enough of games with that, said Naruto, caught the shuriken with his claws and threw it with power towards Kankuro. Kankuro dodged it, but didn't realize that Naruto got close enough, which Naruto buried his claws towards Kankuro's stomach, but no blood came out like Naruto was used to doing. What? Naruto muttered, but was thrown back by Kankuro with a kick. The young blonde-haired shinobi looked angrily and noticed the Kankuro pierced, which caused his skin to collapse, forming a wooden puppet. What the hell? He muttered, which he noticed the lump coming free, showing Kankuro safe and sound. Surprised because you met my crow puppet, replied Kankuro, which Naruto felt a bad feeling. Naruto looked at the puppet, then a click was heard, and it fired senbon needles, which Naruto easily dodged. Naruto activated his Sharingan and saw that the senbon needles had a purple color coming out of the tip, which led him to the conclusion that it had poison. Naruto made signs with his claws, which several jounin were surprised at how Naruto made signs without bothering with his claws. Water style. Water ball jutsu, Naruto shouted, which fired a large ball of water in the direction of Kankuro. The ninja dodged along with his puppet and continued shooting towards Naruto. Well said. Genin dodged and spit a ball of water from his mouth, leaving the ground wet, which Naruto kept smiling. What are you smiling about? Exclaimed the puppet ninja, annoyed at not being a threat as he expected and that they took him seriously. Oh, nothing, I just thought it was time to finish, said Naruto, causing many to wonder what he meant. Ice style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, called Naruto, finishing his sequence of seals with his claws, and from the call the room dropped in temperature, causing the room to freeze, and also the bars that were wet from Naruto's attacks with his water ball. From the ground Naruto appeared a dragon made of ice 4 meters high, indicating that it was low level and not as powerful as the 40-meter one, but it is a jutsu to take into account. Naruto was riding the ice dragon on his head. The ice dragon let out a roar which caused Kankuro to get nervous. From the ice dragon he spit out sharp ice bullets from his jaws, ready to impale Kankuro, which the ninja escaped in time. Naruto, seeing that, created 10 shadow clones, and they positioned themselves in a circle around Kankuro and did more ice dragons, surprising the spectators who watched the fight, or rather massacre. Kankuro tried to dodge all the assaults, but was reached little by little. Some ice was embedded in the shoulder, arms, legs, back. The man was bleeding and shaking from the cold. His puppet received greater damage. Give up, Kankuro. You can't beat me, and that's just a little jutsu that I used there, he said, surprising the joun in which Kankuro gritted his teeth. From his puppet he disarmed and released a purple smoke gas, which Naruto sighed at how stubborn his opponent was. Wind style. Wind bullet jutsu, Naruto said, along with his clones still on top of their ice dragons. One said the technique, he spit out air bullets which sent the poisonous gas towards Kankuro, which the ninja could not dodge and was forced to breathe in pain as the air bullets along with the poisonous gas crashed into the body of Kankuro, which the catsuit ninja was forced to resist in pain and breathe his own poison. Once they left, Kankuro was seen weak with serious wounds on his body as a result of the ice. Naruto left his clones, they went up in smoke, and at the same time his ice dragon and the others turned into water, leaving the ground wet. Naruto walked calmly towards Kankuro, which the ninja got scared. Don't go away, he shouted weakly, trying to escape, but Naruto pointed with his claws, and from his claws, he shot blood bullets towards his leg, making the sand ninja stumble. Once Naruto was close, his cursed seal expanded. Naruto growled in pain and took Kankuro by his throat, holding him with his claws. While Naruto resisted killing him, he muttered, "Give up before I lose control," he said in a deadly voice, showing his Sharingan towards Kankuro. Said ninja had no choice but to give in. "I give up." With that said, Naruto released Kankuro as he tried to fight the cursed mark. Kakashi noticed this. Once Naruto went to where his team was, Kakashi got in the way. "Naruto, come with me." With that said, Naruto had no choice but to reluctantly accept. He needed someone's help to seal this cursed seal, and who better than Kakashi, since he didn't have time to make a backup of his own seal like he did with Sasuke. "Fine," muttered Naruto. Kakashi took Naruto's shoulder, and Kakashi looked towards his remaining students. "I'll be right back," Kakashi declared. In a sushi along with Naruto, they left everyone's sight. "Naruto, what does Orochimaru have planned for you?" were the thoughts of the Hokage since Anko informed about Orochimaru in the second part of the Chunin exams. It worried the Hokage, since he learned that Sasuke and Naruto Sharingan had a strange Kage Genkai of obtaining other Kage Genkai, be it due Jutsu or others. It was a perfect target for Orochimaru to become interested. "Okay, the next match will be Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. Please come down," Hei declared, coughing into her hand. NNN. Naruto was in a room with Kakashi, who finished drawing the seals. "Are you sure this seal works?" Naruto asked Kakashi, which Naruto nodded. Naruto explained his Fuinjutsu seal to deal with the cursed seal which he used on Sasuke. Naruto answered the encounter with Orochimaru, and that Sasuke's cursed seal is now ready and mastered. Naruto said all the steps for the sealing which Kakashi requested, following the instructions. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei, of course it works. I couldn't place myself since it takes a large amount of chakra, and being in charge of chakra to my clones who have half of it doesn't work," Naruto replied, to which Kakashi sighed. "Well, this will sting a lot," he said, which Kakashi made the hand seals and touched the shoulder where the cursed mark is Fuinjutsu art. Three spirit seal Kakashi exclaimed, which the seals in the room shone and joined with Naruto's cursed seal, which is identical to Sasuke's, except they are in spirals the center of each drop. Naruto groaned in discomfort and itching that his shoulder felt once ready. Finished. Naruto fell asleep. Kakashi evaluated and saw Naruto's seal did its job as Naruto described it. I must admit that you are honoring your former past, Naruto, were Kakashi's thoughts until he felt a presence. Kikuku, who would have thought that Naruto-kun would find a way to avoid being consumed by the darkness of the cursed seal, spoke a voice which Kakashi recognized as Orochimaru. The copying ninja uncovered his Sharingan, showing where Orochimaru is looking in a corner. Neither competitor is qualified to enter the third part of the exam, Hate called, seeing how Sakura and Ino were unconscious at the same time, which made Sasuke sigh in resignation at the humiliating fight of his pink-haired teammate. After that, Naruto arrived along with Kakashi. Sasuke looked at his blonde-haired companion, the blonde looked at his Uchiha companion. Kakashi ignored his genin as he took out his book and continued reading, while Naruto won over to Sasuke's side. The Uchiha looked at his partner and then looked towards the competition. The next competitors are Tenten of the Leaf against Temari of the Arena. Please come down for your match. Hate finished coughing, which the named Kunoichis of each village came down for their fight. Hate positioned herself. Are you ready? Begin with that, said Hate left the place. I only need 3 moons and I will win the match, declared Temari, which her fan opened a little, showing a moon. Tenten wasted no time and began to take out her scrolls and took out an iron bow staff, which Tenten launched to intercept Temari. The sand Kunoichi dodged and with a large fan she hit it and sent Tenten flying, separating her from Temari, which she opened the fan a little more, showing 2 moons. Tenten stood up and took out a scroll and the scrolls in a puff of smoke. A shower of ninja tools came out from the scroll. Temari grabbed her fan and jumped away and waved her fan, which produced a strong wind with which the tools stopped without sealing the sand ninja, and Tenten did not have time to dodge being hit by the wind that caused her opponent to hit the wall, making a mini crater. Tenten coughed some blood, got up again and took out another pair of scrolls. The Kunoichi ran towards her opponent, while Temari opened her fan, showing the 3 moons, to which Tenten shouted her technique. Twin dragon style, Tenten shouted, to which the girl jumped up and her scrolls exploded in humor, forming 2 dragons that danced around Tenten. Rain of weapons. Tenten finished, to which all the weapons came out of the scrolls in a rain towards Temari, to which the sand girl waved her fan with all her strength, sending a powerful wind which changed the direction of the weapons and impacted Tenten, which the girl felt how her weapons are returned to her, and more the hurricane wind which she could not dodge. Tenten fell unconscious while Temari won under the Kunoichi of the Leaf and closed her fan, to which Tenten fell on top of the iron fan, impacting her back, and Tenten became unconscious. I told you, in 3 moons the game ends, mocked Temari, throwing Tenten to the ground and going to where her brothers are waiting. The winner of this fight is Temari of the Arena, declared Hade, who coughed into his hand, and the medics came in and took the unconscious Tenten to the infirmary. Naruto looked at the unconscious Tenten and then looked at Tamario, which the said Kunoichi looked at Naruto. Naruto knew that she was hiding something, but since she did almost nothing, she only used the wind from her fan and did not use her full potential. Sasuke saw Naruto's gaze towards Temari and felt a little jealous, which sent a small nudge to Naruto, which takes him out of his evaluation and looks at Sasuke, who was looking at him without knowing what emotion showed in his eyes. The next match will be Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi. Please come down for their match, Hate called out with a cough. Troublesome, the Nara muttered lazily, finding the preliminaries a hindrance. He only came out when his sensei ordered him to. Naruto watched the fight. It was more of a strategy fight, which lasted about 10 minutes, as Shikamaru caught his opponent in his shadow and made his opponent's head hit the wall, leaving her unconscious in return. Naruto was evaluating Shikamaru's shadow at all times. He already found a weak point in his technique that consumes more chakra. Okay, next up will be few of Tokigaku vs Kiba in Yuzuka. He coughed as the named members descended onto the platform. Yeah, it was about time. She looks weak, she'll be easy, right, Akamaru exclaimed Kiba, ignoring the anger of the mint-haired Kunoichi. So that's what he thinks, we'll see who is weaker than whom, was the thought of few which went down to meet him. Idiot, underestimating an opponent without knowing him is suicide, especially if she is a Kunoichi girl, Naruto muttered with his Sharingan active to see the moment where Kiba will be massacred by the fury of a Kunoichi, to which Sasuke nodded silently in agreement with his teammate. At least someone doesn't see Kunoichis as weak just by their appearance, of course, except for Sakura and Ino, who are a good example of an excuse for a Kunoichi, was Sasuke's thought, which made him look at Naruto with a small blush. I wonder if Naruto doesn't see me as weak, was Sasuke's leaking thought, which made him ignore his feeling and continue looking at the contestants of the match. Well done, coughed Hate, which both nodded, especially Few with a malicious smile in mind to torture his opponent. Begin with that, said the referee, jumped from afar to watch the fight. Okay, let's go, Akamaru Kiba declared, launching himself at Taki's Kunoichi with a punch to the face, but Fu blocked the blow and grabbed his arm and threw Kiba from his shoulder with incredible force, sending Kiba flying and crawling on the ground. Hey, that's not fair, Kiba complained, which led to him launching an attack again. I'm weak, hey, let's see if your words are true, Fu mocked. Kiba launched himself at Taki's girl again. The fight was one-sided. Fu dominated Kiba like a professional who tames his dog, which Kiba realized. Kiba tried to hit her, which left him frustrated at how the Kunoichi easily responded with a counterattack and pushing him away from her, making distance. It's over, Akamaru Kiba growled, positioning himself on all fours as Akamaru jumped onto his master's back. Ninja style. Beastman Kiba declared as Akamaru transformed into a copy of his master with canine-like eyes and sharp animal-like teeth, his nails enlarged into a claw shape, giving him a wilder look. Inyazuka style. Fang over fang, he called his technique as he jumped and spun at high speed, forming a kind of drill along with his dog. There were two drills which Fu dodged with some difficulty. The girl got bored of giving Kiba false hope, so she made hand signals water style. Water bullet jutsu, she shouted, which spit out a multitude of water bullets while dodging. Once it hit Kiba, his clothes began to get wet, and with the weight of the wet clothes, his attack was not as powerful and slowed down, which was a slow drill. Fu smiled as Kiba and Akamaru had a hard time turning because of the humidity. Then the Taki girl called her next jutsu ninja style. Paralyzing pollen jutsu, she declared, which spit out a mist of yellow pollen which Kiba and Akamaru couldn't change its trajectory and inhaled the pollen, especially if he breathed quickly, so he wouldn't choke on his technique due to the high speed and little breathing that the technique gives. Kiba and Akamaru fell with pain in their bodies. What did you do to me? Kiba muttered, which made it difficult for him to move. His body felt numb, as did Akamaru. Taki's Kunoichi mocked Kiba. What did I do? I know, I paralyzed you with a special pollen that numbs your entire body into paralysis, she declared, to which Kiba mumbled something incoherent. Sorry, what did you say? She asked, since she didn't hear what Kiba said. I said you're a cheating bitch, Kiba declared, to which Naruto muttered something about an idiot who dug his own grave. You called me a bitch, said the Kunoichi in a deadly calm manner, to which Kiba continued telling her things a girl should never hear. Seriously, that guy is more than dead. If Sasuke has his Sharingan active for a reason, he should hate Kiba for underestimating Kunoichis, telling him that Kunoichis are weak and can't be strong and are bitches. That's already suicide, was Naruto's thought, looking at Uchiha, who was so calm with a kunai sharpened in his hands. Yep, that guy is really dead. Kiba is kicked by a powerful kick from the Kunoichi in the jaw, sending him crashing into the wall, forming a sizable crater. Then Taki's Kunoichi continued her assault, massacring the dogman for the offensive words he said. Then he is thrown towards the center of the combat field. Kiba tried to stop, but the Kunoichi gave him a powerful kick between the legs, where the sun does not shine, causing every male present to cover their private parts in a phantom pain. Even Naruto covered himself by instinct, as well as Kakashi, who was pending in the reading. Kiba screamed in agony as he massaged his jewels, hurt by the powerful kick sent by Taki's Kunoichi, but it wasn't done. He kicked his foot in the stomach, making Kiba writhe in pain. The girl kicked him, making Kiba try to get on all fours, to which Fu sat on his back and grabbed his arm and put him in a key which was immobilizing him. Get off, waits, Kiba moaned in agony, which Fu took as an offense. You called me fat, he said with deadly calm, which continued with Kiba's torture. The dog boy screamed, which continued with Kiba's lesson. After the torture of the animal child, he was left unconscious, and Fu snorted about being a conceited ass who doesn't respect Kunoichis. The winner of this fight is Fu to Taki. With that, the doctors took Kiba to the infirmary. Kiba continued to mutter about the pain of the jewels. Naruto looked at Fu with his Sharingan. The girl caught his eye and winked at him, something that the Uchiha did not miss, and was filled with jealousy at how Naruto blushed and looked away. Who does she think? Naruto is mine, was the jealous Uchiha's thought. Okay, the next match will be Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga, please come down. With that said, the next match began. Fate declares me the winner of this fight, declared Neji, which upset Naruto about fate. Neji Oni-san, Hinata murmured, which Naruto could hear very well. Something is happening. Neji releases a killer instinct towards his family. Start with that said distance jump by the examiner of the preliminaries. But that the fight began, Neji attacked with his Hyuga soft palm technique, which Hinata counterattacked with the same technique, blocking. The fight was pure taijutsu. Naruto watched as Neji enjoyed this fight, if you can call it that. He felt anger at how a family member tries to kill his own. Something that Uchiha realized. Naruto hates bullies and arrogant people against the weak. That was taboo in Naruto's dictionary. Besides his dictionary, impossible does not exist in it, something that Sasuke appreciated about Naruto. Watch, Naruto muttered, barely restrained from seeing how the battle continued. Notice. Name. Neji Hyuga. Title. Last year's prodigy. Level. 42. HP. 156,750. CPE. 75,000. STR. 1500. Ear. 180. X. 75. Int. 250. No. 160. Bunch. 100. Status. Hyuga family branch 5% Hyuga respect X main branch, destiny 10% reputation with the Hyuga clan. Niji Hyuga is from the secondary branch who are slaves of the main branch, with the seal of the caged bird to manipulate those of the secondary branch. Niji hates Hinata for the death of his father, due to a pact between Kumo and Konoha to avoid war. Niji blames Hinata for being kidnapped, and his father rescued her, and as payment his father's fate was death. Naruto, upon finishing reading this, was filled with rage. How could they blame Hinata for being kidnapped? He watched as Hinata struggled to stand up, but Niji was going to finish her off with a Junkin, which went straight to Hinata's heart, ready to destroy it. The room was filled with silence in the blink of an eye. The Jounin and Naruto protected Hinata, Naruto with his claws in front of Hinata, challenging Niji to pass over him, and the Jounin plus the preliminary examiner holding Niji, Kakashi holding his arm, Kurenai holding his other arm that went to Hinata's heart on her knees, and Niji-sensei holding his shoulder, and finally the examiner holding his finger on his headband, while his other hand was on his chest, waiting for Niji's attack. Hinata spat out a glob of blood before falling, but was caught by Naruto, who gently laid her on the ground, still with his claws without hurting her. Naruto touched Hinata's blood and consumed some of her blood while cleaning, and took out a special chakra paper that Sasuke used in the Journey of the Waves. He put it on his chest, Kai he murmured, and a green chakra surrounded Hinata's body. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Kakashi asked, interested, seeing that Naruto took out a chakra paper, but different. "I'm healing most of Hinata's injuries, sensei, with my created seal I can heal," said Naruto, which surprised most of those present. A genin created a chakra paper for healing that is very advanced. "Tell me you tried it before, right Naruto?" Kurenai asked dangerously seriously. "Yes, I tried it on myself first and then on Sasuke during the wave mission," Naruto replied, relieving Kurenai and surprising everyone in the room with his good Fuinjutsu skills. "HMP, fate declared me the winner, his destiny was to lose to me," said Niji, which filled Naruto with fury. He reviewed Hinata's memories and the treatment she receives from her family, his blood was boiling with rage. "Shut up with that said," he released a great killer instinct in full power towards Niji, which the room was filled with tension, even the Jounin felt Naruto's killer instinct, destiny does not exist. "If we do not face each other in a fight I will break all your bones for your stupid obsession with destiny and making everyone look inferior to you." With that Naruto focused his gaze on Niji, which showed his blue eyes in anger with the Sharingan active and the veins around his eyes, indicating a replica of the Byakugan. The Jounin saw his eyes and were surprised that Naruto had the Sharingan plus the Byakugan in a mix. "Naruto, you have the Byakugan," breathed Kurenai with sweat rolling on her forehead from Naruto's immense killing instinct. Then Naruto looked in his direction. In Naruto's eyes, he showed the contained anger. Then he focused on Niji, who was surprised by how Naruto awakened the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and has the Sharingan with 3 tomos at the same time. "What kind of monster are you?" Niji growled, which Naruto sent more killing intent, making Niji have trouble breathing. Even the Jounin were still standing. "Your executioner," he said with deadly calm, then he stopped sending chakra to his eyes. The veins disappeared, indicating that he stopped using the Byakugan, but he did not deactivate the Sharingan until after he deactivated the Sharingan with 3 tomos, returning to his sapphire blue eyes, and he saw how the glow of Hinata's body stopped, indicating that she is now stable. But that Naruto took the already consumed chakra paper and kept it before going to the side of the Uchiha, who looked at him questioningly. "I'll tell you later, Sasuke," Naruto murmured in his ear, to which Sasuke nodded in understanding, somewhat annoying Naruto, and wanted to know what it was. After the doctors arrived and checked Hinata, who was unconscious, he evaluated, which the doctors were surprised at how Naruto's Fuinjutsu healed the internal wounds, but not the bone that was half healed. "It's surprising Hinata has no internal wounds, everything was healed," said the medical ninja, which surprised everyone in the room. "She just needs to rest, that's all." With that said, they took Hinata to the infirmary. Once they declared Niji the winner, he continued with the fight. "Well, the next competitor will be Gaara of the Sand versus Rock Lee," he coughed, which made Lee shout in jubilation over the flames of youth and jump towards the platform where Dan was fighting. Gaara collapsed into a suction of sand and reappeared on the platform as sand forming Gaara's body with his arms crossed. Once the competitors were down, begin with that coughed hate moving away from the pair of competing genin for their fight. The fight was instantaneous. Lee launched himself towards Gaara, which caused the sand to act as an automatic defense for every attack Lee made, while Gaara didn't move at all. Naruto was intrigued by that. "Observe," Naruto muttered, which opened the data acquired from Gaara. What surprised him was his level. Notice. Name. Gaara of the Sand. Title. Sand Demon. Level 50. HP 200,000. CP 200,000 100,000ths. STR 60. Ear 300. Dex 80. Int 350. No 260 -10. Lunch 150. Status: Son of the Kazuki, 5% combat exp, Jinchuriki, -15% reputation with the Sand Village, Sand Demon, -25% reputation exp with the Sand Village, Sleepyhead, -10 wis. Gaara of the Sand is a one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shukaku no Tanuki, the spirit of the sand. Besides being the son of the Kazuki, his past is pure death. The demon does not let him sleep for fear that it controls him in his sleep. That is why he painted around his eyes, so that the enemy or acquaintances do not see his lack of sleep. Naruto knew that Fu was a Jinchuriki, but Gaara didn't. He saw how the fight continued. Lee was using the 8 inner gates, according to what he heard from Kakashi. Then he saw how Lee hit Gaara, who was off guard, and he saw how Lee went through the sand defense and kicked him in the chin, and how he tied him up with the bandages and then called the Omnitrix and spun with his victim, which crashed into sand. It seems that Gaara's sand saved his life. Naruto already experienced that attack, but he never touched the ground thanks to his bloodline, which was released. I put that memory aside to see how Gaara sent a sand tsunami towards Lee, which did everything to escape, but in the end the sand captured him, and Gaara's words were heard for the first time: sand funeral. With it the sand squeezed Lee from his arm and leg, which a crunch of broken bones was heard, which the sand took Lee and threw him to the ground, crashing, leaving him unconscious, but he got up. The sand was already coming to finish him off, but Guy rescued Lee from death. That's enough. With that said, Guy took Lee to the infirmary. Okay, the winner of this match is Gaara of the Sand. Now there's going to be a competition of 3 young genin. The last one standing wins. The participants Chogi Akimichi, Misumi Starugi, but is interrupted by the Leaf Ninja. Misumi Starugi, I'm leaving. I don't feel like fighting with that, said the participant. Okay, then the match will be normal. Taugi Akimichi against Dosu Kanuta, coughed the referee, which the participants got down and position. Begin. With that said, Chogi expanded and formed a human ball which rolled towards Dosu, but the sound ninja dodged, causing Chogi to crash into the wall, and Dosu ended the fight with his sound arm, knocking out Chogi. Okay, that was fast. Coughed. Hate watching the match ended too soon. Okay, the winner is Dosu Kanuta. With that ended the preliminaries. Okay, now winners come to the platform, and Anko here brings a box with the numbers, since that will be what they will have to face. Well, now take out to finish the preliminaries. With that said, Anko approached, and each genin arrived to take out a sheet and tell me the number that you got. With that, each genin opened their paper and saw their numbers. 1 said Naruto, so the examiner wrote Naruto's name in the first row. 2 said Niji, which the examiner wrote down the Hyuga's name. Okay, the first fight will be between Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga. With that, he marked the next number. 3 said Tamari, which Hate wrote down the number with Tamari's name from the arena. 4 said Shikamaru, which he finished writing down. Well, the second fight will be between Tamari of the arena against Shikamaru Nara. With that said, he coughed in his hand while holding the fighter's folder. 5 said Fu, which the Leaf Ninja wrote Fu's name above the number. 6 said Shino, which Hate wrote his name above the number. Well, the third fight will be between Fu Tataki and Shino Aburam. With that, he continued with the penultimate numbers. 7 said Sasuke, which Hate wrote down Sasuke's number. 8 said Dosu, which the referee also wrote down the name. Well, the fourth fight will be between Sasuke Uchiha and Dosu Kanuta, declared Hate, which made him hear the last odd number. 9 said Gaara, surprising the rest since he was left alone without an opponent. Well, this is unusual since we have 9 competitors, which would mean that the winner of the second row in the semi-finals would face Gaara. Well, now everything is in order. In a month will be the third test, since they can rest, improve their skills, train for a whole month before the third part of the exam will be in the stadium. So good luck and congratulations on moving on to the next test. With that said, Hate coughed. NNN. Naruto was leaving until he was stopped by Sasuke, who took his arm. We need to talk, Sasuke ordered, which Naruto sighed and nodded anyway. Once outside training camp 44, they went to Naruto's apartment. They went on rooftops to get to his apartment faster. It took about 20 minutes to arrive, and once inside, Sasuke dropped her male genjutsu to become a kunoichi and talked to Naruto. You really want to talk? Naruto asked calmly, since Sasuke has been acting very strange around him since he marked her with the cursed seal. I want to talk about what you did to me. I've been really horny since the bite. Answer me, Sasuke commanded impatiently, since he had driven her crazy with those fleeting thoughts about Naruto and herself in a relationship that left her uneasy. Damn, when she fainted, she dreamed about Naruto. First I made the hand seal, then I added chakra to the fangs. Something is not right, if so it has to do with another chakra that I injected. Maybe Kyuubi had something to do with it, was Naruto's thought, but a deep voice baffled him, possibly. He heard Naruto putting himself on guard with kunais in his hand, which scared Sasuke, which Naruto started looking everywhere. Who's there, Naruto commanded, which positioned himself in attack position. You are not ready to see me yet, the voice was heard. Again then Naruto stopped moving and put away his kunais. Maybe it was the Kyuubi. Yes, it was me. With that Naruto was surprised. He tried to get more information, but he couldn't tell Sasuke about his burden. He is not ready to know yet. Oh, tell me, Sasuke commanded, running out of patience, to which Naruto replied that the cursed seal works in a different way. That's my theory, maybe you feel discomfort or something like that, but it's nothing serious, said Naruto, which Sasuke looked at with the Sharingan active. I hope so, Usaran Takashi. I'll need a shower with it. The Uchiha girl used the genjutsu that her body had again to change her appearance and go home for a cold shower. Once out of sight, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, since he didn't know what kind of Kyuubi chakra would affect Sasuke. I thought it was my funeral, was Naruto's thought. Oh, don't worry, that's a small dose of my chakra, they affect hormones, but the question how long, hahaha. Naruto heard the voice and was annoyed by the laughter. What do you mean? Asked Naruto, which the fox inside laughed. They affect hormones, that is, it accelerates them. Instead of the time coming he will look for you, and it will be your day, good or bad. As humans see them I don't care. Naruto was thoughtful for a while. I mean hormones, you mean? Naruto had the suspicion that the fox nodded. Yes, that's right. I see that you are not as stupid as I thought. With that Naruto was confused, although a question came to him. How can you talk to me, and why do you suddenly want to talk to me, was the question. Naruto felt how the fox he is smiling. How simple. I just want to pay the rent by lending my chakra with one condition, use it and gather it in your cursed seal to evolve it to the second level, since my chakra is malicious and needs training, that's all I ask, tell me accept this proposal. Yes, no, Naruto was thinking, then he saw a window different from the others. Do you want to learn how to use the Kyuubi chakra? Yes, no, Naruto thought about it, then yes. Naruto sighed, taking the risk himself, as he then felt a shiver down his spine and some red particles in the shape of drops of blood gathered and entered Naruto's body in the cursed seal, which hurt like a bitch. Congratulations, you are able to summon the Kyuubi's chakra easily. Making a pact with the devil can bring good and bad luck, blessing or curse. Kyuubi proposed a deal to you, now you can be in Kyuubi mode without a tail. Warning, your corruption bar has been created. You are now able to gain speed, strength, reflexes, vitality and chakra. As your corruption bar reaches 100% you lose control. Your reputation with the Kyuubi rose from war to unfriendly. Congratulations, your demon does not hate you, but does not love you either. Now you have unlocked telepathic speaking mode towards your inner demon. Wow, that's a lot to take in, Naruto muttered, which Kyuubi smiled. Okay, now there are a couple of rules to follow. Number 1, use my demon chakra only in training or a difficult fight. I like a challenge, so don't call me out on a pathetic and useless fight like for play. Rule 2, I will be your sensei, and I will teach you ancient shinobi techniques that were found lost or impossible. And 3, you will kill a person with a one-eye mask, understood but not ready yet. Tomorrow your training begins, so rest you'll need it, haha, because I feel like I dug my own grave, Naruto muttered, oblivious to the Kyuubi's thoughts on the turtle. Naruto's rigid training. I hope Sasuke can hold on, Naruto muttered with a tired groan. Ho, your girlfriend, shut up, he muttered with a blush on his face. Then the fox's laughter was heard. Yeah, this is not my day, not even the month will be my day, it was the Naruto's thoughts, and then he goes to sleep. NNN. But Sasuke, Uchiha has been in her shower and still can't get Naruto out of her mind, but her hormones went down, so she got ready to fall asleep with one thought. I hope you're not lying to me, dope. It was Sasuke's thought, which with a moan she went to sleep. Tomorrow I'll ask Kakashi to train me. With that she fell asleep. Naruto LVL 38. Ninja skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu, level 51. Chakra speed, max LVL. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, level 38. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 30. Chakra Kick, LVL 19. Killer Instinct, LVL 60. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death, level 21. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu, LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 1. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 35. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 25. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 20. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 9. Jutsu, level 60. Trap, 38. Caution, 38. Free walking chakra, 39. Exi no Jutsu, LVL max. Mente del Gamer, LVL max. Observer, LVL 45. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 29. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 39. Hang, LVL max. Powerimi, LVL max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL max. Explosive Kunai, LVL max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Earth Affinity, LVL 1. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Lightning Affinity, LVL 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Sharingan, LVL 29. Takrakyubi, LVL 2. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, level 50. Chapter 10. Chapter. Naruto's training begins. The next day, Naruto got up early and went to training camp 7. Once there Naruto communicated with his demon. "Well, here we are. What is the special training?" he said. The voice of the demon responded, "How simple. You just have to do 500 times of each basic exercise, such as 500 laps around the field, 500 squats, 500 sit-ups, 500 push-ups, 500 kicks against the wooden post, with each leg 500, giving it 1000 in total kicks. And the same goes for the fists, 500 each hand, giving it a total of 1000 punches against a post, understood? And I do not want complaints or rest. You will only rest when you eat and resume training, and after the warm-up we will begin to train with my chakra." Naruto, hearing the exercise, turned pale. "How will I do all that?" asked Naruto in panic. "No idea, and I do not care. Just do it, but without using your chakra as support to help you yourself." With that warning, Naruto's idea went down the drain, since he won't know what will happen to him if he breaks Kyuubi's rules. Mission alert. Kyuubi's training. You have 1 month to prepare. Kyuubi has agreed to help you train with his corrosive chakra and the mastery of tails. Submission. Complete basic Kyuubi training before the end of the day. Reward. 500 reputation with Kyuubi, stat increase by 50, mysterious demonic jutsu, mysterious scroll. I have no choice, right, or else, he thought with a sigh, since the demon didn't respond immediately. Besides, it's better to be on the demon's good side. In the Hokage Tower, the so-called Kami no Shinobi is in a meeting with the elders, since they wanted to talk about a topic, and that topic is that of our blonde protagonist. "We can't let it get stronger, it could be dangerous, Hokage-sama," said a civilian advisor, which several agreed with. "Silence," ordered Sarutobi, looking at daggers. "Naruto will not be restricted from his new powers. Furthermore, this Kake Genkai is very valuable, since it seems Naruto is capable of acquiring the Kake Genkai, according to the blood he consumes from his opponents. If we restrict his powers, not only will it cause him to distrust us, but also to abandon the village," said the Hokage, which the various ninja agreed to. "Then place it in the craw," said Danzo, which several members of the civilian council, including some ninjas, agreed with. "I was afraid of what would happen with that. Those of you in favor please raise your hand with that," said several members of the civil council raised their hands, and some of the clan leaders, "Well, I have no choice at the moment. Naruto will be subjected to the CRA program. The section is closed." With that said, all of the civil council left, and only the ninja leaders and the 3 old men and the Hokage remained. "Okay, now let's talk about the subject. The Uchiha heiress has an interest in Naruto, and vice versa," said Danzo, which the leaders, even the Hokage, suspected that something was up, and above all the union of an Uzumaki, with the ability to copy the Kake Genkai perfectly, plus an Uchiha, would have a powerful warrior in the future. "What are you implying, Danzo? Did I hear wrong?" he asked seriously, since he was spying on Naruto and Sasuke in his crystal ball about their relationship. "Let's say a marriage, so that their children have the bloodline of the young Uzumaki, and moreover, the Uchiha could give birth to the legend of Doujutsu," spoke Danzo, making the Hokage narrow his eyes in suspicion. The Rinnegan he called, surprising everyone present, but especially Sarutobi. "What do you mean?" said the leader of the Kurama clan, drawing the attention of everyone in the room, and Sarutobi knew Danzo's plan. "I mean that we still have the Shodaime Hokage's DNA on the Mokuton. His blood has still been preserved since Orochimaru betrayed Konoha," he declared, which caused murmurs about the clans, "and we can verify Naruto's bloodline's ability to consume blood from lost or extinct clans to reappear." "What do you say?" said Danzo. Sarutobi couldn't take it anymore. "You mean to recover the old allies lost in the Great Shinobi War for generations," said the leader of the Inuzuka clan this time. "That's right, Naruto can be unstoppable if we give him the blood of the extinct clans. There was no better way than to recover the lost clans." With that, Sarutobi couldn't protect Naruto. I agree, Naruto is our last hope of recovering the clans lost in the Shinobi Wars, said the leader of the Yamanakas. The Hokage sighed, those who agree with Danzo raised their hands. With that, everyone in the room raised their hands, especially Sarutobi. Well, it's decided. Tomorrow, Naruto will be evaluated with his Kage Genkai to consume the blood of the extinct clans. With that, the meeting was closed. But Naruto, the young shinobi has been training like crazy for the last 8 hours, he has barely finished the push-ups. 490, 491, 492, 493, 494 Naruto complained in his push-ups, since he was shirtless with only his pants, he was all sweaty, he was sweating like crazy under the heat, 498, 499, high of 500 Naruto grunted with his arms shaking in pain, but Naruto has endured all the rigorous basic warm-up, then he fell exhausted. Okay, now it's time for lunch, you've earned a 15-minute break, yes sensei. Naruto sighed, getting up with his legs aching from the squats, his abdomen burning from the abdominal exercises and his arms from the push-ups. He clumsily walked to his backpack and took out a scroll with a food seal. In a poof of smoke appeared 3 rice balls, 2 apples and a bottle of water. While Naruto was eating lunch, he felt a presence approaching thanks to his chakra sensor. Naruto ignored it for the moment while he ate his lunch. Once finished, he looked in the direction he saw Sasuke walking towards him. Naruto raised his hand painfully to greet his friend. Sasuke was distracted in her thoughts and heard someone calling her. She saw Naruto all sweaty and shirtless, which framed his pectorals. A small blush appeared on Sasuke's face. Naruto saw his Uchiha companion, but then felt another presence which he recognized, so he decided to change his name in case it was hostile. Yo Sasuke, how are you? Said Naruto. Sasuke noticed the name change, so he played along. HMP, Dobe greeted the Uchiha, then Sakura was heard arriving in the distance. Naruto barely stood up and took the ninja mesh shirt that was next to him and put it on like his shirt and on top of it his blood-red jacket and went towards the posts and proceeded to hit it with his right arm while counting. Sasuke called his attention to Naruto's training against the pole, but was interrupted by Sakura, who arrived on the scene. Sasuke-kun, do you want to go to dinner after meeting with Kakashi-sensei? Sakura said. Sasuke looked expressionless. No, he said sharply, discouraging the pink-haired girl. The Uchiha ignored the grimace and focused on Naruto, who had already landed 30 hits and was still continuing. What is Naruto Baka doing? Sakura asked, not knowing that the Uchiha gave her a threatening look for Naruto's insult. Naruto ignored the question as he focused on hitting the pole. The knuckles of his hitting hand were bleeding and looked chipped as well, but Naruto still continued to ignore the pain in his hand. Sasuke looked at Naruto with curiosity, while the Uzumaki continued counting his blows. 3 hours passed, and Naruto continued hitting with the same arm, while Sasuke still looked at the blood he left on the post when hitting him. His bare knuckles were chipped and stained with blood, while Naruto continued hitting with a grimace on his face due to the pain his knuckles caused. 399, 400, 401 Naruto continued counting, while his body demanded rest. Until Kakashi appeared, reading his book, still unaware of the presence of his students. You're late, Sakura shouted. Kakashi paid attention, but focused on Naruto, who was hitting the post while counting his numbers at once. Me? When Naruto arrived, asked Kakashi, which Sasuke answered. Since I arrived, I found him training, I guess around 4 in the morning. Naruto was here, said Sasuke, which Kakashi observed as Naruto continued counting his blows. Well, since Naruto is still training, I don't have to inform him, but I do have to inform you too. Sasuke will take you to train with your techniques for your fight, and Sakura will call a ninja who will be your tutor for the moment when I'm not there, said Kakashi, which caused Sakura to ask the question. And Naruto Baka won't have a tutor, asked Sakura. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who answered casually. No, he does it well, although I was informed that the Hokage wants to see him personally. Is Naruto okay? I asked the blonde, who was still counting. If I'm okay with that, 490, 491, Naruto continued counting. Kakashi nodded at Naruto's words. Well, that's it, Kakashi finished, waiting for a ninja to arrive as Sakura's tutor. They waited for 14 minutes, and Naruto changed arms after finishing the 500 right-hand hits, until a violet blue-haired Kunoichi arrived. Sorry for the delay, Kakashi-senpai, replied the newcomer. Kakashi said goodbye nonchalantly and put his book in his pockets. Okay, Sakura, there's your tutor. Go with her and we'll see each other in a month. With that said, Sakura nodded reluctantly and left with the violet blue-haired Kunoichi. After they left, I waited and then looked at Sasuke. Okay Sasuke, let's go, say goodbye to Naruto, since we won't see him for a month. With that, Kakashi took out his book while he waited for his student Uchiha to say goodbye. "See you dobe," said Sasuke goodbye, to which Naruto looked in his direction and nodded as he said goodbye. "See you later, Sasuke." With that said, he continued hitting the post, but he didn't wait for the Uchiha girl to kiss him on the cheek, which caused Naruto to lose concentration. With a blush, the Uchiha girl went to her sensei, while Naruto touched where she had kissed him with a small blush. But that done, Kakashi touched the Uchiha girl's shoulder and disappeared in a sushi of leaves, leaving Naruto alone as he continued with his training with more vigor than before. In the Hokage Tower, after the council and telling Kakashi to call Naruto to come, which passed 6 hours since Hiruzen left side since the clans and Danzo got what he wanted, but using Naruto as a guinea pig is wrong. He looked towards a picture where you see a man with golden hair and blue eyes. "Minato, what would you do in my place? Would you prevent Naruto from being tested to obtain the Kage Genkai of the clans killed in past wars?" "I would take that as a yes," sighed the third Hokage. Then a knock on the door was heard coming, he sighed, which the door opened and showed a Naruto wounded in the hands and legs. "What happened to you?" he asked worriedly. 500 workout total of all basic exercises completed, sighed Naruto as his legs were healing with the Kyuubi chakra. The fox congratulated him for finishing, which was going to repeat this regimen all month and occupy his chakra while it heals at a speed to repair the damage to the body. "Don't tell me you met a gay who trained you?" he asked, which Naruto looked confused. "Who is this guy, Jiji?" said Naruto, which made Hiruzen sigh in relief. "It's nothing to worry about. Tell me, Naruto, how does this ability consume work?" Hiruzen asked, which made Naruto tense up a little. "Who told him that?" Naruto asked cautiously. "Well, Kakashi has orders to inform me of everything that happens in the team, as well as their abilities and strengths and weaknesses, which must be worked on," the Hokage replied. Naruto sighed. "Well, if it's true my abilities to consume, but I don't acquire the user's experiences about his jutsu, I must work on that to have it at a decent level. I also acquire the memories of the jutsu and secrets of his private life," informed Naruto, finishing occupying the Kyuubi's chakra. The fox said that he is ready, that after this, he will go to a place to enter Bijuu chakra mode. "I see, so I have something for you." With that said, the Hokage stood up and indicated to Naruto to follow him. A young blonde-haired ninja followed the Hokage. After leaving the office, the Hokage pushed a wall, which is a secret passage that surprised Naruto. The old man indicated that he should follow him. They were walking for 20 minutes. Naruto used the Byakugan acquired from Hinata to look in the dark hallway. Once he saw tables, capsules with liquid inside, and more things, as if there were things for surgery here, but what he saw were shelves full of small capsules with red liquid in them. The old cage made a seal and the room lit up, showing what was in the room. "What is all this?" Naruto asked curiously, which the cage ignored the question. Naruto looked towards his grandfather figure and followed him to a shelf with capsules with red liquid in them and said every DNA that was there. "Naruto, I must tell you that you are within the cross system, and as a goal of that, you will be allowed to acquire the different DNA of clans extinct in the Shinobi War to restore the lost clans," said Sarutobi, which Naruto looked at him cautiously. "What does that mean, Kra, and consuming DNA from extinct clans?" Naruto asked, to which the cage sighed in sadness. "It means that the council declared to send you to the Kra, which is clan restoration, which means having more than one wife and having children, in addition to consuming the DNA of the extinct clans, will give you knowledge of all the lost Kage Genkai from the time of wars and common clans, but that specialize in one sense: Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu and Kage Genkais, such as Duojutsu and Bloodline, such as Wood Style, Acid Style, Lava Style and more," declared Hiruzen, which Naruto was surprised. "You mean I'll be a lab rat for DNA consumption?" Naruto said, ready in case the cage has something against him. "No, none of that, Naruto, it's decided by the council," said Sarutobi, which Naruto looked at with distrust, "but it will only consume one DNA from this shelf, choose the names of the clans, master it in 3 weeks, and then come back for another consumption," said the cage, which Naruto nodded cautiously. Naruto began to look through each blood capsule on the shelf and looked at 3 that caught his attention: Uzumaki, Namikaze and Kitsuno. Naruto muttered, to which Sarutobi looked at which one Naruto chose. "I advise you not to consume Uzumaki and Namikaze, Naruto, yet. He is not ready for those memories yet," said Sarutobi. Naruto looked suspicious. "The old man has a point, the blood of those 2 are known to many, and you are not ready yet, kid. I advise you to take the Kitsuno. You will be able to communicate with the foxes as the Inuzukas understand their dogs. You will be able to understand the foxes, in fact that is where I was born as a Kyuubi, and the Kitsuno clan has a connection with me since the time of the Sage of the 6 Paths. You will be able to take advantage of my power easily." With which Naruto heard the Kyuubi, his hands burst into blood and took the Kitsuno capsule to then consume it. Naruto received the memories of the clan, the knowledge of jutsu, and more about the history of the clan. "Woo, impressive," Naruto muttered, receiving the memories of each jutsu. This clan stood out with the management of its chakra to transform into semi-Bijuu Kitsune. The control abilities for the transformation of chakra to transfer to its fox companions and grow tails, and also the memory of extinction. Once his brain assimilated everything, he looked at the cage. Did you know this Katsuno clan? Asked Naruto. The cage looked in astonishment at Naruto's question. I don't know him very well, but he was from the time when Konoha was born as one of the great shinobi villages, he answered half-truthfully. Naruto also acquired something from the Katsuno clan. Congratulations, you have unlocked Detect Lie LVL1, Animal Instinct LVL1, Chakra Transformation LVL1. You are now part of the Katsuno clan. This clan is able with its chakra to transform into foxes or more predatory creatures. It is said to be able to imitate the Kyuubi in power and skill. Their bodies are quick to adapt in different climates and have a clan technique which they call chakra style. Beastly transformation, which their chakra is visible, and a bubbling blue layer is formed semi-identical to the Jinchuriki with their Bijuu layer, but the only difference is that their chakra is bubbling blue and those of the Jinchuriki are red. It is said that the Kyuubi was a founding part of the Katsuno clan and close to the Bijuus, the most dangerous clan. Which the first great ninja war ended the clan, but the survivors are said to have turned into foxes to blend in with nature and survive as animals. Naruto was surprised by the information since the memories were of war and death, but the person who consumed the blood calls himself Kaiten Katsuno, a young man his age who died protecting his sister Kitfa Katsuno, who miraculously escaped. Naruto felt sick from seeing so much death, his hands returned to normal and then looked at Hiruzen, who looked at him worriedly. I'm fine, it's just dizziness from the information I received, Naruto replied to the unasked question. After leaving the Hokage Tower, he went to camp number 7 to continue. Well, it's time to start training. I'll give you a small amount of my chakra. With that said, Naruto felt an unrecognizable power. His eyes turned blood red with slit pupils, his whisker mark became more visible, and he grew some considerable small fangs, and his nails lengthened. Wow, it feels strange, Naruto said to himself. Yes, but don't get used to it. Now create blood clones, and we'll start with the one-on-one fight training, understood. With that said, Naruto created 30 blood clones that smiled evilly. A warning, maybe with my chakra running through the clones they want to kill you, so try not to kill yourself. With that said, the clones launched themselves to attack like wild animals towards Naruto, dodging and blocking, while using the Kyuubi chakra as an impulse for his Taijutsu technique. Water style. Water ball jutsu, chanted a clone while spitting out a massive ball of water, another clone aimed at Naruto ninja style. Explosive rain of death, he shouted, which caused the kunes and shurikens to multiply, and the rest of the clones threw more things at him like jutsu and weapons. Naruto countered with an earth dragon from the ground, then from his mouth, he spit air bullets towards his blood clones. Bloody style. Bloody armor jutsu. Bloody style. Bloody claw jutsu. Naruto called his two techniques. His body is surrounded by blood, which formed a kind of blood armor that covers from his feet to his head in a kind of bloodthirsty helmet, and his hands burst into bloody claws, then counterattacked. Naruto's veins were driven by adrenaline, by the Kyuubi's chakra running through his body. The clones are not far behind. They summon blood companions in the form of humanoid animals and bloody claws to a sword. Naruto created shadow clones to help him, but with the Kyuubi's chakra they attacked him, which he tried to dispel, but without success. I forgot to tell you that blood or shadow clones are out of the question, so you will not be able to dispel them, only destroy them. With that advice, Naruto stopped creating clones, or else he will have an army of himself to face. The clone war began. Our blonde with the Kyuubi chakra active began to kill and consume at the same time as he killed, and the clones regenerated twice as much thanks to their fellow clones. Naruto was killing his copies left and right. He killed all the shadow clones and half of the blood with consumption. Although his armor was barely covering him, he had light damage, but it healed in seconds. It's overcome, get me, roared Naruto, who is surrounded by bubbling red chakra, and a chakra tail was formed. Guru here roared, sending out a shock wave and sending the clones flying, and in a blink of an eye, destroying all the clones and consuming them before they regenerate, only leaving Naruto with a scratch and his clothes torn to rags from the constant fight of 1 versus 100 clones. Naruto emerged victorious, and his one-tailed chakra cloak fell apart. Naruto lay down to the ground, tired and exhausted. I must say I'm impressed. Defeating a legion of your clones is something very few would consider themselves lucky to keep their limbs intact, congratulated the demon, to which Naruto smiled. Now you are going to learn a demonic style. It is called demon style. Hellish tornado. A tornado of fire is created around you that protects you. I will give you the knowledge to do it. With that said, Naruto received the information of the demonic jutsu and is surrounded by drops of blood and enter his body, forming a blood red light shine on his body. Congratulations, you have learned a demonic jutsu, demonic style. Infernal tornado LVL1. Naruto was surprised about that, then he started making hand signs and then invoked the jutsu demonic style. Hell tornado jutsu, Naruto called, but nothing happened. What happened? The fox laughed a little at the human stupidity but got serious. You should know that your human chakra will not work for you, so try mine, said the fox telepathically, and then Naruto had the Kyuubi's chakra running in the demonic style. Hell tornado, Naruto called with his voice and animal growls. Around him white fire formed that covered up to the waist but lasted about 5 minutes. That was all I expected. Bigger, Naruto said with a poker face, which Kyuubi emitted a growl. Listen, if you want it to be bigger, you have to have demonic chakra if you want to get it. Naruto looked thoughtful. How am I going to have demonic chakra without using yours or mine? Asked Naruto. The young shinobi felt a shiver run down his back. How simple. I just have to create a demonic chakra for you so I can use it. I just have to divide my chakra into particles and create an invisible shadow coil, something that not even do a jutsu can see. So if your human chakra closes, you will have the demonic chakra that will restore your tenketsu points closed by the soft fist of the Hyuga, you say. Naruto thought about it, then something new appeared. Do you want to create a demonic chakra coil? Yes, no. Naruto thought about it, then nodded doubtfully, pressing the yes button. The fox smiled, and a shiver ran through him. Okay, this is going to hurt like a bitch. With that said, Naruto began to emit a great red glow that shot into the sky with a scream of agony. In Konoha, what is that? Said a voice. Seeing the light that went to the sky, several of the people saw, and the ninjas left their activities to see the strange phenomenon that went to the sky. Far away in an unknown area, I feel a powerful presence coming out of that glow. A monotonous adult voice was heard. Zetsu, go investigate. Yes, Pain-sama. With it the shadow dissolved and was sucked into the earth. AI and Naruto finished screaming, and then a red lightning fell and hit him, forming a crater which left him smoking on the ground lying down. Naruto was not breathing, and then Daya. What the hell happened? He complained in agony as he tried to get up, but felt a pain inside. Once he got up, he looked that around him was filled with ninjas looking at him, and especially the cage in combat armor, ready for case of a fight. Naruto's sweat fell seeing that he is in the center of the crater. He laughed nervously as he tried to find an excuse for his problem, since the looks they gave him were not pleasant, and Hiruzen saw the damage around him. I'm sorry, I was creating an impressive jutsu, but it got out of hand. Haha, he laughed nervously, trying to cover up the use of his demonic chakra to obtain it. Congratulations, you have unlocked Demon Chakra LVL1. You have created your own Demon Chakra for use, but you must train it to have it at a decent level. You have unlocked Human Chakra LVL50. Now you can switch chakra between human or demon. You can also combine it and make it an evolution of Human Demon Chakra, but they must be leveled at the same chakra level to combine them. After the cage scolded him along with other Jounin, Chunin and Ambus, which Naruto accepted, and he has to fill the hole in field 7. The days passed and Naruto trained with his demonic chakra, as well as taking control of the Kyuubi chakra, which leveled him to level 16, one tail almost getting 2 tails, and the demonic chakra, along with the Kyuubi's instruction, leveled him to 20. There was 1 week left for the end of the month. We see Naruto doing his 500 kick routine. It no longer cost him anything. He barely sweated, plus his resistance increased. He lasted longer than the basic exercises without getting tired, and he was ready, but he saw something in a trunk. He felt something calling him. Kyuubi said to Baya. Naruto walked cautiously, and from the bushes, a little fox with fur appeared, which Naruto approached cautiously, and like the fox, Naruto squatted down and then stretched out his hand. A smelly fox's hand and licked it, which indicated confidence. Naruto touched its head and curled its fur gently, which the fox approached, and Naruto stroked its back. Hello little friend, how are you? Where is your mother? Naruto greeted the puppy, which gave him a sad bark. Naruto heard the tone and softly curled his mouth. Are you hungry? Naruto said, which the fox barked again. Naruto took some cooked meat out of his backpack and gave it to the little fox, which he ate happily while wagging his furry tail in happiness. What should I call you? What do you think, Kitsu? Naruto asked, which the fox barked cutely, which Naruto petted his head. Okay, Kitsu, from today on, your name will be Kitsu. There are 3 days left until the beginning of the 3rd phase. Naruto was occupying the Kyuubi chakra, while the little fox called Kitsu watched him train while eating a plate of cooked meat. 3 hours passed, and then after leaving the Kyuubi chakra occupied, he obtained up to 2 tails. Naruto after training sat next to the little fox, which returned the look while moving its fluffy tail. Naruto took a bottle of water and prepared to drink to quench his thirst, while the little fox climbed up and lay down on Naruto's lap, while said ninja scratched his back. Kitsu should take you to my house. Well, it's finished. Well kid, you're done. I'll give you a gift as recognition from me. I'll transfer an ancient jutsu from the Kitsuno clan to you. With that said, a scroll reappeared from Naruto's hands, which Naruto observed with curiosity, lightning style. Electric Fox Jutsu. What does this Kyuubi jutsu do? Naruto muttered, which the demon fox yawned. It's a scroll from the Kitsuno clan. It's the strongest in lightning style, followed of course by the electric dragon, but that's another story. This allows you to create electric foxes which run towards their prey and explode into volts, electrocuting and paralyzing the enemy. Consider it as recognition from me. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll sleep. With that said, a window appeared which Naruto observed with a smile from ear to ear. He looked at the sleeping fox, he took it and left it in the backpack which the fox curled up to settle in. Mission alert accomplished. Kyuubi's training. You have 1 month to prepare. Kyuubi has agreed to help you train with his corrosive chakra and the mastery of tails. Submission completed. Complete basic Kyuubi training before the end of the day. Consuming the blood of an extinct clan, Kitsuno. Obtained a fox companion to honor the Kitsuno Kitsu clan. Complete the month of training with Kyuubi. Reward. 500 Kyuubi reputation, 50x stat boost, demon style. Inferno tornado, blood style. Blood tail technique, Kitsuno clan scroll. Want to learn lightning style? Electric fox jutsu, yes, no. Naruto accepted, then the scroll lit up and broke into particles of light which entered his body. Congratulations, you have unlocked lightning style. Electric fox jutsu LVL1. Now you can create from your hands an electric fox which explodes in volts and damage and paralyze the opponent. Alert, you are learning bloody style. Blood tail jutsu. With that warning, Naruto is surrounded by red particles which formed a ring and squeezed him, taking away the air from Naruto, which struggled to break free. He rose about 2 meters, then screamed, freeing himself, and the ring broke into particles entering his body, and he fell to his feet breathing heavily. Congratulations, you have learned bloody style. Blood tail jutsu LVL1. Once Naruto breathed, he looked at the sleeping fox, so he smiled and then took the backpack with the fox inside and went to his house to give a home to his companion Kitsu fox, without knowing that an aloe man as a carnivorous plant saw him. This is Zetsu, which spied on Naruto. Interesting. So the Jinchuriki has an interesting Kake Genkai, but it is getting stronger every day that passes. We must inform Pain-sama, as you say. We will have to inform him with that, said the aloe man, dived into the earth to disappear. Naruto LVL 47. Ninja skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu, level 51. Chakra speed, max LVL. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, level 38. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 30. Chakra Kick, LVL 19. Filler Instinct, LVL 60. Lie Detector, LVL 1. Instinto Animal, LVL 1. Chakra Transformation, LVL 1. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death, level 21. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu, LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 5. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 50. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 35. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 1. Bloody Style. Blood Tail Jutsu, level 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 25. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 20. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 9. Yuan Jutsu, level 60. Trap, 38. Caution, 38. Tree Walking Chakra, 39. Pexi no Jutsu, LVL max. Mente del Gamer, LVL max. Observer, LVL 45. Detector de Jinjutsu, LVL 29. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 39. Hang, LVL max. Awarimi, LVL max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL max. Explosive Kunai, LVL max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Earth Affinity, LVL 1. Lightning Affinity, LVL 2. Lightning Style. Electric Fox Jutsu, LVL 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Sharingan, LVL 29. Chakra Kyuubi, LVL 16. Chakra Demonio, LVL 20. Demon Style. Infernal Tornado, level 18. Chakra Humano, LVL 50. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, level 50. Chapter 11. Chapter. The third part of the Chunin exam, the invasion and the awakening of the demon. After completing the arduous training of the Kyuubi 2 days ago, we see Naruto walking with Kitsu in his backpack because the little fox likes to sleep in his backpack. The little fox only comes out when he is hungry or when they are bored because Naruto understands the little fox thanks to the blood he consumed from the Kitsuno clan that gave him the ability to communicate with foxes. Okay, Kitsu, let's go to the dungeon to train, what do you think? Naruto asked his partner, which made the little fox growl in his sleep, which caused Naruto to laugh at the sleepy fox. Haha, I wish I had time to train you to be a ninja fox, but it will be after the Chunin exam. Do you think we should go fight strong rivals? Naruto said, looking to the future, and the little fox barked in agreement as he saw his partner fight against himself, then he barked again. I don't know how to train you, maybe I'll check the memories of the Kitsu clan to get an idea of how to train you, he answered the little fox's question, which made him bark again. Right, I didn't tell you about the dungeon, well, let's go to training camp 4, you'll see it in action, Kitsu. With that statement, he ran to arrive and show Kitsu what he sees of the dungeons. Elsewhere we see Ino walking aimlessly lost in her thoughts. The girl was distracted and crashed into someone which made them both fall to the ground. Hey, be careful, Ino shouted, annoyed to see who she crashed into. She immediately got up Naruto, she asked, which Naruto looked in her direction. Hey, hello Ino, sorry if I bumped into you. Well, I have to go. Bye. With that, Naruto continued on his way, ignoring Ino, who was still on the ground. You should at least help me up, she growled. Ino came up with an idea on how to get revenge, so she stood up and followed where Naruto was going in such a hurry. She followed Naruto for a while until she reached training camp 4, she was going to spy on him until an intense brightness blinded her for a moment, making her see a little blurry. Let's see who we're up against, Kitsu, Naruto's statement was heard, followed by a bark, which Ino could see a little better. After the bushes appeared a kind of scarlet wolf, Ino could see the wolf growling, and from its jaws, it spat fire in the direction of Naruto, to which Naruto made his own signs with his hands, and spat out a large ball of water putting out the fire. What is happening in Konoha? There are no wolves that spit fire, nor are they that big, were Ino's thoughts. She continued watching the wolf the size of a horse attacking Naruto. Naruto's hands exploded in blood, and the already known bloody claw was formed, which covered up to the forearm that formed a kind of saw teeth as a counterattack. Naruto approached the fire wolf and was ready to counterattack. The wolf tried to bite him, but the little fox appeared from his backpack, which attacked by biting the wolf's paw. The wolf howled in pain, which Naruto took advantage of to attack the wolf's neck, killing it with a blow which caused it to bleed on the ground and dissolved into particles of light and entered Naruto's body. From the ground where the wolf's corpse had been, it left a scroll which Naruto took and kept. Then he looked at his partner Kitsu, which they nodded to himself, and continued north, where Naruto perceived the chakra of more wolves. Ino followed him closely, but regretted doing so since in front of Naruto, there were more wolves that were growling threateningly at the two. Naruto felt another chakra presence behind him, but he couldn't turn around in case the wolves decided to attack. There were 3 brown-furred wolves the size of a tree, 2 scarlet-furred wolves the size of a horse, and a blue-furred wolf that is of normal height, to which Naruto showed a predatory smile. It's time to try my 2 new jutsu, declared Naruto, which from his back exploded in blood, and a kind of wings with red tissue was formed, giving it a creepy appearance, and from the lower part of his back exploded in blood, which formed a tail made of blood a meter long, with a thin tip special for impaling cum. Dear mud, exclaimed Naruto, which the 5 wolves launched themselves into the attack ready to kill Naruto. Naruto dodged and sent a tail swipe at the blue wolf that attacked him. The blue wolf jumped on top of Naruto's tail swipe. Other wolves decided to join forces against Naruto. The brown wolves ran towards where Naruto was. One stopped to howl, which created 3 wolves made of earth from the ground, which accused Naruto. The red-furred wolf caught fire from its claws and accused Naruto with its claws. Naruto dodged the wolves like a pro from a tight angle, up, down, left, right, and countered with his claws and forearm with teeth. Tail swipe also sent Naruto on a fence. The fight was tight. An earth wolf howled, which made the ground shake. Naruto jumped from the mini tremor caused by the brown wolf and used his wings to rise higher, which other red-furred wolves took advantage of by spitting fire from their jaws. The brown-furred wolves stomped hard on the ground, which sent stones like torpedoes in the direction of Naruto in the air. Naruto made evasive maneuvers. The earth torpedoes embedded themselves in the blood shield made by Naruto to protect himself. The fireballs countered with water jutsu. Once far enough away, he took out of his kunai holder shurikens, ninja style. Explosive rain of death, declared Naruto, which threw his shurikens, which multiplied, and a shower of explosions was sequenced. Ino had to take cover while still spying on Naruto for his strange abilities. But Naruto, the last dead, has been stronger, was Ino's thought as she tried to cover herself from the explosions which the wolves dodged, but with injuries, Naruto did not stop. Bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu. With that from their claws they pointed at the wolves, which blood bullets were fired in the direction of the wolves, which took out 2 brown-furred wolves, 1 scarlet. The remaining howled, which from their howls fired flamethrowers, scarlet wolf, earth bullet, brown wolf, and water ball, blue fur wolf. Naruto made seals with his claws, which he called his technique lightning style. Electric fox jutsu. With that said, from his claws rays came out and fox heads were created, which Naruto threw them, forming foxes made of electricity, which passed through the elements without problem and impacted the wolves, which are electrocuted and paralyzed. Shit, that's a powerful technique, Ino said to herself as she watched Naruto attack with his tail, which stretched out and began to pierce the wolves left and right. Naruto watched as his tail attacked, tearing the wolves apart and scattering blood everywhere. Kitsu watched fascinated, then sniffed something and barked to get Naruto's attention, which stopped his attack. He descended to the ground. Once on solid ground he looked at Kitsu. "What is it, friend?" Naruto asked, and the little fox sniffed the air, ignoring the putrid smells that Naruto caused, and barked again, "Whoever is there, show yourself or I will have to remove you by force," Naruto declared in attack position with his blood tail wagging, in the mood for more killing. "Wait, it's me." Ino gave up. She never saw this side of Naruto, about how Naruto killed without remorse. She remembered the exams when Naruto almost killed the puppeteer. "Ino, what are you doing here? Don't you see it's dangerous?" said Naruto, ignoring the rewards and the lights entering his body, which were the experiences that entered Naruto which made him evolve, and since the training with Kyuubi made him stronger, he became stronger every day. "Well, I was going to tell you that you're a baka, leaving me on the ground since we crashed. You should be more considerate," she scolded. Naruto looked expressionless. "Ino, I know you well, I know everything about you and the 9 rookies, and supposedly those of Lee's team. I even know the life you have, so if I was going to pick you up, what would you say? I don't need your help, loser. Better get lost where you came from, right?" asked Naruto, leaving Ino speechless. "That's what I thought," he said as he continued on his way to find the wolf boss. "Ha, and if you stay you'll probably die. You're too weak for this," said Naruto, leaving Ino shocked. She tried to defend herself, but Naruto continued, leaving her to her fate. "Hey, wait for me," she shouted as she ran to where Naruto left. After reaching him, Ino followed Naruto closely, but not so close when Naruto has activated his blood tail and blood wings, more with his claws. It was creepy to get close to him. After a while Ino couldn't stand it anymore. "Where are we going?" asked Ino, which Naruto continued walking cautiously, looking at his surroundings. "Let's find the alpha of the pack," Naruto said as if he were the weather, leaving Ino white with fear. "Depending on whether they were elemental wolves, the leader is stronger than them and bigger," Naruto said without concern as he expanded his sensor chakra to search for the alpha of the wolf pack. "What do you mean there's something bigger than those wolves you killed? The blue wolf is a normal wolf, but the red one is the hide of a horse, and the brown one is the hide of a tree. How big is the alpha?" he yelled in panic. Naruto looked ahead and stopped. Ino saw how Naruto tensed and looked at his gritted teeth. The little fox hid in his backpack. Ino was scared. Then it got dark, but there was still sun. A deep growl was heard. A wind that smelled of death came out. "What's that smell? How disgusting," Ino complained. Naruto looked up and was surprised to see a large platinum-colored eye between the trees and took a step back. "Ino, hide yourself," Naruto whispered as he asked for help from the Kyuubi to give him a tail chakra. The fox wondered what the problem was until Naruto told him what he saw, which surprised the fox, and almost nothing surprises the Kyuubi. "Boy, you are no match for this one. He is very high in your league to face him. How is it possible that he is alive?" Naruto looked nervously. "Because you gave up," Ino mocked, which Naruto looked daggers at her and sent killing intent towards Ino, which saw his own death. "Don't argue if you don't want to die," Yamanaka, Naruto commanded, then looked ahead, which a deep howl was heard and the ground rumbled. "It's getting closer, better hide," Naruto commanded, which the ground rumbled, and in the sky some flocks of birds were seen fleeing. Ino took a step back, looking in fear. "Naruto, what's going on? Why aren't there any leaf ninja? This field is very different from when I followed you, and why are there fire-breathing wolves?" Ino asked. Another deep howl was heard, and the ground rumbled. "Ino, I don't know if they told you, but do you know the story of the Kyuubi?" Naruto asked, to which Ino looked surprised as to why the topic came up now and why the ground rumbled more often and the smell of death felt closer. "Of course, Daddy told me the Kyuubi was the most powerful Bijuu in all of existence. Why does this question come, Naruto?" "You're scaring me," Ino asked, fearfully imagining why Naruto asked her such a subject. Naruto was talking to the fox. "Kid, I repeat, get out of there. You do not want to see this threat. It is very dangerous. I faced him millennia ago. It is a 9-tailed wolf that controls lightning and wind." Naruto finished for the fox. He saw lightning and tornadoes appeared, and from the sky, a gigantic 9-tailed wolf was seen with platinum eyes with a slanted pupil, platinum fur, 2 giant fangs stick out as if they were the teeth of a saber-toothed tiger. Ino looked horrified at a 9-tailed wolf with an electric tornado surrounding its 9 silver tails. "What is that?" "It's Kyuubi," Ino shouted in horror, which made Naruto growl in frustration. No, it's the Kyuubi's old rival, Wolfer, the wolf of tornadoes and lightning, Naruto declared, horrifying Ino, causing her skin to turn as pale as a ghost's. Who dares to break into my domain, pair of mortals, the wolf spoke in a deep voice to which Ino could not take it anymore and fainted, to which Naruto created blood clones, and they took Ino and left, leaving Naruto alone with the wolf. I am Naruto Uzumaki Kitsuno, and I have come to challenge you, Wolfer, Naruto commanded, which the fox shouted in his mind. What are you doing? We'll make us kill you, idiot. Don't worry, I have a plan. If we survive this, I will make you suffer with arduous training. Ha, you, a mortal, challenge me? Oh, that's delicious. I'll have you as a snack puppy, laughed the wolf. Naruto asked the Kyuubi to give him his power to defeat him. Wait, Kitsuno, grew aware, so you are one of the Kyuubi's followers. I thought I already got rid of them completely, roared the wolf in rage, which caught the attention of Naruto and the Kyuubi. Get information out of him. If it was him who destroyed the clan, we will get revenge together. I will give you direct access to the two-tailed transformation. Naruto heard the fox, which nodded. Do you know anything about the Kitsuno clan, Wolfer? What happened? Asked Naruto with a deadly calm, which Wolfer growled. If you mean the stupid Kitsuno clan of the Kyuubi, well yes, I got rid of them millennia ago by sending false information so that other villages would destroy them, exclaimed the wolf proudly. The Kyuubi looked angry and remembered when he returned to his clan and saw everything destroyed. Kid, I've heard enough. He's the culprit. Kill him without remorse and consume all his blood and get the memories of the damn electric bastard. With pleasure, ninja art. Explosive rain of death, Naruto shouted, which threw more shuriken, and they multiplied by millions. The wolf watched as the weapons came towards him and smiled, sending killer instinct to Naruto, which Naruto responded with his own. Elsewhere, the blood clones took Ino to an abandoned cave, along with the fox Kitsu. Everyone was fine, but from a distance there was a huge explosion and a fierce roar of fury. It's already started. We must help, the blood clone said to another, which he denied. No, we must show support. We will make an army of our own to help the original. Help me. With it, the two clones made seals with their claws and touched the ground at the same time, bloody style. Blood creature jutsu, they shouted together, which from their claws leaders of blood came out, forming a pool of blood, which each drop created a creature the size of a tree, a kind of humanoid fox with the same claws as Naruto, and a 2-meter long tail, and humanoid bats with bloody armor and wings on their back, and a meter long tail, which run fly towards where the original is, and continued multiplying by 2, 4, 8, 10. And the number continues to increase. This should work as support, said the clone, continuing to send reinforcements to the original. The little fox barked worriedly. The clone smiled. Don't worry, we'll be done before you know it, the clone said to the little fox Kitsu to calm him down. The ground shook again and another roar was heard. Even the destruction to the environment was heard. I hope they arrive quickly. Bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu, Naruto shouted, shooting blood bullets from his claws towards the enraged wolf. Shit, I've been fighting this opponent for an hour. Where Diablo has the weak point like the other bosses. Kyuubi, help me. Kid, listen, how I fight him. It will be better to use the chakra layer. He is weak at the moment, thank Kami. When he was at his best, it was a fight of titans, earthquakes, tornadoes, lightning. Fire, and the chaos we caused in our fight was like I would never forget. The mountains erased from the map. I estimate that he is in a two-tailed state. That means that it was generated recently, like, let's see, I estimate about 2000 years, so it will be generated another millennia if we kill him now. I call this technique demonic art. The awakening of the demon. I can even fight against 8 of the Bijuas and defeat him, since it gives me more resistance and speed as well as strength. You want me to teach you, kid? That is the only way to achieve it. To defeat him, you have to summon your demonic chakra. I will send you information about the demonic technique and the necessary seals. Naruto nodded, while dodging the air balls and the electric bolts that the fox sent. Congratulations, you have learned Forbidden Style. The awakening of the demon LVL1. This skill will only be useful if you have demon chakra and human chakra, which will merge, and the bloodlines will be affected by the fusion of the chakra. It will be more powerful and effective, apart from suffering from a transformation, which is something to keep in mind for your opponents. Naruto dodged another attack from the wolfer as he felt more chakra coming his way, but he ignored it for the moment as he fought the 9-tailed wolf. Behind Naruto appeared the blood creatures the size of a tree, looking threatening. Then he saw several shadows in the sky, which recognized one of his techniques and smiled. Naruto felt how the Kyuubi chakra entered his systems, which formed a layer of a tail. He saw with fascination how his claws became sharper to tear the flesh easier. His blood tail became thicker, with the Kyuubi's layer forming a thick tail like a fox's, but still kept the tip sharp. His eyes showed blood red with a slit pupil, and with the Sharingan already matured with 3 tomos in it, and you can see the veins forming on the sides of the eye, which became the slit pupil plus the Sharingan a little white, which made his eyes shine threateningly. He saw how the blood creatures attacked the wolf. It's time for the second round, Naruto declared as he joined with the blood creatures. While in Konoha, Team 10 is seen gathered, only one member was missing. Where is Ino? Asuma asked as he watched his genin arrive, to which Shikamaru complained. She's probably at home getting ready as usual, troublemaker, the lazy genius complained. She's not at home, as her parents told me, she had already left, but she hasn't returned yet, so help me look for her I asked, assuming which the Nara looked at with doubt, which made him sigh and nod. In the cave, we see Ino who was waking up, she saw blurry, but then her vision focused, she could see that she was in some kind of cave. What happened? Ino muttered which sat up she looked at two clones who looked exhausted, and next to her she saw Kitsu sleeping, but explosions, tremors, a sepulchral roar were heard which came to her memory to catch up. What was that thing she exclaimed, looking at the exhausted clones. The clones already sent 10,000 blood creatures, 5,000 each of the two races. The clone looked at his double who nodded. The clone went to where the creatures went leaving the clone who was left resting. That creature is Wolfer the nine-tailed wolf and rival of the Kyuubi for millennia. The clone replied to Ino, which caused another tremor. From afar, you can see the destruction caused by Wolfer. What's going on Naruto no Baka? He shouted at the clone, who smiled cruelly, scaring Ino. They're fighting Wolfer. Sharingan called the clone with his Sharingan active sending a Jinjutsu to Ino through eye contact. Ino fainted. I hope it ends soon, we've been here for 5 hours, muttered the clone. A roar of pain was heard. It seems they're finishing. Let's go Kitsu called the clone to his fox partner who got into his backpack to continue sleeping, while the clone took the backpack where Kitsu got in and took Ino bridal style and went to the direction where the original is. The forest looks devastated, fire came out of the charred broken trunks, craters can be witnessed, and a child in the crater surrounded by blood as he tried to get up, about 20 meters away. You can see the wolf with one of its eyes lost to an ugly cut in it, one of its saber fangs was missing which was buried in the ground, it also had multiple wounds on its body. The wolf was lying breathing with difficulty, while he had almost no chakra left for his techniques. Naruto got up staggering with multiple wounds also from his eyes showed the mixed Uejutsu and more with a little chakra that remains of the Kyuubi in his system since he still had the pupil torn. I'm going to finish you off with this forbidden jutsu, Naruto muttered with barely any chakra to continue. Go ahead, I want to see you try, breathed the wolf, to which Naruto made the seals with his claws, which caused his chakra to shoot into the sky, blue and red chakra covered him in a dance. While Naruto finished his seals, the wolf opened his jaws, which created a sphere of air and electricity. Forbidden style. The awakening of the demon Naruto shouted which his chakra was an explosion, the pool of blood rose and surrounded Naruto's chakra with a dance, while eyes formed around it, gra I Naruto shouted, and his voice was heard like that of the afterlife, while the brightness blinded the wolf, which stopped his technique by the howl of pain from his eyes, where Naruto was disappeared. In its place you see a kind of red fabric with white edges, indicating that it was ice. A giant creepy clawed arm appeared, the head was that of a fox, but with an ice helmet as a skull its eyes showed blood red with a kind of vein fabric at the edges, and the Sharingan burns in rage with the pupil slit, its wings were shown as if it were that of a dragon. It was a terrifying combination to keep in mind. Kid listen, you have a duration of about 5 minutes, since it is your first transformation of the awakening of demon, so take advantage of annihilating it. The strange beast nodded to himself, with its gigantic tail, it lashed out at the wolf which sent it flying towards a mountain, then the unidentified creature took off into the air, and from its giant bloodthirsty claws, fired bullets made of blood which hit the nine-tailed wolf's spine, bloody style, frozen bloody bullet jutsu, the unidentified creature's voice roared. From its claws frozen blood bullets came out of them impacting the wolf. I will not lose to immortal, roared the wolf recovering which from its jaws fired a ray which the unidentified creature protected itself with a huge blood shield protecting it, while its tail attacked which was blocked by the wolf's tails. I will not let you kill me human roared Wolfer, the unidentified beast roared sending giant air bullets which the wolf countered with ray bullets from its jaws. You will lose to my Wolfer, fire style. Fireball jutsu Naruto roared in his transformation of an unidentified beast which spat out an inferno of a giant fireball, which covered the wolf in it. Bruu roared Wolfer in pain which Naruto created a huge sword of ice with blood which formed the other arm and was covered in blood, forming ice teeth on the sword and with a short neckline, the tails of the wolf which roared in pain. How is it possible that a human defeated me? It is impossible, was the thought of the wolf, which is pierced by a creepy claw in his stomach which vomited blood, like. Growled the wolf before hearing the last words of Naruto. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, avenger of the Kitsuno clan. Consumed with those last words the wolf heard before dying and broke into particles of light which left a scroll and a silver katana. Once the wolf was defeated, the creature exploded in blood which formed a lake of blood, and Naruto fell into the lake created, his breath barely sustained by the chakra exhaustion of his two sources. Naruto swam to the shore which was the prize once it came out of the lake of blood, with its claws it consumed the lake in minutes, and lay down leaning on a lake after consuming to rest. Your reputation with Kyuubi went up to neutral, you defeated Wolfer which leveled up to LVL 49, Naruto rested with a smile and heard a noise. He looked to see his two blood clones, which approached with a sleeping Ino and a happy Kitsu who jumped from the backpack and started to lick the face of the original. I missed you too, okay let's go with that said Naruto collected his prize and put the katana and a seal on his wrist. Once ready Naruto's body shone blinding everything around him. In Konoha we see Team 10 searching for Ino all over Konoha, which they took as a clue that Ino followed Naruto to training camp 4. Shikamaru wondered why she followed Naruto, it made no sense. Asuma remembered what his fellow Jounin said about Naruto and his change in attitude towards the others. Once they arrived they saw Ino sleeping in the tree, but there was no sight of Naruto anywhere. Asuma checked her and noticed that she was in a Genjutsu Kai. With that Ino woke up looking around in fear, but noticed that she was in the same position when she was spying on Naruto. Ino what happened? Asked her sensei, to which Ino recounted everything that happened, but they didn't believe her. Ino, were you in a Genjutsu? Declared Asuma, to which she protested. No, of course not, it was so real. I know, you must believe me said Ino, to which Shikamaru said that she was under a Genjutsu for perhaps how long, which frustrated her. I will discover what Naruto is hiding, if I have to enter your mind to find out, her eyes filled with determination. While with Naruto, the young shinobi was taking a shower after consuming some of the Amanaka's blood to have the memory of where he observed him to leave it in the same place to cover up his tracks. Of course he acquired the knowledge of the clan jutsu, but it was terrifying. Naruto assumed that Ino would try to find the truth of his secret through the mental link, so it was decided to stay away from Ino for a long time to prevent such an event from happening. After bathing and putting on some boxers to sleep he covered himself in his bed. Kitsu climbed in and snuggled up to his stomach. Good night Kitsu, tomorrow I will have to leave you here, because tomorrow is the big day of the third part of the exam. With a bark from the fox as a response they both fell asleep for tomorrow. Now was the day that everyone in Konoha was waiting for. Ninjas, daimyo and important people gathered to watch the exam. The third part of the Chunin exam will begin in 10 minutes. We see the 9 participants present in a row looking at their new referee. Naruto was next to Sasuke and his other side was the Kunoichi of Taki. Few which looked at Naruto, something that Sasuke noticed, and his Sharingan activated showing anger. Well, as you can see today I will be your new examiner. My name is Genma Shiranui, said the leaf ninja, who was chewing a senbon and wearing a cloth on his head. With it he began. Now as you can see I will say the rules of the tournament. Rule 1. The participants must fight until their opponent dies or cannot continue or until they decide to retire. Rule 2. If the judge decides it, he can end the fight and intervene to stop it. And Rule 3. To become a Chunin, being the winner of the fight is not the most important thing. First the judge must analyze everything the participant did and what strategy he used, because a Chunin in addition to strength must have intelligence, he said, finishing the rules. Now the Hokage is going to give a speech. With it the Hokage stood up from his seat next to the Kazekage with his personal guards. Naruto took advantage of that moment to ignore the speech and murmur status in front of him. His player status opened. Player state. Name. Naruto Uzumaki, Yuki, Kitsuno, Uchiha, Hyuga. Title. Naruto of the Bloody Claws. Class. Gamer. Level. 49. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 27,500. CP. 27,500. STR. 350 25 equals 375. Year. 430, 10 equals 440. Dex. 460, 20 equals 480. Int. 560, 10 equals 570. Not. 745, 15 equals 760. Luke. Status. Uzumaki clan 10 HP, 10 int, 10% Funjutsu skill experience, Kyuubi Jinchik, 500 HP and 500 CP per level, Prankster gain, minus 5% reputation, 5% trap skill experience, 5% stealth skill experience, Yuki clan acquired, 10 dex, 5 wis, ice affinity unlock, Kitsuno clan acquired, 10 dex, 15 STR, animal transformation unlock, Uchiha clan acquired, Sharingan unlock, 10 dex, Hyuga clan acquired, 10 wis, Byakugan unlock. Naruto Uzumaki has passed the Genin exam thanks to Mizuki's capture for his betrayal. He was known for the last dead in the academy. He is also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto is part of an extinct clan, the Uzumaki. His strange abilities of the Kage Genkai of the Bloody is nicknamed Naruto the Bloody Claws, thanks to having killed 100 bandits and the cat, a billionaire who scams and sells illegal products. He also has the ability to absorb more bloodlines thanks to his strange Kage Genkai, but he does not know the origin of his parents, who they were, because he was selected to have the Kyuubi. His past is shrouded in mysteries for him to discover. Points. 120. Brio. 2.790679. Naruto increased his strength by spending 100 on STR, giving him 475 strength, and the remaining dex increased his speed by 500. Once he was ready, he watched as the audience cheered for Konoha's cage, indicating that he had finished his speech. Will the participants of the first fight Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga stay? Will the remains go to the stands and they're awaiting their fight declared Genma, to which Naruto looked at his opponent, eager to make him eat the dust. Good, are you ready? Said Genma after the battlefield only them and the examiner remained. To which Naruto smiled cruelly while he earned his combat stance the whirlwind that he himself created and Neji looked impassive, seeing many openings which he realized that he is saying that he is not useful as a warm-up. You're going to lose, fate will declare me the winner he mocked which Naruto followed with his smile, indicating that he didn't take it seriously. Start with that said Genma in a sushun he left and was a considerable distance away. Neji acted immediately with a soft fist ready to connect, but Naruto easily dodged and kicked him from a distance which Neji skidded a bit as he managed to block, but the area of the blow hurt. He is strong in strength, but predictable. With that he continued with his soft fist assault which Naruto dodged like a pro, up, down, left, right, up, left, down, up, left, up, down, right. What, it has no pattern. What kind of Jujutsu does the loser occupy, was Neji's thought which without warning Naruto made a sweep as a counter-attack which managed to unbalance Neji. The Hyuga placed a hand on the ground as support but did not see a kick to the rib which sent him towards a tree to crash. Come on Neji, I'm not even warming up, I'm barely getting warmed up Naruto mocked with a truth that was just beginning. If you think I'll be in the crowd just by becoming Chunin think twice, I'll leave here when the opportunity presents itself. They're not going to control me like they are doing in Sasuke, if necessary I'll leave with her, was the Fugak's thought, since he has a feeling of how to get rid of the council and the Craw, he was planning all night. He already knows the warehouse where they keep the DNA of the extinct clans, which he intends to know more about them and how they died, and it seems that there were Sharingan eyes in a capsule, since he used the Byakugan to see in the dark without being detected by the Hokage. But first teach Lord Destiny manners. Naruto saw how Neji accused him which Naruto jumped back moving away from Lord Destiny. You know it's better to teach you manners towards your family, bloody style. Blood tail jutsu Naruto called which from his lower back exploded into blood which formed a tail made of blood scaring several. The tail wagged from side to side up and down like a wiggle. Naruto ignored the looks of the others, while Naruto made a hand seal, and from his hand to his forearm, they exploded into blood, and the already known bloody claw was formed in a creepy way. Naruto smiled darkly from his opponent's face of disgust and fear. Let's dance with that said he launched the attack with a matured Sharingan, showing the intention not at all pleasant for Neji. Ino from the stands for the public saw how Naruto appeared another member, a tail made of blood, and saw how Neji blocked Naruto barely getting a scratch. Ino looked to her side at her friend rival which showed fear. Ino was willing to get the information from her friend rival. Hey forehead, do you know what's happening to Naruto? Ino asked her rival for Sasuke's love, which Sakura looked in her direction, without knowing that she caught the attention of Tenten, Hinata, Kiba, Taugi as well as the sensei. The truth is, since we left the academy, something changed in Naruto. He seems distant. After we formed Team 7, Kakashi-sensei left. After that, Naruto is surrounded by red lights, particles of red lights that formed in the field and trapped Naruto. A ring was formed around him, and his freedom was restricted then from his body. An intense red light began to shine blinding us. We heard Naruto scream in pain, then the lights entered Naruto's body. After that Naruto muttered again. We think it happened to him once or several times. After that Naruto left silently ignoring us. Sasuke-kun asked him what happened to him. He replied they are not ready to know yet. We followed him to find out what he was hiding from us. Sakura muttered. Ino ignored the others who caught her attention. Of course Naruto the dope of the academy hides something from everyone. Tenten feared what would happen to Neji if Naruto is changing from his happy self to a different being. We followed him to training camp 1. We saw how Naruto shone a yellow light which blinded us, and suddenly we weren't in Konoha anymore. It was a rocky mountain. Naruto was not there, and from the rock Sakura whispered. Everyone was in suspense. What changed Naruto? Why is he different? Why did he change? And for what reason was he hiding something? A kind of humanoid rocks appeared. We fought with them but they were strong. They sent us with a blow to the other side. We saw Naruto fighting with those things. There were 3 of them. Naruto smiled while he fought. His hands burst into blood, they formed into claws, and we saw how he killed those things. When he saw us, we saw our own death, and he decided to ignore us while he fought. After he killed them, those things fused and grew bigger and bigger. Sakura told them they watched as Naruto hit Neji mercilessly, something that worried the sensei and Tenten from his buddy. While talking about Naruto and his change, we see our protagonist hitting Neji with his whirlwind style which was unpredictable blows. Neji desperately tried to cover himself from the blows. Shit does not give me more option. Kaiten shouted his technique which Neji spun at a speed which Naruto is repelled and sent flying backwards. Neji took advantage of that ran, with chakra giving to his legs to get to where Naruto was. You are in my range, Hyuga style. 64 palms called which under Niji a kind of yin-yang was formed and proceeded to hit Naruto with his soft fist to his tenketsu, where the chakra circulates 2 palms, 8 palms, 15 palms, 24 palms, 30 palms, 42 palms, 49 palms, 55 palms, 64 palms, shouted Niji hitting Naruto, closing all the tenketsu which sent Naruto flying and crashing. Then he smiled as he defeated Naruto. He was ready to call the referee, but Naruto complained and stood up, surprising Niji and many others in the stands. What? That's impossible, you shouldn't get up after I closed all the tenketsu, Niji shouted in fear and anger as Naruto was standing up. Haha, haha, haha. He laughed out loud, scaring Niji. Around Naruto red chakra fired, scaring several. If you think that by closing my tenketsu you can stop me, then think twice, called Naruto, laughing cruelly. After his back exploded in blood what formed wings, his claws became sharper, his tail thicker without removing the tip ready to impale. His feet exploded in blood, forming legs with claws like blood from his feet to his knees. His hair grew wilder with red edges of blood, indicating that it became stiff chakra transformation. Naruto called his technique. His blue chakra surrounded him according to the animal in his chosen thought, and how it should look like dragon, called Naruto. The young shinobi rose from the ground with his wings flapping. What the hell are you? Niji yelled, looking at his Byakugan, another type of tenketsu, created horrified and exhausted, which Naruto rose higher, which created 4 blood clones in the air, in his transformation form chakra that runs through his blood, just as he practiced in secret at night after training with Kyuubi. How can you have a second tenketsu? Niji yelled. The Hyugas who were watching the fight looked at Naruto. They were surprised to have a second tenketsu in Naruto, without knowing that it is Naruto's demon chakra that was hidden in the shadow of the tenketsu. Get ready, consider yourself honored or cursed, depending on your point of view of my new jutsu, Naruto shouted as he began to spin in a circle around the stadium, followed by the clones following his example. Everyone saw the 5 Naruto spinning in a circle faster, being unrecognizable, forming a red ring at an incredible speed. Then they heard Kai, which spun faster than normal, which scared them of the high speed they were going. They assumed it was with the weight of gravity, which made them faster with the spins. Not even Kakashi Sharingan knew which one is real. Then they heard the calls of the jutsu fire style. Fireball jutsu, lightning style. Lightning launcher ability acquired from the Wolfer scroll, wind style. Air bullet jutsu, bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu, collaboration jutsu, roar of the 5 furious dragons, called all the clones and Naruto, which Niji could not escape. He only had one technique left that could repel, but it will be successful, he doubted it, after the scream of the jutsu. The kind of electric fire came out with fire bullets, they merged with the wind, plus the blood rain that came out of the ring in the direction of Niji. Peyton was the last thing they saw of Niji before defending himself with the main branch's Kaiten, which impacted Naruto's technique, and there was an explosion of electric red fire that caused a cloud of intense smoke. Naruto, along with his blood clones, stopped spinning a bit and looked at their work with a dark smile. Naruto's clones landed on the ground while it consumed their clones, leaving only the original. They waited for the cloud of smoke to clear. The referee went down to inspect if Niji was okay. But the wind style, he moved the cloud of earth, and in a 3-meter deep crater was seen an unconscious Niji with his clothes in rags, with blood coming out of his multiple wounds. Fate will not control me, and I will not let anyone control me, Naruto proclaimed, looking at Niji. Genma looked at Naruto, who knew what he meant. Well, the winner is Naruto Uzumaki, Genma called, to which Naruto handed him a priest's paper, to which Genma raised an eyebrow. Give that to Niji to heal his wounds and at least keep him stable, Naruto advised. Genma nodded and approached Niji and placed the chakra paper on Niji. The seal glowed green, indicating that his wounds were healing. Genma was surprised by this chakra paper after the glow. Niji complained, but he is still unconscious. With that ready, Naruto went to the stands where the participants await the next fight. After the ninja doctors took Niji to the infirmary, the next fight continued. Well, the next match will be Shikamaru Nara against Temari of the arena. Please come down for their match. With that said Genma, Temari came down with her large fan of her hide in a glide which landed on her feet gracefully. Shikamaru complained as he went down the stairs, saying troublesome. Once they were gathered, Shikamaru lazily looked at his opponent. Temari looked at the lazy Nara, who had a face that seemed to want to go through the roof. Okay, are you both smart? Asked Genma. Shikamaru said problematically, and Temari nodded silently. Okay, let's begin. With that said, Genma left the stadium with a sushi to watch the fight. Temari immediately grabbed her large fan and shook it, creating a strong wind. Shikamaru jumped to the side and away from her to have space. Big mistake, Temari started with an air sequence thanks to her fan. The Nara dodged and hid from the trees that were in the stadium. Shit, I have to think about how to make my shadow capture her and end this fight. Problematic, the Nara thought with a sigh. He won in his position of thinking and closing his eyes. The fight was pure strategy on the part of the Nara. Naruto watched as the fight unfolded without realizing that Taki's Kunoichi was approaching, something that the Uchiha disguised as a man noticed, which made her Sharingan burn with rage. Naruto was so focused that he didn't notice the Kunoichi winning next to him. So, what do you think about this fight, asked Fu, which caught Naruto's attention. The young shinobi looked at Fu, who was at his side, watching how the fight unfolded. It's not a fight, it's pure strategy what we see. I know Shikamaru well enough to know that he wouldn't move to fight, but to paralyze his opponent with his shadow, saying that they saw how a shadow came out of the bushes that almost reached Tamari. They also saw a shuriken with a shadow under the weapon, as if to expand its shadow more, while it went to its target, which is the Kunoichi. Tamari narrowly dodged, and the shadow almost caught it. She countered with the wind that she creates from her fan to the remains of the shurikens. Fu watched as Shikamaru jumped, dodging the air balls sent in his direction, to which the trees suffered the punishment of Tamari's air balls. I think Tamari will win if she doesn't get caught, said Fu, to which Naruto looked at the fighting platform. I'd say for Shikamaru to catch Tamari, but knowing him he'll give up when he has the chance to win, Naruto replied, causing Fu to raise an eyebrow. The Uchiha had enough and one on the other side of Naruto to watch the fight according to her. Dobe, who do you think will win? Asked Sasuke while looking at Shikamaru's strategy of how he was approaching him in the shadow of the stadium, which would have the opportunity to catch her. Shikamaru will catch him, but he will lose, declared Naruto, as he watched how Shikamaru caught her thanks to his strategy. In the stadium, Shikamaru approached Tamari, which the girl without control of her body approached him once close enough she raised her hand. I give up, said Shikamaru, shocking the public. If she already had it to win and now give up, I don't have enough chakra left for the next fight. She spoke lazily, which Genma nodded in understanding. The winner is Tamari of the Sand, he declared, leaving Tamari puzzled as to why the Leaf Ninja had given up. In the stands they looked at Naruto since he predicted what Shikamaru was going to do to the letter. Well, the next fight will be Fu Tataki against Shino Aburam. Please come down for their match. The referee was heard, which Fu looked at Naruto, which he returned the look. Wish me luck, Fu said, winking at Naruto, which made him blush a little. With that, Fu walked past Naruto with a sway of her hips, which Uchiha noticed, and her Sharingan burned in rage, while Naruto watched Fu's sway, which Uchiha got jealous of. Oh, be careful where you look, he threatened in a whisper, something that Naruto stopped looking at when Fu was already on the platform for combat and looked at Uchiha, who was looking at him with the Sharingan active, something that Naruto sweated. Calm down, I didn't do anything, Naruto whispered defensively with his hand in a sign of surrender. Uchiha looked a little longer and left her Sharingan and looked at the center of the fight. I hope that bitch stays away from Naruto, and if she wins I'll take care of her in the next round, was the jealous Uchiha's thought. Once the participants were in the center of what was left of the stadium, Genma stood in the center. Are you two ready? Said Genma, to which Shino nodded, as did Fu. Begin. With that, Genma left to get a better distance. Shino sent her insects from her sleeves towards Fu, which the Kunoichi moved away, avoiding the insects. The fight was from a distance. Shino sent his insects to Fu, which the Kunoichi countered with water and wind jutsu, drowning his insects with her water jutsu and sending it away with the wind jutsu. The fight was ninjutsu ninja skills for 25 minutes, Shino's insects against Fu's ninjutsu cunning. Naruto watched the fight, then noticed Fu taking out a shuriken which made them spin from her fingers and showed visible blades made of wind, which threw them towards Shino, who protected himself with an insect shield but gave him more time for Fu to take advantage of spitting a kind of purple smoke, ninja style. Poisonous pollen jutsu called Fu, which the insects inhaled and fell dead, removing the shield, which Shino threw some shuriken towards Fu, which the Kunoichi easily dodged and sent more poisonous pollen, which Shino dodged but did not expect to see a second Fu come out of the bush and hit him with the heel of his combat boots, sending Shino flying, which Fu took advantage of and spit out a cloud of poisonous pollen, which Shino entered. Coughing was heard and Shino is seen on his knees while shaking from the effect of the poison. He was going to end the fight by knocking him out, but something came out of Shino's lips. I give up, said Shino before fainting from the poison. The winner is Fu Tataki, Genma declared, as he lasted about 25 minutes in this fight. Naruto saw how they took Shino to the infirmary, then he looked at Fu, who was coming up the stairs, and smiled at Naruto, something that the Uchiha noticed. Sasuke was going to go down, but they heard something that baffled him. Since the participant Dosu is not there, he is disqualified, so Sasuke Uchiha is the winner, declared Genma, which made Sasuke furious. He couldn't show Naruto that she was worth more than Fu, but he smiled cruelly when he knew that the next fight was going to be against Taki's Kunoichi. Well, we will continue with the next fight, but is interrupted by Tamari. I give up, I can't against the Uzumaki boy, anyway, I don't have enough chakra, said Tamari, which Naruto looked at with suspicion as he occupied his chakra sensor and noticed that he had enough chakra in the girl, but he felt more chakra in Konoha and some chakras that were approaching and surrounding the stadium. They weren't guards, he supposed, then Naruto tensed. His instincts told him a bad feeling that this was coming. He sent more chakra around him in a light layer and noticed more chakra coming. Something is happening, and the bad feeling he felt was strong, all thanks to the fact that he consumed the blood of the Kitsuno clan, which gave him the ability Animal Instinct. Since they feel the feeling if it is good or bad, Naruto felt something bad is coming, but he couldn't alert anyone. Okay, the next match will be Sasuke Uchiha vs Taki Fuwu. Please come down for their match, Genma called, and the aforementioned began to come down for their match. Once down they looked at each other, to which the Uchiha showed her Sharingan active, and Fuwu got ready. Once the referee came down and joined them he began ready, he asked to which Fuwu nodded, and Sasuke replied HMP, saying he's ready. Begin with that said they both launched into a taijutsu combat. The fight was tight, Sasuke blocked every movement thanks to his Sharingan, which has 2 tomos in each eye. Fuwu kicked and punched in different sectors. Sometimes the Uchiha gave a hard blow when she saw an opening just as Fuwu counterattacked thanks to her instinct and the lucky Biju inside her. The Nanabi which gave her the luck to predict before the blow arrived. Both were counterattacking, Sasuke was fighting with more vigor with the intention of hurting her as badly. Fuwu also fought with the same vigor as she wanted to impress the blonde-haired Konoha genin. But they had the same thought, I hope he notices my worth, since they both have fought. In the stands the fight was seen as a blur of feet and punches from the competitors. Sakura saw how the fight was a rain of furious blows, just as everyone present noticed the fight with more vigor than before. But the Hokage Sarutobi saw Naruto in the stands of the remaining competitors which was Gaara and the possible winner of this fight. I think I know why the fight of more vigor. He fixed his gaze on Naruto what he knew the answer to the fight of rivals for Naruto's attention that is something that I never imagined to see. The Heiress Uchiha against the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi all for Naruto's attention. It must be because Naruto has the Sharingan. Sasuke is more comfortable with him, and I suppose that Fuwu also feels a connection with Naruto. This will be interesting to see, was the thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's an interesting fight to watch Hokage Dono, said the Kazekage who watched the taijutsu fight with interest. I must admit that I was impressed by such taijutsu skill, said the Kazekage which made Sarutobi feel a little proud. I am also impressed by the skill of these genin, a better generation has emerged these days, said the Hokage, humbled by his statement. Elsewhere outside the walls you can see several sand ninja along with the sound ninja gathering. Let's wait for the signal. According to the plan we must wait for Gaara's scream of being hurt to cast the Jinjutsu on the village and invade the area. When that happens summon you know what said a sound down into the sand ninja which they nodded as he surrounded a large seal written on the ground and like 10 sand and sound down in around the seal, which is to summon next to the walls of Konoha. But Naruto, the young shinobi felt a lot of chakra signature around the stadium and alley and garbage areas and his instinct screamed ambush. Naruto tensed ready in case something bad comes. His acquired instincts worked when he was looking for Wolfer. Something doesn't feel right here, was the thought while looking at the area, then a window appeared just for him. Mission alert. Defeat Gaara of the Sand. Submission. Reward. 500,000 experience, mysterious jutsu, affinity unlock, secret knowledge, 100,000 reputation with Konoha secret scroll. In case of failure. Destruction of Konoha minus 100,000 reputation with Konoha, death. Naruto reading this, while getting ready for the attack, unconsciously put his hand in his kunai holder, feeling the edge of the weapons contained inside his bag, his muscles tensed, then he looked at Gaara, who was watching him with a look full of death. Naruto ignored Gaara while he watched a fight between Sasuke and Fuwu which were in the last stages. His chakra coils were exhausted, which he observed that they had already used ninjutsu in combat, if the field is unrecognizable as any indication. Both competitors were on their last legs. Sasuke incredibly lasted 2 hours fighting Fuwu, which Taki's Kunoichi used up all her tricks which Sasuke countered Fuwu's ninjutsu. I mustn't let myself get lost, Naruto won't notice me anymore, was Sasuke's thought as he launched an attack. Fuwu saw this coming and began to intercept Sasuke. On the outskirts of Konoha, several sand and sound ninjas are seen infiltrating Konoha and have planted paper bombs in certain random places and then have a surprise attack. We are ready waiting for the signal, said a sand ninja on the communicator which was heard a beep. Not yet, Gaara hasn't participated, Uchiha and Taki's Kunoichi are fighting, they look exhausted, Atai, Gaara is going to participate, pay attention to my signal was heard from the broadcast. With that said the ninja set out to wait for the signal in an alley. Well since both participants cannot continue, it is declared a tie, which means there is no winner declared Genma, to which the audience complained about their precious Uchiha. It is tied since the doctors took the unconscious contestants away, but with the killing intent Naruto sent towards the audience they remained silent, to which Genma nodded in gratitude to Naruto, since he felt the killing intent. Well here is the last fight will be Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara of the arena, please the last. Participants go down for their last match to clear Genma, to which Gaara went down in a sand sushin, and Naruto jumped down into the stadium landing gracefully, while Gaara reappeared on the battlefield ready for combat. "Are you ready? Let's begin," shouted Genma, which stepped aside to get a better look at the fight. Gaara wasted no time, and his sand began to attack Naruto, which the young shinobi immediately dodged and formed hand seals and spat a ball of water towards Gaara's direction, which Gaara is defended by his sand, which formed a sand shield. This was a ninjutsu fight. Naruto knew he could not get closer and run the same fate as Rock Lee, or worse, Dead Kai called Naruto, and from his body several kanji of gravity formed. Each person observed that Naruto carried weights of gravity, but the question how long. Once his movement became lighter and without discomfort to move, he proceeded to make hand seals that were blurs due to the speed lightning style. Electric Fox Jutsu called Naruto, and from his hand he is surrounded by electricity, and the head of a fox was formed, and Naruto threw his hands forward as an impulse. The fox shot out, forming half of the animal's body before reaching Gaara, who proceeded to hide with his sand, but never waited for it to explode, leaving him skating and his clothes a little torn by the explosion of volts. In the stands, Temari watched impressed. This is the second opponent that forces Gaara to defend himself and almost get hurt. This boy is very different from the green expander boy, that is him, was the thought. Then he saw something that made him terrified. Naruto entered Gaara's defense and hit him directly in the jaw. After the blow, he sent Gaara crashing into one of the stadium walls, creating a crater. Naruto cut his finger a little and created a blood clone from a drop of blood. "Let's test how tough you are, Gaara of the sand, fire style." Fireball Jutsu called Naruto and his clone, which the two fireballs became one, forming a giant wall made of fire in Gaara's direction. Gaara observed the coming attack. "No, I will not let my existence end. Mother will soon have your Uzumaki blood," was the unstable thought of Gaara. What is surrounded in a sphere of sand quite thick that protected him from being damaged. Naruto saw the impact, and then smoke was created, but he looked cautiously. Once it cleared, he saw a sphere protecting Gaara. The blood clone ran towards the sphere, while taking out a kunai holder, with an explosive note created by Naruto, but he did not get any closer, since the sphere appeared sand spikes ready to impale, something that the blood clone dodged in time, while moving away from the spikes with the kunai that detonated when it embedded itself in the sand and boom. The explosion was strong, but not enough to open an entrance to damage him. Perhaps this is his ultimate defense, was Naruto's thought as he took distance and began to calculate his chances to defeat his bloodthirsty psychopathic opponent. "Let's see my jutsus. The earth ones, I only have defense. Ice is out of the question. Water jutsu is perhaps that it collapses the wet sand, but not enough to open an entrance to its core, but it is a possibility to soften the sand. Now the fire will not help me, it will dry them when it impacts. The wind jutsu is not that powerful, it will only serve to compress the wet sand, hardening it. I only have the lightning jutsu left, which can pierce it, but which one suits me? Lightning style. Electric Fox Jutsu, it will not cause a shock, but not to pierce, then it will be lightning style. Lightning Throw Jutsu, yes. It is already decided. Now I must create blood clones to add the final blow. With the calculations and the problem solved, Naruto created more blood clones, adding to it 20 blood clones to his cause. "Well, you know what to do," Naruto commanded. The clones nodded and took positions 10 in front of the original in a line, and Naruto with the remaining blood clones positioned themselves in a semi-spherical wavy line. Everyone saw Naruto's strange formation. They saw how the Naruto in front knelt and began the sequence of equal hands. What was heard was the jutsu that Naruto was going to use, water style. "Water ball jutsu," exclaimed the 10 Naruto, spitting out a ball of water which merged and created a wall of water that covered the sphere, soaking and weakening Gaara's defense. The Hokage realized Naruto's strategy, so weakening Gaara's defense. But what about Naruto now, was the Hokage's thought, and saw Naruto making hand signs, along with the second line of clones. Lightning style. Lightning Jutsu, Naruto called, synchronized with the clones, and the 11 spit electric beams from their mouths in an area which the beam became thicker to merge with the others and began to pierce the wet sand. It didn't take long since the cry of pain was heard inside the sand defense. Naruto knew that it hit him in the center. They stopped the attack, then there was silence. "My blood is my blood, Gra." Then feathers fell. Naruto looked up and felt sleepy. "You detected Jinjutsu." Naruto immediately reacted with the Sharingan active Kai. He whispered tiredly, then he was normal and not sleepy. Then explosions were heard, and he heard someone scream, "We are under attack." Naruto looked at his opponent. What he saw, an ugly wound on Gaara's shoulder. Then he is taken by his brothers and they fled. Naruto would gladly follow him, but they were filled with enemy ninjas. "Shit," Naruto whispered, seeing several jounin from the sand and the sound ready to attack him. Naruto's hands exploded with blood and the already known bloody claw was formed, followed by the blood clones. Only one thing crossed his mind, my mission began, and then he launched an attack on the invaders, followed by his clones. Naruto level 49. Ninja skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu level 57. Attacker speed max LVL. Shuriken Cage Bushin no Jutsu level 40. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 35. Chakra Kick LVL 24. Pillar Instinct LVL 60. Lie Detector LVL 1. Instinto Animal, LVL 9. Chakra Transformation level 10. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death, level 29. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu, LVL 52. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 42. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 19. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 55. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 35. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 16. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 18. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 7. Bloody Style. Blood Tail Jutsu, level 7. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 25. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 20. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 9. Bloody Style. Dragon Mode Transformation Jutsu, level 3. Yuan Jutsu, level 60. Trap, 43. Caution, 43. Tree Walking Chakra, 49. Hexi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Mente del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 47. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 30. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 40. Hang, LVL Max. Powerimi, LVL Max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL Max. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Earth Affinity, LVL 6. Earth Style. Earth Clone Jutsu, level 1. Earth Style. Earth Wall Jutsu, level 3. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Jutsu, level 5. Lightning Affinity, LVL 10. Lightning Style. Electric Fox Jutsu, LVL 8. Lightning Style. Lightning Throw Jutsu, LVL 2. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Sharingan, LVL 32. Byakugan, LVL 10. Chakra Kyubi, LVL 16. Chakra Demonio, LVL 24. Demon Style. Infernal Tornado, level 18. Demon Style. Demon Awakening, level 1. Chakra Humano, LVL 50. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, level 50. Chapter 12. Chapter. The invasion begins, Naruto's power is revealed, the fox comes out of its burrow. Explosions were heard, war cries were heard, metallic sounds in meetings with others. We see Konoha, one of the great shinobi nations, being victims of an invasion, houses on fire, ninjas fighting to defend their people, and we see a young shinobi, along with copies of himself fighting with 4 ninjas. Naruto along with his clones fought to survive, the young shinobi in training blocked attacks with his bloody claws, the original was fighting a sound ninja observe, muttered Naruto looking at his enemy. Notice. Sand Ninja. Level. 48. Rank. Jounin. HP. 15,000. CP. 14,000. How strange it seems that when they are allies I can see the complete stats, but if they are enemies, I only see what is necessary, but the dungeon shows me all their stats, even information. Naruto was interrupted as his enemy made signs with his hands. Sharingan Naruto muttered copying his movements, wind style. Jutsu Great Advance they called at the same time, and the jutsus countered each other. The Sharingan, but is pierced by his clone who hit and stabbed him in the back. Naruto left his adversary wounded and approached. He touched the wound where a lot of blood came out. Consume with those words he consumed the blood of his enemy, making him scream. Well, by consuming his blood, he managed to lower his HP to 0, which the enemy died of bleeding. Naruto began to see the life of the shinobi who consumed jutsu and the invasion mission. Flashback acquired. Listen Saturo, our mission is to destroy the walls with the summoning that Orochimaru gave us, then destroy the hospital and do as much damage as possible to civilians and the ninja academy so that they lower their military force. While that happens, a specialist will enter the secret room where Orochimaru reported, it is in the Hokage Tower. According to what he said they keep the Sharingan and the lost ancient bloodlines, imagine if we take over that. We will be unstoppable and we will have clans within our village, but I have heard a report that a genin named Naruto Uzumaki is capable of consuming blood, and the council plans to use it as Konoha's ultimate weapon, which means your mission is to stop Naruto Uzumaki at all costs, if necessary kill him, said a sand ninja. Haizukuro, said Saturo as he jumped towards his mission. Then flashback acquired. Naruto saw the memories and prepared to create more clones and looked at the other clones that were fighting, kill them, ordered Naruto, which the newly created clone snuck in and killed their opponents from behind while they were busy with the blood clones mission called Naruto, which appeared the missions done and not done, which was an undone mission. Mission alert. Defeat Gaara of the Sand. Submission. Steal the Sharingan bloods from the Hokage's hidden shelf without being discovered and without leaving a trace. Protects the village from the invasion of sand and sound. Protect Konoha Hospital from being destroyed by the enemy. Protecting students from the academy. Protect civilians and keep them safe. 0-100. Reward. 500,000 experience, mysterious jutsu, affinity unlock, secret knowledge, 100,000 reputation with Konoha secret scroll. In case of failure. Destruction of Konoha minus 100,000 reputation with Konoha, death. Time for the invasion to completely destroy Konoha, 3:45 and 59 seconds. Should Naruto said as he looked at the time, and to do the missions this was incredibly long and difficult, and he set about creating more blood clones and started sending them. In the infirmary, we see Sasuke and Fu fighting against the invading ninjas who were willing to kill them, while Neji and Shino defended themselves with everything they had. At this rate Konoha will be destroyed, said Sasuke, which Fu heard. Then we must help others as best we can, exclaimed Fu, to which Sasuke nodded while Shino opened the way, sending insects to devour the chakra of his enemies and Neji closing the tenketsu of his enemies. We have to go to the stadium, said Sasuke, to which the genin nodded and left the infirmary room. Naruto created 100 blood clones which dispersed to do the acquired missions. While he goes to the place where the bloods are kept, I must consume the bloods of the Uzumaki clan. If my memory does not forget, there were 2 bloods of the Uzumaki clan and 1 Namikaze, but the Uchiha there were several. I must hurry, was Naruto's thought as he ran to where the Hokage tower is. There it is. A scream was heard which Naruto ignored and saw how invading ninjas entered the village. Thanks to a giant snake, Naruto dodged a shower of shuriken and kunes. He looked at who attacked him and saw 10 sound ninjas following him. Observe, Naruto muttered, preparing for battle. Notice. Sound ninja. Level. 40. Rank. Chunin. HP. 13,000. CP. 12,000. Naruto saw that they were pure Chunin chasing him from level 40 to 45. This will be troublesome if they chase me, was the thought while creating shadow clones to keep them at bay. I must get to the tower. Well, with the blood clones, about 4 clones were going towards the hospital. They saw several invading shinobi arriving. Listen, Ba said to protect the hospital at all costs no matter what, that is our mission. He sent a blood clone, to which the rest answered hi. Upon arriving at the hospital, they see wounded ninja arriving, being chased by the invaders. Attention, protect our people and repel the invaders, ordered the same clone, which the others nodded and formed seals with their claws. Bloody style. Blood creature jutsu, sang the 4 clones, forming a pool of blood on the ground from which the humanoid creatures the size of a tree came out. The Konoha ninjas saw the creatures and were scared, thinking they were the enemy, but were surprised when they attacked the invaders, indicating that they were allies. The blood creature slashed at a sound ninja with its claws, slicing him as blood flew. Other blood creatures grabbed 2 sand ninjas and set about biting their heads, tearing them off as jets of blood flowed from their victims. What the hell are those things? Shouted a sound ninja as he tried to flee by jumping, but was caught in the air by another bat-like creature with a monstrous humanoid appearance. The Konoha ninjas saw the 4 Narutos creating humanoid-looking creatures. Listen, Leaf Ninja, the wounded go to the hospital, the rest who can fight help me prevent more invaders from destroying the hospital, commanded a Naruto clone who was dodging some enemy attacks. Fire style. Fire bullet jutsu, shouted the clone, countering an enemy air jutsu and using his powerful fire, which hit several enemies. The Konoha ninjas did as requested by helping to protect the hospital from the invaders. Where are the Anbu when you need them? Asked a blood clone, which on the rooftops you can see the Ambus fighting against Jounin of the arena and sound there. We have to help them so they can help the rest, said another clone, which they stopped creating more blood creatures since there were about 50 of each species and decided to help the Ambus against their opponent, leaving 2 blood clones to take care of the hospital. Once they arrived, they saw Ambus fighting with their katanas to repel the enemy. The blood clone gave the instructions which led them to sneak behind the enemy, but some of the invading members noticed him, so he attacked while leaving his 4 companions against the 2 Ambus to face the blood clone. The enemy ninja wasted no time in intercepting the 2 blood clones with their kunes, repelling the clone's bloody claws. The clone that was hidden saw the enemy fall for the bait, so he ran towards the nearest enemy, which was fighting with a female Anbu with a cat mask and blue hair. The clone created a shadow clone, and with its claws, impaled its enemies in the shoulder, which caused them to scream in pain, as blood flowed from the enemy's shoulders, as the blood clones aimed for the heart, but as they moved in battle, it was difficult to finish them off with a single hit. Said the two invading ninjas which with the pain they felt prepared to attack ignoring the pain. The Anbu Nico took advantage of that moment of distraction of the enemy to attack its mortal points. The enemy saw how his friend died, but at that same moment the blood clone took advantage of the opportunity to impale him in the heart, pulling it out with his claws and destroying it by crushing it. The Anbu saw his reaction. "Thanks for the help Uzumaki-san," said the Anbu, to which the clone nodded as he helped Nico kill the enemies his Anbu partner had. The clone ripped the flesh from his enemy's back, making him scream and stop his invading partner. He was ready to help him when he felt a cold edge on his neck, and then his head fell and released a lot of blood in the form of a geyser. The cause of his death was Nico, who decapitated him in a clean movement with his Anbu sword. "Thank you, Nico," said the Anbu with a bird mask, to which Nico nodded and saw how the two clones went to help their clone brothers with the last ninja of the group, which was a total massacre. The two blood clones amputated the arm of their enemy, which screamed in agony. The other ripped his back with his bloody claws, doing a lot of damage, and the last two impaled their claws in his heart and stomach, taking out his intestines, spilling more blood. "You know, that was brutal," said the Anbu with the bird mask, watching how the blood clone consumed the blood with its bloody claws and acquired more information as well as jutsu from its victim. "That doesn't matter, boss created about 100 of us with his blood to help Konoha from destruction. Our mission is to prevent the enemy from destroying the hospital and protect the injured Konoha ninjas who arrive for treatment," informed a blood clone, which the Ambus looked at each other. "I suppose your boss is the original," said Nico, to which the clone nodded. "Where else did you send to help?" asked Nico, looking at the Uzumaki clone. "To the academy. They are also being attacked by the invaders," he reported, and then dodged some shuriken and looked in the direction where it came from. "Enough talk, we must protect the hospital." The clone sent to his doubles, which responded hi, and he prepared to repel more invading ninjas that came in his direction. "Come on, Nico, we must protect the hospital," said the Anbu in cough, which Nico nodded and prepared to cover more ground and repel ninjas, while at the same time helping the injured jounin of the leaf to get safely to the hospital. The blood creatures the size of a tree kept the enemies focused on them, which the blood creatures in the form of humanoid foxes sliced enemy ninjas, scattering the blood through the air, devouring them in one bite. And crushing them with their tails, breaking the enemy's bones. While that was happening in the hospital, the other blood clones went to the academy. There were 20 blood clones running towards the place where children learn to become ninja. "Listen, our order is to protect the children of the academy and take them to a safe place, so we don't want dead children, we have to take them to the shelters," commanded a blood clone leading the academic protection group. "Hi," said the blood clones as they continued their way towards the academy, where invading ninjas were seen towards the place. Upon arriving, they immediately began to eliminate the infiltrated ninjas of the academy. They saw some dead chunin of Konoha, which Naruto felt rage. "Damn cowards are after the children. Listen, divide into 4 and go to each floor and look for the children and protect them. The rest of us go to the security zone to see if they arrived safely and take them to the protection zone," ordered the clone, which they divided in search to help. Some found children being cornered by 5 sound ninjas, but they were eliminated from behind before they killed the young people, leaving 3 enemy ninjas which they dodged in time. "Damn," shouted a sound ninja who was leading his squad. The remaining enemy ninja, who were 3 in total, forgot about the children and faced the blood clones. The 4 clones took care of the 3 sound ninjas with their creepy bloody claws. The remaining clone helped a clone to slowly eliminate the enemy by injuring and tiring him since they were chunin, and then finish him off by impaling his claws in the enemy's abdomen and pulling out their entrails. After they exterminated their opponent, they went to help the other blood clones against their adversary. The massacre was tearing their enemies with their claws and impaling them for the coup de grace, which left a ninja who is a sound jounin. The 3 clones began to help their brother clone against the jounin who led the assault group. "Damn you, you will pay for this," he exclaimed without realizing that a child took a kunai from its holster and ran towards the jounin and impaled the weapon on the jounin's leg, which made him scream in pain. In rage, he looked at a child with a blue scarf. "Brat, you will die," but he did not reach to hit the child, which saw its cause. Some claws came out from its abdomen. "Don't think about it, scum, your opponents are us," said the clone before piercing his other claw where the enemy's heart is and removing it from its place, which the ninja looked at his heart before being destroyed when the claw squeezed and killing him instantly. Once the group of invading ninja was dealt with, he looked at the boy who helped him. "Konohamaru," said the clone, recognizing the boy as the grandson of the Hokage, which the boy, upon hearing his name, looked at his friend. Boss, I'm glad you're here. Those ninjas annihilated some of our master who stopped them so we could escape, said Konohamaru. The clone looked back remembering the corpse, but they caught up with us. What happened to our sensei, asked Konohamaru, which Naruto sighed. He's dead. When we arrived we saw some dead Chunin bodies, so we followed the trail and found them, said the clone. Konohamaru looked scared. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to him. Listen students, we're under attack. My mission is to get him safely to the shelter, so follow me and don't separate. You ordered the blood clone, pointing to the 3 clones waiting for his command. 2 of you are going to search each classroom. If you find children, take them to the shelter. Understood? And the last one accompanies me to take care of the rear of the students, in case attacks come from behind. Now let's go, ordered the clone, to which the blood clones responded hi, and left on their given mission. Wow boss, you're cool, exclaimed Konohamaru. Naruto smiled. Come on, we have to get out of here, Konohamaru said to his companions. They all nodded and followed Naruto's clone at a trot, ignoring the dead Konoha Chunin in their path, and dead enemy ninjas, as they left to go to the shelter. While the other clones helped the teachers take the children safely out of the academy. Let's go to the shelters, declared the Chunin of Konoha, guiding the children to the exit, but is surrounded by sound ninja who looked sinisterly while throwing shurikens at the children. Careful, shouted a Chunin, which ran to the front to defend the children using his body as a shield, but the pain never came. Bloody style. Bloody shield jutsu, a chorus was heard, and the Chunin opened his eyes and saw surprised blood that defended the children from being impaled by shuriken. Thank you Uzumaki, said the Chunin reluctantly, since he still hated Naruto about his burden. Take the children safe, I'll take care of them. Bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu, called the Naruto clone from his shield. He spat blood bullets and took the enemy ninjas by surprise. You heard, let's go, called a Chunin with a nose that has a scar on it, which I identify as Iruka. Thank you Naruto, he thanked. Well, the remains of the teachers took the children and made sure they were all ready to run to the shelters, while the clones multiplied with the blood jutsu to create another clone to help against the enemy. Bloody style. Blood creature jutsu, he called the blood clones, and from the ground a large pool of blood formed, and from it appeared about 4 red humanoid wolves, showing the tissues and flesh along with the blood, their sharp red teeth and bright blood red eyes that looked at the invaders. The wolf was the size of a large tree. A clone landed on the creature's head. Let's go, he called. With the rest they mounted the humanoid wolves and prepared to attack the invaders. What the hell are those? Shouted an enemy ninja. The wolf captured him and tore him in 2 with its claws. Blood flew through the air, staining the ground. The children of the academy looked surprised and horrified as death continued and blood spilled over the ground and the walls of the buildings. While the other clones were eliminating ninja after ninja who were chasing groups of children with 2 surviving Chunin. We will not let him hurt any child in this academy, ordered the blood clone while killing invading ninjas by piercing their hearts or slicing their necks, decapitating them. In total they were pure enemy Chunin, while the other clones dedicated themselves to protecting and deflecting weapons in the direction of the children fleeing to safety. Don't even think about it, scum, said a blood clone, making hand seals. Bloody style. Bloody bullet jutsu, shouted his jutsu, firing blood bullets piercing the enemy and killing several and wounding them. While the other clones tried to carry the children and cleared the exit path to take him to the protection zone, and the last one stayed to prevent the invaders from following them to attack him from behind. Keep covering the children, don't let any scum live to hurt the others. He sent a clone which eliminated ninjas or held them back, while all the children were evacuated to the protection zone, along with the Chunin. Then a loud explosion was heard, and he looked where he could see more enemy ninjas entering another destroyed wall. This gets more intense as time goes on, was the thought of a blood clone, as he carried the last surviving Chunin and all the children to safety in the security fortress. In the original, we see Naruto storing everything in a sealing scroll using his acquired Byakugan to search for more blood and Sharingan. Explosions were heard nearby. Once he had everything ready and sealed, he sealed the scroll in a seal that he wore on his right wrist. Once done, he left explosive papers in the area and ran towards the exit. Once outside the tower. Boom. The explosion was heard in the Hokage Tower. Once done and eliminate the evidence, it was where the third part of the Chunin exams was held to look for Sasuke, but it was not necessary since he found him being surrounded by enemy ninjas, along with the other participants. Fu was having a Taijutsu fight against a ninja, Shino, and Niji kept the enemies away. Sasuke was supporting with his fire ninjutsu to counter the enemy's wind attacks. Naruto created shadow clones by joining their claws in a cross-signature position and made seals with their claws lightning style. Lightning launch jutsu they called, and from their mouths they spat lightning in the direction of the unsuspecting enemies, which impacted their backs, causing burns and making them scream in pain. The others saw who attacked them. They saw the Narutos ready to end the battle, and without waiting any longer they launched the attack. It was a massacre. The Narutos launched themselves, piercing with their claws, taking out hearts, intestines and slicing them, spreading blood everywhere. Sasuke looked at Naruto as he took care of the enemies that took him by surprise. It was a bloodshed. Once cleared, Sasuke looked at Naruto. The young shinobi did not pay attention to the looks he was receiving. "Naruto, where the hell were you?" asked Sasuke. Naruto looked in his direction. "I had something to make sure of," Naruto informed, then his hands returned to normal, and he looked at Neji, Shino and Fu. "We must help the others, where are the rest of the rookies?" Naruto asked. Troublesome a voice was heard. Naruto looked where it came from and saw Shikamaru, who said his word. He also saw Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, Tenten and Chogi coming in his direction. "What do you need us for?" Shikamaru asked. "Our mission is to protect the civilians, take them to the safe zone. I have some blood clones that are helping us in the protection of the hospital, the safety of the children of the academy, and to prevent the invading ninjas from entering Konoha," informed Naruto. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "And when did you become the leader?" asked Sakura, looking defiant. Naruto in response sent killer instinct to Sakura and the newcomers, causing it to be difficult to breathe. "Tell me, would you like a life without parents, Sakura?" he asked with a deadly calm, causing many to drown in their killing intent. Shikamaru looked at him with distrust, but still found it difficult to breathe. The pink-haired girl shook her head as she tried to be strong, but couldn't. "Then shut up and listen. I'm not in the mood right now, so you better cooperate. Failure is the destruction of Konoha," Naruto commanded firmly. Many had to lower their heads to survive. "But?" asked Sakura. Naruto sent out killer instinct and activated his matured Sharingan. "Did I stutter?" Naruto asked, which no one answered. "Okay, Shikamaru will be second in command. You'll take Chogi as a defensive, Ino as a medic, Hinata as a sensor to avoid more enemies and see if they are following them, Kiba with Akamaru as fighters with their fang over fang to cover them. We'll go to the west side, where the commercial stores where more people are, the rest with me. We will go to the east side. We will meet to the north in the security fortress. If you see Ambus fighting against enemy ninjas, kill the invaders from behind without mercy, freeing the Ambus to help the rest, bloody style." Blood clone jutsu. Naruto summoned 2 blood clones. Naruto continued, "My blood clones will be support and sensors. Okay, let's go. We have 1:46 and 29 seconds, so that the citizens are protected in the security protection fortress. Let's go." With that ready, they divided to do their own tasks given by Naruto. While on the outskirts of Konoha, Gaara reacted, in which his brothers moved away from him, which made Gaara look around him. He was so focused on his mother, then he looked back. "Mother will want her Uzumaki blood," said Gaara, which led him to walk away from his brothers in the direction of Konoha, since they are 10 kilometers away from the village. Gaara Tamari shouted and went after him, while Kankuro looked and followed his sister. "Gaara," Tamari yelled. Kankuro with a single thought, "This is not right at all," were the thoughts of Kankuro chasing his brothers. The brothers went to where the invasion continued, unaware that something big would break out. The invasion continues. Naruto and his group ran while taking civilians to safety. His blood clones have already evacuated the south and the north. If you see his blood clones helping the ambushes against the invaders, it is any indication. Sakura was silent while helping a group of civilians to reach the fortress. Neji occupied his Byakugan and searching for more citizen survivors. Fu was the combatant while holding back 2 invading Chunin. Sasuke was the long-range one with his ninjutsu covering Fu. Shino is the support ambushing with her insects and absorbing chakra from the enemy. Tenten is also long-distance support with her kunai throwing scrolls, and Naruto was the strategist calculating things of the invasion. He has 1 o'clock and 15 seconds left for the failure of the mission and the destruction of Konoha. Now they were taking the last civilians to the security fortress. Once the civilians inside, an explosion was heard. He looked where it came from and could see sand in the distance. Gaara was Naruto's thought. Then he observed the other group arriving, Shikamaru's team. "How did it go?" Naruto asked. Shikamaru answered problematically, which Naruto took well while Shikamaru's team took the last citizens to the fortress. Then a scream full of bloodlust was heard. "Izumaki." The scream was from Gaara approaching dangerously, which Naruto became serious. The other genin looked and saw Gaara with a cruel smile, sending killer instinct towards Naruto, which the young blonde sent his against him. Gaara is looking at Naruto with bloodlust and emotion to satisfy his fight for his mother. Naruto looked cautiously, as did the rest of the genin. Gaara of the sand. Naruto muttered, ready for his approaching fight. "You stay away from my fight," Naruto commanded, which his hands burst into blood and formed the already known bloody claws that he carries up his forearm. Naruto activated his already matured Sharingan. His fellow genin looked as if he was crazy. After that, Sand launched an attack on the group, which scattered them in different directions, and Naruto countered with a water jutsu. "Let's dance," Naruto exclaimed in defiance, and then walked away, being followed by Gaara to an area near where the exams were held. Once he was waiting for Gaara to arrive, which didn't take long. Naruto prepared to throw his kunes and shurikens, multiplying it, ninja art. Explosive rain of death, he called his technique, which Gaara is protected by the sand, while the explosions continue with force. Elsewhere at the entrance to Konoha, you can see a man with a hood hiding his face from the shadow it gives him. The man wore gray pants, a dark green jacket with a hood, iron-tipped shoes. He also carried a katana strapped to his back with a red handle. The man walked past the gate of Konoha and watched as the invasion continues. But he was more drawn to a blonde ninja who was helping with his blood creatures against the invaders. But the man watched as Naruto coordinated his movements to take many ninjas out of service. But he heard several explosions in a single spot and looked where it came from. You can see piles of sand rising and being countered with a large ball of water. The figure smiled. There you are, let's see how he handles the Ichibi boy with which he spoke. His eyes showed to be golden in color, with the center of the pupil being vertical and blood red in color. The mysterious man walked to where the genin were fighting their battle, while in his thoughts, he watched how the invasion unfolded. But Sasuke, the Uchiha turned into a man went where Naruto faces the sand genin. She along with few were on their way where consecutive explosions were heard. Behind them they are followed by the other Konoha genin. Sasuke, why does he want to go help Naruto Baka? Ino asked. Everyone looked at Uchiha, who ignored the question. From afar they observed a large wall of sand pile as it was countered by water jutsu and then saw lightning against the wet sand passing through and heard Gaara's second cry of pain, which unleashed a pile of sand. What's going on there? Sakura said, watching as a pile of sand formed. The others also saw it and quickened their pace with Sasuke with just a thought, as did Taki's Kunoichi. I hope you're okay Naruto, we're on our way. But Naruto, his fight was intense. When he hurt Gaara with his explosive death rain technique, the sand covered one side of Gaara forming something monstrous. The sand formed on the side of his face, a kind of beast, along with a thick sand arm. Naruto ignored his transformation for the moment as he dedicated himself to dodging a clump of sand sent by Gaara, which Naruto used water ball jutsu and then used lightning launch jutsu piercing the sand and impacting Gaara, who screamed in pain and saw how the sand covered everything, leaving only his feet as the only evidence that he was human. Now he was fighting a Gaara almost finished transforming. His face disappeared being replaced by sand and a face which I estimate was a tanuki. He also noticed that the sand boy formed a tail made of thick-looking sand, which Naruto knew was a Jinchuriki using his Bijuu to transform into a one-tailed one. The creature observed Naruto with a look of hunger for blood with his black eyes with a pupil in the shape of a sandy yellow shuriken. Naruto dodged a wave of sand from the tanuki boy. While dodging he saw a large distortion of sand forming around Gaara and knew what was coming. Shit, was Naruto's thought, and he saw how the boy disappeared in the sand hurricane and more sand multiplied, forming a large mountain of sand which began to take shape. This is bad. Very bad, Naruto muttered as he dodged more sand in an attempt to capture him, something that Naruto would not allow. Uzumaki, it's time he knew of my existence, shouted Gaara, madly, which appeared on the head of a tanuki, while he was covered in sand from the trunk down. Now die, roared Gaara with a demented smile, while the tanuki's tail hit Naruto, sending him crashing into the houses, going through walls, leaving him very injured. Shit, Naruto complained as he tried to get up. That hurt like a bitch, Naruto growled, then watched as the tanuki approached him. This is bad, he muttered as he tried to get up, but his whole body hurt and he almost had no chakra left. I see you're hurt. A voice was heard which Naruto looked where it came from and saw a hooded subject looking at him. His face could not be seen. Who are you? Naruto muttered, looking to see if this was an enemy or not, but he didn't find anything hostile towards him. It doesn't matter who it is, but I see that you are the gamer, said the stranger, surprising Naruto. I'm right. Now let me tell you that you have a level where your powers multiply, but for that you need to survive. We'll see each other in 2 months, Naruto. Uzumaki, I'll give you a gift from me. With that, around Naruto is surrounded by particles of yellow light. The young shinobi felt how his power returns and becomes stronger. He also felt that his ribs did not hurt, indicating that they were repaired. The young man felt his movements restricted by a ring of yellow light, and around a kilometer away, yellow lights could be seen rising and going in his direction. That will be all, see you. With that said, he broke into colored particles of light and dispersed, leaving no trace that he was ever here. Sasuke and the rest of the genin watched Naruto being surrounded by yellow lights restricting his movements, while the tanuki approached, and the lights that came in his direction entered his body, making it shine. I, Naruto shouted as he tried to get out of the pressure. The scream grew louder as he tried to free himself while being lifted from the ground, and the lights became more intense. With one last scream, Naruto managed to free himself, sending a wave of yellow light around him. The wave reached all of Konoha, stopping the attacks to see where it came from, and they saw Bijuu the tanuki, the one-tailed raccoon dog. But that was not what they were looking at, but where the light came from, which they saw as yellow light shot into the sky, which caught everyone's attention, even the Hokage who was fighting against his former teachers, and Orochimaru. Everyone has a thought, what is happening in that place? But Naruto, once the light calmed down, the genin saw Naruto looking at the tanuki with a confident look, saying I'm going to defeat him. Congratulations, you have unlocked Gamer Awakening Mode LVL1. This skill is a mystery as to what it does, since to unlock it, you need an emotional motivation to awaken it. Naruto didn't have time to test it as he dodged a pile of sand that tried to bury him alive. The scream of his partner Uchiha was heard, which Naruto noticed a large amount of sand forming behind him. Naruto miraculously dodged the sand shuriken that came from behind. Naruto's back exploded into blood, forming bloody wings, and he took off into the sky with the flapping of his wings. The genin watched as Naruto flew into the sky, but the tanuki would not allow the young shinobi to get close. Ninja style. Sleep jutsu declared Gaara, which made him fall asleep, which caught everyone's attention. This is not right, kid, listen, you must wake up the crazy boy to prevent us from being killed. Naruto heard the angry voice of the fox. What do you mean? I mean that tanuki will break free and destroy everything you love, even if he kills you, said the fox. I'm finally free, it's time for fun, said the already freed tanuki, while a sleeping Gaara is on his head, with no pupil, implying that the jutsu left him asleep. Shit, this is bad, Naruto said through gritted teeth. Listen, get out of here, I'll take care of this, Naruto commanded towards the genin. Hopefully he survives, was Naruto's thought while the tanuki caught his attention, which Naruto cursed. So you're the Uzumaki, I'll enjoy killing you, ha 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 ha. With that said, the tanuki spat out air bullets, which made Naruto have to do evasive maneuvers in the air. Lightning style. Lightning jutsu. With that said, Naruto spat lightning from his mouth, which hit the tanuki, but it did nothing to him, which Naruto cursed. Observe, muttered the blonde-haired shinobi. Notice. Name. Gaara of the Sand, Bijuu mode. Level. 58 normal, in Bijuu mode LVL 60. Rank. A. HP. 40,000 39,754. CP. 30,000 29,620. Should curse Naruto, he had to dodge sand and compressed air bowl doing evasive maneuvers. This is bad, he said to himself. The young man noticed that everyone stopped their fight and looked at them. Kid, hears that sand boy is asleep. The only way to get him down is to wake him up. The fox spoke telepathically. Naruto looked at his target. He is sure that he will stop him, said Naruto, mentally watching as his clones came to his aid. Yes. Since the Shukaku is released when its host is asleep, so to avoid more uproar and kill us, is to wake up the sand boy. Naruto did not argue, since he knew the fox was helping him, so he tried to get closer to Gaara, something that the tanuki realized. If you think he'll forbid me my freedom, think twice, Uzumaki. With that said, a pile of sand rose up and tried to crush Naruto. But the blood clones, all of them along with the blood creatures, went to support the original Naruto. While that was happening, the Ambus that are already protecting the hospital noticed the tanuki unleashing chaos. Not only did they notice, but also the Konoha shinobi saw the fight of the Bijuu against a flying figure, while the enemies also saw the fight. In the Hokage stands, we see Sarutobi fighting against the Shadame Hokage and Nidame Hokage against Orochimaru. They also stopped to watch the fight of the Bijuu against the young Uzumaki. Naruto was the thought of the cage, which was determined not to be distracted and defeat his opponent, even if it costs him his life. With Naruto, he saw how the blood creatures tried to do some damage against the tanuki while trying to get closer. No way, was Naruto's thought until an idea occurred to him. Kyuubi, could you lend me your power? It's time for the fox to leave its burrow, Naruto declared mentally, which he felt if the fox smiled. Naruto landed along with the genin who hadn't left. What are you doing here? Don't you see it's dangerous? Naruto declared, which made the genin look at him. Are you crazy? If you can't fight that dope thing on your own, said Sasuke. Everyone nodded as they watched the blood creatures catch the tanuki's attention. Naruto shouted curses at how stubborn they are, then felt the power coming to him, something that Naruto had to resist, cursing the stubborn genin. Fine, but I won't worry about you, Naruto declared while making seals with his claws, something that caught everyone's attention, demon style. The awakening of the demon, Naruto called something that the tanuki heard and was surprised since he knew those techniques. It was the Kyuubi technique. How the hell do you know that technique, human? Roared the tanuki, unable to believe that the Uzumaki has that ability. Naruto is surrounded by blue chakra and red chakra that danced around him in spirals, something that surprised everyone since they saw Naruto scream and noticed particles of light surrounding him in yellow. The blood creatures dissolved into pools of blood just like the clones. All the ninjas approached the point where the battle was and saw the Uzumaki scream as the blood swirled around him, along with the blue and red chakra also noticed the floor and around Naruto ice flakes formed. Naruto is lifted by the golden light as blood covered him. The pool of blood began to take shape, with Naruto exploding into blood all over his body, which made him scream, then disappeared into the blood geyser that the huge pool gave rise to. They also saw blood moving towards the area where the geyser is. Nothing was seen, only Naruto's scream was heard. The scream became deep as the blood took form. The tail came out of the geyser, noticing the tissues and flesh of these. Also the bloody arms formed the same claws that Naruto had. In his body of blood, you can see a kind of frozen blood armor forming a little wide in the form of stripes. The tips of the claws were also noticed frozen. Then the feet of the unidentified creature came out in the form of paws of an unrecognized animal. Then the head was formed like a fox, but with which it is covered by an ice helmet like a skull of a reptile. Then the bloody wings came out that you can see the tissues of this and the blood. The creature had the body of a fox, but with armor on its torso made of frozen blood and ice. Its helmet looks like that of a reptile, plus the wings that gave it a humanoid dragon appearance. Everyone in Konoha was surprised that Uzumaki transformed into that creature, with sharp fangs with its spectral claws. Sasuke was surprised by the change in his partner, not only the genin, but everyone present. The creature then opened its eyes, showing the matured Sharigan and the veins on the sides of the eyes, indicating that it was occupying the Byakugan at the same time. "What the hell are you, Uzumaki?" roared the Tanuki. Everyone could hear the unidentified creature's last name. "I'm the one who will stop you, Shukaku," said the creature, while in a blink of an eye he was already in the Tanuki's range and hit him, making him skid backwards, which surprised everyone. "Damn, you will pay for this, wind style." Compressed air jutsu, called the Tanuki, which Naruto spat out a huge ball of fire that hit the raccoon dog, making it retreat. "Since you're slow, Tanuki, if you can't beat me, you can't catch me," he declared, flying away from the Tanuki towards the exit of the town. "Damn, you'll see when I have you and you'll beg me to kill you," the Tanuki raged, chasing the creature. All the shinobi saw how the Tanuki left the Konoha village to catch the wretch. "My plan worked, now I can fight with everything without damaging the village," was Naruto's thought. He saw how the Tanuki jumped to try to reach him, ignoring the Konoha ninjas. "I have 5 minutes until my transformation ends." Once far enough away, the battle between Naruto transformed against Gaara possessed began. Launching wind jutsu being countered with water, fire and lightning jutsu impacting the Shukaku. While that was happening, the Konoha ninjas noticed how the enemy ninjas were retreating. While that was happening, in the stands of the cages, Sarutobi managed to seal Orochimaru's arms, costing his life. "Damn, old man, let's go," declared Orochimaru while being helped by the 4 from the sound, who took Orochimaru and fled, being followed by the Ambus that tried to enter the barrier when the cages fight began. Now the Ambus were chasing Orochimaru and his henchmen, or which one of the 6 arms spat out a spider-like silk net, trapping the Ambus and managing to escape. Cursed an Anbu as he tried to free himself from the chakra network. But Naruto already transformed. He fired his last load of blood bullets, hitting the raccoon dog, managing to tire it out, while Naruto was not doing any better. "I'm running out of time, I already feel fatigue." With that in mind, he recklessly launched himself towards the Tanuki in an attempt to hit Gaara, while the raccoon dog. Spikes appeared from its body, piercing the creature, but just before it pierced it, Naruto shot out from the creature's skull at a speed, taking the Tanuki by surprise and managed to hit Gaara with a powerful headbutt. "Oh, I just came out," the Tanuki complained before crumbling into sand, while Gaara woke up from the powerful headbutt he received, managing to draw blood from his forehead. Just like Naruto, his bloody jutsu collapsed, leaving him exhausted from chakra fatigue. Both genin reacted as they perched on the treetops. Naruto's headband fell to the ground as he looked at Gaara, who looked back at him. Both genin's breathing was ragged by the chakra fatigue they felt in their bodies as they stared at each other. Once the headband fell and touched the ground, both genin jumped at the same time with a fist ready. Gaara couldn't hit him as Naruto moved his head to the side just in time, thanks to his Sharingan, and Naruto hit him with a powerful punch to the face. So both genin fell to the ground, totally exhausted by the overexertion of chakra. "How are you so strong? Why don't you fight for yourself?" Gaara said tiredly as his head turned to look at Naruto, who was approaching, crawling with his chin. "Because I have people worth fighting for, so as long as I live I will protect him with everything I have," Naruto said between breaths, ending up near Gaara. "It hurts, right? This damn loneliness that consumes us from within. But I am different from you, at least you have brothers who take care of you and worry about you. People like that are worth fighting for. That does mean risking your own life to protect him with everything you have," Naruto declared while trying to stand up, but he couldn't. "Love? Is that what it means? You fight for love?" Gaara asked. Naruto affirmed. "So that's why it's so strong," was Gaara's thought. Sasuke arrived at the same time as Gaara's brothers. The Uchiha helped Naruto lean on him, while the brothers also helped Gaara lean on him. "You better think, Gaara, you can still change," said Naruto, while Gaara nodded, which took the brothers by surprise. "Well, Kankuro got ready in case he attacked. Leave before the Konoha ninjas arrive," said Naruto. Kankuro nodded, and they left with Gaara. "Let's go," Sasuke whispered Naruto. Sasuke nodded as they both went towards Konoha. Mission alert accomplished. Defeat Gaara of the Sand. Submission accomplished. Steal the Sharingan bloods from the Hokage's hidden shelf without being discovered and without leaving a trace. Protects the village from the invasion of sand and sound. Help the Ambus defeat their opponents so they can help their own. Send blood creatures as support to the Konoha ninjas. Protect Konoha Hospital from being destroyed by the enemy. Protecting students from the academy. Protect civilians and keep them safe. 100/100s. Defeat Gaara possessed by the Sand Tanuki. Reward. 500,000 experience, bloody style. Blood tentacles jutsu, lava unlock, secret knowledge. Gamers awakening, 100,000 Konoha reputation, lava ball jutsu scroll. Record time, 0:02 and 39 seconds, you managed to stop the invasion, congratulations. Congratulations, you have leveled up, you are now level 54. Naruto is surrounded by red light particles, but they did not pressure him, but entered his wounds healing him, while he acquired the knowledge of the jutsus. Once he acquired it, he looked at the lake of blood he made and asked Sasuke to bring him closer to the lake made of blood, which he saw as one of Naruto's hands turned into blood, transforming into bloody claws. Knowing him, he brought it closer. Consume, Naruto said, and the lake slowly disappeared until it left no trace of blood. Naruto acquired the memories and collapsed from the information, leaving him unconscious. Naruto shouted. Worried Sasuke took his pulse, which made him sigh in relief, then he carried him on his back and jumped back towards Konoha. Once they arrived, he noticed how all the ninjas were organizing themselves at the exit, checking for more damage to the walls. He saw how the genin were waiting for them. Sasuke led Naruto past his fellow genin in silence. What happened to Naruto? Shikamaru asked, to which Sasuke sighed and watched Naruto sleep. He's unconscious, he has chakra exhaustion, the dobe overexerted himself, explained Sasuke as he continued, followed by the genin. Hey, about that Naruto transformation. Tenten said, drawing the others' attention, remembering how Naruto is surrounded by blue and red chakra, which felt malicious, just as it was noticed being surrounded by bubbling orange chakra that gave him a fox-like appearance before the transformation. I have no idea, but we'll know when he wakes up, now he needs to rest, said Sasuke, and the genin took that as finished and split up towards their houses, or see if they could help in any way. Sasuke decided to go to Naruto's apartment. Once they arrived, the door was intact. Sasuke opened the door and noticed that it was tidy. Despite all the damage caused by the invasion, it did not destroy the rooms of the buildings and houses. Some have some scratches and was destroyed, but Naruto's was intact. Sasuke took the unconscious Naruto to his room, but noticed how another Naruto along with a fox appeared in the room. What happened to the boss? Asked the Naruto clone, to which Sasuke sighed. He's in chakra exhaustion, but he's fine, he just needs rest, said Sasuke, to which the clone nodded as he opened the sheets and laid the original Naruto down, while the clone covered him with the sheets so he could rest. Once ready, Kitsu the little fox climbed onto the bed and lay down on the original's stomach. The clone and Sasuke left the room and sat on the couch. Asked the clone, which Sasuke denied. Then the clone sat in an armchair and looked at Sasuke. I see you have questions, said the clone, which Sasuke looked in his direction. Naruto, about the transformation, Sasuke began. He didn't know what to say about that, but the clone understood, then he sighed, knowing that he would want to demand about the transformation. Look, I can't say, only the original will tell you when you're ready, Sasuke, besides we can't if he's in this state of alert. When things calm down, we'll go to your house and tell you the truth about us, but for now you need to rest, said the clone. Sasuke nodded, then got up and left the apartment, of course, before telling him not to forget the promise he made her. Once Sasuke left, the clone took out of his pocket a paper with sealing writings with a kanji chakra. The clone entered Naruto's room and put the paper on Naruto's chest and pumped chakra. Naruto is surrounded by blue chakra. Once it lasted 5 minutes and stopped emitting chakra. The clone sat in a chair but remained alert in case someone wants to attack the apartment. The next day we see Naruto already awake, taking a shower after consuming his clone and acquiring the memories about the conversation with Sasuke. Once ready, he put on his black clothes that appeared at the entrance of the door. Naruto has not read the note, but he knew that the ambushes left him and the black clothes, plus the note, he deduced something bad had happened. Once washed and dressed, he tied the headband on his forehead, showing it proudly, and sat in his armchair while he took the note and began to read it. He was reading the note, and from his eyes a tear came out while he clenched his teeth, and the hand that held the note, damn, cursed Naruto, getting up and hitting the table, while tears came out of his eyes. Jiji, why? He whispered while taking the note, tightly wrinkling it. Why did you have to die? Whispered Naruto, holding back his tears while cursing Orochimaru and the invasion that caused the bastard. From his eyes the Sharingan was activated and evolved into one in the form of 5 blades that go in a whirlpool shape. Naruto awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. I promise that I will kill the bastard, even if it means consuming everyone in my path, Naruto promised himself, while tears of blood came out of both of his eyes. Naruto noticed that he was crying blood. He went to the bathroom again and looked at himself in the mirror. He saw how his Sharingan changed to one with 5 blades that go in a whirlpool shape. What is this? He said to himself, and the already known window appeared. Congratulations, you have awakened the Maguekio Sharingan LVL40. This has the ability to distort space-time, the legendary Amaterasu Flames, and the legendary Susanoo Armor. It is also said to have a powerful Genjutsu, the Tsukiyomi. Warning: the more you use the Maguekio Sharingan, it has the possibility of going blind, unless you have other Maguekio Sharingan to transplant it to you. Congratulations, you have learned Amaterasu LVL1. You are now able to summon black flames from your eyes. Congratulations, you have learned Kamui Space-Time Warp LVL1. You can now become intangible and avoid being damaged or teleport things to the next pocket dimension. Congratulations, you have learned Susanoo LVL1. Now you are able to have absolute defense. Congratulations, you have learned Tsukiyomi LVL1. You are now able to put in a Genjutsu without being able to escape and get information. For more details, just select on skills. Naruto would have continued, but he heard a knock on the door, so he deactivated his Sharingan, returning to normal, and left the bathroom to open the door. In front of him was Sasuke in his male form. "Are you ready?" asked Sasuke. Naruto nodded silently and followed Sasuke to the meeting point. Everyone from the village was gathered, ninjas and civilians in their black suits, while the cloud covered the sun and the rain was on the march. Naruto was lost in his thoughts while they gave the speech. Once the speech was finished, everyone advanced to the front in a line to leave a white flower on the Hokage's grave, showing respect to those who died in the invasion. Naruto left his white flower on Jiji's grave, while he looked at the image of the third in a painting on his grave. But that ready, Naruto left the line, and they waited for it to finish. Once they had left all the flowers and bid farewell to the cage and the ninjas who had died in the invasion, once that was done, the rain stopped and gave way to sunlight. Once finished, Naruto got ready to leave, but his sensei and the other sensei plus the genin watched him, which made Naruto sigh that he already knew what was coming. "Naruto must tell us something important, especially in the fight with the sand boy," said Kakashi, dangerously serious, which made all the jounin look at Naruto. Naruto got upset. "I don't trust you, so don't make me talk about my Kake Genkai and how it works so you can experiment on me," Naruto said seriously as he prepared to leave, but Kakashi stopped him. "You've become very antisocial, Naruto, and that worries me," Kakashi said seriously as he watched Naruto tense up. "I can take care of myself, thank you, but I've always been alone, so no one interferes with my life. Now excuse me," said Naruto, seriously annoyed by how nosy his sensei and the others are. Sasuke looked at Naruto out of the corner of his eye, and Naruto gave him the same look, silently saying that they should meet at his house tonight. Once Naruto was out of sight, the others went to do their thing to restore Konoha. The genin went to their homes, but Sasuke and Kakashi stayed while still looking at the area where Naruto went. The next day Naruto was preparing to leave to meet Sasuke at his house, but there was a knock on the door which caught Naruto's attention. Once he was ready to leave, he opened the door and saw a man with messy white hair. His hair was tied back in a big messy white ponytail. He was wearing clothes as if he were a hermit. "How can I help you?" Naruto asked, and the man looked at him with an evaluating look. "Are you Naruto Uzumaki?" he asked, which Naruto nodded slowly and cautiously since he had a hectic day yesterday. "Yes, why the question? What do you need?" Naruto asked, still tense, ready in case this unknown man attacks him. "I'm here to take you as my pupil," the old man said seriously, then a silly smile appeared and some kind of music was heard while the man started with a ridiculous dance. "Let me introduce myself. I am the strongest ninja ever existed, a man who makes the checkers turn in his path while the criminals flee when I make my presence known, the hermit of the Toad Mountains, the great Sennin Jiraiya," he finished in a ridiculous pose. Naruto felt a drop of sweat on the back of his neck from such a stupid presentation seen in his life. "I'm sorry, but I have something to do," said Naruto, leaving the house ready to meet his partner Uchiha at his house. But the man stood in his way. "You don't understand, do you? I'm taking you as my pupil. Every genin would kill to be in your place," Jiraiya exclaimed. Naruto looked at him with a deadpan. "Yeah, but I'm busy, I need to see someone for an important matter," said Naruto, leaving Jiraiya in his place without being able to believe that Naruto rejects such an offer. "I should have shown up on top of a big toad, but space was too small," Jiraiya said to himself as he prepared to leave, since he had an important matter to attend to. With Naruto, the Uzumaki arrived at the Uchiha's house and as always, he entered it shamelessly while the shower was heard. He decided to wait in the living room sitting in an armchair while he began to meditate on how to tell him the news, while the little fox peeked out of the backpack and barked at Naruto, which made the genin look at the little fox. "I don't know, Kitsu, this is a delicate subject to discuss," Naruto replied to the fox's question. The fox barked again, and Naruto looked at him nervously. "I don't know if it will work, or if he will return the affection, Kitsu," Naruto said, not knowing that the shower stopped while Sasuke found him talking to the fox and found the fox cute. With the pair, the fox continued barking. "I'm sure it will work, I don't know," Naruto said as the fox growled at him and started barking. "I'm not a coward." Besides, you know how difficult my situation is. After he discovers the truth, I don't know if he will want me around or hate me like the others," Naruto said, not knowing that Sasuke was listening. The fox barked at him again. Naruto sighed. "I don't know, it's a lot to take in," Naruto said. And the fox barked and Naruto gained a determined look. "You're right, because I'm hesitating now. Okay, thanks, Kitsu." The little fox gave a happy bark and crawled into Naruto's backpack to sleep. Sasuke, once he heard the strange conversation with Naruto and the little fox, decided to go get dressed since he got cold. While Naruto waited about 5 minutes after the conversation with the little fox, the door was heard opening and Naruto looked in his direction and saw Sasuke looking at him as he walked towards him. Naruto greeted as he watched Sasuke approach. "How are you?" Naruto asked. Sasuke looked at him. "Okay, now tell me about it," said Sasuke as he sat in front of Naruto. Young Naruto sighed, knowing he couldn't avoid the question. So it started from the beginning of his story, about when he was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 4. While Naruto was telling his story, in the Hokage Tower, more specifically in the meeting he was giving on the matter of the new Hokage. "We must keep the Jinchuriki under control, he is becoming too powerful for our good," said a civilian counselor, and everyone agrees, except those of the Shinobi Council. "Silence, no one will touch Naruto Uzumaki," declared a man who entered the door where the council was meeting. Jiraiya-sama expressed a civil advice with surprise to see one of the 3 legendary Sennin. "Ah, Mr. Jiraiya, it's good that you're present," said a man with bandages. "As you can see, this meeting is to select the new Hokage. We are in a crisis of lack of a leader. I would consider being made Hokage, or if there is someone else willing to play the role of Hokage," Danzo said, straight to the point. "I have one in mind that can do, Tsunade Senju," Jiraiya said. The council began to murmur about the Slug Princess. "Tsunade Senju, but he is not retired from the shinobi forces?" asked an old woman next to Danzo, and several murmurs broke out in the room. "Yes, but I have a chance to bring her back," Jiraiya said, and several whispers on the subject. "And what about the Kyuubi boy?" said some members of the civil council. The ninja clan leaders looked askance at the question of how he referred to one of the genin. "I'll take him with me on the search for Tsunade," Jiraiya said, and there were several whispers. "I suppose you are aware of the Jinchuriki's abilities and his bloodline," said an old man with glasses on Danzo's side. "The strange blood abilities of the Uzumaki, I suppose you know more details about the subject?" asked Jiraiya. There were many murmurs. "Yes, the young Uzumaki has the ability to consume the blood of his victim, acquiring memories, jutsu, the victim's affinity, and even copying other bloodlines," said Shikaku Nara of the Nara clan, earning glances from everyone who didn't know about that ability. "We've also seen in action his other blood abilities of creating artificial life, similar to summoning jutsu, if you know what I mean," said Inoichi of the Yamanaka clan. Everyone shuddered, remembering the creatures created by Naruto tearing apart invading ninjas and consuming the blood of their victims. That was a creepy memory to remember. "It's decided, the Jinchuriki will accompany him in his search," said the old man with glasses, earning an annoyed look from Danzo, "but he has a month to find her." With that, he ended the meeting. But Naruto, once he told his story and that of being a Jinchuriki, he waited for the demon's scream towards him, but he never expected to be hugged by Sasuke, which surprised Naruto. He never imagined being hugged by another person, much less Sasuke. "Okay, that's over," Sasuke said as he whispered words of understanding, to which Naruto was confused and awkwardly hugged Sasuke. Once the hug ended, Naruto was about to leave, which Sasuke realized, but he wanted to do one more thing. Naruto was about to take the door handle to leave, but is stopped by Sasuke, who took him by the wrist. Naruto turned around, but is surprised as Sasuke kissed him on the lips. Naruto was in shock, but let himself be carried away slowly. He felt Sasuke's tongue asking for entrance. Naruto opened his lips a little, which Sasuke took advantage of to deepen the kiss. There was a tongue fight until they separated due to lack of air. The only evidence that they kissed is a thread of saliva as their tongues connected. "And that?" Naruto asked awkwardly. Sasuke smiled fondly. Naruto was confused. "It's so you know you're not alone," said Sasuke as he left with a sway of his hips, which Naruto found attractive and blushed, then awkwardly left for his apartment. While Naruto with his backpack walked awkwardly and then smiled like a fool, remembering the kiss that Sasuke gave him. Once he was entering, he saw the same man who was at the entrance in the morning, which confused Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki called the man, which Naruto looked confused, then the man Jiraiya handed him a scroll. "What is this?" Naruto asked. The man indicated that he should look at it. Naruto opened the scroll and found a mission for him, which he began to read. "Naruto Uzumaki, Genin of Konoha, this letter is sent to you by the council for an important mission. It is considered a B rank. It is a search outside the village for the position of the new Hokage. The man who is delivering it to you is known as one of the legendary Sennin, Jiraiya, one of the best ninja in the Third Ninja World War, along with Orochimaru and Tsunade Senju. Your mission is to locate Tsunade Senju for the position of Hokage and convince her to take the position. You have 1 month to do it, so bring everything necessary for the mission. Respectfully, the Konoha Council." Once he read it, Naruto looked at the old man who was looking at him seriously. "Go and prepare everything, Gaki. We will leave in an hour towards the north gate," Jiraiya ordered and then dispersed in smoke, indicating that he was a clone, which Naruto took the scroll and entered his apartment and got everything ready for the mission. Then the window appeared. Mission alert. Search for the Hokage position. Submission. Reward. 200,500 experience, new skill unlocked, promotion to Chunin, 500,000 Ryo, 200,000 reputation with Konoha. In case of failure. Corrupt Hokage, enslaved by Konoha as a weapon. This worried Naruto. He didn't like the mission at all, so he knew that in case of failure, he wouldn't even want to think about it. Naruto level 54. Ninja skills. Age Bushin no Jutsu LVL max. Chakra speed max LVL. Shuriken Cage Bushin no Jutsu level 45. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 42. Chakra Kick LVL 24. Pillar Instinct LVL 60. Lie Detector LVL 3. Instinto Animal, LVL 15. Chakra Transformation level 15. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death, level 35. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu, LVL 58. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 42. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 29. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 62. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 44. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 36. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 38. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tail Jutsu, level 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tentacles Jutsu, level 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 29. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 22. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Dragon Mode Transformation Jutsu, level 3. Yuan Jutsu, level 60. Trap, 43. Caution, 43. Free Walking Chakra, 54. Hexi no Jutsu, LVL max. Mente del Gamer, LVL max. Observer, LVL 54. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 30. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 40. Hang, LVL max. Awarimi, LVL max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL max. Explosive Kunai, LVL max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Earth Affinity, LVL 6. Earth Style. Earth Clone Jutsu, level 1. Earth Style. Earth Wall Jutsu, level 3. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Jutsu, level 5. Lightning Affinity, LVL 10. Lightning Style. Electric Fox Jutsu, LVL 8. Lightning Style. Lightning Throw Jutsu, LVL 2. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Lava Affinity, LVL 1. Lava Style. Lava Ball Jutsu, level 1. Sharingan, LVL 40, Disbloquio Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, LVL 1. Hamui, LVL 1. Susanoo, LVL 1. Tsukiyomi, LVL 1. The Gamer's Awakening, level 1. Byakugan, LVL 10. Chakra Kyubi, LVL 35. Chakra Demonio, LVL 34. Demon Style. Infernal Tornado, level 24. Demon Style. Demon Awakening, level 6. Chakra Humano, LVL 50. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs level 50. Chapter 13. Chapter. The Search for the New Hokage. The invasion ended, but at a price. The death of the third cage impacted the hearts of the inhabitants of Konoha. Now without a leader and recovering, the missions are paused so that the ninjas do not go out on missions and protect the village in need in case an enemy takes advantage of this opportunity to destroy Konoha. But that's not all, the council is looking for a new leader to guide it. So now our protagonist received an important mission from the council, very reluctantly of them asking the Jinchuriki to fulfill the mission. Now we see Naruto with a backpack ready for his trip out of the village. Naruto walked towards the north gate to meet with Sennin Jiraiya, one of the most powerful ninjas during the Shinobi World War, who fought against Hanzo the Salamander and survived. Now in view you can see the man waiting for him with a large scroll on his back while with his arms crossed. Naruto once he arrived looked at the man who was evaluating him. "I am ready for the mission, Mr. Jiraiya," Naruto greeted while the white-haired man smiled. "It's good to see you ready, Gaki, now let's go," said Jiraiya, to which Naruto nodded silently as he left Konoha. While Naruto left for the mission, on the outskirts of Konoha, you can see two men in black robes with red clouds wearing a straw hat covering their face in the shadows of the hat. "We have arrived," said the man who from the shadows could be seen a pair of red eyes that looked stoically. "Are you sure he's here?" said the other man who carries on his back a kind of sword with bandages covering the blade of the sword. "If our target is close, then let's gather information about our target," said the one with red eyes that showed the Sharingan. The other man smiled showing his shark teeth. "I hope it's not a waste," he said as both men continued in search of the target. But Sasuke, the Uchiha heiress, was training when she heard a bird that came to her resident with a message. The Uchiha disguised as a child approached the bird and took the letter from its leg and began to read it. "I hope I haven't bothered you. I need you to come to the restaurant where the Akimichi meat is. I need to tell you something important. Say hello to Kakashi-sensei." Once finished he headed towards the meeting place. Who would want Kakashi-sensei now, was the thought as he walked towards his house to take a shower, change clothes, and meet up with Kakashi at the meeting point. But Kakashi, the man, was reading his Ichiha Paradise while leaning against the entrance of the restaurant until he looked out of the corner of his eye at the two jounin. "Wow, you two make a very good couple," joked Kakashi as he looked at the pair of jounin who were Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. Managing to embarrass Kurenai with a small blush, "Baka, I'm here because Anko asked me to buy her some meatballs," said the jounin looking away. "And what are you doing here?" asked Asuma, looking at the man who put away his orange book. Kakashi looked at him. "Well, I came to buy a gift and I have an appointment with someone here," Kakashi said casually looking at the entrance with his only eye, indicating that there was someone sitting there wearing a black robe with red clouds, with Sasuke finished, which the man who was listening tensed a little, something that the other jounin noticed. "Hey, it's not normal for you to wait for someone," said Asuma, following Kakashi's game, which continued, "Is the gift for death?" asked Asuma. "Death?" Kurenai asked as she watched the two men in black robes with red clouds. "Nah, something like that," Kakashi said casually as he noticed how the men put down their tea glasses. Then footsteps were heard walking. Kakashi said Sasuke arriving, which caught the attention of the men taking their glasses of tea. "It's not normal that you arrive first," said Sasuke a little impressed. "I do it from time to time," Kakashi said casually, which Sasuke looked where the jounin were looking and found no one but a plate of dango and about two half-finished glasses of tea. "I don't like natto and sweets," said Sasuke with a serious face. "Really?" Kakashi asked, which made them look at the two jounin, who nodded and jumped away, which caught Sasuke's attention, and he looked suspiciously at where the jounin had been and where the empty seat was. The men in black robes with red clouds were walking on a path where there is a river next to it. The men stopped since in front of them was Asuma and Kurenai intervening with the men with the straw hats. "You're not from this village, right?" Asuma said, more of an information than a question. "Why have you come here?" Asuma asked while observing the men in the robes. "A long time ago, Asuma-san, Kurenai-san," said the young man standing next to the man carrying a bandaged sword. "If you know us, you must be an ancient ninja of this village," said Asuma seriously, which the young man raised his hat a little showing his red eyes with three tomos, which surprised the jounin. "Why you are," stuttered Asuma, while sweating a drop, looking with fear at the young man who slowly took off his straw hat and unbuttoned his tunic a little. "There is no doubt Uchiha Itachi," finished Asuma, which Itachi showed a stoic face. While wearing the Konoha headband cut in a vertical bar where the leaf symbol is divided. "You know him, Itachi-san," said the tall man wearing his bandaged sword. "Then I should introduce myself too," he said as he took off his hat, showing that he has gills under his eyes, his skin is blue, and he has eyes like a shark. "Hoshigaki Kisame, nice to meet you," the man introduced himself with a shark-like smile. The jounin sweated nervously meeting the two rogue S-class ninjas. "This is bad," were the thoughts of the Konoha jounin. But that the introductions were over and the jounin launched themselves at Itachi, to which the shark man stepped aside, indicating that he should not fight, to which Itachi blocked the jounin's kicks and punches, and thus the fight began. But Naruto, a young shinobi, walked next to Jiraiya. He walked for a long time towards a nearby town of Konoha in silence, which bothered the old man a little, the silence that existed. As Jiraiya walked, he had had enough of the torturous silence. "So, Gaki, how's your life?" Jiraiya asked in an attempt at conversation, which Naruto looked at him a little doubtfully. "Okay, I guess," Naruto said awkwardly, since why did the man ask such an awkward question? "Something that Jiraiya noticed. You know that I am a famous and recognized writer?" he asked to lighten the awkwardness. This caught Naruto's attention. "What book are you talking about?" Naruto asked curiously, to which Jiraiya smiled like crazy with a silly face and blush, something that Naruto didn't want to know what the man was thinking. Let me show you my wonder. This is a work of art that all the shinobi continent read it often, Jiraiya said, proudly, searching in his jacket, and took out a notebook and handed it to Naruto, which Naruto took it hesitantly. He looked at the cover that had nothing on the title and then looked at Jiraiya, who gave him a thumbs up, indicating that he should start reading. Naruto unsure began to read it silently as he walked. He spent a good while walking while reading, and Jiraiya kept smiling like a madman taken from a mental asylum. Naruto, as he continued reading, a small blush appeared on his cheek as he read more and more, and the blush intensified, covering his entire face to a red color until it was enough. What the hell? This is a piece of coal, Jiraiya. How can you make me read those kinds of things? You know I'm a minor, I'm 12 for it, demon, you're a pervert. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs with a red face, which Jiraiya put on a pale face, as if he heard a very big taboo. Coal, my stories aren't coal, and besides I'm not a pervert. He shouted indignantly, which Naruto looked at him, saying against him, I'm a super pervert. He proudly proclaimed himself, which Naruto stumbled awkwardly at, a stupid statement he had never heard in his life. It's like saying Kakashi always arrives on time. What a bigger stupidity. You're still a pervert, Iro-senin, Naruto said with a poker face, which earned Jiraiya a tick on his head. Don't call me Iro-senin, tell me my name instead, respect your elders, said Jiraiya with an indignant face. You lost the respect of my Iro-senin, said Naruto, still with a poker face, which made Jiraiya kick like a child who wants attention, which Naruto looked at him with a drop of sweat. What have I gotten myself into, was Naruto's thought while he returned the coal of a story. In Konoha, the fight continues on the river, thanks to his chakra that he sends to his feet that kept the fighting ninjas afloat. The fight was intense, Kurama Yuhi of Konoha against Itachi Uchiha, a renegade S-rank ninja. And the other Asuma Sarutobi against Hoshigaki Kisame, which does not allow Kurenai to help. Both are at a disadvantage. Both Konoha Jounin were exhausted, Kurenai since he couldn't land a hit on Itachi, since with his Sharingan, he predicted every hit sent his way. And Asuma couldn't get past the shark-like man. They can't hurt me, Itachi said calmly, which made Asuma and Kurenai tired. They have been fighting for a while without landing a hit on Itachi, which frustrated him. Now it's end, Itachi said, which they were ready to finish him. But Kakashi saved his Jounin companions. The original Kakashi held a kunai behind Itachi and the clone in front of Azuma, which copied a water dragon from Kisame, and they countered each other. While the fight between Kakashi and Itachi began, in the Uchiha residence, Sasuke is seen walking towards his house while he was thinking. Then something came to his mind, since he remembered what his older brother said, so out of curiosity he passed by his house and went where Uchiha used to hold meetings. He opened a door and went down to the basement while lighting a candle. Once enlightened, he approached where a stone had a fan symbol written under a wall, indicating the Uchiha symbol. Sasuke was reading the writing that said until he clenched his teeth and tears came out of his eyes. It's not true, please don't let it be true, prayed the Uchiha while reading the writing. I can't do it, she finished while immediately leaving the place with tears coming out of her eyes. Once I left the place, leaving the torches lit where you can see the stone with the writing that said, to obtain the Maguekio Sharingan you must lose someone very close, be it a best friend, a family member or a lover. The emotional loss causes the awakening of the Maguekio Sharingan. I'm not the same as him, Sasuke muttered as he remembered how they found Shisui Uchiha's body and declared something to Itachi, blaming him. Perhaps he muttered, remembering that Itachi had the Maguekio Sharingan after Shisui was dead. If you want power, you must kill your best friend Sasuke. Itachi's words were heard in Sasuke's mind, repeating over and over again. No, I won't, Sasuke said to himself as he left the Uchiha compound. But the Konoha Jounin, they were exhausted, especially Kakashi since he received the Tsukuyomi, since it was 3 days in the illusion, but a second in real life. But they already knew what Itachi's objective was along with his partner. Their objective is Naruto. Luckily for the Jounin, Mido guy entered and supported his companions, since the green expands Jounin is not necessary to see in the eyes. But in the feet, and he maintained a decent fight against both renegade ninjas which they had to abandon. With that, Kakashi fainted, more mentally tired than physically. But that they took Kakashi to the hospital without knowing that Sasuke was following him to the Jounin. He arrived when Kakashi was taken by the Jounin to the hospital and wanted to know what happened to his sensei. Once they were in the hospital, Sasuke asked with the name of his sensei, which the nurse said about Kakashi's damage in a powerful illusion, which Sasuke connected the dots, and then the realization came to him without knowing that Kurenai Yuhi of Konoha followed her wherever she was going. Uchiha mentally thanked Naruto for teaching her sensor chakra, which allowed her to follow Naruto's trail a little, but at the same time the trail of 3 people who were following him, according to her, Naruto left with someone whose chakras were synchronized and who left a while ago, but the other 2 were following them, which worried Sasuke, which made her continue running, quickening her pace. With Naruto, the blonde genin from Konoha walked calmly while looking at Jiraiya, who was looking at the ladies who were around the small town, something that Naruto muttered pervertedly, something that Jiraiya heard well. Aki, I told you I'm not a pervert, Jiraiya said indignantly, not bothered that they were being heard by people but by the ladies, to which Naruto muttered something incoherent, to which Jiraiya sighed, now we're going to rest in this town, we'll go to a hotel to leave our things, and then start your training, Jiraiya said, which caught Naruto's curiosity about what kind of training the old pervert had. In silence they approached a hotel closest to the small town, but out of nowhere a young woman appeared inviting Jiraiya to have a good time, to which Jiraiya sent Naruto to ask for a room since he will return soon, to which Naruto muttered something incoherent about the old pervert and his womanizing ways, Naruto with no other option, went to ask for a room. But Sasuke, the Uchiha continued running out of Konoha towards the next village where Naruto's chakra line could be seen. Please I hope I'm on time, was Sasuke's thought as he ran, not knowing that Kurama Yuhi was following him behind her. But Naruto once he is in the room checking his belongings, he heard a knock on the door, it was time for Iro Sennin to arrive, was Naruto's thought as he walked towards the door calmly, resting his hand on the handle and ready to open, his Katsuno clan instincts warned him of danger behind his door, Naruto stopped slowly and made signs with his hands water style. Water clone jutsu he muttered very low which caused his water bottle to explode, and a clone identical to him was formed. Once ready Naruto hinged into a miniature-sized spider which the water clone took it and hid it in the opening of the door which the spider stuck to and left. Once that was done the clone opened the door and looked at two men in black robes and red clouds. Yes, how can I help you? Asked a clone as the spider climbed to the ceiling and waited for his signal. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? He asked, to which the water clone nodded, while the man of medium height showed red eyes with a Sharingan active. You will come with us, the man ordered with his Sharingan eye active. The clone looked doubtful why, to which the shark man added. Hey Itachi, why don't we cut off his leg so he can't escape? Said the shark man, which made Naruto's clone go into defensive mode in case the shark man attacked. No need kiss him, said the named Itachi who was ready to take Naruto. Itachi's scream was heard which made everyone look in the direction where Sasuke was seen breathing heavily while looking at Itachi. Hello little sister, said Itachi without emotion in his voice which made Sasuke lower his genjutsu, no longer hiding his gender. Wow, what a touching family reunion, Itachi, said the shark man with a toothy grin. Sasuke activated his Chidori in his hand and rushed at Itachi ready to impale him with Kakashi's killing technique. The older Uchiha looked indifferent and blocked Sasuke's attack, causing the Chidori to penetrate the wall, while Itachi held Sasuke's wrist tightly adding pressure, the clone was ready to intervene, when the named Kisame extended his sword cutting off his path, Itachi kicked his sister, sending him crashing into the wall of the hallway, unaware that the spider on the ceiling quickly walked forward, while Sasuke was in a small crater in the wall. You are weak. He doesn't have enough hatred, said Itachi approaching his little sister. The clone had enough, he kicked Kisame's sword to the side and ran to where Sasuke was, but Kisame stopped him by hitting him with the handle of the sword in the rib, which the clone spat out a little saliva. Do not interrupt Kyuubi, this is a family matter that they are in charge of, said Kisame, which Naruto's clone looked at with murderous eyes and sent killer intent to the maximum which everyone in the hallway felt it. The clone sent his intent to kill Itachi and Kisame, which was a little overwhelmed by the amount of killing intent of the blonde genin. I won't let him hurt Sasuke, declared the clone, which no one noticed. The spider jumped towards Itachi and in a puff of smoke Naruto kicked the older Uchiha which Itachi managed to block but was dragged back by the power of the blow, which made Itachi's arms feel a little numb. Kisame was a little surprised, but the clone took advantage of that to kick Kisame, which the shark man used his sword to block the kick but was dragged back. The same with Itachi. The original fell on his feet in front of Sasuke in a protective mode as he took out some shurikens ninja art. Explosive rain of death, shouted the original, which sent his shurikens and they multiplied, forming a wall of sharp weapons that were dangerously reaching Itachi, which the shurikens shone, and the explosions were not long in coming. Naruto mumbled, Sasuke barely conscious, but Naruto took her bridal style and left the place of commotion with Sasuke in his arms. Without hand seals, he created a shadow clone which advanced from the hallway and saw the wall. The clone jumped forward and added a large amount of chakra in the soles of his feet, which kicked the wall, making it explode and go through the wall. The clone dissipated and Naruto jumped from the hole in the wall onto the street and went on the roof towards the forest. Not knowing that the Jounin Kurenai was on the roof of the hotel and watched as Naruto ran off into the forest, she set out to follow them without knowing that behind her two figures appeared looking where the Jinchuriki was leaving. Let's go, Itachi commanded with his eyes showing anger at being taken by surprise by a genin, and especially his target. The shark-faced man smiled a cruel, sharp-toothed smile, and both rogue ninjas jumped out of the hole in the wall in pursuit of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. A few minutes later Jiraiya arrived at the area with a girl on his shoulders, while he observed how the hotel was left by the assault. The gaki, was Jiraiya's thought, leaving the woman in the room on an armchair and looking for his things, and left to where they went knowing how to use the chakra sensor. But Naruto, once he arrived at the forest and a clear area, he left Sasuke leaning against a tree while he checked his wounds. He had a small fracture in his wrist, but the rest was fine. Naruto, he whispered, getting the attention of the young shinobi, looking at his Uchiha partner who looked at him worried about him. Shoo, it's already past Sasuke, said Naruto, caressing the girl's cheek. Then a crunch was heard behind him. Naruto turned around, feeling nothing hostile from the newcomer he observed, who it was Kurenai-sensei, called Naruto, feeling the Jounin's chakra. The Jounin looked at Naruto and then at the girl. Where is Sasuke? Said Kurenai, to which Naruto looked at her a little without knowing what to say. Naruto, tell him, whispered the slightly tired Uchiha, which Naruto looked at worriedly, and understanding the problem she nodded in response. The truth is that Sasuke never existed, Kurenai-sensei. This girl here is him, said Naruto, to which Kurenai looked surprised. Sasuke pretended to be male to prevent her from entering the Kra and being used as an incubator, informed Naruto, to which his hands burst into blood and he looked threateningly, sending his killer instinct to the maximum to the Kunoichi. If you tell this to anyone or the council, I will kill you, said Naruto threateningly as he felt two presences arriving. The Kunoichi nodded as she approached the Uchiha and began to check her wounds. Don't worry, I'll be quiet, she stated, not wanting to know what other abilities Naruto acquired and what jutsu he has up his sleeve. They're coming, hide, Naruto commanded as blood burst from his lower back and the bloody tail formed, which made the Kunoichi hide in the bushes and looked at Naruto worriedly, and especially Sasuke, who looked worriedly at Naruto. I know you're there, Naruto said as he telepathically asked the Kyuubi for his chakra to give him two tails already unlocked, which he was working on during the night. It seems that the Kyuubi boy has guts, said Kisame, appearing with Itachi looking a little to wear his robe, indicating that the explosions reached him. Kisame, our mission is to see the power of the Jinchuriki and if possible capture it, said Itachi, which Naruto heard in the slightly pissed off voice of the older Uchiha. So tell me, what do you need me for? No, more like, what do you want with the Kyuubi? Naruto said in a defensive position, which caused his opponents to position themselves in battle mode. Our leader not only wants you, he also needs the other 8 Jinchuriki for the organization, said Kisame without a care in the world, informing him of his mission. Besides, why are we telling you this? You are now in our hands, declared the Shark Man with a smile. What kind of organization is it called? Naruto asked without letting his guard down while he prepared himself. I hope Hiro Sennin arrives on time while I'm stalling, he said to himself. Akatsuki, now let's stop talking and start the action, Kisame said with a predatory smile, which made Naruto's muscles tense. Now Kyuubi, Naruto said mentally, which red chakra swirled in Naruto and from his stomach appeared orange chakra that bubbly and covered Naruto, to which the blonde shinobi changed his bloody claws, landed on the ground and felt sharper than before with the Kyuubi cloak covering him. Naruto was on all fours while the bloody tail is covered by the Kyuubi cloak and 2 chakra tails were formed, dividing the bloody tail in 2. His hair became wilder, his cheek marks became more noticeable. His fangs lengthened, his eyes turned red with the pupil in a horizontal line, giving him a wilder look. Around the eyes you can see a thin black line around the eyes of the Kyuubi form. This took those present by surprise, especially Sasuke. Naruto's appearance looks very different, it scared him, but he knew he needed the power of the fox to fight against his brother and the shark face, but at the same time he didn't know how. But Sasuke excited her to see him wilder, it's a new sensation for her. While Naruto looked threateningly at the renegade ninjas. I won't let you take me without a fight, Naruto growled, to which Kisame launched an attack along with Itachi. Naruto launched an attack and passed under the shark man's sword, and his bloody tail blocked a kick from Itachi. Naruto walked away taking distance and made signs with his hands demon style. Hellish tornado, Naruto called in his Kyuubi cloak state, which white flames appeared around him in a tornado form, making the rogue ninjas unable to approach due to the intense heat. Kisame passed his sword Samehada to consume the chakra of the technique, but instead of consuming, the sword emitted a grunt of pain as it set fire to the bandages, and Kisame had no choice but to reveal his entire sword by removing the bandages on. Damn, growled Kisame, left his sword on his back, which made signs with his hands while breathing deeply water style. Water shark jutsu, he called, which spit out a large ball of water which formed the head of a large shark made of water that goes towards Naruto, opening its jaws ready to consume Naruto, which the infernal tornado protected him by increasing the intensity of its flames, making a large tornado of white fire, which is seen by everyone in the nearby town. Jiraiya, who was following where the others went, saw the tornado of white flames. Gaki was Jiraiya's thought, which hurried to arrive. While with the battle, Itachi sent Kunes with explosive notes where Naruto was. The Jinchuriki dodged in time while making signs with his claws, which had both renegade ninjas a bad feeling about this. Lightning style. great lightning launcher, Naruto called with the momentum of the Kyuubi cloak, spitting a large red beam from his mouth towards the unsuspecting renegades, which Kisame and Itachi had to dodge at the last moment, moving away from each other. Naruto blinked behind Itachi with his great speed. He was behind unsuspecting Uchiha Major. He sent a bloody tail swipe of Naruto, which is sent through trees. Kisame looked at the state of his partner, so he prepared to continue to the next level. His body looked numb as water appeared around him, and a shark tail appeared, and a humanoid form of a great white shark transformed, but is surprised from the ground. Naruto appeared, hitting with his claws in the form of a fist towards Kisame's chin, sending him into the air. Naruto stretched out his chakra arm ready to catch Kisame in the air, but is interrupted as some kind of skeletal arms tried to hit Naruto. He dodged and sent a tail swipe towards Itachi, who activated his Susanoo. It was a skeletal humanoid form made of dark orange chakra. Kisame tried to surprise Naruto from behind, but Naruto's instincts made his kick and dodged just in time as the Samehada sword passed by his side, almost touching his chakra layer. Naruto took distance towards the two renegade ninjas. Naruto made signs with his bloody claws, hit the ground with his claws, which he called his technique Earth style. Earth Dragon Jutsu. Naruto called one of Orochimaru's abilities, which from the ground appeared two dragons made of earth that went in the direction of the renegade ninjas, which both dodged just what Naruto predicted. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared behind Kisame and grabbed him by the shark tail and did a somersault with him and released him, sending him crashing to the ground. Amaterasu. Itachi's scream was heard, sending black flames, which Naruto spat out a ball of frozen water which impacted against the black flames. Naruto read the Amaterasu, so it wasn't stupid to know about the abilities to consume everything in its path. Naruto dodged the Samehada sword that tried to tear him with an evasive maneuver in the air, which was difficult to do without his bloody wings. Once he fell in the center, Kisame on his left side and Itachi on his right. Both renegade ninjas made different hand seals. Kisame spat out a wall of water and Itachi a wall of fire, Earth style. Earth Barrier Jutsu. Naruto called another of Orochimaru's abilities, which two walls rose up at his sides. Once he made contact, he exploded, filling with steam and black smoke, which Naruto took advantage of and summoned his bloody wings and shot into the sky. Create two blood clones in the air and made seals with their claws, lightning style. Great lightning spear, they shouted at the same time with their clones, which spat out a large red lightning towards their targets below. Double large lightning went for Itachi and a large lightning went for Kisame. Kisame looked up and covered himself with his sword, receiving the damage Samehada, and at the same time to him, shit, damn Gaki. Kisame screamed in pain, while the double large lightning launchers merged into one giant one, which impacted against the Susanoo, which pierced and hit Itachi, causing him to scream in pain, a little numb from the surprise of the attack. Naruto got down to the ground and his chakra dissipated, indicating his state lasted about 10 minutes of transformation. Kyuubi cloak. Naruto breathed heavily. Shit, where are you, Iro Senin? Was Naruto's thought as he looked in fear at how Kisame and Itachi recovered quickly, indicating that he felt a slight shock. How the hell are you on your feet as opposed to paralyzed? Naruto shouted as he leaned on his blood clones, which Naruto had to consume the clones to avoid more exhausted than he already was. He felt his vision blurred since by consuming his clones, he recovered his memories of them. His blood entered his body, making the bloody wings and the two bloody tails disappear. His appearance returned to normal only with his bloody claws activated. Even so, I will not leave without a fight, Naruto declared defiantly. Despite being in chakra exhaustion, his bloody claws disappeared and normal hands formed. Itachi deactivated his Susanoo, indicating that he was not going to use it anymore. Kisame returned to his normal form, indicating that he was barely sweating from exhaustion. Good warm-up you gave us, kid, but that won't be enough to defeat us, said Kisame with a predatory smile. Itachi looked seriously at Naruto, evaluating him and remembering his little 10-minute battle against the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. We must capture him before he becomes a threat to Leader Sama, Itachi said calmly, despite the fact that his right eye hurt from using Amaterasu, and the only evidence is a tear of blood under the sore eye. Naruto was barely standing until a toad fell from the sky, which was shown to Jiraiya seriously riding on top of the large toad. Iro Senin, Naruto muttered before falling to the ground from chakra exhaustion. Sasuke came out of the bushes running to where Naruto was and knelt next to him while taking his pulse, which he sighed in relief since it was only chakra exhaustion. Kurenai revealed herself, which was in a defensive position in front of Kakashi's genin, while Jiraiya got off the toad. We must go, Kisame. This man in front is Jiraiya of the Sennin, one of the legendary shinobi of the Second World War. Itachi commanded, which made Kisame frown. Come on, we have time to take the brat, said Kisame, which Itachi denied, indicating that Leader Sama needs to be informed. Both rogue ninjas left in a sushun, disappearing from the trail they were there, which Jiraiya breathed easier since both rogue ninjas left. Sasuke was stroking Naruto's blonde hair while he placed Naruto's head on his legs while listening to Naruto's breathing slowly. Jiraiya looked at the view of the genin interaction and smiled a little foolishly, something that Kurenai noticed well, the old pervert, don't even think about it, Jiraiya-sama, Kurenai said too sweetly, promising pain, a lot of pain. But Jiraiya put his hand in front of him in a defensive manner. I don't know what you're talking about Kurenai-san, he said, while trying to get Kurenai to stop intimidating him with those overly sweet words. Once Naruto woke up he found Sasuke looking into his eyes. I'm seeing an angel, he murmured half awake, which Sasuke blushed at how Naruto called her. They were in the hotel, more specifically in the room. Naruto was lying in bed with Sasuke watching over him. Where am I? Once Naruto woke up completely he looked at Sasuke. I see you finally woke up, a voice was heard, which Naruto looked where the voice came from and found Jiraiya a little amused looking at him with a smile. Next to the old man is Kurenai, which looked at Naruto. Kurenai told me what you did to the two Akatsuki, and I must say I'm impressed, said Jiraiya, and then looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Besides the Uchiha's secret, said Jiraiya seriously, which Naruto reacted and looked a hard look at the two adults if they would dare something against Sasuke. But Jiraiya got the hint. Calm down, I won't say anything, besides I had planned for Sasuke to come with us on the mission, said Jiraiya, surprising the genin and Kurenai. The journey continued. During the 3-week trip, Naruto and Sasuke have grown closer, while getting stronger with each passing day of the trip. Jiraiya has tried everything to make him closer even, although both genin enjoyed torturing Jiraiya every time they caught him spying on them when they were alone training, while the man kept a notebook and pencil waiting for something to happen between the genin. Sasuke knew how Jiraiya was a pervert, which caught him spying in the hot springs, and Naruto had the pleasure of surprising Jiraiya so that the angry women caught him, while Naruto listened to the blows given to the old pervert while whistling a melody synchronized with the blows that the old man received. Jiraiya taught both genin to water walk, which took them both a week to master. Sasuke was taught almost all the fire jutsu, just as Naruto taught him every fire and earth jutsu. While that was happening, Sasuke hit puberty, which he kept looking at Naruto and blushing, which Naruto didn't know what was happening to him and ended up confused by the strange behavior. But Jiraiya already knew about what was happening with the Uchiha, so he left the Gaki alone to discover for himself. And as the day went by, Sasuke's mood swings had Naruto worried and not knowing what to do, which was where Jiraiya is, and asked him about it, which the old man said you have to discover it yourself. Jiraiya began training Naruto with water balloons until he burst it with his chakra. After Naruto discovered the secret of how to explode the water balloon in a week, he continued to the next step, but this time with a rubber ball which had to add power and make it burst. While Naruto was training, Sasuke was training with the Chidori so that he could use it more often. He tested it against trees. Although Sasuke still maintained his bad mood, Naruto was slowly joining the dots until he found out what was happening to Sasuke. He was at the beginning of puberty, something that Naruto kept himself calm without any comment and avoiding her a little. He doesn't know if it's because of the cursed seal or because of his age, but he suspected when Kyuubi intervened in injecting the cursed seal into Sasuke. Once they arrived at another village, they began the search with Jiraiya disappearing, leaving the genin alone, something that both of them murmured in a bad mood about perversion and other incoherent things. Jiraiya already showed him the photo of what seemed to be his objective, so with nothing else to do they searched the village they arrived at. While the genin were searching the town, in a casino, a blonde woman was sitting at a slot machine playing. The woman was dressed in a kind of green robe. While playing at the slot machine, something unusual happened to her, which took out 3 equal pairs, and from the machine came out a lot of money. Wow, I won, she muttered, which took the money and left the place urgently to leave the town immediately. This is boring, Naruto tried to make conversation, while the genin continued to search for Tsunade. Sasuke nodded silently, which Naruto was getting fed up with. I know, Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto called his technique, which appeared in several clouds of smoke, presenting about 50 clones identical to Naruto. Okay, split up and henge yourselves. But that said, the clones nodded and henge on random people and split up, which caught Sasuke's curiosity. While my clone search, come with me, Naruto said, taking Sasuke's wrist, which the Uchiha girl let Naruto lead her. Naruto took her to random games to entertain themselves, which Sasuke took as an unofficial date. Naruto and Sasuke went to different places, to entertaining places like roulette games, strength games, ball throwing games and gambling games, which Naruto always won, and Sasuke was amused by the envious looks they sent Naruto for always winning, until they had to kick him out because they could go bankrupt. They both had too much fun winning prizes, whether toys or money. Then they went to eat, which they both enjoyed the food. Once they finished having fun, they returned to the meeting point where Jiraiya was waiting for them. Naruto dispelled the clones, acquiring the acquired information, which was not very useful in reality, since they did not find any information on Tsunade's Senju. And were you lucky? Asked Jiraiya, to which both genin didn't respond, which he took as a no. Good, because my webs told me where our target might be, said Jiraiya, to which both nodded. You had fun on your date? Asked Jiraiya, to which both genin blushed, proof enough for Jiraiya. Well, we'll go to the next town, which I have a feeling we'll find her. With that said, they continued on their journey. While the woman was walking, accompanied by a teenager carrying a pig in her arms, they were walking until someone stood in their way, stopping the two women from advancing. They looked to see a teenager with glasses and white hair. "Hello Tsunade-sama, it's good to see you," said the white-haired young man, which made the two women tense. "Bukukikuku, Tsunade, it's good to see you again. How has your day been?" asked the man accompanying the white-haired young man who was hooded, with the help of the young man who removed the hood to reveal Orochimaru's face. "Thank you Kabuto, now let's get to business," said Orochimaru, looking at the blonde woman who tensed up in case of a fight. It took a 4-day trip to reach the next town which Naruto almost had ready his third step in his new jutsu which Jiraiya showed him, the Rasengan. Now we see Naruto concentrating on an air balloon to give it shape by joining the two steps. Naruto had almost mastered his Rasengan. Of course, Jiraiya did not know that Naruto has occupied the shadow clones to advance faster during the nights every time they camped and unlocked Rasengan level 1. Now we see with the two Genin and Jiraiya. Both entered the next village, known for having places to play and places to rest. Once they entered the small town, Jiraiya accompanied the Gakas to look for Tsunade. "Well, we will go for something to eat and then look for a hotel to rest," said Jiraiya, which was already night. The three entered a bar where they sell drinks and food for travelers, but without knowing that he was being watched by a blonde woman, which Jiraiya noticed. A woman narrowed her eyes for a moment like the woman then pointed an accusing finger. "Tsunade," he exclaimed, getting the attention of the two Konoha genin. The blonde woman stood up abruptly. "Jiraiya," she exclaimed, surprised to see her old teammate. "Why are you here?" she asked, surprised. "I finally found you, damn how tired," said Jiraiya, approaching where Tsunade is along with the two genin. "That woman is Tsunade," was Naruto's thought as they approached the table where they were. "She really is 50, Naruto wondered in disbelief, something that Sasuke picked up on and nudged him to get his thoughts out. "Don't tell me I've already infected you with perversion," he muttered threateningly, which made Naruto raise his hands in defense. "I heard I'm not thinking about those things," Naruto defended himself, which made Sasuke look at him unsure, but let it go. After sitting and looking at each other for a while, a waiter arrived and asked for their order, so the genin ordered something to eat and Jiraiya something to drink. Once they were served, they began to eat in silence, with Naruto glancing at the two women in front of him, assessing everything. "What a day, seeing old acquaintances," Tsunade complained weakly, something that the Konoha genin and Jiraiya noticed since they passed by a destroyed tower this morning. "Orochimaru," said Jiraiya, which caught the attention of the Konoha genin, especially Naruto, who gritted his teeth in annoyance. "What happened?" asked Jiraiya, to which Tsunade looked at her assistant out of the corner of her eye, saying not to tell Jiraiya. "Nothing out of this world," said Tsunade, closing her eyes in annoyance, which Naruto caught, narrowing his eyes. "We just said hello," said Tsunade, which Naruto narrowed his eyes even more as he detected a lie. "And this woman can heal any wound," was Naruto's thought as he evaluated her with his lie detector. While he looked, he noticed that the blonde woman took out a deck of cards and shuffled it while thinking about the situation. "What do you want from me?" asked Tsunade as she left the cards on the table. "I'll get straight to the point," Jiraiya began seriously, which began to shuffle the cards and then deal them out. Then he placed it on the table. "Tsunade, the village wants you to be the 5th Hokage." Jiraiya dropped the words, which surprised Tsunade, as well as his assistant and the pig. Tsunade prepared to deal the cards to Jiraiya and her, which began the game. "The 5th Hokage?" wondered Sasuke, looking at Tsunade, which surprised her. Then he looked at Jiraiya. "Did you hear about the third one?" Jiraiya said, which made the assistant lower her head a little, knowing where this was coming from. The two senin began to play cards while they began to talk about the topic until Tsunade touched on a sensitive topic about Naruto's third being a fool for the position of Hokage. "Take back what you said," Naruto ordered, which Tsunade observed, watching as Naruto looked at him defiantly while gritting his teeth in annoyance. "And what do you know? What they want is the Hokage position, it's to die for, and it's not worth it," said Tsunade, to which Naruto looked at her defiantly. "You know, Jiraiya, we've wasted our time with a nobody. This old witch isn't even good enough to be a pet healer. What you told me about being a better healer and her supposed super strength is pure nonsense. Even a baby can do this without fear of anything around him." Naruto insulted, leaving Jiraiya, Sasuke, the assistant and the pig silent, which earned Tsunade a tick on her head. "Take back what you said," Tsunade commanded Naruto, who snorted in annoyance. "I bet this boar will let anyone take her to make easy money," Naruto continued, standing up. "I won't waste time with a weak old witch who can bankrupt us," Naruto continued as he left the area. "Stop right there, brat," Tsunade shouted, looking at Naruto, to which Naruto looked at her with a poker face. "Are you insulting me?" she asked defiantly, to which Naruto did not change his expression. "If I am, besides, I don't know how you'll do anything about it. I bet I'll beat you in less time than a rooster crows," declared Naruto, which Tsunade had enough of. "You and me out now," Tsunade commanded while making a signal with her fists and palm indicating a fight. "With pleasure," Naruto growled as the young shinobi along with Tsunade left the bar, which are followed by Sasuke, Tsunade's assistant, the piglet and Jiraiya to the street to watch Naruto fight against Tsunade. Once outside the bar, Naruto positioned himself in his fighting style. The whirlwind. His right arm is in front of his left arm, his leg slightly bent in a position where his right leg is in front of his left. Tsunade stood with an air of confidence, raised an arm and pointed a finger upwards. "I only need one finger to defeat you," said Tsunade, while Naruto looked on. Jiraiya positioned himself in the center with his arm stretched out. "Begin with that," said he stepped back to watch the fight. Naruto launched an attack with a kick to the head which Tsunade easily blocked with her right arm. Naruto took advantage of the momentum to rise and kick with his other leg, which Tsunade took and threw him in front of her, which Naruto somersaulted and landed on his feet. Naruto looked at her appraisingly as he sighed. "Time to get serious." Naruto extended his hand and concentrated. From his hand appeared a blue chakra ball, surprising the others how he had already mastered it. "Rasengan," Naruto called as he disappeared from sight, surprising by his high speed, then appeared below Tsunade and impacted the Rasengan into the woman's stomach, which Tsunade is sent back skating. Tsunade breathed a little, difficult, feeling the not so powerful effects of the Rasengan, knowing that it was of lesser strength than the original, that indicated that she learned it recently. Tsunade stood up and looked daggers at Naruto. "Well brat, you have my attention, it's time to move on to the next level," exclaimed Tsunade as she ran forward with her fist ready to hit Naruto. The young shinobi disappeared in a burst of speed as Tsunade almost hit Naruto, but hit the ground, causing an earthquake and the earth rose, which Naruto had a hard time running, but Tsunade already caught up with him after having a clear vision of Naruto with the earthquake she made. She sent a kick to Naruto. The young shinobi managed to protect himself by crossing his arms in an X shape as he was thrown towards a concrete wall, his back impact creating a crater, and Naruto spat out saliva from the power of the collision with the wall. Naruto stood up and glared evilly at Tsunade. "Well, I was thinking of being gentle, but not anymore, bloody style." "Bloody claws jutsu," Naruto called, making seals which the senin, the assistant and the pig had no idea. His hands exploded in blood and the already known bloody claws were created that covered almost his entire arms, surprising those who were watching. "Bloody style." "Bloody bullet jutsu," Naruto called, pointing at Tsunade, which was paralyzed by seeing so much blood without consent, which was in shock. Naruto pointed his fingers towards Tsunade and fired blood bullets at the woman, which Jiraiya got in his way and raised a wall of earth stopping the attack. "Jiraiya, do not interfere in our fight. I will teach a lesson or two to this old witch," Naruto declared angrily, feeling the need for blood of his victim. "Naruto Uzumaki, we are not here to take down and take away a criminal. We are here for you to be the fifth Hokage," Jiraiya commanded seriously, which fell on deaf ears, and in a burst of speed he was behind Tsunade, which Jiraiya caught at the last moment. "Tsunade, I'm behind you," Jiraiya shouted, which was too late because Tsunade responded slowly, and from her side she was pierced by Naruto's claws, which the word consume was hurt a little from Naruto, and she felt weak. Jiraiya kicked Naruto away from Tsunade and saw the wound that Naruto gave to Tsunade. The blonde woman fell to one knee, holding onto the side of her body as the assistant ran to provide aid. "If I was going to be the fifth Hokage, I should be alert," Naruto said, calming down as his claws disappeared and gave way to his normal hands. "Naruto Uzumaki, you know you hurt a member of Konoha," Jiraiya shouted seriously, which Naruto looked at with his slightly cold eyes. If she were from Konoha, she wouldn't insult the loyalty of the village and especially the third Hokage. That's rebellion in my book. Besides, you didn't tell me she's a medical ninja, the best who can heal any wound. But all I see is nonsense," Naruto said seriously, in a deadly calm. Sasuke ran to where Naruto was and hugged him to calm him down. He had never seen that side of him, being so dark was terrifying just thinking about it. Tsunade was in pain. What he did to her hurt her, and she felt weak, but Naruto's next words scared Tsunade, since how she acquired that knowledge also. Tsunade has a deal with Orochimaru to bring her loved ones back to life in exchange for healing her arms, so if she decides to betray us, I'll take care of the rest and leave Konoha, said Naruto, looking daggers at Tsunade. "I can't believe you fallen so low, Tsunade Senju. Especially turning your back on your loved ones for your dreams of being Hokage, and for that, to get drunk and play to take away your sorrows. The only thing missing is losing Shizune, which is the only thing that keeps her sane," said Naruto. He turned around and walked away with Sasuke in silence. Leaving the Sennin in silence. Seriously, Naruto was that serious about a subject like this, but what impacted him the most was Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at her with a frown. Having seen the reaction, what Naruto said is true. "So it is true you are thinking of joining Orochimaru to get your loved ones back, and what will they say about seeing their sister in case of Nawaki, or your lover in case of Dan, about how you betrayed Konoha at the cost of reviving him, making his sacrifice a mockery," said Jiraiya. Seriously looking at how Tsunade was healing her wound with the help of her assistant with the medical chakra. "But listen carefully, if you dare to be a threat to Konoha, I will personally kill you. I am clear. I give you until the end of this week, which is 3 days to decide," said Jiraiya, and retired where his students were leaving Tsunade to think, since the woman is with her sword against the wall. 2 days passed as Naruto trained with his Rasengan against trees and earth walls. Sasuke also began to practice with his Chidori to improve it. Both genin were in rigorous training on the 3rd day until Sasuke had enough and approached Naruto. The young shinobi noticed his closeness, so he decided to ask, but Sasuke grabbed him by the jacket and cornered him against a tree. "Sasuke, what the hell?" Naruto tried to protest the Uchiha girl's rudeness, but she silenced him with a kiss that surprised Naruto a little, but then he calmed down and melted into the kiss. Once he was out of breath they separated and Sasuke looked into Naruto's blue eyes. "Naruto, why are you avoiding me?" asked Sasuke, which Naruto found difficult to answer. "Just answer me," he asked while caressing his cheek where his whisker mark is something that Naruto had a weakness for caressing it there. "It's because of the mission. We must stay focused on the mission," Sasuke. Naruto said half true, which Sasuke thought about his words since it had a bit of logic. "But that's no reason to evade me," Sasuke declared, to which Naruto sighed, already knowing that his sword was against the wall. He had no idea how to respond. "Sasuke is always so smart, what do I do?" was Naruto's thought, looking a little nervous. Sasuke, how to say it, look, these are a little random mood swings if you ask me, so I was giving you your personal space, and it's not to avoid you, Naruto said, a little nervous, something that Sasuke let go for the moment. As the hours passed, Naruto and Sasuke returned to the hotel and saw Shizune unconscious at their door. Naruto ran immediately to see what happened. After Shizune woke up and told him what happened, Naruto sent shadow clones in search of Jiraiya because he already knew the meeting point, although of course Shizune guided them to the meeting point after finding Jiraiya in a bad state, which Naruto used his basic medical jutsu that he acquired from consuming some of Tsunade's blood, thus removing the chakra paralysis from Jiraiya's system, which they followed to the meeting point. They arrived just in time to prevent Tsunade's death at the hands of Orochimaru. Jiraiya stood between the two enemy ninjas and Tsunade, albeit with some paralysis in his system. Tsunade took a little rest and then summoned a slug at the same time that Jiraiya summoned the toad boss and Orochimaru summoned the snake boss, and the battle began. While the Sennin were facing each other, Naruto, Sasuke and Shizune faced Kabuto. "So it's true that you are a spy," Kabuto said. Naruto, which activated his bloody claws ready to kill. "I'm going to avenge Jiji by killing you, and then Orochimaru will be next," said Dark Naruto, worrying the girls about his change in behavior every time he activates his bloody claws. "I'd like to see you try," Kabuto said with an arrogant smile as he held his glasses in a comfortable position and then intercepted Naruto's kick. Naruto activated his 3-volume Sharingan, as he didn't want to reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. The fight was pure taijutsu between Naruto and Kabuto. It was a fight of unique experience. Kabuto whenever he could cut Naruto's nerves, and Naruto healed himself in the damaged area to then continue without problem in the assault. Sasuke occasionally joined Naruto with his Sharingan active for support. Kabuto was a little tricky to intercept the two genin against him. Kabuto saw an opening which he took advantage of, kicked the Uchiha which she intercepted, but that needed to get away from the two genin and summon another Kabuto, and both fought against the Sharingan users. The original fought against Sasuke and the fake fought against Naruto, which he took as a mockery, but discarded it as he summoned more clones of himself. Kabuto, which Shizune formed support by sending Senbon needles to stop the other Kabuto, which Naruto took distance fire style. Fire Phoenix Jutsu. Naruto called spitting fire from his mouth, which took the form of a burning bird and hit the clones, incinerating them to dust, but that jutsu spent more chakra since it was an air rank. Which Naruto ignored his chakra fatigue and prepared to help Sasuke, which was being difficult because Kabuto cut Sasuke's nerves. Every time Kabuto touched him in parts like arms, ankle, wrist, Sasuke knew he could not last against him. He felt tired and difficult to move his limbs when Kabuto concentrated a large amount of chakra in his hands ready to finish off. Sasuke saw how he was approaching, and without being able to defend himself in time, which Naruto appeared in a blink, getting between Kabuto and Sasuke and blocking Kabuto's attack and then sending him a chakra kick driven by the force of the blow and sending him far away and then rest a bit, and Sasuke went to recover with the help of Shizune. Kabuto recovered and looked at Naruto. "I see that you are different, Naruto-kun. Your power and your acquired Sharingan, plus your strange and unique Kikei Genkai. Orochimaru will have an excellent body for his soul, and will have all the jutsu that the world can give," declared Kabuto, which Naruto looked at him without emotion on his face. To then continue fighting against Kabuto, and he intercepts him to continue the battle only in taijutsu. But the Sennin, the battle continued with their own summons. The giant purple snake launched an attack with Orochimaru on top of it. Jiraiya's summon intercepted the snake, while the slug spit out a greenish liquid which was acidic, but the snake dodged and grabbed the slug, while pressing it more until the slug divided into small slugs. The giant toad with his giant katana pierced the snake in the snout and hold it on the ground, which the snake left the place in a cloud of smoke. Like the toad and the slug left the place because their fight with the boss of the snakes abandoned the place, now it was the humans' turn for their battle. Jiraiya made hand seals and spit out a large ball of fire which Orochimaru dodged. Even though his arms are dead he could fight without his arms. Tsunade launched an attack against the Sennin of the snakes which is elusive, moving away and taking distance. I need a distraction, but which one? If I throw the Kusanagi at Tsunade she will surely dodge it, as will Jiraiya. Tsunade's assistant is attentive while healing the girl. But Naruto-kun doesn't. Kuku. I already have my target for the escape, but I won't harm it vitally. I need to go through it. A small opening, was the thought of Orochimaru smiling cruelly, which without warning, he spat a sword from his mouth, which both Sennin dodged. Shizune took Sasuke just in time to dodge it. Kabuto smiled as he saw where the target is going. Naruto observed that Kabuto smiled but not at him, but something that is coming. His instinct of the Kitsuno clan screamed at him to jump, but he was confused. Naruto, be careful. Sasuke's scream was heard, which Naruto turned around to see why he was screaming at him, but when he saw the sword out of the corner of his eye, it was too late because it pierced his lung, making him spit blood from his mouth. Sasuke's scream was heard before everything went blurry, as he spit blood and fell to the ground on his back looking at the sky. He had trouble breathing with his damaged lung, and worst of all, Kyuubi told him that the sword was poisoned. Something that is healing couldn't help and Kyuubi couldn't either because the sword separates the tissues. Gaki Jiraiya's scream was heard. No, Tsunade's voice was heard. Kuku. Let's go. Kabuto. Orochimaru's laughter was heard, then footsteps approaching. Then he felt a sharp pain in his lung, and the material was no longer piercing. It's possible that the poison will kill him, Orochimaru said. Then everything went black for Naruto. Naruto was in a dark area around him. Hello, Naruto asked around him, which received no response. I guess I'm dead, he muttered calmly until. It seems a little. Naruto. Uzumaki was heard in the darkness, which Naruto was on guard. Calm down, I'm just a friend, said the voice again, which Naruto is still tense. And to answer your question, you are in limbo, meaning you are not dead nor are you alive. If he decides to come back it is your responsibility to come back, said the voice, which Naruto listened attentively. But I have come to inform you that your gamer ability is good, but you need more experience and be stronger to defeat a greater evil that is approaching, said the voice again. Who are you? Naruto asked cautiously, as a body appeared from the darkness. The body wore a white jacket with a hood covering its face with a white mouth cover. Its eyes were bright blue from the darkness of the shadow. It wore platinum-colored pants with red sneakers. It also carried a sword with a golden handle tied to its waist. My name is Takeru Aramazu in this world, Naruto Uzumaki, but they are the main words of Tarok. The gamer power that I have given you is a blessing, but also a curse. But let's leave the introductions. You will not reveal my name to the world, not yet, without endangering your loved ones, Uzumaki warned, which Naruto positioned himself in case he attacked. Undoubtedly the man did not feel intimidated. Besides, I will be your guide. Neither Kyuubi nor Akatsuki, not even any other deity knows me. Only the oldest know of my existence. Now I have chosen you as the gamer for a reason, Naruto Uzumaki. But you are not ready to reveal it yet, not yet. You need to break your limit, which is level 100, and have at least all your techniques at the maximum level, to then reveal your true mission. But you must eliminate potential enemies. Orochimaru is one, Akatsuki is another, and there is more for your journey. You chose wisely, Sasuke, to help her grow strong, so take her, because if they discover you, your girl will be the target of this evil to attract you, because the evil that comes does not compare with the enemies you already have. Naruto Uzumaki is stronger than me, stronger than the ancient deities together. You are our only hope, spoke Takeru Aramazu, which white lights appeared from his body and transferred it to Naruto. Which the young ninja felt his spiritual body being oppressed in a bright white ring. This will be your power to cross worlds, Naruto, use it wisely. Your power is programmed to dominate the two remaining powers, Kai and magic. You must master it before the evil awakens, and if that happens, it will be the end of the worlds, especially yours, warned Takeru Aramazu, which the particles of white light entered Naruto until Naruto screamed and the ring broke and into particles of light which entered Naruto. Once it entered, it began the power that I said, the awakening of the gamer. You need to reach level 100 to awaken it easily. But you can definitely awaken it before, even if it is semi-awakening the weak version of your true strength, said the deity. But what's wrong with the world? You can't defeat this evil, and why me? Naruto exclaimed, already stressed by the injustice, because being made to make decisions against his own will is getting to him. Because you are the only one we need. You are strong even against all the obstacles that the villagers threw at you. Even a normal person would not be able to withstand such a burden, such hatred towards his person. I have seen others who are promising, but with hatred against them they will corrupt him. A part of you is corrupted, Naruto Uzumaki, but you control your emotions better than anyone. You feel hatred towards the village of Konoha for the treatment I hate the 4th Hokage for giving you such a burden, but without a doubt I hate the villagers and ninjas who attempted against you, but you still smile, you even endure the pain of loneliness, sadness, anger and hatred, you are the best option, that's why I entrust you with this power, you value your loved ones, people so close to you, the trust with them, and with no one else and the strength to fight to protect it, you gave Sasuke a reason to fight. You will change great things Naruto Uzumaki, even if the whole world wants you dead, you will continue fighting for their sake, so I gave you the gamer's gift, the gift to make you strong, to grow, to evolve, and as they say in Konoha, your will of fire burns within you, so that's why we chose you, Naruto Uzumaki, you are the only one who can face this evil, said the deity looking at him seriously, which made Naruto lower his head. But what about them? Like you said, power corrupts. Why don't I? Naruto said, dejected, looking at the person in front of him. Because evil can corrupt just by sending hatred to the person, be careful, the more hatred there is in the shinobi world, which is a small key to open the locks of evil, also the other worlds are in danger, the power of Kai is balanced, the power of magic too, and the chakra is also balanced at the moment, but this evil, a power that I gave him, became strong, people feared him for his power which they hated him for being strong, fear of him. Which corrupted him with hatred and loneliness, and so I had no choice but to stop, but he has followers which the other deities are looking to exterminate him before he is freed from his prison so I was in guilt, they hated me for creating a monster, and I have been exiled, then I discovered, if someone who can against the corruption of evil, so will be the chosen one according to the predictions, but the deities are hunting me to prevent another from rising from this power. So avoid mentioning my name in the world, or you will be hunted like an animal by the deities, said the man then felt Naruto jerk, the man disappearing into particles of white light. It's time to return to the mortal world, and remember I gave you the gift of traveling the world, specific Kai or magic, I advise you Kai, when you reach level 60, it's time to leave Konoha and go to the Valley of the End with Sasuke to become stronger, remember together you are unstoppable, do not reveal more of your power to anyone unknown, even your teacher or leader wherever he is, good luck Naruto Uzumaki you will need it. But that said the deity disappeared into particles of light and Naruto vanished from the darkness. Naruto felt relieved, he could breathe again, he felt like someone was hugging him, Naruto concentrated on opening his eyes to see what was happening, then seeing a little blurry he noticed some black hair, then he felt his skirt wet, indicating that the person who was resting his chest was crying, his vision cleared, and then he saw Sasuke who was sleeping, you could see in the area of his eyes a little wet, indicating that he had been crying. He noticed that he was in a room he tried to sit up but felt a sharp pain in his lung, indicating that it was not fully healed. Sasuke woke up when he felt the movement, so he opened his eyes and saw Naruto awake without waiting any longer, he threw himself at him to hug him tightly, you're alive, Naruto was confused by the hug, then came a slap which surprised Naruto, and that's for having me worried Baka, shouted Sasuke with his 3-tone Sharingan, indicating that he unlocked for his possible death, then Sasuke turned around giving his back to Naruto with his arms crossed, indicating that he was upset with him. Naruto hugged his back tensing Sasuke by the sudden hug from Naruto, I'm sorry Sasuke-chan I won't do it again, said Naruto hugging a surprised Sasuke who settled down and leaned on him, enjoying Naruto's hug because she felt protected, she turned around to talk to him, but he impressed her with a kiss on the lips, which Sasuke moaned in the kiss enjoying, they kissed until he was short of breath. They separated to look into each other's eyes, you know I love you, said Naruto caressing Sasuke's cheek, the Uchiha girl leaned on his hand and nodded slowly. We're interrupting something, Jiraiya's voice was heard, leaning against the door with a silly smile while writing in his notebook. Tsunade introduced herself, seeing the position Naruto and the girl were in, which made her smile mischievously, embarrassing Naruto and Sasuke. Jiraiya leave the lovebirds alone, that made Sasuke and Naruto separate with a massive blush. Well, leaving that aside, I present to you the new Hokage Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya declared with a smile, to which Tsunade nodded. What happened when I became unconscious? Naruto asked. Tsunade began to tell about when Orochimaru escaped with Kabuto, also how they had to close his wound by joining the cut tissues of the lung, with the help of the Kyuubi's chakra as well, and above all remove the poison, although Kyuubi strengthened the damaged tissues and regeneration of it. And above all, Tsunade accepted being the new Hokage. Once they finished recounting what Naruto missed, Sasuke also told her how he won the third Tomo, Naruto nodded silently without comment and apologized to Sasuke for worrying her. But Sasuke promised if he dared to die, she would find a way to bring him back so she could kill him, something that Naruto accepted with a drop of sweat, not wanting to earn the anger of a woman. Once the adults left the room allowing Naruto to rest, but Sasuke stayed in case he needed anything. After returning to Konoha which took a week to return giving a week to spare for the month to end, once they arrived at the Hokage Tower, the main council were waiting for him in the Hokage office, which was a short old woman, and an old man with glasses the age of Hiruzen Sarutobi, both were from the council, after the meeting, and the elders know the subject of Sasuke. So I reveal this to the Shinobi Council and the Civil Council, surprising and shouting about placing a son of those of the Civil Council to procreate the new Uchiha clan, which Tsunade ordered to silence him and say that the Uchiha already has a worthy fiancé, which Naruto and Sasuke entered, and Naruto looked indifferent and said about Sasuke Uchiha being engaged to Naruto Uzumaki, which surprised everyone, even the young genin. They also won the Chunin vest for Naruto and Sasuke, which the mission was a success once ready, and declared that those of Civil Council will not get involved in ninja matters, which those of the Shinobi Council agreed. Even the elders, Danzo, also agreed, causing the Civilian Council to complain. After the meeting, all the inhabitants gathered at the Hokage Tower and declared that Tsunade Senju will be the new Hokage, which several shinobi and villagers agreed. Once that was done, there was a party which Naruto and Sasuke did not participate. Naruto decided to go to Sasuke's house to rest without being whipped by an enemy in Konoha because the issue of the spies that were there bothered him too much, besides that they are already in a relationship with Sasuke. Although of course Naruto moved into Sasuke's house and brought his things because it was made public, and several of Sasuke's fans want to kill him for stealing their precious Uchiha, which Naruto swore to protect her from any threat that Konoha may threaten, including Sasuke's former fans, although Ino was more controlled than Sakura, who wanted to kill Naruto, but Sasuke threatened her if she lays a finger on Naruto with his matured Sharingan. Many things changed, the hospital grew bigger, there were several promising ninjas to become medical ninjas. Tsunade evaluated them along with Shizune. She also cured Rock Lee, who was incapacitated, and Kakashi from the effects of Itachi's Tsukiyomi, who was in a vegetable coma, but he has already recovered thanks to Tsunade and the new Goddamn Hokage. Now we see Naruto looking at his already completed mission on his mission list. Mission alert accomplished. Search for the Hokage position. Submission accomplished. Prevent the Akatsuki from catching you. Master the Rasengan before meeting Tsunade. Defeat Tsunade in a fight and acquire Senju blood. Makes Orochimaru withdraw from the fight. Reward: 200,500 experience, world travel skill, promotion to Chunin, 500,000 Ryo, 200,000 reputation with Konoha. Naruto decided before going to sleep, he dedicated himself to raising his status to be stronger. Player status, Naruto muttered to raise his stats. Player state. Name: Naruto Uzumaki, Yuki, Kitsuno, Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju. Title: Naruto of the Bloody Claws. Level: 56. Affiliation: Konoha. HP: 31,000. CP: 31,000. STR: 450, 55 equals 505. Year: 430, 10 equals 440. Dex: 480, 20 equals 500. Int: 560, 25 equals 585. Not: 745, 15 equals 760. Luke. Status: Uzumaki clan 10 HP, 10 int, 10% Fuyunjutsu skill experience, Kyuubi Jinchik, 500 HP and 500 CP per level, Joker gain, -5% reputation, 5% trap skill experience, 5% stealth skill experience, Yuki clan acquired, 10 dex, 5 wis, unlock ice affinity, Kitsuno clan acquired, 10 dex, 15 STR, unlock animal transformation, Uchiha clan acquired, unlock Sharingan, 10 dex, Hyuga clan acquired, 10 wis, unlock by Akugan, Senju clan acquired, 30 STR, 15 int, unlock super strength. Unlock medical jutsu. Naruto Uzumaki has passed the Genin exam thanks to Mizuki's capture for his betrayal. He was known for the last dead in the academy. He is also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto is part of an extinct clan, the Uzumaki. His strange abilities of the Kake Genkai of the Bloody is nicknamed Naruto of the Bloody Claws, thanks to the fact that he killed 100 bandits and the cat, a billionaire who scams and sells illegal products. He also has the ability to absorb more bloodlines thanks to his strange Kake Genkai, but he does not know his origin of his parents, who they were, because he was selected to have the Kyuubi, because he was chosen to be the gamer to stop this mysterious evil. His past is shrouded in mysteries for him to discover. Points: 35. Ryo: 290,679. Naruto looked impressed, so he better raise the 35 points to his skill, and went to sleep, because tomorrow he had to tell Sasuke to see how many he took from the Hokage's secret passage, and consume the 2 Uzumaki bloods, which caught his attention, because there were 2 Uzumaki bloods in 2 different bottles. One said Uzumaki Mito, and the last one said Uzumaki Kushina, because tomorrow he was going to see the truth of his origin. His instinct said to see them. He came out of his thoughts when he heard the door knocking. He looked at the door and heard Naruto-kun, can you come in, recognizing Sasuke's voice outside his room given by the Uchiha girl. Go ahead, said Naruto while he was already in pajamas and ready to sleep. He saw how Sasuke entered his room because he was wearing a white blouse. I was just going to call you Sasuke, said Naruto calmly, which Sasuke caught the serious tone of voice. I have something hidden in my seal which we will see tomorrow, and it's about your clan, said Naruto seriously, which Sasuke became serious. You mean, asked Sasuke, knowing that Naruto has in his seal that is related to his clan, which worried him. But we'll see tomorrow morning, what do you think? Naruto said, to which Sasuke nodded silently. Okay then, let's go to sleep. Good night, Sasuke, Naruto said, a little tired because it was a long day. Naruto-kun, I was wondering if I could sleep with you, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at her a little surprised, and Sasuke got nervous. Well, I mean, I have nightmares about the massacre of my clan, she excused herself. Naruto nodded slowly. Sure, you can sleep with me, said Naruto. Sasuke took him by the wrist and took him to the room where Sasuke's parents slept. Because we are in your parents' room, asked Naruto a little doubtful. Because the bed is too small for both of us, so a big bed is better, Sasuke said simply. Naruto nodded, and just like that, they went to sleep together. But somewhere out of this world, where the stars shine, you can see a black hole far away from the planet of the ninjas. Soon I will be free, neither the deities will stop me, nor the strongest warriors in the world will stop me, even Tarok my father will not stop me. I will have enough power to get out of this prison, and I will take over the different worlds. Ha 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 ha. A deep voice was heard in the black hole. Far from the place, on an asteroid you can see a man in a white jacket with a hood and a mouth cover of the same color. From the shadow produced by the hood you can see bright blue eyes emitting from the shadows of his hood. He wore silver pants with red sneakers. He also carried a sword with a golden handle from his right side tied. The man looked into the distance from the asteroid sun. If I can't stop you, my chosen one will stop you, the man murmured, being recognized as Takeru Aramazu. In the village of Konoha, he was shown at the Shinobi Council meeting, along with Tsunade and Jiraiya present. What do you want to talk about, Shinobi Council? Asked the Godame Hokage, to which several chiefs nodded. We have received an alarming report. It turns out the capsules of all the bloodlines that we have collected have been stolen before the invaders entered. The cameras were not working at the time, but the Sharingan capsules and the blood of Hashirama, Tobirama and Minato Namikaze are not there. Not even the two bloods of the Uzumaki are in Konoha, said an old man with glasses who is from the Shinobi Council, so we are looking for a trail of the thief. We have concluded Orochimaru knowing his ambition to experiment, but there were so many blood capsules which leaves us with Naruto Uzumaki. We have suspected that Naruto, since he has the ability to consume the blood of his victims and acquire Kage Genkai abilities, we fear that he is too powerful to control. I am not saying anything against the Uzumaki boy. But it is a probability that the invasion and all the confusion Naruto would take advantage of this to the fullest, continued the old woman next to the man with glasses. So you suggest we keep an eye on Naruto Uzumaki in case of suspicious movement? Asked Tsunade because Naruto didn't like her, but it was clear that he was loyal to Konoha and he was incapable of doing something like that. Exactly, we are going to search his apartment, which will be concluded if Naruto is the thief. We will send some ambushes to watch him 24 hours a day. The Genin, Chunin and Jounin must also keep an eye on Naruto, said Danzo, which several looked at him as if he was against Naruto. Well, if they do that, it's most likely that he'll feel uncomfortable being watched and so many eyes on him. I know a clue about Naruto, and he's quite intelligent. If he has mastered the Rasengan technique almost at the end of the third week, which is an incredible achievement for someone so young. But the worst thing is if Naruto discovers this, he will rebel against it and gain distrust, which comes the conflict later, said Jiraiya, which several murmured in agreement. It is true, although many eyes are good to evaluate it, Naruto has already trained to the maximum since he was young on his own, since we have camera records from him when he was young entering the forest of death after a mob and hunting animals larger than his size. We are talking about when he was 8 years old. Naruto already knows how to survive, and it is noticeable that he has matured more than a child, and the young man already thinks like a mature adult, said Shikaku Nara. Shikamaru Nara's father, which several nodded. So it's decided, the ambush will watch Naruto 24 hours a day tomorrow. This section is closed, with that said Tsunade. Several ninjas went to their homes to rest. I hope that Uzumaki boy is not responsible, was Tsunade's thought as she went to go home. Naruto level 56. Ninja skills. Kage Bushin no Jutsu LVL max. Haju Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 60. Takra speed max LVL. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 45. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 42. Takra Kick LVL 24. Killer Instinct LVL 60. Lie Detector LVL 3. Instinto Animal, LVL 15. Takra Transformation, LVL 15. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death, level 35. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu, LVL 58. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 42. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 29. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 62. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 44. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 36. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 38. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tail Jutsu, level 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tentacles Jutsu, level 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Dragon Mode Transformation Jutsu, level 3. Yuan Jutsu, level 60. Trap, 43. Caution, 43. Water Walk Farm, 28. Free Walking Chakra, 54. Pexi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Mente Del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 54. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 30. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 40. Pang, LVL Max. Powerimi, LVL Max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL Max. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 22. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Phoenix Jutsu, LVL 1. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Jutsu, level 1. Earth Affinity, LVL 6. Earth Style. Earth Clone Jutsu, level 1. Earth Style. Earth Wall Jutsu, level 3. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Jutsu, level 5. Earth Style. Earth Spike Jutsu, level 1. Earth Style. Earthquake Jutsu, level 1. Lightning Affinity, LVL 10. Lightning Style. Electric Fox Jutsu, LVL 8. Lightning Style. Lightning Throw Jutsu, LVL 2. Lightning Style. Great Lightning Spear Jutsu, LVL 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Lava Affinity, LVL 1. Lava Style. Lava Ball Jutsu, level 1. Sharingan, LVL 40, Disbloquio Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, LVL 1. Hamui, LVL 1. Susanoo, LVL 1. Tsukiyomi, LVL 1. The Gamer's Awakening, level 1. Byakugan, LVL 10. Takra Kyubi, LVL 38. Takra Demonio, LVL 38. Demon Style. Infernal Tornado, level 25. Demon Style. Demon Awakening, level 6. Takra Humano, LVL 50. Rasengan, level 8. Super Strength, LVL 1. World Travel, LVL 1. Jutsu Medico, LVL 2. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, level 50. Chapter 14. Chapter. Being watched, they treat me like a suspect. The next morning, we see Naruto Uzumaki taking sealing scrolls out of his backpack. Next to him is Sasuke Uchiha, looking at her fiancé with curiosity what he was taking out. Both got up at 6 o'clock in the morning and went to a hidden place that Sasuke knows as there were formerly the Uchiha meetings. Of course in the morning a window of a 24:00 o'clock stopwatch appeared, indicating that he is on a mission without his knowledge, but after feeling chakra of ninjas observing him with his chakra detector just like Sasuke, which Naruto entered the bathroom along with Sasuke, then created 2 blood clones, one Henjin Sasuke, and gave him enough chakra to last the 2-3 days. Once the clones went to do their walk with an order from the original training at Camp 7, without revealing so much their abilities, and make a mast with Sasuke's henge, as a kind of routine training. Of course the henge it must be less of a routine, because with training, once the clones left the Uchiha residence, they waited for the Anbu to go behind the hook far enough to get out of the bathroom and go to a place where Sasuke told them where there is more privacy. But the hooks for the observers, both Naruto and Sasuke were walking calmly while talking about random future things and what kind of training to do to become stronger. The doubles were arriving at training camp 7 until they met Sakura Hino, which made the doubles intrigued. They tried to get away from them, but Sakura saw them. The clone had a mission from the original. But the original along with Sasuke, both were checking the blood vials with the victim's name. Sasuke had 2 jars with the Sharingan inside, but his hands were shaking as he looked at the Sharingan eyes inside the jar, but the names that identified it. Mother, father, mumbled Sasuke, looking with tears into his eyes. Sharingan with the name on the bottle that said Mikoto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha along with their blood. Naruto won over his fiancée and looked at her with sympathy as he hugged her. "I'm sorry to see this, Sasuke," Naruto whispered as Sasuke clung to Naruto and cried silently upon discovering that Konoha had his parents' eyes hidden away to experiment on them and implant them in strangers. "We will discover what they are plotting with the blood of your clan and find out why they have the eyes of the Uchiha in captivity," Naruto declared as Konoha lost Naruto's respect, as did Sasuke. The Uchiha girl nodded silently and prepared to help Naruto. Then she saw another capsule which they say Mito Uzumaki Naruto Sasuke called Naruto, which the young Chunin approached and inspected the Uzumaki Mito bottle. Naruto's hands exploded in blood and looked at Sasuke, which the girl already knew what Naruto was up to. So Sasuke opened the bottle and sprayed it on Naruto's claws, which he muttered consume, and gave him a hit of memories which worried Sasuke. While Naruto and Sasuke's doubles managed to get away from Sakura because the pink-haired girl claimed about the injustice and that they wasted time with an illusion, something that the two young Chunin had to listen to the complaints and about telling her why Sasuke did not reveal his gender before. But the two Chunin left while Sakura was complaining and Ino was also leaving Sakura alone until they left, so that Sakura realized late that she was alone and complained about classmates and friends who abandoned her, and so without anything else Sakura went home. But the doubles, they arrived at another training ground and set out to train with their jutsu. Sasuke's double trained his fireball jutsu against a water ball that Naruto's double threw at him. So the ambush set out to observe any signs of suspicion from Naruto, unaware that they were blood clones. While with Naruto and Sasuke's doubles they were training in jutsu in an area within the walls of Konoha, more like underground. You can see an old man covered in bandages while walking with a cane as support. This man is known as Danzo, one of the shinobi counselors and rival of Hiruzen Sarutobi for the position of Hokage. Brute called Danzo, who suddenly appeared, all the Ambus kneeling in front of their leader ready for their mission order. "Tomorrow you will watch Naruto Uzumaki, and I have thought as rogue ninja of Kiri. You 5 Danzo selected 5 root Ambus at random. You will be chosen to face Naruto Uzumaki, and you will be the one to evaluate your techniques, your combat tactics, and most importantly your loyalty. How much loyalty does the Kyuubi Jinchuriki have in Konoha?" "You are fired," with that said the selected Ambus responded. "Hi Danzo-sama." With it they dispersed in a succession of smoke. "Soon I will have control of the Jinchuriki like the Uchiha, and soon Konoha will be known as the ruler of the shinobi nations," was Danzo's twisted thought, and then he walked back home and planned his plans to rule the entire shinobi continent. While with the originals, Naruto was surprised by the techniques of Mito Uzumaki. He never expected to see that Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, and Tsunade was Mito's granddaughter, but the other most important thing that she was the first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. But there is also the named Kushina Uzumaki when she was a child, and that she was going to be the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto was about to tell Sasuke what he discovered, but he better keep it to himself. Then he took what Kushina Uzumaki said and poured it into his bloody claws. Consume came out of Naruto's lips, and he received Kushina's memories, but he saw the most important thing about the memory. Begins acquired memories. We see an old woman who was called Mito Uzumaki, and she chose Kushina Uzumaki, heir of the Uzumaki clan, as the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, due to her awakening of the golden chains. Years passed and the girl is 12 years old and was in the Kushina Uzumaki Academy. The voice of a Chunin was heard calling her for a test to become a Konoha genin. Then Kushina jumped from the memory. She was being kidnapped by a group of Kumo shinobi, and she was tearing out her red hair leaving a trail, hoping that someone would save her. Then came a young genin with messy blonde hair and blue eyes. Naruto almost freaked out thinking it was him, but no, the young man looks like him. Naruto continued to see Kushina's memory. "Are you okay?" asked the young genin, to which Kushina blushed and nodded silently. Then the memory jump. Kushina had a relationship with a young man with blonde hair who was called Minato Namikaze. They saw that they were both Chunin and were on an escort mission with a feudal lord. Both young Chunin were walking quietly until it was time for a break, which Minato saw as Kushina was making her seals, to which Minato asked her if she could help him, although of course it took him a little by surprise how difficult it was to master the art of sealing, to which Kushina laughed at him for his first failure, as the sealing paper did not work for him. Years passed and we see the two who are now jounin. Kushina is now a beautiful woman and was walking next to Minato, who is also an adult. Naruto knew that this man is the fourth Hokage because of the similarity of the face that the Hokage monument has. He left that aside to continue seeing Kushina's memories. 2 years passed and we see that Kushina is pregnant with Minato and expecting a child. While walking she met a woman, Kushina's rival Makoto Uchiha, who is carrying a baby in her arms, which Makoto introduced her as Sasuke Uchiha. This surprised Naruto, because Kushina and Makoto were rivals when they were students at the academy over the best grade and the Chunin exams. Then came the question that Makoto Uchiha asked about the name of her son. Kushina, what will his name be when he's born? The woman asked while holding Sasuke, and Naruto had to admit that Sasuke looked cute as a baby, but he would take that to his grave. For now, he wanted to know the name of Kushina's baby and see if he could be alive in Konoha. Well, we haven't thought about that yet, since Minato-kun has an idea of what to call him when he's a child, but he hasn't told me anything, Kushina said truthfully, to which Makoto smiled mischievously. And if it's a boy, I bet he'll get along well with my Sasuke-chan, and maybe we'll have grandchildren in the future, Makoto laughed, which made Kushina also laugh at what her friend insinuated. Then we jump a week, we are in a house where we see Minato hugging Kushina. So Minato-kun, what will our son be called? Kushina asked, to which Minato smiled. I'm sure it will be a boy, his name will be Naruto Uzumaki, said Minato, which made Naruto's heart skip a beat. This memory is from his mother, his own mother. Tears came out of his eyes. Mother, Naruto whispered, which made him cry silently, so he continued looking at the memories to see what happened, why his parents aren't there, what happened to them, they surely loved him, that and many questions came to the surface. Then the area changed to a kind of cave lit by a torch, and we see Kushina giving birth, along with Minato, who was resting his palm on the seal where Kyuubi is. According to what he saw, the seal becomes weak when a female Jinchuriki gives birth, so he continued watching the memories to see what happened, until a blonde-haired boy was born with 3 marks on each cheek, giving him the appearance of a fox. The doctors present approached, with the baby in their arms, and passed him to Kushina, so she could see her newborn son along with Minato. Naruto saw how his parents smiled with the baby in their arms. I'm finally a father, Minato murmured with a smile as he hugged his wife and son, after the doctors were going to take him away and clean him. He heard 2 bodies falling on the ground, and Minato saw along with Kushina, a man with a one-eyed mask holding the baby, which worried the parents, and they saw how the mysterious man took out a kunai and threatened their son's life. Get away from the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the man said with a distorted voice, which Minato growled. Let go of my son, Minato shouted, taking out his special kunai ready to attack. The man threw the baby into the air, which Minato ran and caught the baby just in time, but saw that his blanket had explosive seals. Minato-kun, Kushina shouted and saw how the man moved away from the explosive blanket and saw how the mysterious man took her and left her unconscious, and they left while Minato teleported away from the place. Naruto was worried, who was this man who took him when he was a baby and then left with his unconscious mother? Then the scene changed and he saw Kushina tied with chains on some stone peaks, and he saw how the man extracted the Kyuubi and controlled it, and then he was scared to see how the controlled Kyuubi brought its claws ready to kill his mother, but Minato appeared and rescued her, and they left in a blink of an eye as Kyuubi destroyed the area where his mother used to be. Then the scene changed with Kushina seeing her son in a crib and lulling him to stop the baby from crying. Calm down, mom is here, she will take care of you, my Sashi, she whispered as tears came out of her eyes while she hugged her baby gently. Then Minato appeared with an exhausted face and said his reason for approaching. He took Kushina and the baby and disappeared just in time before his house was destroyed by the Biju. Then the scene changed and he saw Minato looking exhausted and tell him about occupying Naruto as the 3rd Jinchuriki. Naruto was crying, while he already had an idea what would happen next. Then he saw how Kushina summoned her golden chakra chains and stopped the Kyuubi from approaching her. Then he saw how Minato made some seals and summoned the Shinigami, the god of death, and how he said that after sealing a part of the fox's power and the other half will go directly to his son. Then he saw how Kushina and Minato cried with sadness because Minato will die and Kushina too. Then Minato said about seeing him because he will also seal a part of his chakras in Naruto to see him when the need to control the fox's power comes. Then he saw how Kyuubi tried to kill him, but he saw with horror what happened next. His parents intercepted the Kyuubi's killing blow piercing from the spine to his abdomen, and how he had a few centimeters of the Kyuubi's claws to kill him too. I listened to his mother's speeches and how they gave him a sad smile as a way of apology, after which they both died, thus sealing the Kyuubi in him. Fin de recuerdos acelerados. Naruto started to cry, and Sasuke got worried about him, so he ran and hugged him silently, comforting him to calm him down. While with the doubles after training they went towards the Uchiha district because the hours passed like rockets at great speed. The doubles while walking chatting about the training they had went home, they saw the time which went to 0 o'clock, which there were no ambus following it, they felt nothing with their chakra sensor. Once they entered their house they waited for the originals to return, which didn't take long. Once the original Naruto entered along with Sasuke, Naruto's hands transformed into a bloody claw and consumed the blood clones, which was a success in the deception against the Anbu. But that does not mean that he was safe. They took a lot of blood from Naruto's seal, and he stood with a look of rage like Sasuke today. His parents were revealed to him and why they were not here, in addition to consuming the blood of Minato Namikaze, as well as Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. But the most important thing was Uchiha Madara, which was him the cause, because the masked man's voice was similar to Madara's, which is why he controlled the Kyuubi from the Sharingan. Also showed the other important thing about the blood of another certain Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha. Naruto saw the memories of Uchiha, Sasuke's cousin and Itachi's best friend, and why Itachi did such a thing about the massacre. It was for Konoha, and the blame comes on behalf of Danzo Shimura. Naruto promised to kill this man if they found each other, just like Sasuke, because they were tired of seeing the memories of the dead who were in the capsule. So Naruto left Sasuke the Sharingan of his father and mother, which had the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Naruto set out to destroy the other Sharingan eyes with his bloody claws, consuming it by crushing it into a pile of watery blood and increasing its effectiveness in using the Sharingan. Status Naruto muttered, which opened the already known window of his statistics profile. Player state. Name. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Yuki, Kitsuno, Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju. Title. Naruto of the Bloody Claws. Level. 56. Affiliation. Konoha. HP. 31,000. CP. 31,000. STR. 450, 55 equals 505. Year. 430, 30 equals 460. X. 515, 50 equals 565. Int. 560, 45 equals 605. Not. 745, 45 equals 790. Luke. Status. Uzumaki Clan Heir, Uzumaki Clan Heir 30 HP, 30 int, 40% Fuinjutsu skill experience, Chakra Chain unlock, Namikaze Clan Heir, Namikaze Clan Heir 30 dex, 30 wis, 25% Fuinjutsu skill experience, Kyuubi Jinchik, 500 HP and 500 CP per level. Prankster gain, minus 5% reputation, 5% trap skill experience, 5% stealth skill experience, Yuki clan acquired, 10 dex, 5 wis, ice affinity unlock, Kitsuno clan acquired, 10 dex, 15 STR, animal transformation unlock. Uchiha clan acquired, Sharingan unlock, 10 dex, Hyuga clan acquired, 10 wis, Byakugan unlock, Senju acquired, 30 STR, 15 int, super strength unlock, wood affinity, Senjutsu unlock, medical jutsu unlock. Naruto Uzumaki has passed the Genin exam thanks to Mizuki's capture for his betrayal. He was known for the last dead in the academy. He is also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto is part of an extinct clan, the Uzumaki. His strange abilities of the Kake Genkai of the Bloody is nicknamed Naruto of the Bloody Claws, thanks to having killed 100 bandits and the cat, a billionaire who scams and sells illegal products. He also has the ability to absorb more bloodlines, thanks to his strange Kake Genkai. His parents are Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who were the heirs of their own clans, because he was selected to have the Kyuubi, because a man has the power to control the Kyuubi, and his parents were in their last breath, as a last effort closed the beast in him, because he was chosen to be the gamer to stop this mysterious evil. His past is shrouded in mysteries for him to discover. Points. 0. Ryo. 3,290,679. After seeing his stats, I wanted to know his skills, Naruto muttered, which made his skills window appear. Player skills. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, level max. Haju Kage Bushin no Jutsu, level 60. Chakra speed, max LVL. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, level 45. Sensor de Chakra, LVL 45. Chakra Kick, LVL 24. Pillar Instinct, LVL 60. Lie Detector, level 3. Instinto Animal, LVL 15. Chakra Transformation, LVL 15. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death, level 35. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu, LVL 58. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 42. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 29. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 62. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 44. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 36. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 38. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tail Jutsu, level 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tentacles Jutsu, level 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Dragon Mode Transformation Jutsu, Level 3. Yuan Jutsu, Level 62. Trap, 43. Caution, 43. Water Walk Farm, 28. 3 Walking Chakra, 54. Exi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Mente del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 54. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 30. The Jutsu. Torbellino, LVL 40. Hang, LVL Max. Powerimi, LVL Max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL Max. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 22. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Phoenix Jutsu, LVL 1. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Affinity, LVL 6. Earth Style. Earth Clone Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Style. Earth Wall Jutsu, Level 3. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Jutsu, Level 5. Earth Style. Earth Spike Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Style. Earthquake Jutsu, Level 1. Lightning Affinity, LVL 10. Lightning Style. Electric Fox Jutsu, LVL 8. Lightning Style. Lightning Throw Jutsu, LVL 2. Lightning Style. Great Lightning Spear Jutsu, LVL 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Lava Affinity, LVL 1. Lava Style. Lava Ball Jutsu, Level 1. Sharingan, LVL 45, Desbloqueo Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, LVL 5. Amui, LVL 5. Susanoo, LVL 5. Tsukiyomi, LVL 5. The Gamer's Awakening, Level 1. Byakugan, LVL 20. Takra Kyubi, LVL 38. Takra Demonio, LVL 38. Demon Style. Infernal Tornado, Level 25. Demon Style. Demon Awakening, Level 6. Takra Humano, LVL 50. Rasengan, Level 8. Super Strength, LVL 1. Wood Affinity, LVL 1. Wooden House, Level 1. Life Growth, LVL 1. Roots of Death, LVL 1. Wood Monk, LVL 1. Wood Ogre, LVL 1. Wood Dragon, LVL 1. Wooden Prison, Level 1. Takra Chains, LVL 1. Senjutsu, Level 1. World Travel, LVL 1. Jutsu Medico, LVL 2. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, Level 50. After seeing his abilities along with Sasuke, they went to sleep, of course, without first leaving alarm seals in case an intruder enters while they sleep. The next day we see Naruto alone, training in Training Camp 7. It was noon and after a morning exercise routine he set out to go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. It had been a while since he came to his favorite place and ate ramen because he had been very busy with exercises for many days. He was about to leave until his instinct screamed danger and he jumped dodging a shower of shuriken. Naruto looked at who attacked him and saw 5 enemy ninjas with a mist clothing and the torn headband of the village of Kurigakure no Sato. Naruto saw how the ninjas evaluated him with an emotionless face, which makes it difficult for him to predict the movements of his opponent. "Who are you?" Naruto asked with his guard up as there were 2 male shinobi and 3 kunoichi, each with a sword. "If you want it that way," Naruto said seriously as his hands exploded into blood and transformed into bloody claws ready to attack at any moment. The ninjas launched themselves to attack with their swords. Naruto activated his Sharingan and dodged the slice passing underneath it. With kunais in hand, he blocked 2 swords that were ready to cut Naruto's sides. The Chunin jumped back dodging another thrust from Kiri's kunoichi, so Naruto taking distance from the enemies, began the sequence of hand seals lightning style. Lightning Jutsu Naruto called spitting blue rays from his mouth to which the enemy ninjas jumped separating. Naruto took advantage of creating 4 blood clones which intercepted his own opponents. While with Tsunade she was in the Hokage office looking at a report that the Ambus gave which she was calm until she felt a bad feeling, so she decided to see Naruto in her crystal ball, which was interrupted by the knock on the door which she looked interested. "Hokage-sama, we have problems," said urgently a shinobi of the leaf which Tsunade looked at seriously. "Speak," he commanded, which the shinobi said that he saw foreign renegades of Kiri entering Konoha which worried Tsunade. Tsunade was going to send the ambushes until Tsunade-sama, "We have problems, Naruto is being attacked," exclaimed Shizune, which was accompanied by Niji, who said that 5 enemy ninjas were fighting against Naruto. Anbu, call the Jounin Hichunin, we need to intercept the rogue ninjas at Field 7, barked Tsunade, the ambush appeared. Hi Hokage-sama, they exclaimed as they went to inform and go to support Naruto. While Naruto was getting tired, these guys are good, very good, but what disturbed him the most was that their faces showed no emotion. He was doing everything possible to try to get away from the rogue ninjas. The blood clones were falling apart as he received deadly blows from the enemies, and only the original Naruto remained. He was being surrounded by the 5 renegade ninjas. Naruto made seals with his claws and stretched his arms to the sides, bloody style. Blood tentacles jutsu Naruto called, which the ninjas launched themselves towards him, but from Naruto's body lines of blood came out in the form of tentacles and pierced 2 of the 5 renegade ninjas, pierced a kunoichi and a shinobi, which the others only received a few scratches from his blood tentacles. Those who were pierced died because Naruto pierced their hearts and consumed the blood of his victims and received the memories that Danzo sent them to evaluate him. But he had little to think because he dodged 2 stabs from the rogue ninjas, made distance, and was standing in the blood left by the clones, and Naruto, without lowering his guard, consumed the blood of his clones in silence. Until he finished, Naruto dodged some shuriken spears from the enemy ninjas. Shit, at this rate I shouldn't reveal my acquired skills, Naruto muttered as he took out his sword that he got from the 9-tailed wolf. Okay, he wants to dance, let's dance, Naruto declared, holding his sword with a silver handle, while creating another sword made of his blood with a red handle and a dark red blade, and held it with his left claw. The ninjas launched themselves towards Naruto, and the young Uzumaki positioned himself in a comfortable position and launched himself to intercept. Clink, clank, clink, 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 clank, clank, clink, clink, clank, 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 clink, clank. The swords were heard gathering, which Naruto used counter-attack and offensive, while maintaining the rhythm at high speed. Naruto with his Sharingan observed in anticipation, but was scratched by his lack of speed because he was getting tired until he had an idea. He concentrated from the blades of his sword's lightning affinity, which when colliding with the other swords, electrocuted his opponent and took advantage of the stunned state to scratch with the blades full of electricity and damage them. Once he could not find a way to pierce the other, they jumped away until Naruto felt several chakra coming towards his place, which smiled knowing that he would be safe for the moment from the Kiri ninjas. Naruto seals his sword with a silver handle, and his bloody sword entered his body, which the enemy ninjas took it as something of weakness and were ready to launch the attack, which they could not, since several weapons came towards his person. Plus a ball of fire, which Naruto watched as the enemy ninjas dodged, and Naruto could see their supports. It was Tenten and Sasuke which arrived first, and Naruto mentally thanked them for the reinforcements. That's not all, he also saw several insects going towards the enemy ninja, which they countered with kunais with explosive paper, which the enemy ninjas had no choice but to retreat. Just after they left, Naruto fell on his back unconscious and tired of fighting on an empty stomach. After a while the ambushes arrived with some Jounin and Chunin and even Tsunade, who asked how Naruto was, to which the medical ninjas evaluated him and said that he was stable at the moment, just lack of food and a little low chakra. After the incident and Naruto waking up in the Konoha hospital and being discharged, he went to Ichiraku ramen and ate at least 40 bowls of ramen. Once he paid, he went to the Uchiha residence where he currently lives and prepared to sleep separately since he was very tired. While Naruto was sleeping, in the underground of Konoha we see Danzo, who read the report and gladly accepted the valid report that Naruto knows how to use Kenjutsu over sword mastery. "You may retire," said Danzo to his remaining deer, which they nodded and left in a cloud of smoke. "There's only a little while left until the Jinchuriki is under my control," was Danzo's thought before he went home to rest. Naruto level 56. Ninja skills. Kage Bushin no Jutsu LVL max. Haju Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 60. Chakra speed max LVL. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 45. Sensor de Chakra LVL 45. Chakra Kick LVL 24. Pillar Instinct LVL 60. Lie Detector LVL 3. Instinto Animal LVL 15. Chakra Transformation LVL 15. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death level 35. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu LVL 58. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 42. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 29. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 62. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 44. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 36. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 38. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tail Jutsu, level 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tentacles Jutsu, Level 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Dragon Mode Transformation Jutsu, Level 3. Yuan Jutsu, Level 62. Trap, 43. Caution, 43. Water Walk Farm, 28. Free Walking Chakra, 54. Exi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Mente del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 54. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 30. Bijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 40. Ang, LVL Max. Awarimi, LVL Max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL Max. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 22. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Phoenix Jutsu, LVL 1. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Affinity, LVL 6. Earth Style. Earth Clone Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Style. Earth Wall Jutsu, Level 3. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Jutsu, Level 5. Earth Style. Earth Spike Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Style. Earthquake Jutsu, Level 1. Lightning Affinity, LVL 10. Lightning Style. Electric Fox Jutsu, LVL 8. Lightning Style. Lightning Throwing Jutsu, Level 10. Lightning Style. Great Lightning Spear Jutsu, LVL 1. Lightning Style. Electric Sword, Level 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Lava Affinity, LVL 1. Lava Style. Lava Ball Jutsu, Level 1. Sharingan, LVL 45, Disbloquio Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, LVL 5. Pamui, LVL 5. Susanoo, LVL 5. Tsukiyomi, LVL 5. The Gamer's Awakening, Level 1. Byakugan, LVL 20. Takra Kyubi, LVL 38. Takra Demonio, LVL 38. Demon Style. Infernal Tornado, Level 25. Demon Style. Demon Awakening, Level 6. Takra Humano, LVL 50. Rasengan, Level 8. Super Strength, LVL 1. Wood Affinity, LVL 1. Wooden House, Level 1. Life Growth, LVL 1. Roots of Death, LVL 1. Wood Monk, LVL 1. Wood Ogre, LVL 1. Wood Dragon, LVL 1. Wooden Prison, Level 1. Takra Chains, LVL 1. Senjutsu, Level 1. World Travel, LVL 1. Detsu Medico, LVL 2. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, Level 50. Chapter 15. Chapter. The Mission to the Land of Snow, the Rescue of the Snow Princess. After the incident with the rude ambush, something that Naruto did not reveal at the moment only gave him the clue that ninjas are emotionless. The ninjas he faced were from Kiri and had a blank face, even when he killed two of his comrades. So Tsunade took the bodies of the dead rogue ninjas and Naruto went to the Uchiha district to rest because tomorrow he had a very important mission. The next day we see Team 7 walking after meeting with the Hokage. The mission was to transport a client to the country of snow and where the meeting point was. Naruto had his doubts because they were going to the movies, which made no sense since they were going to see a specific movie that he was secretly a fan of the prince's heroine. After watching the movie, out of nowhere a woman appeared on the street riding a horse being chased by riders, which Naruto decided to follow to see what was happening. Behind Naruto comes followed by his teammates. Naruto was watching everything that was happening in the chase, but he noticed the cameras following her and realized who it was. His heroine Naruto continued watching the action of the chase until the cut, where the artists decided to stop the recording, and Naruto saw his sensei talking to the director of the film. Naruto along with her companions decided to approach their sensei and managed to hear the last of the conversation. "So these are your team which will help us take you know who to the land of snow," the director was heard saying, which Kakashi nodded, and the man with whom his sensei was talking observed them with an evaluating look which smiled at the end. "From what I see your students look strong. Especially the young man with blonde hair," said the director of the film. Then the actress approached. "Now let me introduce you, she is Yuki Fujikaze and Yuki. These are the ninjas that I asked for your protection in case a bandit shows up. In addition to the film we will make it in the land of snow," declared the director of the film. In addition Yuki showed disgust and unconsciously took the hexagonal crystal that she always wore around her neck. "I'd rather give up than go to that place," Yuki said, ready to leave, but Kakashi appears in front of her and apologizes, then shows her his Sharingan eye, causing the actress to fall asleep, and Kakashi takes her. "Okay, let's go," Kakashi said in the simplest way, which made those present shed several drops of sweat for their lack of interest in putting someone to sleep and then acting like it was the weather. Naruto along with his teammates and his sensei arrived at a ship and boarded without knowing that a hooded man was watching him from afar and then disappeared in a snow cushion. After the ship sailed, Kakashi took Yuki to a dormitory to let her rest and then returned to his team, but told Naruto to keep an eye on Yuki and if she woke up to let him know, to which Naruto replied, "Yes sir," and went to do his duty. Once he entered the room where the actress was resting, he took out a chair and placed it at the entrance and sat down while watching the actor sleep, but he has not had time to see his missions, Naruto muttered, which brought out a window and full of missions done and one in progress. Naruto selected the mission in progress and the window opened. Mission alert. Take Yuki Fujikaze to the land of snow. Submission. Reward. Jutsu evolution, Jutsu acquired, 500,000 experience, 500,000 reputation Snow Country, 30,000 Ryo. After reading her mission I look at her heroine and actress Yuki, knowing that something doesn't add up if the mission is to make a movie and for it to turn out well she must be well paid, is that it or is it something else that they are not telling her the truth because I detect several lies, especially the presentation of the actress that thanks to her line of the Kitsuno clan to detect lies, works even the smallest detail. Even if it is half the truth she can know who is lying and who is not. He left his thoughts for later, it is not necessary to be a detective at the moment that is not the mission is to protect the actress at any cost. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that the woman was moving in her dreams, which Naruto confirmed were a nightmare, sometimes he could hear the words she said, "I see them, fire." He did not know what he was dreaming. Suddenly the actress woke up with a fright and noticed that she was sweating while unconsciously grabbing the necklace which was a piece of hexagonal crystal. He concluded that it must have been a nightmare that she was dreaming. "Where are we?" asked the actress looking that she was in a room and looked at the young Chunin who was sitting watching her, which he looked at in a bad mood, silently asking Naruto for an answer. Something that the young shinobi understood the hint. "We are arriving at the country of snow," Naruto replied while observing her reaction in detail. Her eyes reflected fear, anger, anguish, sadness, loneliness which Naruto watched as the actress got up and Naruto decided to leave her alone in her room and go inform his sensei about the awakening of his mission. Once outside the room Naruto quickly arrived at the bow where the others were. Kakashi sensei has woken up and is on his way, Naruto informed, which Kakashi nodded and thanked. About 5 minutes later, Yuki appeared in a bad mood and complaining that this is kidnapping and that they deprived her of her freedom and that it was against her own will, something that the others took as a big drama. The trip continued without interruptions, there were only a few hours left to reach the land of snow. Naruto was playing cards with Sasuke and Sakura to pass the time. While they played cards, the adults talked, although Yuki isolated herself after her drama and locked herself in her room to be alone for the moment. Hours passed and the director saw a glacier and an area of a good angle to start his next film. "Stop there, that area is a good place to start signing," said the director, which caught everyone's attention quickly. "There is no time to waste, time is gold and profits," ordered the director, which everyone moved only Naruto, Sasuke. Sakura and Kakashi watched as the ship deviated by the glacier and stopped next to it and disembarked because they had to go on foot and something that the team cited being forced to walk in the snow, and Naruto was already alert, his instincts warned him of danger near the area which Naruto mentally prepared in case an event occurred. Once disembarked, the team, along with Yuki, watched as the cameras were positioned and ready to sign the new scenario. Yuki sighed wearily as the trip was going to be very tiring for her and even more stressful because of the old memories from her home country. Filming was going well until an explosion was heard at the top of a snow mountain, which made Kakashi appear in front of the actors in a battle position. "Everyone back," said Kakashi seriously and cautiously. In the smoke a person appeared who removed his cloak, uncovering the snow on top of him. "Welcome to the land of snow," greeted the stranger in strange armor. "You," whispered Kakashi, recognizing the subject from his memory. It did not fail him, it was an old enemy. Then Kakashi caught another shadow which he observed a little worried. From the other ice column another figure was seen, a female one with the same strange armor. "Greetings, Princess Koyuki, I see you have the hexagonal crystal with you," said the unidentified woman, which surprised Kakashi because the only one who had a hexagonal crystal was Yuki. Kakashi connected the dots and was surprised, then he looked in the direction of the actress in question. "Princess Koyuki," Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, which surprised the rest, which Naruto also connected the dots about her attitude towards the snow country. Her anger and her bad mood plus the nightmare, then the small detail when he woke up from his nightmare, he grabs the crystal hanging around his neck and knew he had a nightmare of his hometown, but it never occurred to him that she is a princess. Dojojojo, you are as cunning as they say Kakashi, although not enough for me, said another robust enemy with an arm covered in metal from some kind of weapon that came out of the snow, indicating that it was hidden under it. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, protect Yuki at all costs, the others returned to the ship Kakashi ordered, which caused murmurs from the players, while from the mountains, the first man was seen appearing in a relaxed and tense position, indicating that he was on guard. Yubuki, Miss Or, I'm entrusting the princess to you, the skinny man in white armor with a yin-yang symbol on his shoulder spoke calmly. Of course, the woman said, then followed the first example in a direction towards the princess, while the leader faced Kakashi and vice versa in a battle. After being face to face, the leader of the assault spoke calmly, it's been a while, Kakashi, I hope you don't bore me like last time, the man spoke still calmly. Madara Roga, said Kakashi calmly but tensely looking at his opponent, then both launched into a fight of pure taijutsu while climbing further up the mountain while fighting. While they were fighting, Naruto and his team stood in front of the actors to protect him with Sakura holding a kunai in her hands. Naruto pulled out his katana acquired from the Kyuubi's rival Wolf, while Sasuke pulled out a kunai. The three of them formed a half circle. Sasuke faces the woman, Naruto faces the robust man with the thick metal arm. The robust man pulled a ski board out of the snow and mounted it, then sped towards Kakashi's pupils. Naruto went to face the robust with his acquired katana ready for battle, and the robust began to attack with his snowboard at high speed. Naruto knew he could not get closer, but a thought came to mind and he smiled. Consider yourself honored to be the practice subject of my created jutsu, Naruto announced as his sword began to emit electricity and a small air of wind that surrounds the blade of the white weapon Kitsuno style. Hawk's Rage, Naruto exclaimed as his sword became stronger while the thick man smiled to himself, thinking that his attack would not harm him because his armor protects him from jutsu and also that the armor deflects the chakra like a protective barrier. The attack was heard as growls like an animal, and Naruto buried his weapon in the snow which confused the enemy. From the snow it began to shake, which everyone was watching, then below Miss Or exploded and a roar was heard as he attacked the target. But the attack was not directed at him, but at his means of transport, which exploded, sending him crashing into a block of ice. Miss Or, the woman shouted while making signs with her hands ice style. Blizzard, get on them, she shouted while sending tendrils of ice in Naruto's direction, directed from behind, but Sasuke got in the way, finishing his hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, said Sasuke, which from his mouth spat a large flame of fire which melted the tendrils upon contact with the fire. The woman landed in the snow and touched the ground after finishing her seals ice style. Ice prison, exclaimed the woman, which from under the snow appeared a pointed column trying to trap the two Chunin, but it was more directed at Sasuke than at Naruto. Sasuke repeated the hand seals and spat another fireball at the enemy, which grew another column of ice covering it from the attack, protecting it. The princess watched in fear as a flash of memory came to her mind about the fire and the mirror, which made her fall to her knees, touching her face. The man with glasses looked worried about the woman. Princess, he said, touching her shoulder in concern. Naruto was distracted by seeing his main concern, which the robust man took advantage of and tried to hit Naruto, which the young man narrowly dodged the attack, but a right hook reached him and sent him crashing against the ice wall, piercing him in the process through the ice. Naruto shouted, Kakashi moving away from his opponent and making signs with his hands water style. Water Dragon Jutsu, called Kakashi, running towards his blonde pupil, which the dragon hit Naruto's opponent, while said opponent barely dodged, a little scratched by the attack, but nothing serious. While this was happening, the producers filmed the battle with passion, ignoring the danger nearby, while the director encouraged his breeders. Keep filming, rookie, show your guts, the director exclaimed. While with Naruto and Kakashi, once Naruto recovered he stood back to back with his sensei, while he watched calculatingly. Sensei, there is something strange with your armor, Naruto said calmly, putting his sword in a storage seal that he has on his wrist. I know, they are chakra armor created by the ninjas of the snow country, explained Kakashi, which brought a thought to his mind, although they are stronger than the last time I was here. So you remember, Kakashi, the armor increases the body's chakra, increasing the energy of the jutsu. A chakra barrier also surrounds us, capable of diverting the chakra of our adversary, meaning that neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu can affect us. After explaining, the ninja leader of the assault prepared to make hand seals, to which Naruto activated his matured Sharingan to copy the seals ice style. Dragon versus Tiger, exclaimed the enemy, to which Naruto prepared to help Kakashi while he finished the last two seals. Water style. Water Dragon, shouted Kakashi, which is followed by Naruto's shout. Ice style. Dragon vs Tiger, Naruto finished, which behind pupil and teacher appeared a water dragon for Kakashi and a kind of hybrid of dragon and tiger in ice form for Naruto. Collaboration jutsu. twin dragons against Tiger, exclaimed pupil and teacher at the same time, which caused the jutsu to join, and Kakashi's water dragon turned into an ice dragon, thus turning two dragons surrounding a tiger form which pierced the opponent's dragon against Tiger and directly to the enemy, which he narrowly dodged. "I leave it to you, sensei," said Naruto, going to where the other robust enemy recovered and was heading to the princess with Sakura, crossing the enemy's path, which the mechanical hand caught Sakura and crashed her on the ground with disgust because his mechanical hand was going to grab the princess. "Kyuubi, give me a little of your chakra here," he asked for help from his Biju inside him. "Go ahead kid, show him what you're made of." The demonic voice was heard in Naruto's head, which the young man acquired a little more speed and his eyes turned blood red with a vertical bar like the pupil of an animal. From his eyes, he focused all his intention to kill the enemy, which the robust one of a mechanical arm was a little paralyzed before reaching the princess. Because he felt a sensation of death in the air and looked just in time to receive a powerful right hook to the face, courtesy of Naruto, which created a shock wave, and the enemy was shot at a speed which the normal eye cannot see. The robust enemy crashed into a column of ice which fell into pieces. This or the voice of the enemy woman who was flying was heard and focused her gaze on Naruto. "Bastard," she shouted, which made him dive towards Naruto while making hand seals. "Sasuke, get Sakura back. Take the princess and the old man out of here." "I'll take care of this," Naruto ordered, causing blood to burst from his back and form bloody wings, which shot into the air without any comment from his companion. "Just take care of yourself, dope," Sasuke whispered, knowing what Naruto was up to as he carried an unconscious Sakura and headed to where the princess had fainted and the old man was taking the princess back to the ship. While with Naruto, he faced the only female enemy of the assault group in an aerial combat. "Ice style. Ice sparrow," exclaimed the enemy with her metal wings and spat out some ice sparrows from her mouth at high speed. To the woman's misfortune, Naruto copied her hand seals in a blink of his matured Sharingan and made other different hand seals almost similar to the enemy's. "I hope it works. Fire style." "Fire sparrows," Naruto exclaimed, creating a new jutsu of his own which spat out sparrows made of fire which impacted the ice sparrows and creating mist which covered the air, making it almost impossible to see. But Naruto had the advantage of smelling the enemy from the Kitsuno clan and more with the chara of the Kyuubi that he gave him. He improved his senses and then proceeded with what he copied from the enemy ice style. Ice sparrows and sent ice sparrows from his mouth towards a point of his target, the enemy's wing, which hit directly and the enemy lost a little balance from the weight of the impact. Naruto saw an opening and his bloody wings disappeared into his back and plummeted down the back of the enemy, which made a somersault in the air as she fell towards her opponent and concentrated enough chakra on her heel. Once close, which Fubuki caught but too late, and Naruto's heel hit her square in the center of the yin-yang symbol, which the woman fell 3 times the speed before, and Naruto summoned his bloody wings and tried to stop her fall, which was meters from the ground. He watched with satisfaction as the woman crashed into a hill of rocks hard enough, which an unpleasant sound was heard as something broke from her armor to dent it enough to damage her inside. After she was able to land on the snow a little abruptly, her wings flapped and she went out in the direction of the ship, far enough to see the whales made of ice, which broke the large block of ice where they were before. Once he arrived, he saw his sensei falling and landing elegantly on the bow of the ship. "Okay, let's continue towards the land of snow," said Kakashi after they left the large block of ice with snow and headed towards a land not too far from their location. And cut. The director finished to stop recording all the action. One of the reproduction men commented his opinion of recording everything. While the princess is lying in her bed unconscious from the stress of her memories, Kakashi was looking at the crystal necklace. 10 years, it's been a long time, was Kakashi's thought. Until he was interrupted by the old man who loyally accompanies the princess. "The ship has arrived at the dock," the old man announced, which Kakashi observed and left the necklace on the nightstand and went out of the room. There was a conversation about what happened in the land of snows, about their stories, and what really happened until the day of the coup d'etat. But he is interrupted by the princess, who was already awake and mentioned a single word which Naruto did not take well. "I would have preferred to be dead." Those words fell into the mind of young Naruto, which he observed with his eyes, which made the princess uncomfortable because of Naruto's eyes when he watched her studying her, as if the young man could see her soul. "I see," said Naruto, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. "I only see fear in your eyes. Trying to suppress the pain with a mask will only cause you more pain. I don't know what happened in this country, nor do I care. I just need a drop of your blood and I will know the truth." Naruto spoke with a hollow voice. This made everyone uncomfortable. "Naruto, don't think what you're implying," said Kakashi, dangerously serious. Something that Naruto ignored and stood up from the table and approached the girl, which made Kakashi tense up, ready to launch himself at Naruto. While the princess felt fear of the young blonde-haired Chunin, Sasuke also tensed up, as did Sakura. "Just cut your finger a little and let its drop of blood fall into my palm," Naruto said seriously. The princess tried to be brave, but the look Naruto sent her had her nervous and insecure. She was going to protest, but in a blink she felt a small pain in her finger. She looked down at her hand and saw blood coming out of her thumb. Where the fingerprint is a small clean cut as a drop of blood fell. But Naruto caught it in his palm. "What are you trying to do?" she yelled indignantly, but was silenced by Naruto, who covered her finger in a healing patch and looked at the blood with a calculating look which intrigued the princess. "Consume," said Naruto, which the princess's blood in Naruto's palm was seen as the blood is absorbed, which everyone is watching in surprise, and then Naruto closed his eyes and saw all the memory of the princess. There was a small silence until Naruto opened his eyes. "I retire. I do not have to protect some princess who locks herself away and spits on her father's grave just like her village. You're just like your uncle, being selfish. I wonder what faces you will make when I have your uncle's head in my hands and see how his suffering would go away with him." "It is a promise and I never break a promise," said Naruto and walked away silently with plans to make the tyrant pay for the princess's suffering. "This battle has already become personal for me," was Naruto's last thought, to isolate himself and silently create about 50 blood clones and Henjin snow foxes. "You know what you must do," which the white foxes nodded and dispersed in the direction of the palace by and have recognition of areas where there are potential assaults, ambushes, and more. And so the journey continued, but this time in trucks. The princess was inside a special cabin for her, looking out the window while she reflected on what Naruto said and what the director said after continuing. "Yes, happy endings exist, but you must fight to achieve them." Those words of the film's director bounced around in her head while the princess watched and continued reflecting. The vehicles were going up a mountain. They were reaching a cave, but they stopped so that someone had to go to the bathroom since there was no bathroom. Once ready, and the vehicles started moving through the cave until they reached the other side of the road, leaving the cave behind. They stopped afterward with the director saying that this place would be great to continue the film, but one of his players told him that Yuki had disappeared. Team 7, upon hearing this and the director asking for help in finding her, went in search of the princess. While that was happening, Yuki was running through a forest. "Forget it, I'm not going to do it," was the princess's thought as she ran through the snowy forest. While with the team he was jumping from rock to snowy rock, Kakashi observed his surroundings. "Know the area and search for her. If you find her, let us know by radio," Kakashi commanded as he continued jumping. "Understood," said Kakashi's pupils as they dispersed to random areas. Naruto stopped and looked at the forest suspiciously by Akatsuki. He whispered as he tested his new Jujutsu acquired from Hinata's blood. "I'm going to try it now," was Naruto's thought as he jumped down the mountain and entered the forest with his Byakugan active and noticed some kind of chakra moving away. It must be her. He didn't have time to think as he jumped up a branch of the snowy tree and jumped from branch to branch as he noticed she was getting closer. While with Yuki she continued running until she stepped on a part of the snow that buried her foot, causing the princess to trip and fall in the snow until she closed her eyes from exhaustion. While Naruto continued on his way to where the princess was, he deactivated his Byakugan since he was getting tired from using this Jujutsu for the first time. He felt a little dizzy, but fine. While with Yuki I heard some footsteps approaching. She placed her hands on the snow and stood up a little and looked where the sound of the footsteps came from to observe Naruto with neutral eyes. "Wow, how long are you going to escape your destiny?" said Naruto neutrally. "Let's go, they're waiting for us." With that said, Naruto approached where Yuki was and turned around, inviting her to carry her on his back. Then the princess climbed on Naruto's back while the young Naruto adjusted her and held her so she wouldn't fall and walked in the direction where the others should be because he already informed his team that he found her and is on his way back. To which they said that they are going to wait for him where the others are. An hour passed and Naruto was already inside the tunnel, walking towards the others at a leisurely pace. Why are you always following me?" Yuki asked dejectedly while she was carried on Naruto's back. "Because it's my mission," Naruto said neutrally as he continued walking at a leisurely pace through the tunnel. "I don't care how much you hate him, I'll always be behind you," Naruto said seriously as he continued walking. "Even if she wants to hide, I'm going to find her," he said neutrally as he continued walking. "Drag me back if you want, but all I'm going to do is act on camera, that's all I'm going to do," Yuki said as she stared into space. Ha mocked a little at Yuki's behavior, but they heard a train whistle. Naruto stopped and looked back, but noticed on the ground where the snow was melting and the train track was showing, but he noticed a small amount of chakra on the track. This gave Naruto a bad feeling, and he continued on his way, but this time at a trot. "It's a train," said Yuki, to which Naruto made a face wondering why everyone sees him like an idiot. He knew it was a train, but he was curious what kind. "What kind of train?" said Naruto, then noticed that the cave was being illuminated by the train's headlights. Oh shit, he noticed that the train was going faster, so Naruto ran adding chakra to his legs. "Hold on," Naruto commanded as he ran, but the train was a few inches behind him. The princess said that he couldn't make it and that they were going to die. She repeated it with every step Naruto took, which infuriated Naruto. "Will you shut up?" he barked. Already fed up with his attitude, even dead I will still complete this mission no matter what, said Naruto, which the fox inside him gave him a little of his chakra so that his speed increased. Thanks Kyuubi, he mentally said to the fox, which the fox responded, not a problem kid. And so Naruto ran with the princess still on his back. Yuki observed the end of the tunnel. Naruto saw it too, but the train was on his heels, so he added more chakra to his legs. Once at the entrance, Naruto jumped to the side just in time as the train passed by. Both were breathing, Yuki from the fright of his life from almost being run over by a train, and Naruto from his effort of running. They both watched where the train stopped. Long time no see Koyuki, a voice came over the train speakers. I imagined it's Dodo, said the princess, to which Naruto became serious, and if one were to notice Naruto's eyes, changed his pupils to those of an animal, but he still kept his sapphire blue eyes looking hatefully at where the train is. It's been 10 years, come with me, don't be shy, let me see your face, was heard again, but Naruto stood up, looking at him defiantly, just as Dodo did to Naruto. But a kind of avalanche was heard, and they noticed some large metal bars sliding on the snow and hitting the train, drawing the attention of Dodo and Naruto, along with the princess. In the mountains you see people and the old man who accompanied him dressed as a samurai. There you have it, friends, our beloved Princess Koyuki has returned to save us. With her at our side, victory is ours, said the old man with glasses, which caused a cry of joy from those who accompanied him. What's going on? Naruto asked, then he heard the princess say the name of the person who spoke. Sangeu, said the princess. The old man took the handle from his waist and drew his katana, raising it high with a serious look and courage. Listen to me, Dodo, we have waited a long time for this day to come. Sangeu Asada and 50 warriors face you to avenge our fallen leader Lord Sasetsu. The end of your days has come. Then another shout of joy. The man with the microphone watched seriously. I thought I killed all the indulgent ones, said Dodo, observing the men dressed as samurai. 1,000 apologies, my lord. I'll make sure he dies a slow and painful death, said the leader of the raid from the other day. Dodo smiled a little. No, with men like that they are not worth it anymore to use a big, simple and quick annihilation, said Dodo. Then the men dressed as samurai launched an attack with Sangeu shouting attack, to which everyone shouted in agreement, launching themselves towards the train with swords in hand. While that was happening, the players were hidden recording all the action. While they were recording, Naruto watched as the train made a clicking sound and the doors of the cars opened, showing a kind of cannon, and some ninjas were in position of the cannon car and gave it a few turns of the lever, which fired some walls of kunais, which hit the men dressed as samurai. Naruto felt so much rage run through his body as he watched the men dressed as samurai fall dead with kunais in their bodies while staining the white snow with the men's blood. Naruto saw the massacre that his hands inadvertently exploded into blood and formed the already familiar bloody claws, which scared the princess who was behind him. Dodo looked at the massacre with a smile. He started to laugh a little until it became a full-blown laugh at seeing his work. After they stopped, they noticed a man standing barely conscious, which they recognized as Sangeu Asada. The man was injured with some kunais in his body. Then he saw a wall of death coming towards him, but a shuriken smoke intercepted the kunais protecting him, which the man fell barely conscious. Naruto observed who was the one who saved him from that death, but he saw who it was: Sasuke, who jumped secretly and noticed that he threw a kunais explosive paper which hit the train car and exploded. Then another explosion was heard and he saw an avalanche heading for the train, which Dodo ordered them to move. The train advanced barely with the avalanche and covering the train a little, but managed to pass where the rail bridge was a few more, and another explosion was heard on the bridge, which the train had to abandon one of its cars into the void to save the rest, and they left sight. Once safe, the breeders came into view, which began to help the ninjas in search of survivors. Once Naruto got close enough, he saw the blood spilled in the snow. Naruto clenched his fist, looking into nothing. He was not in the mood at the moment. Next to him, Sakura was watching everything that happened. Poor thing, Sakura muttered, which Naruto didn't look at her, continuing to look into nothingness, lost in his thoughts. That's what happens when you never give up. If you hadn't faced Dodo, this massacre would never have happened, said Princess Koyuki, observing without emotion, which made Naruto feel twice as much rage inside him as it burns. Then they saw that Kakashi was coming with the breeders on a wooden stretcher carrying the old Sangeu, who was resting barely alive. My princess, please forgive me, I would never have gotten involved in this. It's just that everyone who died here had absolute trust because they knew I was alive. Since I was little, even now they always trusted you. Now, just like me, your noble and faithful servant Sangeu, so you should trust you will always be our purest hope. Please don't waste your tears for me. Ha, og. With those words, the old Sangeu Asada gave his last breath. After that, the princess was emotionless at the loss of her servant. You were a big fool. Besides, Sangeu, I can't cry, you kept my drops. With it, the princess stood up. You are satisfied. Let's go back. If you stay here, your lives will be in danger. Let's go back home, she said, which Naruto had enough. Home? Where? I thought this was his house. What do I have to do to make him understand that this is his home? Now face Dodo and put his house in order. Naruto exclaimed, to which Princess Koyuki looked at him emotionlessly. You don't know anything, kid, Koyuki said, turning around. Spring never comes to this land. Our tears froze and our hearts hardened by the cold, Koyuki said without looking. But you are the only one with the power to change it, at least that's what Sangeyu always believed. It's not like that, said Sakura, this time looking at the princess. Enough of this nonsense, said Princess Koyuki as she began to walk, but Naruto louder. Don't wait a minute, Naruto shouted, which grabbed Princess Koyuki's wrist. Said princess couldn't get out of his grip. Let me go, Naruto, shouted the princess, managing to escape from the hands of the young blonde-haired Chunin. Naruto growled a little, but then saw behind the princess a kind of floating ship never seen before in his life. The ship is a type of air balloon with fins, and Naruto observed the robust man pointing with his metal hands, which said hand shot out like a torpedo and caught the princess by the waist and then pulled her towards the ship. He then saw the Kunoichi flying with her metal wings made of armor and throwing kunes tied to what looked like grains of ice. Kakashi observed that. Careful, shouted the silver-haired Jounin, which made Sasuke at his side disperse just in time as the kunai made contact with the snow and ice spikes came out ready to impale him. Sakura also had to get out of the way of the ice spikes. Sasuke landed on an ice peak and looked at Sakura. Sakura, where is Naruto, asked Sasuke a little worried. Sakura looked to her sides and then at the airship. Oh, it can't be possible, she said looking at the ship. Naruto managed to throw a kunai with a rope which got caught on a metal bar and Naruto was hanging from the rope. Have you not believed that they would take her away that easily and that simple, he exclaimed sarcastically, which Naruto gave an impulse and grabbed it with his teeth. I hate this jutsu, I must be careful. Shadow clone jutsu, which multiplied, and Naruto was able to get on the ship. While inside the cabin, Princess Koyuki was sitting on a sofa with her eyes closed in annoyance. You have become very beautiful, Koyuki. Tell me, little princess, do you have the hexagonal crystal? Dodo asked, looking at his niece. Yes, Princess Koyuki replied emotionlessly, which made Dodo smile a little at this. Well, that's the only thing left of the Kazakh clan and it's the key that will take me to their treasure, said Dodo, which caught Koyuki's curiosity. The key to what, she asked, which Dodo smiled at that. When I freed this village from your father's hands, the Kazakh clan's economy was bankrupt. I knew that Susetsu had hidden his riches somewhere. I searched for them for a long time and finally found them. They are hidden in the Rainbow Glacier. There is a type of lock that opens with a hexagonal crystal, said Dodo, which earned him an evil eye from Koyuki. Once I have the Kazakh fortune, our people will have a great military superiority over the 5 great nations, said Dodo with a smile, which is interrupted by Naruto. Of course not, Naruto exclaimed, showing himself after hearing Dodo's conversation. You, Koyuki said, surprised to see Naruto here on the airship, which Dodo showed annoyance to Naruto. How the hell did you get in here? Said Dodo, to which Naruto smiled darkly, which gave him a bad feeling. Never underestimate a ninja, said Naruto while thinking, my plan is working. I just hope my blood clone that is hidden and I bet is following us. How good that I created a chakra seal so that it would last even if I have chakra exhaustion, was Naruto's thought while he allowed himself to be caught by the ninja cables of the hidden enemy ninjas and let himself be hit in the head with the metal arm of the robust ninja. Luckily, Naruto added chakra to the surface of his head to harden it before the blow. Behind Naruto, the door opened and showed several tied shadow clones. The leading ninja stood next to his leader Dodo and knelt. My apologies, sir, as you can see the little vermin was not just one, said the ninja, which Dodo looked surprised. What a surprise, he knows the multiple shadow clone jutsu, said Dodo looking at the blonde ninja. I don't know this brat, but his chakra level doesn't pose any danger, said the robust ninja looking at Naruto. I have an idea, we can test the device with it, suggested the leading ninja, which Dodo looked at and thought. Could be an interesting experiment with that, said Dodo gave the go-ahead to his ninja, which a small hatch opened in the wall, showing a kind of thick weight with a yin-yang symbol in the center of blue and red. The ninja took the device and separated it, showing some rays of electricity. After approaching Naruto, he hoped his partner would lift him and that he was on his knees. Once Naruto looked at the ninja leader, he saw how he was approaching and hit him in the stomach with the strange device and then turned it, which caused a kind of tentacles to come out and clung to Naruto, burying their tips in the stomach that curiously was above the seal where the 9-tailed fox demon is contained. After they held on to Naruto, it emitted electricity, causing Naruto to growl in unbearable pain. What is that? Koyuki asked, looking a little worried about Naruto. We will take away his chakra, that thing will absorb his body's reserves, and he will be unlimited with no energy left. Once it is activated, it cannot be broken or destroyed. There is no way, Dodo responded, looking impassively at Naruto, which made Naruto stop growling and felt weak. Naruto fell to the ground again, but weaker than ever. My strength is starting to disappear, Naruto muttered in pain, which his clones that saw dispersed, transferring the memories to the blood clones that were following him in the form of a snow fox. The 50 snow foxes followed the leader of the pack that had more chakra thanks to the special role that the original gave him. While on the ship, we see the enemy ninjas watching Naruto, who was complaining in pain. You no longer have the appearance of a powerful ninja, now you are a child, said the leader of the ninjas, which Naruto growled at him. Ma damn, with it I closed my eyes with a single thought, I hope my plant works. With that I became unconscious to rest and recover the little energy I had to use it later and look for a weak point in this device. Now if you don't mind, give me the crystal, said Dodo, to which Koyuki turned around and took her necklace and took it out without any comment and gave it to Dodo, who smiled creepily but looked at the crystal very carefully with a serious face. What is this? He said, showing no joy, then grabbed Koyuki's neck and pulled her towards him. I'm not playing, what is this, don't you notice that it's fake? Dodo shouted, bringing the crystal closer in his hand, to which Koyuki observed. That's impossible. Then he remembered about Kakashi seeing in his room and taking the crystal in his hand, which only said Kakashi Haddock. What? Dodo shouted, which was heard by the 3 ninjas from the previous assault. I think it makes sense, Kakashi Haddock is very clever, it doesn't surprise me that something like this happened, said the leader of the ninjas. We don't have to worry, we'll catch him soon, said the Kunoichi, looking emotionless. That won't be necessary, said Dodo, which caught the attention of the 3 ninjas, which pushed Koyuki away and looked at him with a half smile. Why bother if he will appear very soon, until then we just have to wait. Kukukakuku laughed, Dodo squeezing the fake crystal in his hand, which broke it into fragments. We look at a kind of black tower. Inside the tower you can see cells and skeletons here and there. We look at Naruto in a cell who is hanging with his arms up and with chains. Naruto tries to get away, but sent a small amount of chakra which the object placed in his stomach emitted another discharge which made him grunt in pain. Great, what was missing? I have no power, Naruto growled, looking at his stomach. I think if I had an escape jutsu in my arsenal, it would be without any problem. Then something occurred to him with all his strength. He lifted his leg and took out from the insole of his sandal a kind of metal to sand special iron that has been saved in case of being captured. Then he heard footsteps and hid inside his jacket collar and remained calm and closing his eyes. He waited until he heard a cell opening. He opened his right eye slightly to look and saw Princess Koyuki being locked in a cell in front of him. He waited until the guards left and abandoned the area. Once they left, he looked at Princess Koyuki, which the princess was calm, and then noticed the gaze of someone watching him and looked at who it was and noticed Naruto hanging. You deserve it, said Princess Koyuki, which Naruto looked at him passively. Yes, and you too, he said sarcastically, ignoring the princess, which prompted Naruto to begin planning an escape route. I know, said Koyuki, sitting in her corner, which Naruto thought before starting a conversation. You said there is no spring here, what did you mean? Naruto asked to see if he could make sense of this bitter princess. According to him, when spring comes you will see, Koyuki. My father said that, said Koyuki, which both could see the memory, Koyuki, because her memories were still there, and Naruto because of what he acquired, so both were in a flashback. XXXXXXX, flashback, XXXXXXX. Father, what is spring? Asked a little girl, Koyuki, looking at her father. Oh, that's right, you don't know what spring is, my dear daughter, said Koyuki's father, looking at his daughter. Koyuki, if you close your eyes, try to imagine yourself surrounded by flowers. With that, little Koyuki closed her eyes. Tell me, isn't it beautiful, said little Koyuki's father. Now run through the field as fast as you can, said Koyuki's father again, which the little girl raised her arms and imagined running through the flowers and playing airplane with her arms. Well, doesn't it make you feel warm and happy? Asked Koyuki's father, which the girl nodded happily. That's spring, he finished, which the girl opened her eyes and looked at her father, who was sitting. And if you never give up, if you believe in the future, surely spring will come, finished the father, which little Koyuki looked at her father with curiosity. XXXXXXX, fin flashback, XXXXXXX. But spring never comes to this land. My father died and I fled from the land of snow. I stopped believing. I always ran and always lied to everyone without realizing that I was lying to myself. My whole life has been a big farce. That's why, being an actress, I found a way to get out of this world, said Koyuki, which Naruto took out of his mouth a kind of metal to sand, and with all his strength he reached up and began with his mouth holding it and moving it from side to side, trying to wear it down. Koyuki looked at Naruto, but then the metal in his mouth was lost in the ground. Shit, Naruto complained, looking at his escape object away from him. I told you, in the end, all you have to do is give up, said Koyuki, who closed her eyes and hugged herself to try to keep warm. Naruto looked at it in serious thought, but something occurred to him. I bet it's easier once you've already done it, said Naruto, remembering his past. We see shadows of people and a little Naruto staring into space sitting on a swing while watching the shadow of people pass by. Before no one ever cared about me, but I kept insisting. I used to think there was no place in this world for me. But then Naruto tried to send chakra which emitted another electric shock. Diug Naruto screamed in pain. But I continued said Naruto, which brought out a memory of him and Iruka together eating ramen looking for friends. Then the memories about how he was a genin of Konoha before the Chunin exams. I insisted, and I never gave up. He continued, remembering teams 8, 7, 9 and 10. Team 7 with Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, from team 8, Kurenai, Kiba, Sino, Hinata, from team 9, Mido Guy. Rock Lee, Tenten, Niji and those from Team 10, Asuma, Shikamaru, Ino, Chaugi, and they passed good things. Naruto continued as he remembered the old perverted Toad-san and Jiraiya and the old Tsunade. Then Naruto emitted more chakra which the device in his stomach emitted a greater discharge, making him grunt in pain and scream. When you give up your dreams and hope are gone, Naruto shouted emitting more chakra and forcing the chains, while he was electrocuted by the device in his stomach. Enough, Koyuki shouted as she watched as more electricity became visible in Naruto's body, while the young Chunin forced the chains on his hands and feet that were tied to the ground and saw Naruto rise a little pulling his legs up. Naruto, she whispered, and saw Naruto break the chains on his hands and fall to the ground. Now, let's get out of here, said Naruto standing up, but when he touched the bars he emitted a large electric shock. Then he shot back and let himself rest for a while. We show the Black Palace Tower again, but an explosion was heard next to the wall. A ninja walked towards his leader. Sir, they are attacking us, said a ninja who prostrated himself while Dodo was sitting on his brother's throne. HMP, Kakashi, you finally arrived and just in time, said Dodo, while the ninjas went to do their duties. In the cell, Naruto heard the explosion and heard footsteps approaching his cell. It's now or never, was Naruto's thought as he waited patiently on the ground. Hey, I already know this one, said a ninja taking out a piece of paper in the lock and putting the key and opening it, and the two enemy ninjas entered and took Naruto's body to turn it over, but Naruto without warning hit them both with a knocking him out. Huag, the enemy ninjas, complained and fell to the ground unconscious while Naruto had the keys to the cells in his hands. Koyuki watched Naruto with the keys in his hands while the young Chunin twirled it with a finger. HMP, I told you not to underestimate a ninja, Naruto declared with a smile while gripping the keys tightly. Which Koyuki earned a small smile at how Naruto played the role of the hero and that it wasn't in a movie. She left her imagination behind and saw how Naruto opened Koyuki's cell. Come on, let's get out of this place, said Naruto, which stretched out his hand and Princess Koyuki took it, helping her get up. Once the princess got up, they ran towards the exit where you can see the elevator. Once inside, the elevator went up to the top floor and they left over a bridge which they saw Kunase with a rope wrap around a metal bar and a ninja appeared which Naruto went to face the ninja. Which said ninja dodged. Wait Naruto, it's me, said the ninja with Kakashi's voice, to which Naruto stopped recognizing the voice and waited for the ninja to remove the blanket from over him, revealing Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said in relief, which made the copy ninja look at his Chunin pupil. Sorry to keep you waiting, I thought you were okay, princess, said Kakashi, which annoyed Koyuki. Yes, you changed my crystal for a fake one without telling me, said Koyuki, to which Kakashi sighed. I'm very sorry, but I assumed that was what you were looking for, said Kakashi, handing her the real hexagonal crystal. Which the princess looked at her necklace. All for this thing, said Koyuki, which behind Naruto where they were going Sakura and Sasuke appeared. Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto greeted, placing his kunai holder where it should be, which made Kakashi look behind him to see the rest of his students. This area is infested with guards, Sakura said, to which everyone nodded. Seeing that, Koyuki shouted about another exit and they followed it. After arriving, the light came on. Well done, Koyuki, said Dodo sitting on his throne as the princess walked towards Dodo. Kakashi tried to stop her. Wait, Kakashi shouted, ready to chase her, but the three well-known ninjas from the previous assault intervened, cutting him off. It can't be, Kakashi muttered, looking on without doing anything. The princess handed the necklace to Dodo and looked at the group, especially at Naruto. You shouldn't be so surprised, anyway, I'm an actress, Koyuki said proudly, which of the entire Naruto team could see the plan through her eyes. There you have it, another brilliant performance by the great Yuki Fuikis. Naruto looked at Dodo, but he preferred to play along with Koyuki, so he growled. It was all an act, said Koyuki, who took out the small old Sangeu katana from her hidden sleeve and unsheathed it, running towards Dodo and burying it where the heart should be. I warned you, I'm an actress, said Koyuki, to which Dodo growled. You tricked me, Dodo shouted, grabbing Koyuki by his throat, which Naruto looked disturbed without doing anything to help. Princess? Naruto shouted, trying to reach her, but the robust man got in the way. I always knew, Naruto, that if I returned to this land I would die here, but at least I tried, said Koyuki, barely breathing and trying to force Dodo towards the shore. Keep trying, don't stop fighting, Naruto shouted as he tried to formulate a plan to evade the enemy ninjas. Naruto, thank you, because thanks to you I was able to stop evading, at least in the end, said Koyuki, which Naruto watched as they were almost falling to the shore. No, because he's still evading, don't give up your life that easily, Naruto exclaimed, but the robust ninja got in the way, but Naruto evaded him for the moment, but the other ninjas surrounded him in a circle. Shit. I'm sorry father, Sangeyu said Koyuki and then let herself fall along with Dodo, and then Naruto saw everything in slow motion until they fell to the ground with a thud. Koyuki Naruto shouted seeing Koyuki on the ground, barely conscious Naruto found a way to get away from the ninjas, but once near Koyuki, the Dodo got in the way and hit him with his arm pushing him away from Koyuki. Kuku, did you think you could finish me off with this little toy, said Dodo taking off his robes and dropping the blade where Dodo's chest was and showing under his robes a chakra armor, but different from the others, corrected as a chakra armor, but the latest prototype, said Dodo, which approached Koyuki who complained in pain, but Naruto growled at Dodo. Don't you dare touch them with your filthy hands, Naruto shouted as he launched an attack, but Dodo sent a punch at Naruto, pushing him away and Naruto falling weak due to his weak chakra sealed by the device. Naruto Koyuki shouts, looking worriedly at Naruto. Don't waste your time, even your simplest chakra reserve has been sealed, Dodo spoke, while Princess Koyuki tried to free herself from Dodo by hitting her torso that is covered in chakra armor. Let's go Koyuki beyond the rainbow. With that said, the roof began to collapse, and Dodo along with Koyuki as a hostage were sent flying thanks to the Ultima prototype armor. Naruto stood up quickly with rage radiating in him and threw a kunai with a special ninja rope. I won't let you get away, Naruto shouted which Koyuki stretched out her arm and the kunai tangled in Koyuki's arm which came out. Naruto firmed himself and flew away. Escaping from the collapse of the Black Palace, once they escaped Dodo looked down and saw Naruto hanging from the ninja rope, which Dodo growled in annoyance, little brat he said which he turned back and cut the rope which Naruto fell towards the forest. Koyuki watched in fear as Naruto fell to the ground. Naruto Koyuki shouted in concern at the young Chunin falling. While Naruto was cursing at this piece of garbage in his stomach that was preventing him from using chakra and was quickly approaching the ground, but he saw the 50 clones in the form of snow foxes which the blood clones caught Naruto in the air just in time before he fell. Once they landed safely, the blood clone that was leading looked at the poor condition of his creator. Yo boss, you look worse as one of our sparring sections, joked the clone which the original Naruto smiled halfway. It's good that you found it guys, I need you to take me flying behind Dodo, said Naruto to which the blood clone nodded in response. The clone went to the rest of the 49 blood clones, including himself being 50 in total. The clones undid the fox hinge and looked very firmly at the clone who was leading. Very well soldiers, spread your bloody wings, we are going to go after our enemy, exclaimed the blood clone which from his back exploded blood and the already known bloody wings were formed. While the blood clone leader of the group took his creator and they took off behind Dodo as a swarm of clones flew towards the destination where Dodo was with the original Naruto, guiding him where they went the last time he saw him. Once Naruto saw some large ice towers like a mirror, Naruto observed the movie players heading towards the area. Naruto ordered them to lower him along with the players. As the boys approached where the action was about to happen, they noticed a shadow below and looked up seeing the ninja Naruto, along with about 50 replicas of himself. Yo boy, greeted the old man who was in charge of the movies. Once the clone left Naruto, the old man looked at the ninja's appearance. You're a mess, what happened there, he asked seeing Naruto's state. Let's say I have personal business with a certain Dodo, can you please take me there where the lights are being displayed, said Naruto which the old man observed and saw where Naruto was pointing. Of course, he said as they continued with the vehicle towards the direction Naruto pointed. Now I must find a way to get rid of this plague that is clogging my chakra, was Naruto's thought as he thought of a solution, and if you occupy my chakra, maybe we can overload it, and thus it will be destroyed. The deep voice was heard in his head, it could work, but I want to see Dodo's face when he knows that his garbage was useless to clog my chakra, and I will give him a worse nightmare. They will see a true bloody monster which will ask for mercy to kill him, Naruto thought darkly, which a laugh from the fox was heard. I like you kid, let's show them how strong the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki can do, finished the fox which Naruto smiled at that, once near the area. They heard Dodo's exclamation of frustration which Naruto took advantage of to make his entrance. Koyuki Naruto shouted getting off the vehicle and running towards Dodo and stopped in an area about 6 meters from where it was showed talent looking at him. The blood clones knew what they had to do, sneak in and get Princess Koyuki out of the crossfire, while they landed further behind Naruto, which with the fog he couldn't see them. Dodo took advantage of transforming into snow foxes again and surrounded the mirror blocks and positioned themselves ready to attack. While the original looked at Dodo seriously, Naruto said Koyuki which Dodo was more than annoying, he was furious, and Naruto ran towards Dodo. The criminal with the latest prototype armor made signs with his hands eye style. Black dragon burst. With that said, Dodo sent a punch in the air towards Naruto, which created a dragon made of black ice. which impacted Naruto, that is, believe that you can beat me, your arrogance will cause your downfall, was Naruto's thought as he let himself get hit a little and jumped into the air as mist rose from the impact and Naruto let himself fall face down on the ground. Naruto Koyuki shouted with concern in her voice as the players became concerned with the young blonde Chunin. What's happening? I just felt a tickle, Naruto said in pain as he used a bit of his chakra on his legs, which made him jump and electrocute him in the process, but with the fog nobody saw him. Come on, get angry Dodo, I want to see your anger, was Naruto's thought as he got up numb from the electrocution from the device in his stomach. Naruto, that's enough. If you don't stop, he's going to kill you, said Koyuki, which Naruto knew, but he didn't care. What mattered to him now was making Dodo pay for his crimes. Koyuki, trust me, when I said that I will show you Dodo's head in my hands is when hope was fulfilled and my promise is always kept, I never go back on my word, Naruto said seriously, which caused Dodo to get angry. Come on bastard, get angry, that way you will be easy prey for me, was Naruto's thought. The fox began to send demonic chakra to Naruto, which caused a crack to be heard from the device, breaking a little due to the overload. Dodo realized how is it that it's impossible. His chakra begins to release, said Dodo impressed and frustrated, which he gritted his teeth with rage and launched himself towards Naruto, shouting once in front of Naruto die. He shouted with all his strength while hitting Naruto, said Chunin blocked him with his arms crossing and protecting his torso from the impact. The blow was so powerful that Naruto swore he could hear his arms cracking and he was buried in the frozen water, breaking the ice he was standing on in the process, slowly sinking into the frozen waters. Now Kyuubi. While up above Dodo watched calmly, but a sound of 1,000 birds was heard and they saw Sasuke running towards Dodo and tried to pierce him in the chest, which is protected by a kind of invisible shield, which was 30 centimeters from the impact, but a crack was heard without Dodo noticing. Chidori shouted Sasuke, while his right arm already had electricity and he summoned another one the same in his free hand, which threw him forward making a big Chidori, but Dodo had enough of this shit. The man hit Sasuke sending him flying against a rock crashing into it. Did you really think a jutsu as pathetic as that could do anything to me? Dodo said proudly to his armor, without noticing a crack in the yin-yang symbol on it. Sasuke fell, but muttered loud enough for Naruto to hear. Naruto, his armor is already fractured, the rest is up to you, he whispered, letting himself fall from exhaustion. While with Naruto I hear his lover being hurt, it caused him a lot of rage. The device broke into pieces due to the great overload of the Kyuubi's chakra. Nobody messes with my partner and leaves as if nothing, bloody style. Bloody claws jutsu, his hands and his entire arms exploded in blood forming some creepy bloody reddish arms. His claws look sharper than before, as if they could cut a rough diamond in half. But that Naruto shot out like a torpedo propelled with his demonic chakra towards a destination, Dodo. On the surface Dodo was walking back slowly, but he felt a tremor, or rather everyone felt it. Hey, what is that, said Dodo watching as a reddish aura rose to the surface and came out of the water. At that moment the snow foxes surrounded Dodo and about 3 of them stood in front of Koyuki in a protective manner, what he shouted seeing the situation she was in. The foxes disappeared in a puff of smoke and were replaced by Naruto's blood clones, which surprised everyone. The boss won't be happy about this, said the blood clone as his arms exploded in blood and some bloody-looking demonic-style arms were formed just like the clone. The others followed the example. Naruto fell in front of Dodo as his blue eyes were replaced by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Your time has come, Dodo, Naruto said darkly as the other clones jumped into the air. Dodo was furious, now I will finish you off. Twin dragon burst, Dodo shouted, which caused some black dragons to appear in the direction of Naruto and his blood clones. Which said dragons transformed into a giant black tornado with Naruto and the blood clones inside the tornado that caused cut damage, but nothing serious to them enough to dissipate them. Once everything happened Dodo laughed but stopped laughing to see 2 Narutos coming from the attack. The blood was all around Dodo, which he didn't like. He had a bad feeling another blood clone appeared behind him, which jumped and stuck behind Dodo, holding him tightly with his arms and bloody claws, scratching the armor. Boss, it's your turn, yelled the clone, while holding Dodo from behind. They saw the 2 Narutos in front of Dodo making a chakra sphere which emitted a rainbow from the sphere, and it seems that it gave him more power than before. The 2 Narutos ran forward. Damn plague, what the hell are you? Dodo shouted, which Naruto a few centimeters closer. Dodo hit the blood clone, but not the original Naruto. I am Naruto of the bloody claws, now Dodo die. Rasengan, Naruto shouted with all his power hitting Dodo's chest, which created a kind of tornado by the pure power of the attack which destroyed the armor and made contact with the chest destroying Dodo from the inside and his heart being torn apart by the attack which exploded in a powerful tornado and crashed into one of the large mirrors destroying it and making a considerable crater. Dodo fell dead to the ground. Once Naruto passed, he approached his blood-consumed. Naruto muttered, placing his hands on the ground where the blood is and seeing how all the blood was consumed by Naruto plus by the people who recorded everything, his team and the princess, leaving not a drop of blood in sight. Then the snow magically disappeared and was replaced by grass. The movie player that recorded all the action only said one thing. Unbelievable. The old man in charge of this just nodded in agreement while Princess Koyuki looked at the change, then looked up into the air and saw some kind of video recording which everyone saw. Her father's words, the answer she gave as a child after the recording. Koyuki, looking at the clear sky, began to laugh with joy at finally being free from her sadness and loneliness, while with Naruto looked at the sky where the recording once was. Now that's a happy ending, said Naruto exhausted, and then closed his eyes and enjoyed the spring in this country and the tranquility it brought. Mission alert accomplished. Take Yuki Fujikas to the land of snow. Submission. Protect Koyuki from enemy ninjas. Discover the endowment plan. Raise hope for Koyuki. Defeats Dodo. Reward. Evolution Jutsu. Bloody Claws, acquired Jutsu. Dragon vs Tiger Eye style, 500,000 experience, 500,000 snow country reputation, 30,000 Ryo. After the successful mission and returning to Konoha, Naruto went to the Uchiha district with Sasuke to rest. Naruto stopped and looked at a random area which was noticed by his lover. Naruto realized this. Go ahead, I'll be there shortly, said Naruto, to which Sasuke nodded without any comment. Once out of sight, Naruto headed towards a training camp. It took him an hour to get there, and there he saw Takeru Aramazu sitting waiting. Hello Naruto, good that you have arrived. I have something special for you, said the man, which Naruto approached him. Once close, Takeru Aramazu handed him a scroll, which Naruto looked at with curiosity, and this he asked, to which the deity only said a few words that will remain engraved in his memory forever. This is for your Kai training. Are you ready to acquire this knowledge and leave this world, Naruto? And for that you have to abandon your loved ones, train as much as you can. I will see you soon. When that happens we will go after the Bijuas to seal them in you, Naruto. It is an essential part to face him, and I will teach you a special jutsu, so as not to endanger the jailers of these Bijuas. You will become a renegade ninja. Tell me, are you willing to abandon everyone in constant to save them, said the deity seriously, which Naruto was left in thought. Doubts could be seen in his eyes, sadness above all. What will happen to Sasuke? Naruto asked, looking unsure, to which the man sighed, knowing what he should answer. You'll have to leave her, no matter how painful it may feel. You are the only one capable of overcoming me and defeating him. If he knows that you have any connection to you, he will use it against you. I know it's difficult, Naruto, said the hooded man. Naruto looked at the ground in thought, while some tears ran down his eyes. I'm ready, Naruto whispered, wiping his tears. His decision will be detrimental to him, but he knew he had to do it. This man trusts him, he should not hesitate, even if he has to face his loved ones. Fine, I will give you this knowledge of the jutsu, said Takeru, which from his hands began to gather particles of golden light and threw it to Naruto, which Naruto is lifted from the ground and some golden rings held him. He felt the pressure. With a scream Naruto broke free and the particles of light entered him. This jutsu is called Divine Art. Sealing of Light. This is a powerful seal which prevents the Jinchuriki from dying in the process of being extracted and removing the Bijuas from inside them and sealing them in you, but you will have to earn their trust so that they help you on the path you are going, explained the deity. And that's the way, Naruto asked, which made the man turn around and leave while some words came out of his mouth. The path between light and darkness, which you are already on, he said, which in a flash of light disappeared without a trace. Naruto stared into space as his thoughts continued, his doubts filled, but if he needs it so much, even if the world is in danger, he shouldn't hesitate. He has to get stronger if he is to protect them all. With that in mind, Naruto put his scroll inside his Chunin vest and went to rest. For now, he'll have to be distant or make the most of it with his friends. He thought the former would be better. Naruto LVL 56. Ninja Skills. Page Bushin no Jutsu LVL Max. Haju Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 60. Takra Speed Max LVL. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu level 45. Sensor de Chakra LVL 45. Takra Kick LVL 24. Filler Instinct LVL 60. Lie Detector LVL 3. Instinto Animal LVL 15. Takra Transformation LVL 15. Ninja Art. Explosive Rain of Death level 35. Bloody Style. Bloody Claw Jutsu LVL 60. Bloody Style. Bloody Shield Jutsu, LVL 42. Bloody Style. Bloody Defense, LVL 40. Bloody Style. Bloody Armor, LVL 29. Bloody Style. Bloody Sword Jutsu, LVL 9. Blood Style. Blood Clone Jutsu, LVL 63. Bloody Style. Bloody Bullet Jutsu, LVL 44. Bloody Style. Consume, LVL 37. Bloody Style. Blood Creature Jutsu, LVL 38. Bloody Style. Bloody Wing Jutsu, LVL 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tail Jutsu, level 17. Bloody Style. Blood Tentacles Jutsu, level 1. Water Style. Water Ball Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Clone Jutsu, LVL 29. Water Style. Water Whip Jutsu, LVL 15. Bloody Style. Dragon Mode Transformation Jutsu, Level 3. Yuan Jutsu, Level 62. Trap, 43. Caution, 43. Water Walk Farm, 28. 3 Walking Chakra, 54. Exi no Jutsu, LVL Max. Vente del Gamer, LVL Max. Observer, LVL 54. Detector Dijin Jutsu, LVL 30. Dijutsu. Torbellino, LVL 40. Pang, LVL Max. Awarimi, LVL Max. Shuriken Jutsu, LVL Max. Explosive Kunai, LVL Max. Wind Affinity, LVL 30. Wind Style. Wind Bullet Jutsu, LVL 22. Water Affinity, LVL 30. Blood Affinity, LVL 40. Fire Affinity, LVL 10. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Bullet Jutsu, LVL 6. Fire Style. Fire Phoenix Jutsu, LVL 1. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Affinity, LVL 6. Earth Style. Earth Clone Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Style. Earth Wall Jutsu, Level 3. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Jutsu, Level 5. Earth Style. Earth Spike Jutsu, Level 1. Earth Style. Earthquake Jutsu, Level 1. Lightning Affinity, LVL 10. Lightning Style. Electric Fox Jutsu, LVL 8. Lightning Style. Lightning Throwing Jutsu, Level 10. Lightning Style. Great Lightning Spear Jutsu, LVL 1. Lightning Style. Electric Sword, Level 1. Ice Affinity, LVL 30. Ice Style. Ice Clones, LVL 10. Ice Style. Ice Dragon Jutsu, LVL 17. Ice Style. Ice Mirror Jutsu, LVL 16. Ice Style Dragon vs Tiger, LVL 2. Lava Affinity, LVL 1. Lava Style. Lava Ball Jutsu, Level 1. Sharingan, LVL 45, Manjikyu Sharingan. Amaterasu, LVL 5. Pamui, LVL 5. Susanoo, LVL 5. Tsukiyomi, LVL 5. The Gamer's Awakening, Level 1. Byakugan, LVL 20. Takra Kyubi, LVL 38. Takra Demonyo, LVL 38. Demon Style. Infernal Tornado, Level 25. Demon Style. Demon Awakening, Level 6. Takra Humano, LVL 50. Rasengan, Level 9. Super Strength, LVL 1. Wood Affinity, LVL 1. Wooden House, Level 1. Life Growth, LVL 1. Roots of Death, LVL 1. Wood Monk, LVL 1. Wood Ogre, LVL 1. Wood Dragon, LVL 1. Wooden Prison, Level 1. Takra Chains, LVL 1. Senjutsu, Level 1. World Travel, LVL 1. Jutsu Medico, LVL 2. Divine Art. Sealing of Light, Level 1. Citizen Skills. Home Restaurateurs, Level 50. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.